As Yang Hongwei kicked open the door and entered dormitory 206, he proclaimed with pride, "With my voice acting skills, taking attendance for others is a mere trifle. However, it's best you attend the compulsory class in the afternoon. Master how is not to be trifled with. If we get caught, our participation scores will surely plummet," he cautioned. Yang Hongwei remarked, "Without participation points, my final exams will be quite perilous in our final year of college. It would be a shame to not only remain a novice, but also to jeopardize my chances of passing." As one of the most economically advanced cities in the nation, Huahai City's local gem, Huahai Media University, certainly boasts sufficient resources with commendable living conditions in four-person dormitories featuring bunk beds and desks below. Upon hearing his roommate's arrival, Yi Zhiqiu, seated at his desk, casually closed his laptop and stood to accept the disposable meal box handed to him by Yang Hongwei, smiling. "Thank you. Wait, Jet, I am nearly done here. So skipping classes should be less frequent from now on." Yang Hongwei nodded nonchalantly, while another roommate, Xie Jun, inquired with concern, "Old four, are you all right?" Yi Zhiqiu paused. "What could possibly be wrong with me?" "Nothing at all. Just glad to hear you're fine." They exchanged glances and quickly waved their hands, though their tone and demeanor revealed a lack of belief. Realizing their skepticism, Yi Zhiqiu helplessly chuckled. "You don't still think I'm dwelling on that breakup, do you? I moved on from that long ago. My recent class absences are due to other commitments, not because of her." Xie Jun chuckled. "Then we can rest easy, as long as you're not troubled by romantic woes. Who would have thought that you, a top student, have recently become a master at skipping elective classes while selectively attending compulsory ones? It's quite uncharacteristic," he remarked. Xie Jun, a local of Huahai City, came from a family reputed to run a large supermarket, destined to inherit a fortune upon graduation. According to him, university life was meant for indulgence, making class skipping a common occurrence. Yang Hongwei chimed in, "As long as you've moved on, old four, I've always said that Chun Yuan was rather superficial and not worth your time." Yi Zhiqiu smiled faintly, choosing not to defend his ex-girlfriend, and began to eat from his meal box. Having traversed into this world for over a month, Yi Zhiqiu gradually acclimated to his new surroundings. Indeed, he had joined the ranks of those who had crossed over. Once a moderately successful novelist in his past life, he found himself unexpectedly inhabiting the body of a senior student at Huahai Media University after a marathon writing session. After a few initial days filled with panic, disbelief, and confusion, Yi Zhiqiu finally accepted the reality of his situation. It seemed he had entered a parallel world, where the state of affairs, economy, and technological advancements mirrored those of Earth in his former life. However, upon integrating with the memories of his predecessor, Yi Zhiqiu felt a profound sense of frustration towards the character of his former self. Describing his predecessor's personality in a favorable light, one might call him stubborn in less flattering terms. He was simply single-minded, in terms of appearance. There is no denying the improvement. I am far better off than my former self, who was plagued by insomnia and poor skin. From the front, I resemble Takashi Kaneshiro, and from the side, I bear a striking resemblance to the unremarkable Louis Koo. Even from behind, I evoke a youthful version of Edison Chan, exuding a hint of delicate and melancholic charm, undeniably handsome. With such an enviable countenance, one would assume I possess the upper hand in the realm of romantic pursuits at university. Yet, astonishingly, I found myself hanging precariously from a tree. To make matters worse, I was unceremoniously dumped. The instigator of this calamity was none other than the green tea bimbo, Chun Yuan, who, like my former self, hails from the same small city and attended the same high school. We both gained admission to Huahai Media University, though it is worth noting that my predecessor was merely a devoted companion in unrequited love. Huahai Media University is indeed a prestigious institution, but my former self's academic performance could have easily secured a place in the top 3, or at least the top 5, universities in the country. However, in a fit of naive infatuation, my predecessor chose to follow her high school crush and fill out her application for this institution. Though she eventually found herself in a relationship with him, the fairy tale was short-lived. During their senior year, his ex-girlfriend, an aspiring artist, callously ended their relationship, claiming she could not date while preparing to debut. The very next day, my former self was struck with the harsh reality upon witnessing that green tea bimbo, radiant with joy, stepping into a Lamborghini parked at the campus. Entranced at IT was then that the truth dawned upon him. and he found himself grappling with the unbearable reality of having been a fool in love. In a moment of despair, he turned to alcohol for solace. Unfortunately, with his meager tolerance, a single bout of drunkenness transported the earthly Yechichio to this new realm. With the memories of my predecessor now intertwined with my own, I promptly cast aside the self-pity that once consumed me. As for my recent reckless behavior of skipping classes, it was merely a fleeting state of confusion, struggling to come to terms with my current circumstances. In this lifetime, my family is not affluent, both parents are ordinary workers, and my mother has even been laid off, taking on odd jobs to make ends meet. Additionally, I have a younger sister who is currently in high school. Reflecting on my predecessor's academic performance, it was commendable, yet her emotional intelligence left much to be desired. In hindsight, the signs of the impending breakup were evident, particularly in the cold demeanor exhibited by her ex-girlfriend. Amazingly, this foolish boy held onto the delusion that their relationship was merely a fleeting moment, and he spent his living expenses and hard-earned tutoring money to purchase an iPhone 13 Pro Max as a gift in a misguided attempt to win her affection. The green tea bimbo, of course, was delighted to accept the gift, rewarding him with a fleeting kiss so gentle that not a trace of lipstick was left behind. However, just a week later, she decisively ended the relationship. With the memories now merged, I am acutely aware that these foolish decisions were indeed my own. The sensation of that kiss lingers in my mind, and every time I reflect on it, I am filled with a seething anger. That moment. The wealthy heir, Siejun, continued to scoff. I've heard whispers that the green tea bimbo has managed to latch onto a rich heir, which is why she has the opportunity to debut. Old 4. I maintain that someone like her is unworthy of you. Why Ijichio maintained a serene demeanor, while his two roommates continued to voice their indignation on his behalf. I've heard that the green tea girl is merely decent in appearance. Her skills are utterly inconsequential in the realm of the arts, one remarked. Honestly, if she aspires to be a star, Old 4, you possess far more marketability than she does. With a face like yours, simply standing on stage would compel those young ladies to weep and plead for your attention, the other added. Though their remarks were somewhat exaggerated, there was a kernel of truth within. Yijichio had once been captivated by the artistic student who was the belle of his small-town high school. In an effort to win her favor, he had diligently practiced the guitar and could carry a tune well enough. Upon entering university, he joined the cultural arts club, performing several times, thus gaining a modicum of fame at Huahai Media University. As the affluent second-generation youths, Siejun and Yang Hongwei, continued to express their disdain for the green tea girl, Yijichio casually discarded the empty lunchboxes he had swiftly cleaned up into the trash bin, interjecting with a smile, "It's quite all right, truly. There's no need for concern. Where in the world is there not a field of fragrant grass? Why obsess over a single flower? Let this matter pass, and consider it a moment of folly from my past," he concluded. Upon hearing this, Siejun's eyes lit up, exhilarated as if he had found a kindred spirit. "Where in the world is there not a field of fragrant grass?" "Well said," he exclaimed. "Indeed, Old 4, you've had an epiphany." In a fit of excitement, Siejun playfully slapped Yang Hongwei on the back, announcing loudly, "Excellent. To celebrate Old 4's rebirth, I shall treat tonight. Let's invite the dorm leader. Our dorm shall not return until we're inebriated." Upon hearing Siejun's proposal, Yang Hongwei's eyes sparkled, but he astutely pointed out, celebration is but a pretense. It's truly about leveraging Old 4 as a wingman, isn't it? Siejun chuckled, neither confirming nor denying, just a little. Who can blame Old 4 for having a face that attracts the ladies? The last time we went to a bar, girls flocked to us at the scattered tables. The quality was simply exceptional. Those high-class ladies, I could hardly approach them even with the bravado of 10 men, he lamented. Yang Hongwei scoffed. "Only the handsome can flirt with your looks. It's merely harassment." "Hey," Siejun retorted, slightly wounded but not deterred, turning to Yijichio with hopeful eyes. "What do you say? It's been ages since our dorm had a gathering." Observing the antics of his two companions, Yijichio felt a wave of exasperation. Among them, only the dorm leader, the oldest, possessed a semblance of normalcy. The other two were undeniably eccentric. Siejun, the second richest, was a far cry from the handsome label. His face marred with blemishes. To say he was unattractive would be a generous understatement. However, his financial prowess had ensured he never lacked for companionship. AS for Yang Hongwei. Despite his imposing name, he was a quintessential introvert. His extensive collection of hard drives contained an array of knowledge from ancient to modern, yet, despite his eloquence, he faltered in the presence of attractive women. Even in his final year, he remained a solitary figure. In truth, his previous self was hardly commendable, a quintessential sycophant. From Yi Zhiqiu's current perspective, many of his past foolish actions were merely self-indulgent gestures, appearing exceedingly juvenile in the eyes of that green tea girl. As for the bar incident mentioned by the two, he indeed recalled such an occurrence, during which he was compelled by several alluring young women to add them on WeChat, only to later delete them in a fit of ignorance. Although Yi Zhiqiu had not attended classes for over a month, the rigorous mental exertion had left him utterly fatigued. A moment of relaxation was welcome, and he did not decline, saying, "All right. However, let us forego the bar and find a quieter place to sit." Xiejun understood that Yi Zhiqiu was averse to raucous environments. His suggestion was merely an exploratory one. Upon hearing Ye's response, he joyfully exclaimed, "No problem. Leave it to me." With plans set, Yang Hongwei flopped on his bed and casually began scrolling through his phone. An update. That narcissistic author has actually released 4 chapters today. What a bounty! Yang Hongwei suddenly shouted with excitement. "What?" Xiejun quickly retrieved his own phone, muttering, "The female protagonist has surprisingly developed feelings for someone else. I wonder what that foolish author is thinking. Is the main character going to fight for love? It sounds rather thrilling. The 7 Meridians competition has reached the top for the protagonist, should be able to defeat that little Bamboo Peaks Lu Sueki, right?" No one paid attention to Xiejun's musings, as Yang Hongwei had already immersed himself in the bizarre and fantastical realm of the Xinxia genre. Xiejun opened the Orange Reading app on his phone, and, upon seeing the unread notification for the latest 4 chapters, his expression brightened. The entire 206 dormitory fell into silence, with no one noticing the peculiar expression on Yi Zhiqiu's face. Indeed, the novel that Yang Hongwei and Xiejun were discussing was none other than Zhu Xian, which had been hailed as one of the 3 great online novels in Yi Zhiqiu's previous life, authored by him. In his former life, Yi Zhiqiu was a dedicated author, and upon his transmigration, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that this world's online literature was thriving, yet still firmly entrenched in the wuxia phase of wandering the world with a sword, deep-seated vendettas, and laughing in the rivers and lakes. Upon realizing this, Yi Zhiqiu's professional instincts could hardly contain themselves. The charming readers of this world had yet to experience the exhilarating tales of 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Do not underestimate the youthful and impoverished, making them ripe for the picking. Currently, the balance in Yi Zhiqiu's bank account would evoke compassion even in a robber. As a member of the Transmigration Army, he could not afford to lose face. The first step in his money-making endeavor would be to return to his original profession, that AS for the title of a narcissistic author. It was entirely serendipitous. When registering online, his previous pen name, Yi Zhiqiu, had already been taken. After several unsuccessful attempts with similar names, in a fit of frustration, he randomly adopted a moniker he had once encountered in his past life, the Arsonist of Affections, which surprisingly passed approval. Indeed, the innovative concepts of Xinxia novels have swiftly distinguished themselves among the plethora of traditional wuxia works. Currently, having progressed to over 20 chapters, it has firmly secured a position within the top 3 of the new book rankings following a round of recommendations. Given its unstoppable momentum, it is merely a matter of time before it surpasses the previous titles. This moment, as the narrative reaches its most climactic juncture during the 7 Pulse Martial Arts Tournament. The fervent discussions in the book review section have reached their initial zenith. I am astounded. Divine Sword of Thunder Control. Absolutely formidable. Lu Sueki is undoubtedly the foremost young disciple. 9th Heaven's mysterious abyss, transformed into divine thunder. The resplendent might of the heavens, summoned by the sword. How does the author conceive such brilliance? The cultivator can directly summon the thunder of heaven and earth. It's incredible. Compared to this, the wind god leg and cloud-pushing palm seem utterly trivial. In the afternoon, the reclusive Yi Zhiqiu made an appearance in class, garnering considerable attention. Yi Zhiqiu has become somewhat of a notable figure at Huahai Media University. Previously regarded for his handsome visage, akin to that of a campus heartthrob. However, the original character's disposition was rather reserved, tinged with a hint of insecurity and sensitivity, limiting his social interactions primarily to his classmates. Now, the glances directed toward Yujichio have increased significantly, albeit laced with sympathy. After all, many witnessed the scene of his ex-girlfriend stepping into a luxury car, followed by the unilateral announcement of their breakup, allowing perceptive individuals to easily speculate on the circumstances. Such situations are not uncommon within the lavish confines of a campus in a city like Huahai. In response to the ambiguous gazes from the crowd, Yujichio maintained an air of nonchalance, his mindset remarkably composed. Having navigated through the afternoon classes without incident, he, along with the dormitory leader and two others, strolled down the path. The flamboyant, rich, second-generation Shun Jun and the more reserved Yang Hongwei had their arms draped over each other's shoulders, laughing and anticipating the evening's activities. As Yujichio walked through the campus, observing the myriad youthful faces that passed by, he gradually shed the surreal sense of detachment he felt amidst the vibrant atmosphere. Filled with youthful exuberance, becoming increasingly open-minded, suddenly, as if by some unspoken agreement, the surrounding cacophony began to diminish, and everyone's gaze converged on a particular spot ahead. In a daze, Yujichio found it curious and lifted his gaze, effortlessly identifying the focal point of attention. A captivating silhouette came into view even after having endured an onslaught of digitally altered beauties online in his past life. A flicker of astonishment danced in Yujichio's eyes at this moment. With delicate brows and skin as smooth as fine jade, what struck him most were the eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters. Their expression was serene, yet the subtly upturned lashes added a hint of playfulness to her otherwise cool and elegant demeanor, seamlessly blending the two contrasting qualities without a hint of awkwardness. Her tall form was gracefully enveloped in a well-tailored, understated cream-colored jacket, complemented by remarkably long legs. Given that she wore white flats, Yujichio easily deduced that her height must be close to 1.7 meters. She was a vision of beauty that could make fish sink and birds alight. Yujichio had never been particularly fond of the exaggerated expressions found in idioms until he laid eyes upon the stunning beauty before him, at which point a sudden comprehension dawned upon him that, in ancient times, there was the tale of King Yu of Zhou, who set fire to the beacon towers merely to elicit a smile from his beloved, and Yujichio mused that if the aesthetic sensibilities of fish and geese were akin to those of humanity, it would not be surprising for them to react with such fervor upon encountering this enchanting lady. As Ezekiel's thoughts wandered, the proud beauty, reminiscent of a swan, gracefully approached him. "It is Yukaiwei," Yang Hongwei murmured, as the previously casual demeanor of the two companions was replaced by a palpable tension as the trio of dorm mates became increasingly anxious with each step she took towards Yujichio. "She's coming closer." Disregarding the curious gazes both overt and discreet of those around them, Yukaiwei stood before the bewildered Yujichio. "May I have a moment to chat?" Her voice was melodious, as crisp and delightful as pearls cascading onto a platter. It took Yujichio a couple of seconds to register the situation, glancing around to see his dorm mates staring at him with puzzled expressions. An eerie silence enveloped the area, plunging the moment into an uncanny stillness. "This enchanting beauty seeks my attention." After a brief pause, Yujichio finally grasped the reality of the situation. Yukaiwei's countenance was serene as she awaited his response, her expressive eyes gazing into his with a subtle intensity. In a fleeting moment, Yujichio wondered if his eyes were deceiving him, as he seemed to detect a hint of playful reproach nestled within her gaze. "Oh, sure," he replied, albeit somewhat perplexed. The class had just concluded, coinciding with the dinner hour, yet many passers-by unconsciously slowed their pace, their eyes drawn to Yukaiwei, who shone like a moon surrounded by stars. Sensing a flicker of displeasure and resignation in her eyes, Yujichio surveyed the surroundings before tilting his chin towards a nearby antique pavilion, suggesting, "Let us converse there." Yukaiwei cast a glance in that direction, offering no objections, and proceeded towards it. The gentle breeze tousled her hair, which glimmered golden in the sunlight, and her garments flowed gracefully, exuding an air of ethereal elegance. Yi Jiqiu could not help but marvel once more at her exquisite demeanor. Her beauty and grace would undoubtedly place her among the most outstanding of celebrities in his previous life. Ignoring the fervent curiosity radiating from his dorm mates, he hastened to follow her. In the brief distance of mere meters, Yi Jiqiu pondered the reason for her approach. Did they share an acquaintance? Upon reflection, he realized they indeed had crossed paths, yet the nature of their relationship was rather nebulous, as he could not recall any particularly profound connection. As he contemplated, his gaze inadvertently drifted to Yu Kaiwai's silhouette, and he found himself captivated. Her slender form from behind presented an entirely different allure, with her long legs elegantly encased in fitted casual trousers drawing his attention. His eyes traveled from her delicate ankles upward, tracing the graceful lines of her calves, which were slender and straight, while her thighs were voluptuous and proportionate, culminating in an astonishing contour. This moment, Yu Kaiwei seemed to sense the gaze behind her, her silhouette quivering slightly as she hastened her steps. Yi Jiqiu felt a warmth rising in his nostrils and quickly averted his gaze. By all that is holy, he had merely regarded her with pure admiration. The distance of a few meters was swiftly traversed, and with a blush gracing her cheeks, Yu Kaiwei stated directly, "Chen Yuan has withdrawn from the evening gala and your duet." Yi Jiqiu was momentarily taken aback before the realization dawned upon him. Chen Yuan was indeed the name of his former girlfriend, notorious for her manipulative charm. What Yu Kaiwei referred to was the graduation gala of Huahai Media University, scheduled to take place in 2 weeks. Typically, the annual graduation gala is organized by the campus's Literary and Artistic Association, under the guidance of faculty mentors, and Yu Kaiwei serves as the nominal head of this association. The graduation gala at Huahai Media University is a grand affair, usually held during the first semester of the final year when students are still present on campus. By the second semester, many have embarked on internships, making it challenging to gather participants. Moreover, numerous illustrious alumni, including stars, directors, and media moguls, return to observe the gala, presenting an invaluable opportunity for current students to showcase their talents to the broader society. After all, being noticed by a distinguished alumnus could potentially shorten one's career path significantly. As for his former girlfriend, Chen Yuan, despite her pretentious demeanor, she did possess a modicum of artistic skill. They were originally slated to perform a collaborative piece at the gala, but now, in her effort to dissociate from Yi Jiqiu, she had unilaterally declared her withdrawal from the performance. In her view, with her debut imminent, the opportunity to perform at the graduation gala had become inconsequential. Sharing the stage with a male counterpart might inadvertently stir rumors and displease her financial backers. Yu Kaiwei continued, "Do you have any other collaborators for the performance?" This question required no contemplation. Yi Jiqiu replied instinctively, "No." His previously narrow social circle consisted primarily of a few friends from his dormitory, none of whom possessed any singing talent. Crucially, the appealing male-female duet will be transformed into a pairing of 2 men, which would hardly evoke the same charm. One could only imagine the scene of 2 burly men sharing a stage, gazing deeply into each other's eyes, while performing. Yu Kaiwei's eyes, akin to autumn waters, reflected a calmness as though she had already anticipated Yi Jiqiu's answer. She continued, "Time is of the essence. The faculty's stance is that if the performance cannot proceed in its entirety, it will be cancelled, especially since many distinguished alumni are expected to return to observe." Yi Jiqiu pondered briefly and grasped the gravity of his predicament. Chen Yuan had indeed left him with a conundrum. Initially, he had no particular inclination towards participating in the gala performance. Yet, with the news of his dismissal by Chen Yuan seemingly having spread, her unilateral withdrawal placed him in a position where his own exit would feel like a manipulation of his circumstances. Caught in a dilemma, Yi Jiqiu fell silent, while Yu Kaiwei's autumn-like eyes flickered slightly. Her lightly tinted lips parted as she said, "If you have no one to collaborate with, I could. Is solo performance acceptable?" Suddenly, Yi Jiqiu spoke up, leaving Yu Kaiwei momentarily taken aback, swallowing the words she had yet to finish. "Certainly. This is originally a solo performance, and there is no stipulation that it must involve 2 people. Do you wish to sing solo?" Yi Jiqiu nodded. His demeanor relaxed as he replied, "I am not familiar with any other suitable female singers at school." Relying on a temporary partner could lead to a lack of synergy, which might ruin the performance. Therefore, I might as well sing alone. Now, it was Yu Tsaiwei's turn to fall silent, her beautiful eyes quietly gazing at Yijiqiu. His words took her by surprise. Previously, she knew Yijiqiu to be rather taciturn, with a somewhat reticent personality, seemingly fixated solely on Chen Yuan, the girl he had once dated. However, the confident and easygoing demeanor he now exhibited was something she had never witnessed before. The mere shift in his aura was as though he had transformed entirely, captivating her attention. For a brief moment, her beautiful eyes wandered in a daze, and when she regained her composure, she softly remarked, "That song is not suitable for a male singer." This was hardly a concern. Without further contemplation, Yijiqiu replied, "Then let us select another song. I will perform an original piece." This time, Yijiqiu could distinctly perceive the look of astonishment reflected in Yu Tsaiwei's enchanting eyes. Before she could respond, he preemptively reassured her, "Minister Yu, there is no need for concern. It is merely a simple graduation song, and it will not be a disaster." Observing Yijiqiu's calm and confident expression, Yu Kaiwei inexplicably chose to trust him. "Very well, that I will speak to the school mentors about it." Chapter 4. Embarrassing past. Upon reuniting with the trio in the dormitory, Yijiqiu was immediately besieged by the joint effort of Xiejun and Yang Hongwei. Their hands locking around his throat. "Confess willingly, resist severely. What did Yu Kaiwei say to you?" they demanded. "Who would have thought, old four, with those thick brows and big eyes, that you secretly entangled yourself with Yu Kaiwei?" The relentless interrogation from Xiejun and Yang Hongwei resembled that of jealous male dogs in heat, unable to court their desired mate. Even the dormitory leader, Zhou Hua, regarded Yijiqiu with piercing eyes. "Wait a minute, I can't breathe." Struggling free from the two, Yijiqiu retorted, "What nonsense is this? Chen Yuan withdrew from the graduation party and my performance. Yu Kaiwei, the president of the school's Literary and Arts Association, merely asked me about it." The trio remained skeptical, with Yang Hongwei questioning, "Is that true? Then why were you two sneaking off to speak privately?" Believe it or not, Yijiqiu rolled his eyes and ignored them. Striding towards the school cafeteria, Xiejun and Yang Hongwei exchanged glances and quickly followed suit. Xiejun chuckled, "All right, I believe it. But really, old four, you have no thoughts about this? That is Yu Kaiwei we're discussing." Yang Hongwei chimed in, the undisputed goddess of Huahai Media University, the epitome of beauty. Chen Yuan merely has a chance to debut. Yu Kaiwei is already subtly being hailed as the leading figure among the new generation of female singers. The dormitory leader nodded in agreement, adding, "I've heard her background is quite impressive." With each contributing their thoughts, Yijiqiu swiftly gathered a wealth of information regarding Yu Kaiwei. Indeed, she could be deemed a goddess, possessing an enviable figure and impeccable looks. Despite her youth, her singing prowess is rumored to rival that of established divas in the music industry. It is no wonder that nearly everyone had cast lingering glances in her direction. Within the confines of the school, where everyone was a classmate, some restraint remained, but outside, one could easily encounter overzealous fans rushing to her side. The depth of Yu Kaiwei's background was not mere hearsay. Upon her entrance into Huahai Media University as a freshman, she had caused quite a sensation. A wealthy senior pursued her relentlessly, yet Yu Kaiwei remained unfazed. It was said that this affluent suitor, having a substantial influence in the local community, resorted to threats out of frustration when she rejected him. Surprisingly, the very next day, he humbly bowed in apology and promptly withdrew from the university. From that point onward, no foolish pursuer dared to act out of line in her presence. In her sophomore year, Yu Kaiwei officially signed with one of the leading entertainment companies in the country, Huahai Media, and her debut single, Rain Butterfly, captivated the entire music industry. Although Yijiqiu was not well acquainted with this ethereal beauty, they had indeed crossed paths on several occasions. The first encounter occurred during the freshman orientation. Yu Kaiwei had arrived at the school alone, close to dusk, and her breathtaking beauty naturally drew the eager assistance of enthusiastic seniors. Yu Kaiwei declined the assistance of a group of seniors, their eyes glinting with envy, and resolutely dragged her heavy suitcase alone. Unfortunately, she twisted her ankle on the first floor of the girls' dormitory. At that moment, Yijiqiu had just escorted Chen Yuan back to her dormitory and, unable to stand idly by, lent a helping hand by carrying her luggage up to the third floor. Coincidentally, the other residents of Yu Tsaiwei's dormitory were absent, and as a newcomer without any apparent friends at the school, she found herself grateful for Yijiqiu's kindness, who then escorted her to the infirmary. Upon entering the university, Yi Zhiqiu, driven by his passion for playing the guitar, joined the only club available, the Music Association, where he discovered that Yu Kaiwei had also become a member. Yu Kaiwei's demeanor was cool and reserved, while Yi Zhiqiu was somewhat taciturn. Their interactions were minimal, and the incident of moving her luggage seemed to fade from memory, leaving only brief nods of acknowledgement when they crossed paths. Their second encounter occurred within the confines of the Literary Association. One evening, Yu Kaiwei, likely practicing late, found herself inadvertently locked inside a rehearsal room. Fortunately, Yi Zhiqiu happened to pass by and swiftly opened the door, rescuing her once again. She uttered a barely audible expression of thanks before dashing towards the restroom at the end of the corridor like a fleeting gust of wind. That night, a bulb in the hallway had burned out, casting a dim light. Yi Zhiqiu, uncertain if his eyes were deceiving him, thought he discerned a small patch of glistening moisture at the crotch of her elegantly fitted white trousers, which clung to her long legs. It seemed apparent that Yu Kaiwei was not financially constrained. However, based on Yi Zhiqiu's limited knowledge of her, she was not one to indulge in extravagance. Yet, that pair of seemingly luxurious trousers had not been seen on her since. He dared not dwell on it further. Aside from these two encounters, their conversations during the sparse activities of the association were few and far between, barely qualifying as mere acquaintances. The impact of Yu Kaiwei's presence was evidently significant, as Xie Jun and Yang Hongwei continued to chatter animatedly about her even after they had settled down to order their meals at the cafeteria. Returning Xie Jun's meal card, Yi Zhiqiu felt a pang of embarrassment. He had squandered his living expenses on gifts for Chen Yuan and was now struggling to afford meals, relying on Xie Jun's card for the past week. Alas, he must find a way to earn money. Yi Zhiqiu felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. It was disheartening to be nearly deprived of meals due to a breakup, and he could never bring himself to ask his parents for financial assistance. In the midst of his thoughts, a sudden exclamation arose from the adjacent table. Yu Kaiwei had confirmed her participation in this year's graduation gala performance. To everyone's excitement, she would be singing one of her signature songs, Micro Glow, as the finale. It was absolutely fitting for her to close the show. Otherwise, after experiencing her performance, the audience might find the subsequent acts quite lackluster, thus diminishing the overall experience. Amidst the buzzing conversations, the residents of Dormitory 206 were quick to respond, with Yang Hongwei hastily pulling out his phone to access the official Weibo account of Huahai University of Media. The pinned message prominently announces that our school's outstanding student, the freshman singer Yu Kaiwei, will perform the piece at the upcoming graduation gala. The comments on this official post have surged into the hundreds in a remarkably short time. Among them, the most liked comment comes from a verified user affiliated with Huahai Media Entertainment, stating that Li Wanrui, the general manager of Huahai Entertainment and an alumnus of Huahai Media University, will return to participate in the celebration and witness the splendor of his alma mater. Wow! Exclaimed the wealthy second-generation heir Xie Jun, astonished by the news that Yu Kaiwei will indeed perform, and that even the general manager of Huahai Entertainment will attend. This graduation gala is certainly shaping up to be quite grand. Xie Jun lifted his gaze from his phone to the engrossed Yi Zhiqiu, who was busy with his meal. By the way, old four, weren't you originally scheduled to perform at the gala? Now that Chen Yuan has withdrawn, has your act been cancelled? Not at all. Yi Zhiqiu swallowed a piece of chicken leg, inwardly marveling at how this university, being in the most developed region of Huaxia, boasted a dining hall that rivaled outside restaurants. He replied casually, "It hasn't been cancelled. It's fine if she doesn't perform. I'll sing solo." Chapter 5. The absurd grading method. The other two roommates did not express much surprise upon hearing that Yi Zhiqiu would sing solo. They were well aware of his singing abilities. Although his skill was certainly not comparable to that of Yu Kaiwei, the gala primarily featured performances by students, and the audience would be relatively forgiving, so he should be able to get through it without issue. After leaving the dining hall and returning to their dorm, Xie Jun and Yang Hongwei, ever the flamboyant ones, began to prepare themselves, while the dormitory leader, Zhou Hua, who had a childhood sweetheart, refrained from any excessive behavior. By 8 in the evening, the group had not ventured far. Just outside the gates of Huahai Media University lay a creative street, home to a lounge bar named July. Upon entering, the amber-hued lights cascaded artfully across the wooden seating areas, and a resident singer crooned an unfamiliar melody at the bar. Yi Zhiqiu nodded slightly, recognizing that this establishment was tastefully decorated, creating an inviting atmosphere. Its patrons included not only students from the nearby university but also a number of fashionably dressed urban women, most of whom spoke in hushed tones, making it an excellent spot to unwind and gather with friends. It seemed that Xie was acquainted with the bar's owner. After greeting a bearded gentleman, he led the group to a table situated in the middle of the venue. "Brothers, feel free to order whatever you like," Xie chuckled, casually ordering a fruit platter and some snacks, while he and Yang Hongwei, with their cunning gazes, discreetly scanned the surrounding female customers like radar. Yijiqiu ordered a cocktail with a higher alcohol content. Truth be told, his tolerance for alcohol had never been impressive in either his past life or the present. However, for some inexplicable reason today, he felt a spontaneous inclination to indulge just once. Once the drinks arrived, Xie had also zeroed in on a target. "Look over there." At 3 o'clock, 2 women in black stockings. "What do you think?" Yang Hongwei raised his glass, took a sip, and discreetly glanced to the right front. He then frowned, suppressing his discomfort as he swallowed the liquid, remarking, "The makeup is a tad heavy, but the legs deserve a solid 70 points. He added, with the black stockings, an extra 5 points, making a total of 75, a commendable score. "Good grief," Xie exclaimed, his frustration palpable. "You certainly have a way with theory. I would rate her at least 80 points. If a girl of this caliber only scores 75, then what does that say about the others I've dated who barely scraped by?" Yang Hongwei shook his head, his demeanor confident. "You must trust my discerning eye, honed through countless trials." "Don't call me that," Xie retorted, disdain evident in his tone. "I've never seen someone discuss such matters so refreshingly. Tell me, if those two can only score 75, what would 100 points be?" Yang Hongwei perked up, withdrawing his gaze from the 75-point duo and placing his pretentious cocktail down, brimming with pride. "You wouldn't understand. In my observations, I have only encountered one individual who reaches the pinnacle of 100 points. "Who?" Xie, intrigued by the notion of such a being, showed keen interest, as did their companion Zhou Hua, with a serious expression. Yang Hongwei lowered his voice and mysteriously uttered 3 words, "Yu Kaiwei." Upon hearing this name, Xie was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in agreement, a newfound respect in his eyes. Yang Hongwei elaborated, "Her looks are undeniable. Through my extensive analysis and comparisons, Yu Kaiwei stands at approximately 169 meters. Her measurements, often obscured by casual attire, are undoubtedly impressive. Her proportions are perfect, and those long legs could easily grace the runway." Ultimately, Yang Hongwei concluded, while others may earn a mere 75, Yu Kaiwei is in a league of her own, truly deserving of a flawless 100. "It is simply not a contest of the same caliber." "I concur," Xie conceded, fully impressed, though he attracted girlfriends easily due to his wealth. He recognized that in matters of theory, he fell short of the enigmatic Yang Hongwei. Given this, Xie continued, "Let's not even mention someone as unattainable as Yu Kaiwei. Can you assist me in acquiring the phone numbers of those 2 75-point girls?" "Oh." Just moments ago basking in Xie admiration, Yang Hongwei suddenly faltered, awkwardly reaching for his drink. "Are you joking? It's easy to speak boldly, but if I were to stand before those 2 stylish ladies, I'd probably be so nervous I could hardly breathe. Why don't you go?" Yang Hongwei grumbled, feeling thwarted. Xie rolled his eyes, replying, "I lack confidence as well. Did you see that girl? She is clearly different from those in bars. Money alone won't impress her. If I make a move and fail, there won't be a second chance. In my view, in such high-stakes situations, money isn't the primary factor. It's all about looks." At this juncture, the 2 loquacious men fell silent, their attention drawn to Yijiqiu, who nonchalantly tossed the cherry from her cocktail into her mouth. Yijiqiu paused for a moment, instantly grasping the intentions of the 2 flamboyant individuals before him. Resolutely, he declared, "If you wish to indulge in your antics, do so without involving me. Please don't. This is a once-in-a-lifetime request." Xie lamented, feigning tears as he reached for Yijiqiu's hand, only to be met with a shuddering rejection. "Second brother, do not press him. It seems our 4th brother lacks confidence. Let us not burden him further," Yang Hongwei interjected, employing a tactic of provocation. Yet, despite their combined efforts, both sweet and harsh, Yijiqiu remained unmoved. It was not that he lacked interest in charming women. Rather, he was preoccupied with his own tumultuous circumstances and lacked the inclination for romantic pursuits at that moment. The eldest, Zhou Hua, remained unfazed, sipping his beer and enjoying the spectacle. Suddenly, Xie had a flash of inspiration, exclaiming, "4th brother, if you provide me your number, I will absolve the debt you owe me for the meals I covered, and I shall treat you to a week of free dining." unlimited meals. Silence enveloped them. The cafeteria at Huahai Media University boasted an exceptional chef from outside, ensuring exquisite flavors at a premium price. Most importantly, Yujichio's pockets were currently emptier than his countenance. 3 weeks, just wait, Yujichio replied curtly before striding towards the two elegantly clad ladies engaged in quiet conversation. In truth, the past incarnation of Yujichio had little experience in the art of courtship. However, his newfound confidence stemmed from the realization that the two women had been casting glances his way since he entered the establishment. Not only the two ladies, but Yujichio sensed several other women in the vicinity also assessing him with curious eyes. This unprecedented experience left him marveling at his own attractiveness. Chapter 6. Prelude to Social Death. From the perspectives of Zhou Hua, Xiejun, and Yang Hongwei, Yujichio approached the two ladies with an unperturbed demeanor, leaning in to whisper something before taking a seat beside them. To their astonishment, the trio engaged in lively conversation, reminiscent of old friends who had known each other for quite some time. The two beautiful women occasionally shook their heads, stifling laughter behind their hands. After nearly 10 minutes of animated dialogue, Yujichio returned to their table, a relaxed expression gracing his features as he briefly flashed a contact labeled Ting on his phone before the gaping mouths of Xiejun and Yang Hongwei. All set, 3 weeks of meals. Before Xiejun could fully comprehend the situation, Yujichio turned off his phone screen and reclined back in his chair, picking up his half-finished cocktail. Xiejun, momentarily forgetting to inquire about the ladies' numbers, exclaimed in disbelief, "Is that all it took?" Yang Hongwei, equally baffled, added, "Fourth brother, you aren't merely trying to con us with a random number, are you?" Yujichio rolled his eyes, dismissing their concerns. It dawned on Xiejun and Yang Hongwei that, given Yujichio's character, he was not the type to engage in such deceitful behavior. Moreover, considering how animated the two ladies had been, they themselves were not convinced that the phone number was fictitious. "Fourth brother, I was wrong. Fourth brother, teach me." In the next moment, the two clowns, Xiejun and Yang Hongwei, completely cast aside their dignity, nearly collapsing to the ground to cling to Yujichio's thigh. Even the dorm leader, Zhou Hua, found it hard to believe. While he was not surprised by the outcome, the seamlessness of the preceding events was astonishing. It is worth noting that although Yujichio was quite attractive, the clientele of such upscale bars typically comprised women with financial independence and worldly experience. Often, mere physical beauty is insufficient to captivate them. Originally, he had thought Yujichio's chances of success were only about 60 to 70%. Yet what had transpired was a display worthy of a romantic maestro. "Old four, you have truly changed," Zhou Hua could not help but exclaim. "Wait a minute," Yang Hongwei interjected, puzzled. "Old four, you were always a straightforward fellow, relying solely on your looks to charm women. If we are to discuss tactics, you were never better than I. How have you transformed so drastically after a breakup? Could a profoundly memorable romance genuinely propel one to such heights? Should I also give it a try?" Xiejun lowered his head in contemplation, seemingly genuinely considering Yang Hongwei's suggestion. Enough, Yujichio said, exasperated by the two, and felt compelled to explain the method of obtaining a number once more. After she finished, a heavy silence enveloped the three, who were increasingly skeptical. "If you don't believe me, you can try it yourself," Yujichio said, leaning back against her chair, wearing an expression that suggested true knowledge comes from experience. Naturally, Zhou Hua would never engage in such antics. The reserved Yang Hongwei lacked the courage to make such a bold move, and it was unrealistic to expect a significant breakthrough in such a short time. All right, the wealthy second-generation Xiejun was ready to take action. He was quite the seasoned player, thick-skinned, and eager to try out his newly learned technique. Soon, Xiejun had his sights set on a target, downing half a glass of wine before striding confidently towards a woman who possessed a presence and allure rivaling that of the previous two elegant ladies in black stockings. With head held high and a smile, he approached her for a casual chat. Up to this point, everything seemed to be going smoothly. Then, in the gaze of the three, Xiejun returned dejectedly, dragging a chair behind him, and sat down with a heavy sigh. "Is it over? Did you get her number?" Yang Hongwei asked, bewildered. The absence of a favorable outcome was glaringly obvious. Zhou Hua inquired curiously, "What did you say to her? Why did you bring back a chair?" Xiejun mumbled, "I followed Old Four's method. I asked her if anyone was sitting here, and she glanced at me and said no, so I could take the chair. This script was all wrong." Yang Hongwei and Zhou Hua were left speechless, their faces rapidly turning crimson, barely suppressing their laughter. Yujichio, however, remained composed. "The method has been imparted to you. The master may lead one to the door, but the practice is up to the individual. Yang Hongwei patted Xie Jun on the shoulder, stifling his laughter. I've realized that the greatest difference between our implementation and old fours is our faces. In truth, the rationale is inconsequential. If a girl is attracted to you, she will willingly allow herself to be charmed. Get lost, Xie Jun retorted, his expression a mix of indignation and sorrow. Observing the raucous group, Yu Zhiqiu couldn't help but smile, a gentle warmth blooming in her heart. In truth, these individuals are expressing their concern in an unconventional manner, hoping to help each other swiftly move on from that relationship. They are acutely aware of the depth of Yu Zhiqiu's investment in that past romance. In 2 lifetimes, this pure camaraderie and brotherly affection are sentiments that Yu Zhiqiu, who often remained indoors, had never truly experienced. The four engaged in light-hearted banter for some time until Yang Hongwei's gaze suddenly darted to a specific direction, igniting his excitement. That table at the back. Look, a perfect 10. The other 3 paused in surprise. Yu Zhiqiu's position was precisely oriented away from where Yang Hongwei was pointing. However, Yang's exaggerated claim compelled even Yu Zhiqiu to glance over. In a relatively secluded corner, 2 casually dressed women sat facing each other, engaged in conversation. One woman, adorned in a mature style, exuded an air of sophistication that suggested she was either affluent or of high social standing. The other, her back turned to Yu Zhiqiu, had a slender silhouette crowned by a duckbill cap, obscuring her features but instinctively conveying the impression that a beauty lay concealed beneath. Xie Jun, with a hint of skepticism, remarked, "We can't see her face. If she has a perfect 10, does she rival Yu Kaiwei?" "Sounds exaggerated," Yang Hongwei, brimming with enthusiasm, retorted. She turned her face for just a moment. "Though I couldn't see clearly, I assure you on my honor, there is no embellishment." "Do you even have honor?" Yu Zhiqiu thought to himself, though he had to concede that Yang Hongwei's assertion was likely accurate. In fact, it was often the presence of such extraordinary grace and form that rendered a woman even more astonishing. Yang Hongwei shook his head in awe, exclaiming, "To encounter not 1 but 2 goddess-level figures in the small city of Huahai is indeed a rarity." Xie Jun, now intrigued, interjected with a smirk, "Old four. Didn't you just claim to be a master? If you can obtain that perfect beauty's phone number, I will truly respect you. A month of free meals is on the line. I mean it. All right, you have a deal." Having consumed a significant amount of cocktail, Yu Zhiqiu felt a bit tipsy. And in a moment of impulsive excitement, he decided to take action. After all, it was merely a matter of obtaining a phone number, a matter of a few bold words. Winning a month of free dining seemed a worthy gamble, and the potential loss was minimal. This was an opportunity too enticing to pass up. Chapter 7. The scene of social disgrace under the admiring gazes of his dormitory companions, who viewed him as a courageous hero. Yu Zhiqiu resolutely stood up and strode toward the secluded corner. Although that table occupied one of the most obscure spots in the establishment, it was undeniably captivating. The allure stemmed primarily from the enchanting woman with the duckbill cap, whose visage was mostly concealed. Numerous men in the establishment subtly directed their attention toward that table, hesitating to take action for 2 primary reasons. The first was a lack of self-confidence. The mere presence of the slightly older, sophisticated woman radiated an understated nobility that caused many men to hesitate, weighing their own worthiness against her undeniable allure. The second point is that the 2 individuals were evidently engaged in a conversation, exuding an air of busyness that would deter any reasonable person from considering it an opportune moment for flirtation. The likelihood of failure in such an approach would be a staggering 99%. Yu Zhiqiu likely had a cleaner pocket than anyone else present. Yet he insisted on being the obstinate one. He was not so narcissistic as to believe that his relatively handsome visage would compel the other party to willingly divulge their phone number. However, under the influence of alcohol, acting in a slightly unrestrained manner was not entirely out of the question. Yu Zhiqiu's actions quickly drew the attention of those around him. The male patrons in the bar regarded him with admiration, while others observed with a mixture of complex expressions. Yet, Yu Zhiqiu remained unfazed, and as he approached, the mature woman facing him also took notice, ceasing her dialogue. She seemed to discern his intentions, her finely sculpted brows knitting together slightly, her gaze tinged with displeasure and resignation. Regardless of her demeanor, Yu Zhiqiu pressed on, reverting to the tactics he had previously employed. "Excuse me, may I ask if this seat is taken?" The pretext for his approach was utterly lacking in finesse. A normal person would not venture into a corner seeking to share a seat when there were no available options. "Apologies." A voice, cool and melodious, interrupted Yu Zhiqiu's utterance. its tone devoid of warmth yet exuding a polite distance, reflecting the impeccable upbringing of its owner. However, Yujichio could not shake the feeling that he had heard this voice somewhere before. Where had he encountered it not long ago? We are in the midst of a discussion. Yujichio? The cool voice now carried a note of surprise, the earlier aloofness dissipating, yet it remained as pleasant as ever. Upon hearing his name, Yujichio instinctively lowered his gaze, only to meet a pair of striking eyes, reminiscent of a crystalline spring reflecting the light. He had seen those eyes just 4 hours prior, in a pavilion along the path from the main teaching building to the cafeteria at Huahai Media University. Minister Yu. Yujichio was momentarily taken aback, instinctively addressing Yu Kaiwei by her title within the literary society. After her initial astonishment, Minister Yu quickly regained her composure and inquired, "What are you doing here?" Before she could finish her sentence, her delicate nose crinkled slightly. Yujichio, having consumed a substantial portion of a high-proof cocktail and slightly bending forward to speak, had a rather noticeable scent of alcohol about him. "Vivi, do you know him?" At this moment, the mature woman seemed to relax, posing the question. "Yes, a classmate," Yukaiwei replied with a slight nod. The mature woman acknowledged her with a nod of her own, choosing not to pursue the matter further. At this juncture, the trio from room 206 appeared to sense that something was amiss. As they drew closer and recognized the visage of the so-called perfect beauty they had been discussing, they were left utterly dumbfounded. There was no other beauty capable of rivaling Yu Kaiwei. The entire time, it had been the same person. Yujichio found the unexpected situation rather amusing, yet his confidence had evidently evolved since that earlier day. Yujichio glanced at Xie-jun, calmly stating, "I know her number. It's 1 month of meals." After speaking, he naturally offered a polite smile to Yu Kaiwei before returning to his original seat with an air of composure. Xie-jun and Yang Hongwei's faces flushed, and even the usually composed Zhou Hua felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. What a situation. Apologies for the interruption. It was clear that Yujichio was the one being mischievous, yet the trio from dormitory 206 found themselves compelled to utter those words, hastily offering their apologies as they hurried back to their seats. The mature woman and Yu Kaiwei remained unperturbed, observing Yujichio and the other three as they settled into their distant seats, with just a few exchanged words. The two women had grasped the essence of the earlier incident. If their assumptions were correct, it seemed the group had been engaged in some trivial game akin to a dare. The mature woman cast a curious glance at Yujichio and suddenly inquired, "Is that boy who spoke just now familiar to you?" Yu Kaiwei neither affirmed nor denied, replying, "He is from the Literary Association, part of the same club." The mature woman refrained from further questioning, instead remarking, "He is quite handsome, surpassing many male artists in our company in terms of appearance." Yu Kaiwei responded noncommittally, offering a soft hum. The mature woman smiled faintly, taking another look at Yujichio before turning her attention back to the unfinished conversation. Meanwhile, the admiration for Yujichio among the trio from dormitory 206 had reached new heights. Yang Hongwei exclaimed, "Fourth brother, one word, impressive. You even dared to flirt with Yu Kaiwei." Xie-jun added, "I now believe that the fourth has undergone a remarkable transformation." Yu Kaiwei had garnered quite a fan base. If her admirers were to witness this, Yujichio might find himself in peril. Yujichio chuckled softly. The earlier incident had not affected him significantly. Yu Kaiwei was indeed beautiful, yet he had long transcended the youthful phase of being captivated by attractive women. Moreover, he had no ulterior motives, so there was nothing to feel embarrassed about. Furthermore, having been immersed in another splendid civilization, Yujichio derived his greatest confidence from that experience. Although there appeared to be a considerable disparity in their identities at present, he did not feel inferior in any way, allowing him to engage in equal conversation, even teasing her lightly. Additionally, Yujichio sensed that Yu Kaiwei was not angered by his earlier behavior. Amid their conversation, they remained oblivious to the fashionable male and female figures who had entered the establishment. The table where Yujichio and his companions sat offered one of the best views for observing the performances within the venue, and the couple's gaze naturally fell upon them. The woman appeared momentarily taken aback upon seeing Yujichio and turned to whisper something to her well-dressed male companion. The man, clad in a designer suit and exuding an air of privilege, glanced at Yujichio before striding toward them with the woman in tow. "Yujichio? What brings you here?" A familiar feminine voice resonated, causing Yujichio to instinctively pause and slowly turn around. A man and a woman, who had been walking closely together, stood behind her. The one who had just greeted her was the strikingly beautiful female companion, Qin Yuan. In all honesty, Qin Yuan was indeed quite attractive. with her fair complexion and a height exceeding 1 meter, complemented by her stylish attire. According to the scoring method of the reserved Yang Hongwei, she would undoubtedly earn more than 80 points. Otherwise, she would not have captivated Yu Zhiqiu so thoroughly in the past. At that moment, as Chen Yuan approached and recognized that it was indeed Yu Zhiqiu, she expressed a hint of surprise. She was aware that Yu Zhiqiu had previously preferred to avoid bars, even such a laid-back establishment, which had prompted her earlier inquiry. Habitually, she unconsciously adopted a condescending tone. Yu Zhiqiu merely experienced a fleeting moment of daze before her gaze returned to its usual calmness. Rather than responding to Chen Yuan's question, she fixated on the hand that rested in the arm of Chen Yuan's male companion. Ah, how intimate. The young man beside Chen Yuan was also observing Yu Zhiqiu, his seemingly indifferent gaze betraying a hint of disdain. The other 3 occupants of dormitory 206 immediately stood up upon seeing Chen Yuan, aligning themselves behind Yu Zhiqiu. Yu Zhiqiu, I am asking you a question, Chen Yuan pronounced, the atmosphere thick with an awkward silence that stretched for several seconds. When Yu Zhiqiu did not respond, Chen Yuan frowned and said, Yu Zhiqiu, there is no need for this. After all, we are classmates and should at least be able to be friends. Friends? Yu Zhiqiu scoffed. No, thank you. Please do not disturb us. Chen Yuan's complexion shifted from red to pale, her expression fluctuating as she was taken aback by Yu Zhiqiu's response, finding herself awkwardly frozen in place. The notion that one could remain friends after a breakup was something Yu Zhiqiu neither affirmed nor denied. Yet she was certain it did not apply to someone like Chen Yuan. Yu Zhiqiu had not descended to the level where she could be thoroughly deceived and then greet her deceiver with a smile and elegance post-breakup. Moreover, Yu Zhiqiu harbored no feelings for Chen Yuan at present. However, having once deeply invested her heart in a relationship for several years, standing before the person who had usurped her love was inevitably stirring up a sense of irritation within her. Thus, it was perhaps better for her to remain oblivious. Darling, are these your friends? Care to introduce them? Suddenly, a flippant voice cut through the tension. It was Chen Yuan's young male companion. Chen Yuan's expression turned awkward as she hesitated to respond. Yu Zhiqiu, suddenly grasping the situation, let out a cold laugh. So, this is how it is. She then shifted her gaze toward the young man, grinning widely, Chen Yuan's ex-boyfriend. The young man was momentarily taken aback, while Chen Yuan's expression flickered with a hint of panic as she tightened her grip on the hand she held. Fei Ge, I have already broken up with him. Nothing happened between us. The young man, referred to as Fei Ge, smirked nonchalantly and suddenly withdrew his hand to wrap it around Chen Yuan's shoulder, mirroring her insincere smile. Oh, so you are the impoverished lad Chen Yuan was involved with before, the one preparing to perform at the graduation party with her? He introduced himself, Li Hongfei, Deputy General Manager of Tianhong Entertainment. Chen Yuan hurriedly interjected, Fei Ge, I have no connection with him now. You know I have withdrawn from the performance at the party. The tension in the air was palpable. Xie Jun coldly interjected, Li Hongfei, do not become too arrogant. This is not your company. Within the circle of affluent second-generation elites in Huahai City, Li Hongfei was familiar with Xie Jun. Despite Xie Jun's decent family background, it paled in comparison to the scale of Tianhong Entertainment that Li Hongfei represented. Li Hongfei raised an eyebrow. Am I mistaken in what I said? My apologies if I have offended your feelings, my dear classmate. As the atmosphere grew increasingly charged, Yu Kaiwei, seated in a corner discussing matters with her manager, the senior executive of Huahai Entertainment, and her own Aunt Song Mei, inadvertently cast her gaze toward Yu Zhiqiu's table and immediately recognized the identity of the woman in the embrace of the young man. Chen Yuan, Yu Zhiqiu's ex-girlfriend. In an instant, Yu Kaiwei understood the situation unfolding before her. Worry crept into her heart as her eyes continued to dart in that direction, rendering her unable to focus on their discussion. What is the matter, Wei Wei? Song Mei, exuding the charm of a mature woman, gently inquired of her niece. Yu Kaiwei shook her head slightly, her voice remaining as cold as ever. It's nothing, Aunt Mei. Having watched her niece grow up, Song Mei was perceptive enough to notice even the slightest shift in Yu Kaiwei's demeanor. She turned her gaze toward the direction Yu Kaiwei had been looking. Upon seeing the young man, Song Mei was momentarily stunned, uncertainly stating, Is that Li Hongfei from Tianhong Entertainment? I heard he's a quintessential second-generation heir, lacking any real skills, yet relying on family resources to entangle himself with several small stars in the industry. He was even involved in a scandal that resulted in one of them getting pregnant, which was suppressed by Tianhong Entertainment before it reached the courts. Is there a dispute with your classmate? Should we go take a look? Yu Kaiwei hesitated for a moment, gently shaking her head. No need, Aunt Mei. Let us continue. Song Mei smiled slightly and said nothing further, returning her gaze. As the situation escalated, Yi Zhiqiu, far from being a pushover, taunted, "Oh really? Do you think Qin Yuan sought you out after 4 years with me simply for no reason? It's because you can help her debut? Isn't it? You must know this deep down." Li Hongfei's expression darkened, a flicker of anger crossing his eyes. Yi Zhiqiu's words hit home, making the contrast between the two men starkly apparent. He stands at a height of 173 meters, and even with height-enhancing insoles, he appears somewhat shorter than Yi Zhiqiu, who towers at 182 meters, by nearly half a head. In terms of appearance, it is truly self-deprecating. Though he is adorned in a pile of branded suits that give a polished look, Yi Zhiqiu, dressed simply in denim jeans and a white shirt paired with a solid-colored hoodie, embodies the essence of a protagonist from a youthful manga. If one were to judge solely by looks, even Qin Yuan, no matter how misguided, would likely choose Yi Zhiqiu. Li Hongfei narrowed his eyes, and before he could utter another word, Qin Yuan grew agitated. "Yi Zhiqiu, enough. What right do you have to say such things?" she exclaimed in a low, sharp tone, a mixture of anger and urgency evident in her voice. "Our relationship has long been severed. Please refrain from harassing me in the future. If you dare to tarnish my reputation, I will have the company's lawyers send you a letter." Fearing that Yi Zhiqiu's words might tarnish her image in the eyes of her benefactor and jeopardize her debut plans, Qin Yuan completely shed her pretense. "Fij, let's not allow this impoverished fool to ruin our mood. Let's go have a drink. I'm utterly exhausted," she said, her demeanor shifting to one of sweetness as she clung to Li Hongfei's arm, pleading with an air of fragility. Li Hongfei let out a cold chuckle, smacked her behind playfully, raised an eyebrow in a show of dominance, and they departed together. Chapter 9. Who Cannot Pretend? Yi Zhiqiu watched the departing couple with a cold, expressionless gaze. He was no longer the naive youth he once was. He recognized that someone like Qin Yuan was entirely unworthy of his affection. Yet he could not help but feel a wave of disgust at their behavior. Old four, don't concern yourself with them. It's better to part ways with such a woman sooner rather than later. Today has given you a clear view of her true nature, the dorm leader, Zhou Hua reassured him. Yi Zhiqiu nodded, and the group settled back down, though the light-hearted atmosphere had been irrevocably tainted by the earlier incident. Xie Jun spoke in a cold tone. That Li Hongfei, nicknamed Fij, is notorious in the circle for his extravagance, notorious for pursuing materialistic women and insignificant stars. I suspect he and Qin Yuan are merely playing around. Yi Zhiqiu shrugged casually, replying, "It's simply a matter of mutual consent." To be honest, he had witnessed such scenarios in his previous life, never imagining he would one day find himself in a similar predicament. Meanwhile, as evening approached and the peak consumption period began, the establishment was nearly full. After Li Hongfei and Qin Yuan seated themselves at a table not far from where the four were sitting, Li Hongfei casually scanned the surroundings. His gaze landed on the corner where Yu Kaiwei and Song Mei were seated, and he abruptly halted. One must concede that Li Hongfei's discerning eye was as sharp as Yang Hongwei's. As a seasoned lecher, he immediately deduced that the woman, whose profile was only vaguely visible, was an extraordinarily rare find. Typically, he would approach her directly, often flaunting his Lamborghini car keys on the table and subtly showcasing his 7-figure watch to ensure success. However, today, with Qin Yuan by his side, he felt it unseemly to divert his affections to another table before truly savoring the company beside him. However, the hungry spirits of desire observed a rare quarry, and their inability to act, silently waiting for the prey to slip away, was more excruciating than a thorn in the heart. Since taking a seat, Li Hongfei had been distracted in his conversation with Qin Yuan, his gaze often drifting toward that direction. The more he looked, the more he confirmed his judgment. The individual across was undoubtedly extraordinary, a being of a caliber far surpassing that of the present Qin Yuan. At that moment, the resident singer on the bar's stage had just finished a song and was in the midst of expressing her gratitude. Li Hongfei's eyes sparkled under Qin Yuan's gaze. He rose and approached the female singer at the stage. "Hello, I would like to sing a song for my girlfriend. May I borrow your guitar?" The polite inquiry was imbued with an undeniable tone of authority. As a singer accustomed to the bar scene, she discerned through subtle details that Li Hongfei was a significant client, someone not to be trifled with. Such occurrences were commonplace in the bar, and the resident singer was more than happy to take a break. Li Hongfei took the singer's place on stage. His actual height was modest, and the microphone required no adjustment. Clearing his throat, a clear sound resonated throughout the bar, capturing the attention of most patrons. Noticing that the beautiful woman in the corner seemed drawn to him, glancing in his direction, Li Hongfei felt a thrill of joy and struck what he believed to be his most charming pose. "Excuse me, this song is dedicated to a girl in the audience. Though we have just met, her beauty has left an indelible impression on me, and I hope she enjoys it." Chen Yuan's heart swelled with delight, believing Li Hongfei was referring to her. Though she felt a twinge of confusion regarding the mention of their initial meeting, she dismissed it. Having known him for only a short while, what was the purpose of debuting, if she could truly ascend to the heights of this wealthy heir? The question of her own career would become trivial, a thought that lingered in Chen Yuan's mind. Little did she know, as Li Hongfei spoke those words, his gaze was unwaveringly fixed, not on her, but on the enchanting Yu Kaiwei seated in the corner. Li Hongfei, naturally skilled at playing the guitar and singing, had grown up in an entertainment family where acquiring quality instruction was merely a matter of desire. Yet, he had never endured the grind. He played the guitar primarily to woo women, the only endeavor he had persisted with the longest. Often, women were enamored by such talents, a touch of romance combined with financial allure. In Li Hongfei's experience, this trifecta was almost always effective. Nevertheless, it seemed that the stunningly beautiful woman had merely glanced at him before turning away. Undeterred, Li Hongfei strummed the guitar strings and began to sing with heartfelt emotion. The audience, unaware of the circumstances, reacted variously, but most were delighted by the unexpected display of romantic devotion from the gentleman on stage. "Wow, how romantic. His girlfriend must be incredibly fortunate," remarked the woman, her eyes sparkling as she observed the Richard Mille watch adorning Li Hongfei's wrist. "It sounds rather pleasant. Mediocre at best. Certainly not on par with the previous resident singer, that it can be deemed acceptable. What may be considered an agreeable performance by others, however, strikes Yu Tsaiwei's ears as riddled with flaws, laden with superfluous embellishments and pretentious techniques that are utterly at odds with her musical philosophy." Compounded by Li Hongfei's occasional, unsettling glances in her direction, Yu Tsaiwei's brow furrows in discontent. Song Mei, observing her niece, lets out a resigned sigh. Throughout her life, her beautiful niece has encountered this situation countless times due to her looks. In dormitory 206, Yang Hongwei spits dismissively, scoffing, "What an exhibition! With such mediocre talent. How dare he flaunt himself on stage?" Old Four could dispatch him in a heartbeat. Zhou Hua and Xie Jun nod in agreement. Yu Zhiqiu, entirely unconcerned with the events unfolding on stage, drains the last sip of her cocktail, the alcohol's potency gradually surging, and in her tipsy state, her thoughts drift aimlessly. As the performance concludes, Li Hongfei feels a tinge of frustration. His quarry had only glanced at him at the onset, thereafter seemingly indifferent. This bodes ill for the plans he had in mind for subsequent approaches. Casually handing his guitar to the resident singer, Li Hongfei, his expression darkening, strides toward the audience. Passing by the table of the three in dormitory 206, he casts a glance at Yi Zhiqiu, whose striking visage inexplicably irks him. Before advancing directly to the group of four, his voice cold and challenging. "I hear you intend to perform at the Huahai Media University Gala. Surely your singing is commendable? Care to showcase your talent on stage?" Li Hongfei's gaze is icy as he provocatively addresses Yi Zhiqiu. "Do you dare? Let me witness your prowess." This is nothing short of a blatant provocation. Though Li Hongfei has been trained by esteemed mentors and may not yet embody professional caliber, he is not far from it. While Yu Zhiqiu possesses singing ability, it is undeniably inferior to his own. Should she take the stage and falter, it would only serve to diminish her standing. The remaining three, unable to tolerate the affront, see Xie Jun spring to his feet in anger, exclaiming, "What is your problem?" Suddenly, a calm voice interrupts him. Yu Zhiqiu rises slowly, placing a reassuring hand on the agitated Xie Jun's shoulder. Without even glancing at Li Hongfei, she strides towards the stage. Her steps somewhat unsteady, but her gaze remaining clear. "Excuse me, may I borrow your guitar?" Though her stride is slightly disordered and her voice carries a hint of inebriation, her eyes retain clarity. The resident female singer hesitates. She had overheard Li Hongfei's words exchanged with the group below. As the resident singer, she is tasked with maintaining the atmosphere of the venue, and if a dispute between the two parties were to disturb other patrons, she would share in the responsibility. Deep down, she is inclined to lend her guitar to the striking young man before her, for she did not regard the previous singer's performance as particularly impressive. It was rather overdone. The resident singer cast a desperate glance towards the boss, who, with a slight nod of acknowledgement, eased the tension and promptly handed the guitar to the young man before him. The owner, attentive to the quarrel between Xie Jun's friend and Li Hongfei, considered himself a friend to Xie Jun, and thus assisting with such a minor favor posed no difficulty. "Thank you. I appreciate it," Yujicho said, offering a smile that made the resident singer's heart race before casually taking a seat. Unlike Li Hongfei, who sat with nonchalance, Yujicho appeared slightly hunched, his unkempt hair cascading over his forehead, casting fragmented shadows across his downcast eyes in the dim light. Despite the simplicity of his presence, an inexplicable aura emanated from him, capturing the attention of nearly every patron in the establishment. Yu Kaiwei, who had been discreetly observing the scene, noticed Yujicho taking the stage, seemingly poised to sing. "Does your friend sing as well?" Song Mei inquired, her curiosity piqued as she gazed at Yujicho. Yu Kaiwei remained silent, her eyes fixed on the center of the stage. "By Lan Gusun Yuji," Yujicho stated succinctly, uttering the title of the song before his fingers brushed against the guitar strings. The peculiar name of the song caught everyone off guard, including the trio from Dorm 206. Li Hongfei, and even Yu Kaiwei and Song Mei. "By Lan Gusun Yuji? Is that a real song?" Song Mei questioned, looking towards Yu Kaiwei for confirmation. Yu Kaiwei shook her head slightly, and at that moment, the melancholic chords of the guitar filled the air. As the unfamiliar melody played, the three from Dorm 206 exchanged puzzled glances. They had heard Yujicho perform before, but this tune was entirely new to them, leaving them uncertain about what he intended to sing. "What song is this?" Li Hongfei asked casually, turning to Chun Yuan, who had leaned in. Chun Yuan, equally astonished, replied, "I don't know. I've never heard him sing this. It must be some obscure song." Li Hongfei let out a scoff, narrowing his eyes at Yujicho on stage. Underneath the simple chords that wove a gentle, sorrowful melody, Yujicho began to sing. "I have come from afar to this unfamiliar place, as if I have been asleep for countless years. I will disregard everything to arrive in this land. Gazing ahead, the springtime no longer seems ordinary." With no extravagant vocal techniques, his narrative-like tone resonated throughout the venue. As soon as Yujicho's voice emerged, Li Hongfei nearly burst into laughter. "Is this what they call singing?" he thought, convinced of his victory in their underlying competition. Meanwhile, upon hearing the song, Song Mei's eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, "Is this folk music, or is it original?" Her instincts as a manager ignited her interest, prompting her to listen attentively. Yujicho continued to sing softly, his head still bowed. "Oh, time flows like water, and yesterday's path has grown distant. White dove, soaring through the moment painted by the rainbow. He is far away, do not cease your pursuit of him." Upon hearing these words, Song Mei's eyes widened in astonishment. This song, the ever-silent Yu Kaiwei, with her lips gently pursed, fixated her gaze upon Yujicho on stage. At that moment, the entire establishment fell into a hushed silence, with only Yujicho's melancholic voice reverberating through the air. All patrons ceased their conversations, quietly observing the young man performing, their thoughts drifting far away with the melody. White dove, flying over the resplendent world like flowing water, until having acquired everything, still heading north. In truth, Yujicho's vocal prowess was not significantly superior to Li Hongfei's. His voice carried a slight rasp. Yet, no one present would dare to compare Li Hongfei's earlier performance with the current song. The gentle tune and slow melody had the power to touch the heart. Yujicho paid no heed to Li Hongfei's provocation. He sang this song solely for himself. Having journeyed from afar to this unfamiliar place, was he not also navigating his own tumultuous emotions? Though his parents from a past life remained, he had already departed. If another Yujicho had taken over his body, he too would have been gripped with panic at first, would he not? Fortunately, while his previous existence may not have been one of great affluence, it had its modest achievements. Even if he were to vanish from this world, his parents would not be left destitute. Now, as he surveyed the horizon, a brand new life lay before him, filled with either thorns or vibrant colors, which he must traverse himself. Let him, like the white dove arriving from afar, glide through this splendid world, leaving behind hues belonging to another realm. Singing this song could be seen as a farewell to the former Yujicho. Should Yujicho, immersed in his own world, glance up at that moment, he would behold a scene entirely different from before. The patrons, regardless of gender, were enveloped in silence, with some sensitive female customers seemingly stirred by the song, their eyes already glistening with tears. Li Hongfei's expression darkened, while Chun Yuan stared, mouth agape, looking at Yujicho as if he were a stranger. The three occupants of Dorm 206 wore expressions of disbelief, excitement, and exhilaration, each distinct. Yu Kaiwei, with her clear, spring-like eyes, was entranced, gazing at Yujicho on stage, lost in reverie. As the soft notes faded, Yijiqiu gently brushed his fingers across the guitar strings. After a few moments of silence, he lifted his head, his expression returning to neutrality. "Thank you, I appreciate your help." "Huh. Oh." Returning the guitar to its rightful owner, Yijiqiu made his way back to his seat. The resident singer, having accepted the guitar, suddenly realized, and his gaze towards Yijiqiu ignited with fervor. "That was beautiful. You sang so well. Man, you're impressive. You made me want to cry." "What is the name of this song?" "I didn't catch it at first. It seems to be called The Chronicles of the White Dove. However, I can't find anything about it online. Could it possibly be an original piece?" The enthusiastic applause, accompanied by murmuring discussions, erupted, and the audience was generous in their praise. Yet, to Li Hongfei, these accolades sounded like daggers, striking him painfully, darkening his expression to an extreme. Chapter 11. The most deadly conceit is invisible after a lengthy pause. The atmosphere began to ease. Song Mei glanced over at Yijiqiu at another table and curiously inquired, "Wei Wei, is your friend also studying an arts-related major? This song is quite remarkable, undoubtedly a masterpiece within recent folk compositions." Yu Kaiwei shook her head, pausing momentarily before responding. "She is majoring in media studies." Song Mei expressed astonishment, saying, "It appears she is quite the talent." Although Huahai University of Media is not among the top universities in the country, the media studies program is highly competitive. Yijiqiu's admission into this field certainly indicates her intelligence is exceptional. With this realization, it was no wonder that she could compose such heartfelt and simple lyrics as the Chronicles of the White Dove. Song Mei had already constructed an image of Yijiqiu in her mind. Yu Kaiwei's gaze shifted slightly, but she remained silent. She was aware of Yijiqiu's good academic performance and had heard her sing in their shared club. But she had never known that Yijiqiu had a talent for songwriting. Since meeting Yijiqiu today, she had felt an indistinct sense that something had changed in the young man before her. Song Mei's professional instincts kicked in, and her interest peaked as she remarked, "Achieving this level without formal training is quite remarkable. Your friend is undoubtedly a gem. I wonder if she has any plans to debut. If a company were to sign her and polish her talents, she has a promising future as a renowned singer. Let us go. Wei Wei, let us meet this talented individual." Song Mei, ever decisive, stood up and headed toward Yijiqiu's table without hesitation. Yu Kaiwei was taken aback for a moment, then lowered her hat's brim slightly and followed suit. On the other side, Li Hongfei, who had been thoroughly humiliated after his provocative actions, was already in a foul mood. Yet his scheming nature would not allow him to leave quietly. However, upon noticing that the target he had been observing had approached that boy's table to strike up a conversation, his frustration intensified to the point where he felt as if he might shatter his teeth from grinding them. He had sung, and the other party merely glanced at him before disinterestedly turning away, while this boy had finished singing and was now being approached. The disparity in treatment was simply too stark. Unbeknownst to them, the actions of Song Mei and Yu Kaiwei dealt Li Hongfei a lethal blow. Under normal circumstances, Chen Yuan, who typically would have sensed Li Hongfei's distress, was now swept away by her emotions after hearing Yijiqiu sing, momentarily oblivious to Li Hongfei's feelings. As Yu Kaiwei and Song Mei approached, the group at table 206 was taken aback. Song Mei, straightforward as ever, presented Yijiqiu with an exquisite business card and smiled. "Hello, friend of Wei Wei. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Song Mei, Vice General Manager of Huahai Entertainment, and I also serve as Wei Wei's manager. I apologize for the interruption, but may I inquire whether the song you just performed is your original work?" Yijiqiu glanced at Yu Kaiwei, noticing that her clear, spring-like eyes were fixed upon him as well. "My aunt," Yu Kaiwei replied in a nonchalant tone, uttering just 3 words. After a moment of contemplation, Yijiqiu responded, "Yes. It is indeed my original creation. After all, having brought it into existence, it could be regarded as his own in a certain sense." Although he was unaware of the exact stature of Huahai Entertainment or the extent of its influence, Yijiqiu courteously accepted the business card she offered. With the confirmation of his answer, Song Mei's smile became increasingly genuine as she remarked, "I truly admire your talent, Yi. I wonder if you have any aspirations of becoming a singer. If so, I would encourage you to consider signing with Huahai Entertainment. Our contract terms are undoubtedly among the industry's leading standards. Is she contemplating signing me for my debut?" Yijiqiu was taken aback, surprised that what Yang Hongwei had casually suggested had actually come to fruition. The 3 roommates in dorm 206 also wore expressions of excitement to debut as a singer, especially under the same company as Yu Kaiwei, would be a source of immense pride for them. Xie Jun, who had some knowledge of the industry, seemed to sense Yu Zhiqiu's confusion and added, Huahai Entertainment is one of the 4 major entertainment companies in the country, boasting considerable strength. Yu Zhiqiu did not dwell on the matter for long and politely replied, Thank you for your admiration, President Song. But I currently have no intentions of signing with the company. I apologize. Song Mei was somewhat surprised by Yu Zhiqiu's response, as such decisions concerning one's career are rarely made lightly. Nevertheless, she continued, I understand. If you ever reconsider, please feel free to reach out to me. Huahai Entertainment will not disappoint you. Yu Zhiqiu nodded slightly. Given his current circumstances, if he were to sign with Huahai Entertainment, it would likely not be difficult for him to make a name for himself through a series of promotions and song releases. However, he was not fond of constraints. What would happen once he gained fame? The artists of entertainment companies, while appearing glamorous, are merely tools for capital to profit. Once one's popularity surges, there is an unending stream of announcements and events, leaving little time for personal freedom. Once one fades from the limelight, they are discarded faster than anyone else. Capital does not harbor emotions. Moreover, if he were to pursue this path, there was no necessity to rely on others, as he possessed a resplendent civilization as a robust support, allowing him to remain unbound. At that moment, Yu Kaiwei exhibited a fleeting glimpse of disappointment in her eyes as Yu Zhiqiu declined the offer. Suddenly, she asked, Is the original song you plan to perform at the graduation ceremony this one? Instinctively, Yu Zhiqiu replied, No, it is not. The song he had just sung, The Journey of the White Pigeon, was merely an expression of his emotions fueled by alcohol. He had no intention of performing that piece at the ceremony. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned toward Yu Zhiqiu. The trio of friends was once again astonished. Yang Hongwei remarked, Well, you fourth brother, singing original songs on graduation night. Why didn't you mention it this afternoon? Yu Zhiqiu retorted, You didn't ask. Is it truly a matter of inquiry? When you said Chen Yuan would withdraw to perform solo, none of us anticipated that you meant an original piece. As the realization dawned upon them, they contemplated that if the previously sung song was not original, it implied that Yu Zhiqiu possessed yet another brand new composition. Song Mei's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly inquired, What genre is it? What is the title of the song? Could you share a bit about it? Having just heard a remarkable piece from her, she was keen to discover if Yu Zhiqiu's other creation held a similarly high caliber. Yu Kaiwei's eyes also gleamed with anticipation as she gazed at Yu Zhiqiu. Unapologetically straightforward, Yu Zhiqiu declared, I haven't decided yet. The group was once again taken aback. What does haven't decided mean? The graduation party is merely 2 weeks away. Can it be that you expect to compose another song in such a short span? Observing their skeptical expressions, Yu Zhiqiu felt quite wronged. Heaven knows, when he said he hadn't decided, he meant he hadn't yet chosen which song to present. Chapter 12. First, address the issue of dining song. Mei scrutinized Yu Zhiqiu for a moment, yet before she could speak, her brow furrowed slightly. Yu Zhiqiu had just showcased his talent, drawing considerable attention, particularly from the female patrons in the establishment. Yu Kaiwei, now with a substantial fan base, had garnered glances from several individuals who were attempting to ascertain her identity beneath the bill of her cap. Aware that they could not linger, Song Mei understood that, despite the generally high caliber of clientele in such an upscale venue, being recognized could lead to unwanted attention, especially given the nature of the gathering. We should take our leave, Song Mei stated with a smile, casting a knowing glance at Yu Kaiwei and taking her hand to exit the establishment. Yu Kaiwei sighed silently, reluctantly following, as if feeling a twinge of longing. Meanwhile, Li Hongfei, noticing the duo's departure, was momentarily blinded by a surge of emotion and abruptly stood up. Following suit, he felt stifled in the establishment regardless. Oh, are they leaving so soon? Chen Yuan, snapping back to reality, hurriedly caught up, curiously glancing back at Yu Zhiqiu as if she wished to convey something. However, upon stepping outside, Li Hongfei was met with the sight of Song Mei already seated in a Porsche, with Yu Kaiwei occupying the passenger seat. Under the car's interior lights, he caught a clear glimpse of Yu Kaiwei's features and was taken aback. She was, after all, the celebrated beauty of Huahai Media University, a goddess in her own right. The realization invigorated his mind, yet it also left him feeling deflated. Due to Yu Kaiwei's background, it was not something he could recklessly challenge. Yu Zhiqiu did not notice Li Hongfei and Chen Yuan's departure, nor did he pay attention to Chen Yuan's hesitant demeanor. Even if he had noticed, it would not have concerned him. At that moment, the performance at the bar took a brief pause, and the bearded owner of Chiyue Bar, along with the resident female singer, approached their table to greet them. Jun, care to introduce? The bearded bar owner chuckled. While the resident female singer gazed at Yujichi with admiration, Jun grinned and pointed at Yujichi, saying, "What do you think? I hope I didn't embarrass you. This is my buddy, the talented prodigy from Huahai Media, Yujichi." After introducing Yujichi and Zhou Hua, Yang Hongwei, he turned to the trio, Lu the Bearded. "The owner of Chiyue is here for fun." Lu the Bearded exclaimed, "Your friend is remarkable. Handsome and talented, his song has surely led many to drink tonight." The bar's revenue has significantly increased. As a token of gratitude, he announced, "Drink up tonight, it's on the house." "Thank you." Jun's eyes sparkled with delight. The cost of a night of drinking was trivial to him, but being offered a complimentary night was different. It was all about face. Hearing Lu the Bearded's words sparked an idea in Yujichi's mind, and he asked, "Boss Lu, are you still hiring resident singers here?" Lu the Bearded was taken aback and blurted out, "You want to be a resident singer?" Yujichi nodded. "I have no choice. The payment for my first manuscript of Juxian won't be settled anytime soon, and my pockets are currently emptier than my expression. Although I want to bet with Jun for a month of meals, this situation cannot persist." Jun interjected, "Old 4, if you're short on cash, I can lend you some." Yujichi shook his head. He preferred to resolve matters independently and believed that brotherhood should not be entangled with financial issues. He continued, "Yes. Although it may not last long, perhaps around 10 days. Of course, it depends on whether you need someone, Boss Lu." Jun chimed in, "Lu Go. My brother is no ordinary talent. He is both handsome and a great singer. There are entertainment companies already interested in signing him for a debut as a singer. You would not regret hiring him. You saw the effect he had just now." Upon hearing Jun's words, Lu the Bearded's eyes lit up. He knew Jun had no reason to deceive him, and the resident singer beside him looked almost envious. This was a business opportunity. Lu the Bearded thought for a moment and decisively said, "All right. You're Jun's friend, which makes you my friend as well. It's not an issue to hire you. I have 2 resident singers who perform on alternate days." He pointed to the female singer nearby. "If you're like Jun, you might have classes some nights, so you won't need to be a full-time singer. Just sing that song you performed earlier. At least 4 nights a week, singing once at 9, 10, and 11 during peak hours." Regarding salary, Lu Dehuzi pondered for a moment and stated, "The wage for my resident singer is 500 yuan per night for 4 hours. Brother Yi, to be honest, I have great faith in you. However, there are certain norms within the industry. If you sing 3 songs, the remuneration will be slightly lower than that of a dedicated resident singer. How does 400 yuan sound?" Yujichi glanced at Jun, who slightly nodded, indicating that the price was acceptable. There was little choice. The current market for resident singers dictated such terms, and those who could command 500 yuan a night were already considered quite fortunate. Yujichi would sing 3 songs from 9 to 11, meaning he would only be present in the establishment for about 2 hours. And earning 400 yuan for less than 20 minutes of singing was an income level that would evoke envy among nearly all resident singers. After all, to put it bluntly, resident singers were merely workers. No one regarded them as major stars, and their situation was entirely different from those celebrities who earned hundreds of thousands for a single performance. Lu Dehuzi himself did not genuinely believe that Yujichi would become a big star in the future. He simply had no shortage of money and saw no harm in giving Jun and a potential future star a break. "All right, thank you, Boss Lu." Yujichi readily agreed. Lu Dehuzi's terms were quite favorable. There was no requirement to appear daily, as he still needed to focus on updating Juxian, his primary occupation. "By the way, Brother Yi," Lu Dehuzi suddenly recalled something and inquired, "Have you registered the copyright for that original song you just performed?" "Not yet. This song was sung by Yujichi for the first time today, leaving no time for registration." A nearby resident singer kindly reminded him, "Mr. Yi, it is imperative that you register this song as soon as possible to protect your creative work. Otherwise, if someone with ulterior motives registers it first, your performance in the bar, deemed as a commercial activity, could be considered infringement. I've heard of numerous original artists who have suffered such losses." Yujichi nodded. He was certainly aware of the importance of copyright, but was experiencing first-hand the emphasis and protection afforded to it in this parallel world. Chapter 13. Editorial Chaos in the office building of Qingzi Reading Company in Shangjing City. The editorial department was buzzing. Juxian has topped the new book chart. It has also entered the top 20 overall. A gasp followed, and the entire office erupted in excitement. "Wow, incredible. This momentum is unstoppable. It is undoubtedly this year's blockbuster." Which great deity's pseudonym is this? Truly impressive. As numerous editors engaged in spirited discussion, many cast envious glances at a girl sitting near the entrance at her desk. At that moment, Shi Nuanyuan was flushed with excitement, her heart racing with exhilaration. As a literature enthusiast and a top student from the Chinese department, she had unhesitatingly chosen to immerse herself in the world of online literature after graduation and had successfully secured a position at the largest platform, Xingzi Reading, as a junior editor. However, after working for over a year, reality had dealt a harsh blow to Shi Nuanyuan, who had initially harbored boundless literary passion. Devoid of resources and burdened by the lackluster performance of her signed books, Shi Nuanyuan found herself increasingly doubtful of her initial decision amidst repeated failures. Her family, too, expressed discontent with her choice to abandon a stable career as a primary school teacher, believing that a girl should lead a steady life, whether as a teacher or by finding a suitable partner. Yet, with gritted teeth, Shi Nuanyuan refused to surrender. It was during her darkest hours that she encountered a book that illuminated her path, Zhu Xian. At that time, Zhu Xian had merely uploaded a few chapters. Although the premise of vengeance and a village massacre was somewhat novel, the unfamiliar names of the characters left other editors uninterested. For reasons unknown, Shi Nuanyuan felt an inexplicable optimism for this book. Though she frowned at the author's pretentious pen name, she proactively reached out and successfully signed the book under her name. To everyone's astonishment, the plot of Zhu Xian became increasingly captivating, and after the first round of recommendations, it skyrocketed in popularity. Today, it officially secured the first position on the new book list and ranked within the top 20 overall, leaving Shi Nuanyuan with a surreal sense of disbelief. Nuanyuan, the chief editor is looking for you. A voice called out, and all eyes turned enviously towards Shi Nuanyuan as she hurriedly made her way to the chief editor's office. She gently knocked on the open door and, upon receiving permission, entered the office. The formidable chief editor, seemingly strict yet slightly portly behind his thick glasses, glanced up and warmly said, Nuanyuan, come in, have a seat. Overwhelmed with surprise, Shi Nuanyuan sank into the expansive leather sofa, her petite form enveloped by its comfort. How delightful! She nearly gasped, but quickly straightened her back to avoid appearing overly indulgent. The chief editor, seemingly oblivious to her small gestures, chuckled and remarked, Nuanyuan, Zhu Xian has now reached the 18th position on the overall ranking. This is quite an achievement. You made a splendid choice in signing this book. The team has decided that you will be evaluated for the year-end assessment, with your bonus allocated according to the highest tier. Thank you, chief editor, Shi Nuanyuan exclaimed. Elated to hear such wonderful news so early in the day, it felt like a double blessing. As a newcomer with little to show for her efforts, last year's year-end assessment had yielded a meager bonus. Zhu Xian truly felt like her lucky star, she thought joyfully. Observing the delight radiating from the youngest member of the team, the chief editor smiled and continued, this book currently boasts over 300,000 words, and its debut period is nearing its conclusion. The team is very optimistic about it and plans to grant a prominent recommendation slot once the new book period ends. Thank you, chief editor. More good news poured in, leaving Shi Nuanyuan slightly dazed. It is well understood that for a book to achieve success, aside from quality writing, exposure and traffic are equally crucial. In this era, even the finest wine fears being hidden in a deep alley. The promotional feature in question is prominently displayed on the Orange Reading website, showcasing book recommendations. With over 1 million titles currently serialized on Orange Reading, those fortunate enough to receive such promotional opportunities are invariably the exceptional works of renowned authors. Should Zhu Xian achieve even greater traffic through this promotion, it is only natural that Shi Nuanyuan's income will experience a significant surge. The chief editor paused momentarily before inquiring, Nuanyuan, how familiar are you with the author of Zhu Xian, that so-called arsonist of the heart? Taken aback, Shi Nuanyuan's expression fell as she replied, not very well. This author, known for their reticence, had exchanged only a few words with her during the signing, and typically, her messages were met with little more than a terse acknowledgement. This hardly constitutes familiarity. In truth, she knew next to nothing about him. The chief editor pressed his temples in frustration. Apart from knowing that this so-called heart arsonist was a mere 21 years old, named Yu Zhiqiu, as per the identification provided during the signing, he had no further information. There were speculations among the editorial team that this individual might be a well-known traditional literary figure using their nephew's ID to write online literature. After all, if he were still a student, he likely had not yet graduated from university at such a young age. The editor found it hard to believe that a 21-year-old student could craft prose imbued with the philosophical depth of heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all things as mere fodder. Shi Nuanyuan looked at the chief editor with a sense of helplessness, silently lamenting her own predicament. As the editor, she felt reduced to a mere sycophant, repeatedly reaching out to this self-absorbed author, only to be met with indifference. The chief editor sighed, acknowledging, "His updates have been rather erratic lately, which affects the reader's experience. Please attempt to contact him to ascertain the status of his manuscripts." His expression turned serious. At the very least, once he is promoted, he must not cease updating. Understood. Shi Nuanyuan responded reflexively, a jolt of realization coursing through her. The chief editor nodded slightly, contemplating for a moment before stating, "I will delegate the remaining tasks of other contracted works to my colleagues for the time being. During the promotion period, your sole focus must be on supporting this author. Is that clear?" Shi Nuanyuan's mouth opened slightly in surprise, yet she nodded in agreement. Dazed, she exited the chief editor's office, ignoring the envious glances of her colleagues. With a thud, she collapsed into her seat, her expression despondent. This was a disaster. While the author occasionally produced a substantial word count, there were days when he barely managed over 2,000 words, a precarious flirtation with inconsistency. What if tomorrow he decided to maintain communication only to respond with a single hours later? How was she supposed to support him? Should she crawl through the internet and threaten him with a knife to compel him to write? With tears nearly spilling, Shi Nuanyuan finally hesitantly opened the QQ interface on her computer, her cursor hovering over a gray avatar named Yijiqiu. Chapter 14. The arrogant author, are you there? Shi Nuanyuan's delicate, fair hand typed these two words on the keyboard and clicked send. After gazing at the gray avatar for a few moments in silence, Shi Nuanyuan pondered briefly before continuing to write. The novel Zhu Xian will have an opportunity for promotion after the initial release period. After sending the message, Shi Nuanyuan stared blankly at the screen for a while and sighed. It was only a little past 9 o'clock, and she wondered if the other party had awakened. She was aware that many authors take naps during the day and tend to be most inspired at night. She was uncertain if Yijiqiu followed this pattern as well, casting a glance around the office at her colleagues, who were diligently focused on their screens. Shi Nuanyuan let out a silent sigh. Just as she was preparing herself for a delayed response, suddenly, a cartoon avatar in the lower right corner of her computer screen sprang to life. A response. Shi Nuanyuan felt a flicker of excitement and quickly opened the chat window. "All right, thank you." As expected, the reply was concise, and Shi Nuanyuan pouted slightly but persisted in her writing. "It's best not to pause updates during the promotional period, or it will significantly affect the outcome. May I ask how many chapters you have completed?" The other party seemed quite available this morning and replied swiftly, "None." Just as she feared, Shi Nuanyuan inwardly lamented as her youthful fingers hovered over the keyboard. "I will do my best to maintain updates." The other party sent another brief message before their avatar turned gray. Shi Nuanyuan stared at the words in the chat box, almost on the verge of tears. "Don't just try. If I had known, I would have insisted that you must not stop updating." Meanwhile, Yijiqiu casually logged off, preparing to start writing. He had a habit of closing all communication software while writing to avoid distractions. Nowadays, Zhu Xian has garnered an increasing readership, although many traditionalists are critical of the novel. Its innovative style has nonetheless captivated numerous readers. The ongoing debate between conservatives and supporters has only heightened the book's popularity, accelerating its ascent to the top of the new book rankings. Yesterday, he had classes during the day and performed at the July bar in the evening. Upon returning, he barely managed to update 2 chapters, which brought him close to midnight. The plot of Zhu Xian has now progressed to the investigation of the demonic cult's anomalies at Kongsang Mountain, where Zhang Xiaofan and Lu Sueki find themselves trapped in the abyss of the dead. In their perilous situation, they remain steadfastly devoted to one another, developing mutual feelings. Subsequently, Zhang Xiaofan descends into the Blood Drip Cave, where he encounters Bai Yao once more. In the increasingly vibrant comment section, the rivalry between the Bai Yao faction and the Sueki faction is beginning to surface. At this juncture, the Sueki faction holds a slight advantage, with the Bai Yao faction closely trailing behind. Strictly speaking, Yijiqiu leans slightly more towards the Bai Yao faction, but he knows that this debate is bound to yield no resolution. It had lingered unresolved for over a decade in his previous life. Aside from the contention between the two factions, the most prevalent comments in the review section are pleas for the author to update. Read and update quickly. The previous day was 10,000 words. Why is it so short today? The author is lacking in substance, conclusion reached. Agreed. Not only narcissistic but also brief. Yet the ardent heart still ignites. Why don't you rise to the occasion? Is such brevity acceptable? Each time Yujichio encounters these comments, a twitch of irritation graces the corner of his mouth. By heaven's grace, he merely lacks the habit of stockpiling manuscripts, writing as much as he feels inspired to on a daily basis. However, when it comes to the average word count per day, it is by no means insignificant. Yet, human nature is such that if you penned 10,000 words yesterday and only 2,000 today, what lingers in the reader's minds is not your previous prolific output, but rather the brevity of today's offerings. Yujichio chooses to disregard such remarks entirely. In the past, he indeed suffered from anxiety over updates, but the current Yujichio swears to no longer be a writer who bends to the demands of consistency. Depending on his mood, he writes as much or as little as he pleases, and that is simply how he rolls. That said, Yujichio still took advantage of his morning free time to write 3 chapters. Just as he finished uploading them in the back end and prepared to shut down his computer, a small window popped up in the lower right corner of his desktop. It was a notification from Penguin, showcasing some trending local news. Initially indifferent, he was about to close it when he suddenly froze in shock. A performance that captivated all the women present. A folk music heartthrob appeared at the Huahai Media University's outdoor bar. He had always scoffed at such sensationalist headlines aimed solely at drawing attention, yet this time, he found himself intrigued. Beneath the title was a blurred photograph of a young man in a white shirt, holding a guitar. His slightly long bangs obscuring half of his face, exuding an aura of melancholy and clarity. Could this possibly be him? Yujichio was astonished and clicked the link in the small window, revealing a 30-second video. It appeared to be captured by a customer's phone. The image not particularly clear, showcasing himself performing at a gig in July. At that moment, over 30 comments had already accumulated beneath the video. How can one ascertain if he is handsome when his face is unclear? Wow, that young man has long legs and a great physique. Requesting a frontal photo. What is this song? I've never heard it before. I can confirm this is a student from our Huahai Media University. After briefly perusing the comments, which primarily consisted of netizens' musings, Yujichio dismissed them and closed the window. Prompted by the resident singer from July, he had registered the song as copyright the previous day. As for the delay, it was simply due to financial constraints. Yujichio had anticipated that registering a song as copyright would cost nearly 200 yuan. Thankfully, he received his performance fee that day, or he would have struggled to cover that expense. Suddenly, a notification tone from WeChat broke the silence. Yujichio casually opened it, and, upon recognizing the sender, raised an eyebrow. Yuan, are you there? Yuan, I'd like to discuss something with you. This Yuan was none other than his former girlfriend, Chen Yuan, who had always been a bit of a green tea type. Yujichio couldn't be bothered and promptly blocked her, just as he tucked his phone into his pocket. Another notification chimed. Is this never-ending? Yujichio frowned slightly and, upon closer inspection, realized the message was T from Chen Yuan. Wei Guang, the school has approved your solo performance at the graduation party. Wei Guang, the mentor responsible for the evening gala wishes to speak with you in person. If you have time, please reply to my message. Gazing at the charming cartoon avatar of a little girl holding a microphone, Yujichio pondered for a moment before recalling who it was. Yu Kaiwei. It seemed she had added her on WeChat when she joined the literary association in her freshman year, yet this was the first time they had communicated. Yu Kaiwei's moments were entirely blank, devoid of any photographs revealing her identity, causing Yujichio to almost fail to recognize her. Yujichio found the mentor's request quite reasonable, as it was only natural for the mentor to familiarize themselves with the students performing in the gala. Yujichio, all right. Is it convenient now? Wei Guang, yes. In Office 306 of a Yuan building. Chapter 15. The other side of the Goddess Yuan building is one of the largest teaching buildings at Huahai University of Media, serving as the main instructional hub for the Department of Arts. At this moment, in the office of the dean on the 3rd floor, Professor Lu Minkong, with graying hair, looked helplessly at the girl before him and asked, "Are you satisfied?" The young girl, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue, playfully shook his hand, saying, "I am. Grandpa is the best." If any classmates from the school were to witness the girl's demeanor, they would surely be taken aback. For she was none other than the renowned Yu Kaiwei. No one anticipated that the aloof goddess would possess such a playful side. Nor did anyone know that the esteemed Professor Lu Minkong, a leading figure in the arts, was her grandfather. All right. Lu Minkong quickly interjected. If you keep shaking, My old bones will fall apart. Spare your old grandpa, will you? Yu Kaiwei cheekily stuck out her tongue and released his hand, saying, Grandpa? He said he is available now and would like to visit you. Lu Minkong nodded seriously, stating, Let us be clear. Students are allowed to perform original songs at the graduation gala, but the songs must be reviewed by me. If you decide to participate in the gala and one of your original pieces faces issues, it's perfectly acceptable to replace it. However, if I find anything lacking here, I want to hold back. Yu Kaiwei obediently nodded, assuring, Grandpa, don't worry, I've listened to his original songs, and they are quite good. Lu Minkong, though somewhat skeptical, nodded slightly, recalling that he had a decent impression of this student. He was of respectable appearance. And from what his old colleagues in the information faculty had mentioned, his grades seemed commendable. However, he had encountered many young individuals brimming with confidence in their so-called original works and was reluctant to believe that a student from the Media Studies program could create truly outstanding songs. Contemplating this, Professor Lu Minkong inquired with a smile, Do you harbor feelings for this young man? Otherwise, when has our little Wei Wei ever shown such interest in a male classmate? Yu Kaiwei retorted playfully, No, it's not like that. The graduation gala performance is quite significant. I simply do not wish for him to miss this opportunity due to external factors. Professor Lu Minkong chuckled, uncertain whether to believe her, and remarked, I believe you young people should communicate more with one another. It would be beneficial. From a young age, you have struggled to connect with boys, and we all worry about how you will find a partner in the future. Grandfather, Yu Tsaiwei's delicate, porcelain-like face flushed crimson as she stamped her foot in exasperation. All right, I won't say any more. Lu Minkong quickly acquiesced, sensing his granddaughter's urgency. The male dormitory of Huahai Media University and the Yuan building were situated perfectly, one to the east and the other to the west. It was already past the hour as Yi Zhiqiu approached the 306 office, guided by her memory. Suddenly, a melodious piano tune wafted through the air. Yi Zhiqiu turned toward the sound, her eyes lighting up. Yu Kaiwei sat at the piano, her back straight, with the morning sunlight cascading over her swan-like neck, bestowing a golden aura upon her. Her graceful figure swayed gently as she played, particularly her long legs, which were slightly bent on the piano stool, drawing attention. As the sole passion of her past life, Yu Zhiqiu could play the piano and couldn't help but admire Yu Tsaiwei's exceptional skill. As she knocked on the office door, the piano music ceased. Come in. Professor Lu Minkong's voice was warm and steady. Yu Zhiqiu entered the office, nodded slightly at Yu Kaiwei, and greeted, Hello, Professor Lu. Professor Lu Minkong scrutinized Yi Zhiqiu for a moment before smiling. You must be Yi, right? I've approved the evening's program, but the necessary reviews are still required. May I ask the title of your original song? Yu Kaiwei turned her body, her sparkling eyes fixed on Yi Zhiqiu. Sure, Yi Zhiqiu pondered for a moment. Let me think of a title. Think of a title? Both Lu Minkong and Yu Kaiwei were taken aback, exchanging glances. Haven't you already written the song? Why do you need to think? Is the title not decided? I've got it. Yu Zhiqiu said earnestly, the song will be called Goodbye. Goodbye sounds quite fitting, indeed, and aligns well with the theme of the graduation gala. But, Professor Lu Minkong inquired, do you have the sheet music? No, Yu Zhiqiu replied candidly, as he had never placed much importance on the graduation performance, thus neglecting to prepare such materials. Professor Lu Minkong was taken aback. With only a week left until the performance, this young man claimed to have an original piece yet had not even produced a score. How could this possibly be reliable? Reading the concern on their faces, Yi Zhiqiu directly addressed it. Well, it's hard to explain. I don't have the sheet music, but I have the song memorized in my mind. I can sing it for you. Glancing around, Yi Zhiqiu hesitantly asked, Professor, is there a guitar I could borrow? Yes. Before Lu Minkong could respond, Yu Kaiwei spoke up, her voice firm. She then stood up, calmly walked to the wall, carefully retrieved a guitar, and handed it to Yi Zhiqiu. Thank you. Yi Zhiqiu accepted it politely, while Yu Tsaiwei's cheeks flushed slightly, and she nodded coolly. Witnessing everything, Lu Minkong parted his lips, a fleeting shadow of heartache crossing his eyes, yet he ultimately refrained from uttering a word. Yu Zhiqiu examined the somewhat antiquated guitar in his hands, noting the engraved letters, presumably the brand name, but did not dwell on it. After trying a few notes, he was pleasantly surprised to discover the exquisite tuning, far surpassing his own guitar, which cost over 1,000. As he strummed the chords of Goodbye, he began to sing. I fear I may never have the chance to bid you farewell, for perhaps we shall never meet again. The moment Yi Zhiqiu's voice soared, Lu Minkong, who had been somewhat skeptical, found his eyes lighting up as he straightened slightly in his seat. I will forever remember your face. I will treasure the memories you have given me. These days will never be erased from my heart. As the song transitioned to the chorus, Lu Minkong's eyes sparkled with increasing admiration as he gazed at Yujichio. Meanwhile, Yukiwei, beside him, had already pressed her lips tightly together, her sparkling eyes fixed unwaveringly on Yujichio as he performed. Beneath the morning sun, Yujichio, clad in a white shirt, wore a serene expression as he gently strummed and sang. An aura of confidence and affability enveloped him, almost magically captivating Yukiwei, who found herself momentarily entranced. As the song concluded, its subtly melancholic melody fading, Yujichio set down the guitar. The song, perhaps, was meant to be a singular experience, with no need for repetition. Several seconds passed before Lu Minkong, emerging from the song's reverie, took a deep breath, his expression gradually shifting to one of excitement. Excellent. This song is utterly fitting. Chapter 16. The Professor's Appreciation. As a professor in the Fine Arts Department, Lu Minkong possessed discerning taste. Initially, he held modest expectations for Yujichio's original composition, thinking that, considering his granddaughter's involvement, it would suffice if it were of decent quality. However, he was genuinely astonished by Yujichio's recent work. The melody was simple, devoid of ostentatious embellishments, yet the emotional depth was remarkably articulated. Professor Lu Minkong exclaimed, "Students of the arts department ought to see what constitutes a truly good song. Yujichio, this song is exceptional. I wholeheartedly endorse it." Amidst his excitement, he was also puzzled. He had encountered this young man, named Yujichio, before, yet had never recognized such talent within him. Yujichio smiled modestly and replied, "Thank you, Professor." However, Lu Minkong furrowed his brow, saying, "The lyrics and melody are commendable, a rare gem indeed. Yet your singing skills are rather average." Yujichio felt a tinge of embarrassment. Yukiwei, her eyes sparkling, couldn't help but chuckle, only to revert to her composed demeanor when she noticed Yujichio's glance. Yujichio felt somewhat helpless. He believed his singing was quite commendable among amateurs, but Professor Lu Minkong's standards were undeniably high. Your innate abilities are quite promising. It's merely that you have not undergone systematic training. Lu Minkong pondered for a moment and said, "Very well. There remains a week until the soiree. During this interval, you may come to me after your afternoon classes for guidance." "Thank you, Professor," Yujichio exclaimed with delight, certainly not wishing to decline. It is worth noting that having someone of Lu Minkong's stature willing to offer his mentorship was an extraordinary opportunity. In truth, it was merely Lu Minkong's affection for talent that prompted him. Given his current position, it was unlikely anyone could persuade him otherwise if he were disinclined. After a brief reflection, Yujichio hesitantly inquired, "Professor, may I come by during the day when you have no classes?" Lu Minkong found this a bit peculiar but had no objections. At that moment, Yukiwei suddenly asked, "Your major has no evening classes. What are you busy with?" Yujichio paused for a moment but did not conceal the truth. "I'm earning a living. The owner of July has invited me to perform, for nights a week." Yukiwei's eyes sparkled as she softly asked, "Is it that song, The Journey of the White Dove?" Yujichio nodded, piquing Lu Minkong's interest. He quickly inquired, "The Journey of the White Dove? What is the genre of your other song? Please sing it for us." Yujichio had no objections and picked up an antiquated guitar, beginning to sing. The more Lu Minkong listened, the more admiration shone in his eyes. Upon finishing the song, he directly stated, "Please send me the sheet music for these two songs." Yujichio naturally agreed. That night, at the July Lounge, the owner, Lu Dehuzi, was pleasantly surprised to find that ever since Yujichio began performing, the establishment's revenue had significantly increased. Responding to the subtle advances of some female patrons who came to see him, Yujichio took to the stage, as usual. In an unnoticed corner, a woman wearing a cap quietly observed Yujichio performing. After effortlessly completing his evening set and exchanging pleasantries with the owner, Yujichio prepared to leave when suddenly a figure blocked his path. "Chen Yuan?" Yujichio frowned. Chen Yuan confronted him directly. "Why didn't you reply to my messages? You even blocked me? What's wrong with you?" Yujichio chose to ignore her and turned to leave. "Wait." Chen Yuan did not anticipate Yujichio's abruptness and quickly reached out to stop him. Yujichio, growing impatient, replied, "I have nothing to discuss with you. Do not seek me out for any reason in the future." Chen Yuan softened her tone. "Yujichio, we need not be like this. Could you please speak to me civilly? It won't take much of your time, just 1 minute." Yujichio took a deep breath and coldly responded, "Speak quickly, and let us not waste time." A flicker of anger crossed Chen Yuan's eyes, but she ultimately restrained herself and said, "Actually, I sought you out to ask for a favor. I have verified that The Journey of the White Dove is your original work, correct? Would you grant me the copyright to this song? Before Yi Zhiqiu could respond, Chen Yuan hurriedly added, I understand this request may seem excessive, but I want to take it without compensation. I can offer you 3,000 yuan to purchase it. The conditions at your home seem less than ideal. Perhaps this could alleviate some of your burdens. Observing the incessant chatter of Chen Yuan, Yi Zhiqiu felt a mix of amusement and irritation, thinking, do I appear to you as a fool? Chen Yuan paused, a hint of embarrassment crossing her features, and quickly offered, I can give you 5,000. This price is not trivial for a student's original work. Leave. Yi Zhiqiu completely grasped the essence of the woman before him and felt no inclination to engage further. As he turned to depart, Chen Yuan, in a state of urgency, grasped his hand pleadingly. Zhiqiu, I am on the verge of debuting. It's my dream. You understand how vital a good piece is for a newcomer. I acknowledge my past mistakes, but we share a bond, do we not? I implore you. I truly need this song. Yi Zhiqiu unceremoniously shook off her grasp, ready to leave, when suddenly a voice, accompanied by a fragrant breeze, interrupted. Zhiqiu? What a coincidence. What brings you here? Yi Zhiqiu turned in surprise to see Yu Kaiwei, dressed similarly to their last encounter, with a cap obscuring much of her face. She remained breathtakingly beautiful. Upon hearing her voice, Chen Yuan hastily released her hold on Yi Zhiqiu's hand, her expression returning to calm. Though she was momentarily taken aback by Yu Kaiwei's presence. I'm here for a live performance, Yi Zhiqiu responded, perplexed. Didn't we just discuss this morning? Yu Kaiwei seemed to sense the awkwardness of her question, her cheeks flushing as she replied, I forgot. Luckily, the dim lights of the bar concealed her embarrassment from Yi Zhiqiu. Yi Zhiqiu found himself at a loss for words. Chen Yuan, noticing the apparent familiarity between the two, was momentarily stunned, momentarily forgetting her own agenda as her gaze flitted between them. Yi Zhiqiu, uninterested in further dialogue with Chen Yuan, turned and stated directly, the copyright is not for sale. If you wish to sing the tour of the White Dove, the usage fee is 300,000. Chen Yuan's expression shifted dramatically. Wait. Yi Zhiqiu paused, flashing a grin. The 300,000 is the price someone else was willing to pay. If you want to sing it, the fee is 600,000. Not a cent less. Chen Yuan, in her exasperation, found herself at a loss for words. You will regret this. Casting a resentful glance at Yi Zhiqiu, she ultimately refrained from further comment and stormed away. Watching her retreating figure, Yi Zhiqiu remained composed. Chapter 17. Returning you home as Chen Yuan stormed off. Yu Kaiwei calmly inquired, did you just have a quarrel with her? Yi Zhiqiu shrugged, not really, we've long since parted ways. So there is no argument to be had. She wanted to buy the copyright for the tour of the White Dove for 5,000, which I declined. I casually quoted 600,000, and that drove her away. Yu Kaiwei nodded, pausing briefly before continuing. Your folk song is one of the few remarkable pieces in recent years. It is worth that price. Yi Zhiqiu was taken aback by her compliment and responded, thank you. The two individuals were, after all, not well acquainted. And Yi Zhiqiu had no intention of engaging in conversation. She stated, Minister Yu, I shall take my leave. Yu Kaiwei nodded coolly, remaining silent as she made her way toward the exit. As they stepped out of the establishment, Yi Zhiqiu was taken aback to discover that Yu Kaiwei was heading in the same direction as herself, toward Huahai Media University. Wasn't she a celebrity? Was it permissible for her to be out alone without an entourage? Despite her lingering curiosity, Yi Zhiqiu refrained from suggesting they walk together, not wanting to convey any unintended implications. As they traversed a dimly lit path, they encountered two swaying figures approaching them. As they passed, Yi Zhiqiu detected a strong scent of alcohol. Just as she was about to move forward, she abruptly halted and turned to look back. Hello, beautiful, how are you? What brings you out alone at such a late hour? Care to join me for a drink? The two intoxicated men spoke in a lewd manner, their gazes brazenly appraising Yu Kaiwei, unable to conceal their astonishment and greed. Yi Zhiqiu was met with this troubling scene upon turning back. With a soft sigh, she retraced her steps. Step away, or I shall call the police, Yu Kaiwei replied in her characteristic frigid tone, her gaze unwavering. Don't be like that. We're all out to have a good time, one of the drunken men retorted, hastily reaching out to grab Yu Kaiwei. Noticing the sudden movement, Yu Kaiwei furrowed her brow, preparing to act, when her attention shifted toward the back of the drunken man, causing her to pause. A sharp sound resonated as Yijichio deftly swatted the drunken man's hand away. Leave. She positioned herself protectively in front of Yukaiwei. What the hell? The two drunken men were incensed, threatening loudly, "Who do you think you are, meddling in our affairs?" Yijichio responded calmly, "Her boyfriend. I've already called the police. If you prefer spending a few days in custody, feel free to try." The drunken man who had been pushed aside seethed with rage, attempting to charge forward, only to be restrained by his companion. Yijichio remained unfazed, her gaze icy as she regarded them. "You've got guts. You'd better watch your back." They glared at Yijichio fiercely before reluctantly retreating, cursing under their breath. Once the two men had distanced themselves, Yijichio turned to Yukaiwei, who appeared unfazed, her eyes sparkling with a hint of excitement rather than fear. "Thank you," she said, marking the third time Yijichio had heard that phrase from her. "Are you heading back to your dorm?" Yijichio inquired. "Yes," came the expected reply. "Well then, I'm also returning. It's on my way. Allow me to escort you," Yijichio offered. Yukaiwei narrowed her eyes slightly before responding promptly, "All right." The two maintained a respectful distance, walking side by side. Yijichio had no intention of initiating conversation. The only sounds were their clear footsteps, enveloping the night in a profound silence. "This is the third time you've come to my aid since freshman year," Yijichio remarked. Suddenly, Yukaiwei spoke up. Yijichio was taken aback and replied with a smile, "It's a trivial matter. I didn't expect you, to remember. The first time was when I just enrolled and moved my luggage, right? The second time, suddenly, Yijichio seemed to recall something and hastily fell silent. After he stopped, in a view unseen by him, Yukaiwei's delicate face flushed crimson. The atmosphere fell into silence once more, this time tinged with a hint of awkwardness. After an unspoken duration, Yukaiwei seemed to have regained her composure and said, "I listened to you sing tonight. Your vocal skills have improved significantly since the first time." Yijichio quickly replied, "I've been practicing a lot lately. Perhaps it's just due to singing more often. However, I still cannot compare to you, you. After all, you are a professional." Yukaiwei smiled slightly and suddenly inquired, "Do you think I sing well? Have you ever heard my songs?" Yijichio was momentarily taken aback. He had merely spoken offhandedly. How could he have ever heard them? Why was she taking it so seriously? Noticing Yijichio's embarrassment, Yukaiwei chose not to press further and continued, "However, I must admit, I am rather astonished. You seem to have changed quite a bit recently. I never expected you to write songs, and they are quite good. Professor Lu Minkong mentioned he intends to use your two songs as case studies for his art students." Yijichio chuckled nonchalantly, saying, "Isn't change a good thing? People are bound to evolve. Was it because of her?" Chunyuan. Yukaiwei's voice was so soft that Yijichio almost thought he misheard. Glancing sideways, he saw that the brim of her hat obscured much of her exquisitely delicate face, making her expression hard to discern. Yijichio confessed, "It has nothing to do with anyone else. I've simply come to terms with things myself." Yukaiwei responded softly. For some reason, Yijichio felt her voice had a lighter, more cheerful tone. As the conversation flowed, the awkward atmosphere between them gradually dissipated, and they strolled toward the girls' dormitory, engaging in casual dialogue. No matter how far the distance, there comes a time to reach the destination. Upon arriving at the foot of the girls' dormitory, Yukaiwei turned and softly said, "Thank you for tonight." "Not at all." Yijichio waved his hand dismissively. "You're being too formal, you. I still need your help with the graduation party." Yukaiwei's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly with happiness as she suddenly remarked, "We can consider ourselves friends now. Just call me by my name from now on. Calling me you feels too formal." "Oh, of course," Yijichio readily agreed. After a few moments of silence, Yukaiwei said, "All right, I'll head up now. Goodbye." Yijichio waved his hand and turned to leave. Yukaiwei cast a lingering glance at his retreating figure before turning to ascend the dormitory stairs, only to freeze in her tracks. At the stairwell, a girl in hot pants, holding a garbage bag, was staring wide-eyed in Yukaiwei's direction. Yukaiwei's face flushed with embarrassment as she awkwardly approached the stunningly curvaceous girl. The girl suddenly snapped back to reality and quickly disposed of the garbage in her hand, her gaze fixated intently on Yukaiwei. Before Yukaiwei could utter a word, Yaoa swiftly pushed her up the stairs. "Speak." In the dormitory, two of the most renowned beauties from Huahai Media University faced each other. One possessed a youthful visage paired with an ample bosom, her figure strikingly voluptuous, yet her face bore the cherubic roundness of a young girl. The other exuded a cool elegance, her beauty so breathtaking that it was almost suffocating. At this moment, however, her exquisite features were marred by a look of exasperation. "Speak." With only the two of them present, Tong Yao adopted an interrogative stance, declaring, "Confess, and you shall be treated leniently. Resist, and the consequences will be severe." Yukawe was still struggling to maintain her composure, feigning ignorance. "What do you mean?" With a triumphant huff, Tong Yao asserted, "I saw it all. That boy was Yujichio, right? I've seen him at the Literary Association. Why did he escort you home? Are you two together? When did this happen? How come I was not aware?" As Tong Yao unleashed a barrage of questions, Yutsaiwe's cheeks flushed deeper with every inquiry. In her defense, Yukawe replied, "What are you talking about? I just went to July for a drink tonight, and on my way out, I encountered two drunken ruffians who were harassing me. He just happened to help me out and offered to see me home." "Really?" Tonga replied, her skepticism evident. "Is that all?" Now regaining some of her composure, Yukawe insisted, "That's all there is." Tong Yao chuckled mischievously, "I don't believe you. I know you keep pepper spray in your bag. How could you be scared of two drunken fools? Moreover, even if he did escort you back, you were already safe once you reached the campus. Why did he specifically bring you to the dormitory?" With each of Tong Yao's statements, Yutsaiwe's face reddened further. Tong Yao continued, "We've been best friends for so many years. Don't think I'm unaware of your feelings for that lad." "No way." Unable to restrain herself, Yukawe instinctively protested, "I really don't." "Are you sure?" Tong Yao, resembling a mischievous imp, mercilessly exposed her friend's secret. "Don't think you can deceive me. You may fool others, but not me. Since your freshman year, have you ever taken the initiative to greet any boy in our school?" "No, aside from him. And when he participates in literary association events, you always manage to cancel other engagements to attend." At this point, Yutsaiwe's face had turned nearly as red as a ripe fruit, prompting her to throw herself onto the bed beside her and bury her face into the pillow. Feeling triumphant after her sleuthing, Tong Yao patted Yutsaiwe's back. "I didn't say anything when that guy had a girlfriend, but now it's time for me to intervene. He just broke up with Chan Yuan from the department. He is in a vulnerable state. This is your chance." With a sweeping gesture, Tong Yao proclaimed with confidence, "Who cares what others think? The company you signed with is your own. You don't have to be like those celebrities who are afraid to date. Go for it. At the very least, he is handsome. If it doesn't work out, you can part ways later." "Yao Yu." A muffled moan emerged, and at that moment, Yukawe buried her head deep within the blankets, obscuring her expression. Observing her friend's current state, Tong Yao chuckled mischievously, teasing her a few more times before finally relenting. As night fell, Yukawe curled up in her dormitory bed, restlessly tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. Her mind consumed by the words spoken by her dear friend Tong Yao. Her thoughts drifted back to the serene July evening at the CAF, where Yujichio strummed and sang. Soon after, she recalled the embarrassing incident during her freshman year when she had been trapped in the practice room, only to be rescued by Yujichio, losing all semblance of composure as she dashed to the restroom. As these thoughts lingered, Yukawe felt a sudden rush of heat coursing through her body, instinctively tightening her legs. In the ensuing days, Yujichio incorporated visits to Professor Lu Mink and into her routine for guidance. Lu Minkan, a distinguished figure in the realm of music, provided invaluable insights during their brief sessions, leaving Yujichio with a profound sense of enlightenment. Within a matter of days, her vocal skills advanced rapidly, drawing closer to the caliber of a professional singer. During Yujichio's consultations with Lu Minkan, Yukawe was often present, and after that fateful night, their familiarity had grown considerably. What Yujichio did not anticipate was that on the day of the graduation gala, her work The Legend of the Immortals would surge into the top 10 of the Orange Reading overall rankings. This top 10 was no trifling achievement. As an established online platform with over 2 decades of operation, Orange Reading had witnessed a plethora of remarkable works. Each piece within the top 10 could be considered a classic in its own right. At this moment, The Legend of the Immortals, though still ongoing, had managed to secure a place among them. Yujichio was somewhat astonished, especially considering her hectic schedule had made her updates rather inconsistent, with some days yielding only 2,000 words while others saw 10,000, merely maintaining a semblance of regularity. The success could only be attributed to the overwhelming allure of the fantasy world and the power of sword flying within low martial arts novels. At this juncture, the fervor in the book review section of The Legend of the Immortals had transformed dramatically. Among the discussions, the scene featuring the characters Lu Sueki and Bai Yao, as they faced punishment alongside Zhang Xiaofan, garnered the most vibrant exchanges. The top comment read, "Are you even human, author?" Yet, heartfelt reflections were not in short supply. with the most popular remark highlighting the poignant imagery of Lu Sueki standing in the rain with Zhang Xiaofan, sharing the burden together, while Bai Yao shielded him from the downpour, holding the majority of the umbrella above his head. This passage, I believe, was a stroke of genius, subtly encapsulating the contrasting expressions of love from Lu Sueki and Bai Yao towards Zhang Xiaofan, one quietly concerned, the other openly affectionate. Beneath this lengthy review, countless comments echoed in agreement. I cried when Lu Sueki declared, "I will be here with you." How touching. Why does this make my heart waver as a fan of Bai Yao? What happens next? Author, please update soon. Yesterday, there were only 4,000 words, and now, as night approaches, there is still no update. Even the diligent donkeys of the production team would not dare to rest this long. Suddenly, the attentive readers noticed a massive pop-up. Reader Wang Daxiao generously rewarded the book with 100,000 orange coins, exclaiming, "Hurry up with the updates. If you release a chapter today, I'll donate another 10,000 coins." Waiting online, the comments section erupted in excitement. Wow, Wang Daxiao is reading this book. The first golden ally has appeared. Wang Daxiao is indeed magnanimous, tossing out 10,000 coins without a second thought. Can't the self-absorbed author see this? Hurry up and deliver the updates. At that moment, Yu Jiqiu, rehearsing for the graduation gala, heard a notification from his phone. After glancing at the message from editor Shirtu, Yu Jiqiu contemplated for a moment, logged into the author backend, and published a single chapter. The numerous onlookers quickly clicked in upon seeing the new chapter. Thank you, Wang Daxiao, for the orange coins. However, I have matters to attend to today, so there will be no further updates. Oh, and this chapter is free. Have a wonderful weekend, everyone. Boom. The long-suffering readers, upon reading those 3 sentences, felt their vision darken, and the comments section exploded. Chapter 19. Is Yukawa a book fan? As dusk approached, the outdoor stage at Huahai Media University was already bustling with a crowd. After submitting a unilateral leave request through the author backend, Yu Jiqiu, undeterred by the chaos in the comments section or the frantic avatar of the editor, continued to prepare for the performance. In truth, there was little preparation needed. The makeup artist arranged by the school merely applied a light foundation to ensure Yu Jiqiu's complexion did not appear too dull under the glaring stage lights. As for the rehearsal, being a solo singer, Yu Jiqiu simply found a corner to hum a few notes. Compared to other hurried performers, Yu Jiqiu appeared almost leisurely, a unique presence amidst the crowd. Meanwhile, in a makeshift lounge set up in the backstage area, Yukawa sat before a mirror, receiving the attention of a dedicated makeup artist. As a rising star of considerable acclaim, tasked with the evening's finale, it was deemed inappropriate for her to mingle in the crowded backstage. Hence, when her manager, Song Mei, proposed the idea of establishing a private lounge at their own expense, the school had no objections. Suddenly, while allowing the makeup artist to fuss with her hair, Yu Kaiwei, engrossed in her phone, let out an annoyed huff, setting her device down in frustration. Song Mei, taken aback, glanced at the phone screen and immediately understood. Still reading novels, huh? I really don't get what you youngsters see in these martial arts stories. I've never heard of any female singer in the industry who enjoys this. Yu Kaiwei pouted, correcting her. Aunt Mei, it's not martial arts, it's xianxia. This self-absorbed author has become increasingly lazy, daring to halt updates today. Just yesterday, there were only 4,000 words. How infuriating. Yu Kaiwei presents herself as an aloof beauty to outsiders. Yet her demeanor starkly contrasts when in the presence of esteemed elders such as Song Mei and Lu Mikong, revealing an endearingly innocent side. With a resigned smile, Song Mei inquires with curiosity, is it that book? What was it called? Zhu Xian? I notice you open it at the same time every day. But why refer to the author as a narcissistic maniac? Yu Tsaiwei's cheeks flush slightly as she adjusts her phone to display the book cover and hands it to Song Mei. The author's name, Fangxin Zonghua Fan, escapes Song Mei's lips in a hushed tone, her astonishment palpable. What a bizarre pseudonym. In stark contrast to the bustling backstage environment, the audience area is teeming with people, creating a lively atmosphere. The graduation gala of Huahai Media University attracts not only current students but also a plethora of journalists and distinguished alumni who have returned for the occasion, resembling the scale of a concert. At this moment, a young man, impeccably groomed and clad in a designer suit, turns to his companion, saying, "Dad, the performance hasn't started yet. I think I'll take a stroll." This young man, with slicked back hair, is none other than Li Hongfei, the second-generation heir who has caught the attention of Qin Yuan. The middle-aged man beside him, exuding an air of authority, nods in agreement but remains silent. Li Hongfei's expression brightens as he swiftly departs to reunite with Chan Yuan, who has been waiting outside, and under her guidance, they make their way to the backstage area. Their entrance garners considerable attention. "Look, isn't that the pampered scion of Yinghong Entertainment, Li Hongfei?" one whispers. "Indeed, and that beside him is our very own Chen Yuan, rumored to be with him and preparing to debut." Wait, wasn't Chen Yuan previously linked to Yi Zhiqiu, who is about to perform? Shoo, you're only realizing this now? That news has been circulating for quite some time. Alas, Yi Zhiqiu is quite handsome. What a pity. What is there to lament? Good looks don't fill your stomach. One is a struggling youth, the other a wealthy heir. The choice is obvious. Amidst the murmurs, Li Hongfei's eyes gleam with a sense of pride. Yet he scans the backstage area with intent. Today, Yu Kaiwei is set to be the grand finale. He has entered with the sole purpose of seeking an opportunity to engage her in conversation. The thought of her stunning beauty and flawless figure ignites a fervor within him. However, having never met her before, his gaze suddenly fixates on a particular direction. A smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he strides forward with Chan Yuan in tow. "Ah, how fortuitous," he sneers as he confronts Yu Zhiqiu. "Isn't this the impoverished lad? It seems Huahai Media University couldn't find anyone better. Do you truly believe you belong on stage?" His voice carries unabashedly, resonating throughout the backstage area for all to hear. Suddenly, the surroundings fell into silence. Chen Yuan beside her appeared somewhat embarrassed, as Li Hongfei had inadvertently included her in the conversation. This was originally a duet between her and Yi Zhiqiu. Facing the ambiguous gazes of the crowd, Yi Zhiqiu remained remarkably composed. Casting a bewildered glance at Li Hongfei, she calmly remarked, "I am uncertain about my worthiness. Could it be that you, a defeated foe, are worthy?" Upon her words, Li Hongfei's expression darkened considerably. A defeated foe? Hadn't Yu Zhiqiu's girlfriend been snatched away? How had it come to Li Hongfei being labeled as a defeated foe? The gossip among the crowd ignited fervently. Li Hongfei sneered. "Surely you do not naively believe that writing a few songs makes you formidable? Let me enlighten you. We live in an era dominated by capital, without wealth or influence, and devoid of support. Do you truly believe you can rise to prominence? A penniless youth like you will remain in this state, writing songs for a lifetime, earning barely enough to compare with a single wheel of my vehicle." A heavy silence enveloped the area. While Li Hongfei's words were harsh, they often mirrored reality. Some individuals are born into privilege, while the culmination of your struggles may merely serve as the starting point for others. More cruelly, in many instances, one may not even reach that starting line. Yu Zhiqiu abruptly stood, her stature towering 10 centimeters above Li Hongfei, exuding an imposing presence that immediately subdued him. "How my future unfolds is of no concern to you," she stated calmly. "It is rather pitiful for someone of your caliber to fear that you cannot elevate yourself even with financial backing. What a display of dominance." The onlookers internally gasped, astonished by Yu Zhiqiu's unexpected fierceness. University students, although aware of the harsh realities of society, had yet to experience its brutalities firsthand. Moreover, buoyed by a sense of camaraderie among alumni, many were supportive of Yi Zhiqiu. "Well said," others echoed. "What does a privileged heir have to boast about? The future remains uncertain for everyone. Leave." The chorus of support for Yi Zhiqiu grew louder, while Li Hongfei's expression soured further. Suddenly, the cheers began to diminish, and the crowd's attention shifted toward a particular direction. Yi Zhiqiu, puzzled, was taken aback when a clear, melodious voice called from behind, "Zhiqiu, could you please come over for a moment?" Chapter 20, The Secret That Must Not Be Revealed at That Moment. Yu Kaiwei had applied her makeup and donned a white gown, standing there like a noble goddess, exuding an aura of sanctity that captivated all present. Yi Zhiqiu, feeling somewhat bewildered, replied, "Oh sure." The crowd watched in stunned silence as Yi Zhiqiu followed Yu Kaiwei into her exclusive dressing room, while Li Hongfei seethed with jealousy, his eyes turning red with envy. Once inside the dressing room, as Yu Kaiwei continued her makeup touch-up, Yi Zhiqiu noticed that another person was present. Professor Lu Minkong was seated on the sofa, and upon seeing Yi Zhiqiu, he smiled and said, "So, how do you feel? Ready to perform? Are you nervous?" Yu Zhiqiu shook her head and remarked, "I'll just sing a random song to fill the gap. No need to be anxious. If anyone should be nervous, it would be someone like Kaiwei, the star of the show." The two had met numerous times in Professor Lu Minkong's office recently and had gradually begun to address each other by name. "I'm not nervous," Yu Kaiwei replied, her expression indifferent and her tone as consistently cool as ever. Impressive. Yi Zhiqiu expressed her admiration, noting that this girl seemed to possess an unyielding heart. The last time they were outside the July bar, when two drunken men harassed her, she remained utterly composed. Lu Minkong laughed heartily, saying, "It's great that you're calm. Just perform to your usual standards. To be honest, I have high expectations for your performance tonight." Noticing the confusion on Yi Zhiqiu's face, Lu Minkong elaborated. As a key local university, Huahai Media University takes today's graduation gala seriously, with many distinguished alumni and leaders in attendance. The school values this event as an excellent opportunity to showcase its educational prowess and the talents of its students. I mention this not to pressure you, but because apart from Weiwei, I believe your performance will be of exceptional quality. Lu Minkong advised, "Just do your best. This is also a chance for you personally." Understanding the weight of his words, Yi Zhiqiu realized why Huahai Media University placed such importance on the event. After all, the quality of the student performances reflected on the institution's reputation. After a brief exchange of small talk, Yi Zhiqiu inadvertently caught sight of a familiar interface on a phone screen nearby, and in astonishment, she blurted out, "Zhu Xian?" The freshly made-up Yu Kaiwei turned around and asked, "You read this book too?" Before Yi Zhiqiu could respond, Yu Kaiwei continued, "The author has failed to update today, which is utterly infuriating. I've already sent a request for an update." Yu Zhiqiu swallowed her words, hesitating to speak. When it came to Zhu Xian, Yu Kaiwei seemed to become animated, continuing her complaints. "This author is so lazy. They only updated 4,000 words yesterday, and now they claim to have something urgent today. In my opinion, they're just looking for an excuse to slack off. Why not ask for a day off in advance? Don't you think?" Facing Yu Kaiwei's eagerly shining eyes, Yi Zhiqiu felt a pang of bitterness. Could she really agree? That would be akin to slapping her own face. With a nervous chuckle, Yu Zhiqiu attempted to counter, "I'm not so sure. It's only the author's first failure to update. Have you noticed that, despite the inconsistency in updates, the average word count per day is still higher than most authors?" "Not really," Yu Kaiwei pouted in dissatisfaction. "I find the author's frivolous pen name untrustworthy. They clearly are inconsistent in their efforts." Yu Zhiqiu found herself at a loss for words. It seemed that Yu Kaiwei harbored a deep-seated resentment towards the author, and it would be wise to keep her own identity as the author of Zhu Xian a secret. Meanwhile, Lu Minkong, intrigued by the spirited discussion between the two young women, glanced curiously at the phone screen. "Oh," he exclaimed softly, picking up the phone to read the novel's description in detail. "The heavens and the earth are indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder." Lu Minkong's eyes sparkled with astonishment as he remarked, "In just 10 characters, this succinct phrase encapsulates profound truth. The author capable of such a sentence is undoubtedly remarkable." Yu Kaiwei, intrigued, inquired, "What does this phrase mean?" The makeup artist beside her also cast a curious glance at Lu Minkong, evidently well-versed in classical literature. Lu Minkong smiled and elucidated. "Fodder dog refers to a dog crafted from straw for ancient sacrificial rites. The phrase 'the heavens and the earth are indifferent, treating all beings as fodder' can be simply understood as the cosmos viewing all creatures alike, neither favoring nor harming anyone, allowing everything to unfold according to nature. This statement inherently embodies the philosophy of following the natural way, which is why I assert that the author is extraordinary. Surely, they must be a seasoned writer." The last sentence was a question posed by Lu Minkong to Yu Kaiwei. "Neither favoring nor harming anyone," Yu Kaiwei echoed, murmuring, "It does seem to be true. Otherwise, how could the girl the protagonist initially loves end up falling for someone else? Look at the author's name." Lu Minkong squinted with interest at the spot Yu Kaiwei indicated, and upon discerning the author's name, he was taken aback. "Fangxin Zhongwufan, is this the author's pen name?" Lu Minkong's gaze clearly reflected uncertainty as he looked towards Yu Kaiwei and Yu Zhiqiu. Yu Kaiwei nodded affirmatively, while Yu Zhiqiu wore an exceptionally peculiar expression. It seemed as though Professor Lu Minkong's worldview had been profoundly shaken. After a considerable pause, he couldn't help but chuckle wryly. "I cannot comprehend. You young folks are truly beyond my understanding." Yu Kaiwei snorted dismissively, her face bearing disdain. "Grandfather, you might not be entirely incorrect. In my view, even if this author is experienced, he is undoubtedly a lecherous old man." Yi Zhiqiu now found himself regretting the whimsical choice of his pen name. Meanwhile, outside the stage, the evening gala was on the verge of commencing, with the dignitaries in the front row taking their seats. Numerous reporters in attendance recognized the identities of several prominent figures seated centrally, their cameras clicking fervently. The presence of Huahai City's mayor, Chen Ping, and the president of Huahai Media University, Lu Jifeng, required no further elaboration. However, what truly excited the media was the presence of two middle-aged men nearby, Li Wanrui, the owner of Huahai Entertainment, and Li Dapeng, the owner of Inghong Entertainment. Those in the know might be aware of their deeper affiliations. Li Wenrui is Yu Tsaiwei's maternal uncle, and she is signed under Huahai Entertainment. Li Dapeng, on the other hand, is the father of the second-generation heir, Li Hongfei. Although both men share the surname Li and operate entertainment companies, their relationship is far from cordial. In fact, their companies could be deemed arch-rivals. This animosity is precisely why the media reporters were so exhilarated. Rivals at such a grand event. How splendid it would be to generate some news. Just before the competition was set to commence, Mayor Chun, smiling, asked, "Old Lu, it's another year of the Media University graduation gala. As the president, would you enlighten us about the exciting programs in store?" Chapter 21. This performance is truly remarkable. Principal Lu chuckled. "Which year has my Media Academy's program ever disappointed you?" Old Chin? "However, I must say that this year's most popular performance is undoubtedly the last one. Just look at the numerous fans who have begun to show their support." Mayor Chin glanced toward the back and replied with a smile. "The Media Academy and Huahai Entertainment have indeed nurtured talent well. Yu Kaiwei is truly exceptional." Li Wenrui from Huahai Entertainment nodded in agreement with a smile. Principal Lu continued, "Let us not forget about Inghong Entertainment. This time, President Li has specially arranged for a team from the company to perform as a gesture of goodwill. On behalf of the Media Academy, I extend my gratitude to President Li." "Not at all. It was merely a small effort," Li Dapeng responded with a hearty laugh, suddenly adding, "In my opinion, times have changed. Merely standing there and singing is no longer sufficient. I believe that President Li from Huahai should consider more innovative approaches. Perhaps we could sign Yu Kaiwei to our company. Her potential is boundless." Upon hearing Li Dapeng's words, Li Wenrui's expression turned frosty, yet he restrained himself from responding sharply. Principal Lu sighed inwardly as tensions began to escalate. Mayor Chin seemed oblivious to the subtle undercurrents between the two and cheerfully inquired, "It appears President Li has some insightful thoughts. Why not share them with us?" With a sense of self-satisfaction, Li Dapeng declared, "What era are we in? The digital age. Performances that captivate the audience are the ones with the greatest marketability, even if a song produced by your company is exceptional. If no one comprehends it or listens to it, what good is it? Ultimately, substantial investments would be akin to throwing money into the void." Li Dapeng spoke fervently, and his veiled implications were evident to all. Li Wenrui snorted dismissively, retorting, "You should take a look at the works produced by your own company. Can they even be classified as songs?" Li Dapeng chuckled. "The ability to generate profit is the ultimate truth. Everything is for the market." Indeed, both Huahai and Inghong rank among the top 10 entertainment companies in the country. While Huahai has long been entrenched in the music industry, Inghong boasts a rich portfolio in film and television, making both companies equally formidable. However, in recent years, Huahai Entertainment's musical ventures have faced numerous setbacks, with Yu Kaiwei being a rare success story. Meanwhile, Inghong Entertainment, strong in the film market, is ambitiously striving to make its mark in the music scene as well. The girl group performing as a guest at today's graduation ceremony is a lavishly produced dance troupe from Inghong Entertainment. Amidst the debate, Mayor Chin maintained his composure and cheerfully asked, "Old Lu, as a professional, what is your perspective on this matter?" Principal Lu sighed inwardly and replied, "The market is indeed crucial. After all, those engaged in music and the arts need to make a living." Li Dapeng's face lit up with joy at this affirmation. However, Principal Lu continued, "Nevertheless, there are times when the pursuit of artistry does not align with market trends. In such instances, my personal view is that one should not compromise the pursuit of artistic integrity for the sake of marketability. For instance, while some vulgar works may gain market favor, I would never condone media students producing such content." Principal Lu spoke with subtlety, yet his meaning was unmistakably clear. He did not endorse Li Dapeng's market-centric viewpoint. Li Dapeng's expression grew sour, while Mayor Chun, chuckling, remarked, "Old Lu is indeed insightful. I have learned much." The performance commenced under the guidance of an attractive duo, proceeding through the customary speeches before the evening's entertainment officially began, with recitations, skits, folk dances, and choral performances. It must be acknowledged that the students of Huahai Media University exhibited commendable professional prowess, with each act resembling a polished performance, some even rivaling professional standards. However, in this information age, young audiences have likely encountered an array of sensational performances online, rendering their reactions rather subdued. As the show progressed without much fervor, it was time for a guest appearance by the Yinghong Entertainment girl group. The atmosphere instantly ignited when 7 stunning women clad in ultra-short shorts and breezy tank tops graced the stage. The pulsating music, entrancing gazes, coupled with provocative movements such as arching chests and swaying hips, elicited immediate and enthusiastic responses from the audience. By the conclusion of the performance, the cheers and whistles surpassed those of any previous act. This was the essence of market preference. Li Dapeng wore a self-satisfied expression, while Huahai Entertainment's Li Wanrui maintained a calm demeanor, betraying no thoughts. Principal Lu, however, exhibited discernible displeasure in his gaze. To these academicians, who held their own artistic aspirations, the earlier display was better described as posturing rather than performance. Mayor Chun, as ever, wore a jovial smile, concealing his stance. Meanwhile, in the backstage area, Yi Zhiqiu returned. Content to Yu Tsaiwei's dressing room. With sofas and refreshments, it was far more comfortable than the public waiting area outside, prompting Yi Zhiqiu to linger. Yu Kaiwei glanced at her and suddenly inquired, "Where did you go just now?" "To watch the performance. I'm the third from the last act, so I have plenty of time." "The Yinghong Entertainment girl group's performance?" Yu Kaiwei continued. "Yes," Yi Zhiqiu replied without hesitation. "What did you think?" Her voice remained cool and melodious. "Quite stunning, indeed." Yi Zhiqiu's mind was still occupied with the image of the 7 pairs of long legs swaying, nearly revealing too much, prompting her to swiftly correct herself. "I meant, considering they have debuted, their professional skills are commendable." "Is that so?" Yu Tsaiwei's expression remained calm, her tone devoid of emotion. Suddenly, she rose and stated, "I need to change. Could you please step outside?" "Huh." Yi Zhiqiu, momentarily taken aback while popping a grape into her mouth, contemplated the outfit Yu Kaiwei had been adjusting for quite some time. Yu Kaiwei's gaze was piercing, her beautiful eyes seemingly emanating a chill that pierced through Yi Zhiqiu. For reasons unknown, Yi Zhiqiu shivered, retracting the words she had intended to voice. "Oh." With the room's owner having spoken, Yi Zhiqiu, resigned, obliged, and exited. After the lively dance performance by the Yinghong Entertainment girl group, the evening's entertainment returned to a more conventional rhythm, quickly approaching its conclusion. The next performance was to be a solo by Yi Zhiqiu. In the audience, Li Hongfei wore a grim expression and said to those beside him, "Once that kid finishes singing, you all shout for him to get off the stage. Critique him as harshly as possible, incite the audience to join in the jeering, and spare him no dignity, understood?" The individuals accompanying him were the drivers and entourage of Li Dapeng, naturally acquiescing to their young master's demands. "Understood, young Master Li. Leave it to us, we will ensure that kid is utterly humiliated." Soon, the host announced the next act. "Here it comes. The performance by our 4th brother. You guys must scream loudly to cheer him on," commanded Xie Jun, one of Yi Zhiqiu's excited roommates, from a corner of the audience. Dressed in black casual pants and a white shirt, with a guitar in hand, Yi Zhiqiu's stage setup was the simplest among all the performances. Yet, upon his arrival on stage, he instantly captivated everyone's attention. Handsome, with a tall and slender frame and a chiseled face, many audience members momentarily lost their focus, mistaking him for a renowned celebrity. This original song, "Goodbye," is dedicated to my fellow classmates who are about to graduate. Yi Zhiqiu's calm voice resonated throughout the venue via the microphone. "Go, Zhiqiu. Don't embarrass Dorm 206. The sudden cheers from his 3 roommates startled those nearby, especially the loud shouts from Xie Jun and Yang Hongwei. Upon hearing Yi Zhiqiu's name, many audience members began to whisper among themselves. "So he is Yi Zhiqiu? I heard Night Run was supposed to be a duet. Did you not know?" His ex-girlfriend, Chen Yuan from the Art Academy, ran off with a rich second-generation air. P.S. left to perform alone. "Look, that guy sitting in the front row is the Yinghong Entertainment heir. Wow, that is so unfortunate. Yi Zhiqiu is much more handsome than that guy. What was that girl thinking? Sigh, can good looks fill one's stomach?" As the audience buzzed with discussion, the leaders at the front table were also engaged in conversation about the ongoing program. Mayor Chen remarked with a smile, "An original song? It's quite rare to see such bravery in a gala performance. Old Lu, your media school has such talent." "Our school is brimming with talent, Old Chen. You simply don't come around often enough," Principal Lu replied nonchalantly, though he himself felt a sense of confusion. Had he ever heard of a student with such abilities before? Principal Lu glanced towards Professor Lu Minkong, who was in charge of guiding the evening's program. In succinct terms, Lu Minkong stated, "This is a commendable piece. I have high hopes for him." "Oh." At this remark, the interest of those nearby was piqued. Lu Mingkong was a prominent figure in the music industry. Renowned for his discerning taste, receiving such praise from him was no small feat surely. Professor Lu is exaggerating. Suddenly, Li Daping from Inghong Entertainment remarked, in my opinion, originality is merely a gimmick. What can a naive student possibly compose? I have encountered many such greenhorns. Every year, numerous graduates submit songs to our company. Their quality is utterly dismal. Li Daping scoffed, concluding, if one is merely fumbling about without understanding the market, how could their work possibly be commendable? I suspect this student's output is not much different. Lu Mingkong, growing increasingly somber at each word, was about to speak when another voice interjected. I disagree with Mr. Li's perspective. Everyone turned to see Li Wenrui, whose demeanor remained calm, stating, I believe that setting aside market influences, songs crafted from the heart are the most genuine. Such emotions are indeed rare and precious. This was a direct confrontation. The statements from the two bosses epitomized the ideological clash between Huahai Entertainment and Inghong Entertainment. And the debate had commenced. Mayor Chen suddenly interjected, casting an intrigued glance towards the center of the stage. Seated on a high stool, as her fingers danced across the piano strings, Yi Zhiqiu's crystalline voice resonated throughout the venue. I fear I may not have the chance to bid you farewell, for perhaps I shall never see you again. Tomorrow I must depart from this familiar place and from you. Tears begin to fall as the first line of lyrics emerged. The previously restless and noisy audience fell silent, instinctively drawn to listen to the performance on stage. I will forever remember your face. I will cherish the memories you have given me. These days will never be erased from my heart. I cannot promise you whether I will return. I will walk onward without looking back. Gradually, silence enveloped the audience. Many soon-to-be graduates felt as though something had lodged in their throats, despite having half a year remaining. In the lyrics being so straightforward, why did their eyes grow misty? It seemed that before they had even contemplated how to say goodbye, they were already destined to part ways. What they once perceived as distant was suddenly upon them. After the first rendition, as Yu Zhiqiu's softly melancholic voice returned to the lines, I will forever remember your face. I will cherish the memories you have given me. Many emotional young women in the audience covered their mouths and wept. Among the trio from Dormitory 206, the most exuberant, Xie Jun and Yang Hongwei, fell silent as well. On the leaders' table, Lu Mingkong felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Principal Lu wore a look of astonishment and excitement, while Mayor Chen's eyes gleamed with admiration. The performance concluded amidst a quiet punctuated by occasional soft sobs. Yu Zhiqiu maintained her composure, rising slightly to bow. Unlike previous performances, applause did not immediately follow. The audience remained immersed in the song's emotional resonance, and the two hosts, both fourth-year students, were yet to react. Just then, discordant shouts pierced the tranquil atmosphere. Get off the stage. This song is trash, utterly unbearable. Yes, get off the stage. In the midst of the silence, these voices were jarringly harsh. As the performance concluded, Li Hongfei's entourage diligently executed the tasks assigned by the young master, enthusiastically shouting at the top of their lungs. They waved their fists in an attempt to incite the surrounding audience to join in. Young people are easily swayed by emotions, and they had prior experience with such antics. However, as they continued to chant, they gradually sensed something amiss. Upon glancing around and noticing the crowd's furious glares, they were taken aback. Many young men, fists clenched, were poised to confront them directly. Fools, sit down. Li Hongfei seated, his anger palpable. The sycophants trembled and hastily complied. Suddenly, thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue as the audience, having regained their composure, applauded fervently, nearly to the point of injury. Yu Zhiqiu! Yu Zhiqiu! The audience roared. Many female students gazing at him with stars in their eyes. How had they not realized before how extraordinarily talented Yi Zhiqiu was? His previous performance had been nothing short of stunning. At the leaders' table, Mayor Chen observed Yi Zhiqiu's composed exit from the stage and remarked, "This student is remarkable. Lao Lu. Though I am no expert, his song truly resonated with me, evoking memories of our student days 30 years ago." Principal Lu chuckled heartily, adding, "The lyrics do not simply pursue complexity. They are sincere and heartfelt, indeed a rare gem. By the way, which major in the arts department does this student belong to? Is it composition?" Principal Lu inquired, glancing at Lu Mingkong. Lu Mingkong shook his head, providing an unexpected revelation. He is not an art student. He is from the media department. Mayor Chen paused, stifling a laugh. "Isn't that your school's prestigious program?" "Not from a classical background, Lao Lu. It seems you misjudged him." Principal Liu was equally astonished, his admiration for Yu Jiqiu growing deeper. In the backstage private lounge of Yu Kaiwei, her assistant reminded her, Wei Wei, it's your turn for the next performance. You should touch up your makeup. Yu Kaiwei absent-mindedly replied, only putting her phone down reluctantly when Yu Jiqiu's figure vanished completely from the live broadcast. At that moment, a mysterious sparkle danced in the depths of her beautiful, water-like eyes. Chapter 23, The Uncertain World. We are all dark horses following Yu Jiqiu's solo. The audience was enveloped in a sudden wave of nostalgia for graduation, resulting in a tepid response to the next performance. However, when Yu Kaiwei emerged from backstage in a flowing gown, resembling a goddess from the river, the atmosphere transformed into sheer frenzy. Ah, goddess. Yu Kaiwei. Yu Kaiwei. Her fans not only resided within the school but also included many admirers who had come from afar. Media reporters, invigorated, frantically pressed their shutters, turning the scene into a concert for Yu Kaiwei. She did not disappoint, enchanting everyone with her signature song, Glimmer, leaving the audience spellbound. Gazing at the radiant Yu Kaiwei on stage, Yu Jiqiu couldn't help but marvel at the existence of such a flawless woman in this world. Her immaculate visage, her enviable figure, and that voice, truly a divine gift, explain why she is hailed as the new generation's songstress. In the audience, the young heir Li Hongfei stared dazedly at Yu Kaiwei in the center of the stage, his eyes filled with enchantment, as if he had lost his very soul. Yu Kaiwei's melody was imbued with hope and dreams for the future, dissipating much of the sorrow brought forth by the song Goodbye. As the performance concluded, the applause reached a crescendo once more. Old Liu, this year, the Communication University has indeed produced numerous talents, Mayor Chen remarked, noting the excellence of both the recently introduced Yu Jiqiu and the already renowned Yu Kaiwei. Haha, it seems the city's educational funding has not been skimped. Principal Liu chuckled heartily, reveling in the unexpected delight of discovering not only Yu Kaiwei but also Yu Jiqiu. At that moment, Li Wenrui from Huahai Entertainment suddenly interjected. Xiaowei's performance has garnered quite favorable feedback from the audience. It appears that producing quality work and achieving market success are not mutually exclusive. What say you, General Manager Li? Li Daping's expression darkened, and he let out a cold snort without uttering a word. Observers exchanged knowing smiles. Recognizing that Li Wenrui's comment was a veiled critique of Yinghong Entertainment, implying that the earlier Riska dance was indeed vulgar. According to the tradition of the Communication University, there is a segment for outstanding graduates to share their sentiments before the conclusion of the evening, typically featuring the two most popular performers. Before the host could even speak, voices began to call out, Yu Jiqiu, Yu Kaiwei, Yu Jiqiu, Yu Kaiwei. In the relaxation area, Yu Jiqiu glanced helplessly at the crowd. His roommates Yang Hongwei and Xie Jun particularly animated in their cheers. Well, it seems a selection is unnecessary. Seeing the leaders give a slight nod, the two hosts directly invited the pair to the stage. Yu Jiqiu rose, and at that moment, Yu Kaiwei, who was closer to the stage, had already arrived below. However, instead of ascending the steps immediately, she paused, seemingly waiting for something. The audience was momentarily taken aback, and as Yu Jiqiu approached, he had yet to speak when a delicate hand gracefully extended before him. Is the hem of your dress too long, requiring assistance up the steps? The crowd quickly comprehended the situation, and a wave of jealousy swept through the male audience. Though they understood, they couldn't help but feel envious. This was a rare opportunity to connect with Yu Kaiwei. Realizing the implication, Yu Jiqiu thought little of it and gentlemanly offered his support to Yu Kaiwei. The instant their hands made contact, both felt a slight jolt, akin to an electric shock. So smooth, so soft, and a hint of coolness flashed through Yu Jiqiu's mind. As for Yu Kaiwei, she felt her hand enveloped in a pair of warm palms, the heat emanating from them causing her heart to quiver. Maintaining her composure, she appeared unflustered, yet from an unnoticed angle. Her delicate ears had already turned a shade of crimson. Ascending the steps, with less than 10 meters to traverse, Yu Jiqiu found himself wishing that the journey would not conclude so swiftly. What a splendid pair of golden youths! Upon witnessing the two, an involuntary sentiment arose in the hearts of all present, and numerous journalists, as if awakened from a dream, directed their lenses towards them. As they released each other's hands, an undeniable sense of emptiness surged within Yu Jiqiu and Yu Kaiwei. The female host, having finally extricated herself from her inexplicable reverie, promptly inquired, as outstanding representatives of Huahai Media University, soon to graduate, what thoughts or messages do you have for your fellow graduates? Gratitude towards the school and teachers for their nurturing, coupled with wishes for a bright future for classmates, characterized Yu Kaiwei's speech. which garnered enthusiastic applause. When it was Yi Zhiqiu's turn, the host's expectant gaze fixed upon him, and even Yu Kaiwei looked on intently. Everyone eager to discover what the recently acclaimed Yu Zhiqiu might articulate. An involuntary smile tugged at Yu Zhiqiu's lips. He had not anticipated this moment and was utterly unprepared. Grasping the microphone, he surveyed the audience, noting the myriad expressions before him. The fervent eyes of his roommates, the encouraging nods from Professor Lu Mikong, the approving gaze of Principal Lu, and the smiling figure beside him, whose identity remained a mystery. Ultimately, his gaze met Qin Yuan's inscrutable expression and the resentful glare of Li Hongfei. The words of gratitude have already been expressed by my fellow student, so I shall refrain from repetition. Yi Zhiqiu's calm voice resonated throughout the venue. I would like to dedicate the following words to those of you who, like me, hail from small towns. Earlier, someone told me face-to-face that a poor fellow like me, no matter how hard I strive, could never afford even 2 wheels of his car. My life's end would not even equate to his starting point. Yi Zhiqiu's voice remained devoid of emotion, as if recounting a tale unrelated to himself. Yet, a wave of emotion stirred among many students of similar backgrounds. Is such a thing even possible? At the leaders' table, Principal Lu and Professor Lu Minkong wore solemn expressions, while Li Wenrui cast a contemplative glance towards the second-generation heir, Li Hongfei. Yi Zhiqiu continued, "To be honest, before the age of 18, I had never tasted coffee, nor had I ever seen it, until I came to Huahai City for university. It took me 18 years to sit here with you, sharing a cup of coffee. Quite kitsch, isn't it?" Many in the audience felt a pang of emotion at his words, and a few sensitive female students discreetly wiped their eyes. But is our fate thus irrevocably sealed? Must we resign ourselves, as if yielding to the so-called lying flat mentality? Should we even doubt ourselves and descend into despair? Yu Zhiqiu's voice grew more fervent, imbued with rising passion. No, I refuse to accept such a notion. What I wish to convey is this. While we cannot choose our birthplace, we can determine the course of our lives. We fight not to change the world, but to ensure that the world does not change us. After 10 years of arduous study, we who have been accepted into Huahai Media University are already remarkable in our own right. Why should we so easily deny ourselves? Why can't we turn the tide against adversity? If someone tells you to accept your fate, I can only respond with a resounding expletive. Yu Zhiqiu's words were laced with anger, her frustration spilling forth, yet at that moment, no one seemed to care. Among the audience, several young men held their breath, their eyes ablaze with fervor as they gazed at Yu Zhiqiu on stage. After her outburst, she paused, casting her gaze over the crowd, her resolute voice resonating clearly in everyone's ears. Life is as fragile as an ant. One must aspire to soar like a swan. Existence is as thin as paper. One should possess an indomitable spirit. The universe remains uncertain. We are all dark horses. This is my message. Thank you. Chapter 24. A tremendous response. Yi Zhiqiu's heartfelt words stemmed from her own experiences in her past life. She graduated from a mediocre university and spent several aimless years in a bustling city, where its splendor and vibrancy felt utterly disconnected from her. Eventually, driven by passion, she embarked on the path of an author. After facing numerous setbacks, she finally began to see progress, gradually purchasing a home and a car, establishing herself in the metropolis. Although she could not compare to many, she felt she had made a significant leap in her life. The audience fell into a profound silence, taken aback by Yi Zhiqiu's unexpected declaration. The trio from dormitory 206, her classmates, stared in astonishment, mouths agape. Applause erupted first from the leaders' table, a crisp sound that startled everyone. To their amazement, Mayor Chen of Huahai City stood up to applaud. In the next moment, thunderous applause enveloped the entire stage. Well said. Incredible. I'm moved to tears. From the leaders' table, Mayor Chen gazed at Yu Zhiqiu, whose expression had returned to calm, and remarked appreciatively, "Life is as fragile as an ant. One must aspire to soar like a swan. Existence is as thin as paper. One should possess an indomitable spirit. The younger generation is formidable. We are growing old." At that moment, Principal Lu and Lu Mingyan were equally ecstatic, their faces glowing with pride. The impact of Yu Zhiqiu's words was immensely powerful, igniting an overwhelmingly enthusiastic response from the audience. The host struggled to regain control as the atmosphere teetered on the brink of chaos. Meanwhile, Yu Zhiqiu had settled down, when suddenly, she felt a slick, cool softness in her hand. Startled like a frightened fawn, she quickly withdrew. Turning her head in astonishment, she found herself met with the calm, slightly flushed face of Yu Kaiwei. Was that touch from Yu Kaiwei's hand? Why was she touching me? Unsure, Yi Zhiqiu cast a doubtful glance at Yu Kaiwei, but found no clarity in her expression. It must have been an accident, she thought, shaking her head to dispel the absurd notion. At last, the audience's emotions began to stabilize, and the graduation ceremony drew to a close. On the way back with her 3 dorm mates, Yi Zhiqiu truly experienced the feeling of a star. Admiring and adoring gazes surrounded him, and even more astonishingly, numerous blushing young ladies approached to exchange contact information. Incredible, old four! Xie Jun exclaimed, today, you truly outdid yourself. Yang Hongwei sighed, I must admit, I was not brought to tears by your singing, but I nearly succumbed to your words. Dormitory head Zhou Huan nodded in agreement. You did not bring shame to dorm 206. That night, within the confines of Yu Saiwei's dormitory, there were exclamations of awe. Ah, how handsome! How can someone be so striking? Yu Kaiwei observed her friend Tong Yao's ecstatic demeanor with a sense of helplessness. And that last line was so powerful. An excited Tong Yu sprang to Yu Saiwei's side, causing a ripple of enthusiasm. Wei, what was it like standing beside Yu Zhiqiu when he delivered that line? Were you not captivated? Yu Saiwei's expression faltered, and she replied awkwardly, I didn't feel anything particularly special. You're lying, Tong Yao retorted. You have no idea how fervently the female audience reacted. They all seemed ready to leap forward. That was them. I wouldn't act that way, Yu Kaiwei responded. Her face flushed, stubbornly denying it. Unexplainably, Yu Kaiwei suddenly missed the sensation of Yu Zhiqiu holding her hand, and almost instinctively reached out. Had she not regained her composure in time, it could have led to quite a scene. Yet, she would never admit it. Tong Yu sighed. I previously had no feelings for Yu Zhiqiu, but suddenly, I find his charm irresistible. Is it true that talented men are the most alluring? Yu Kaiwei feigned exasperation. You may indulge in your infatuation at your leisure. Unbeknownst to them, the performance at the graduation ceremony of Huahai Media University, along with Yu Zhiqiu's final remarks, was rapidly gaining traction online. Lin Chong, a programmer at a large corporation, returned home late at night, dragging his weary body into the newly purchased apartment. After graduation, he had long since become numb to the late hours. In his quest to establish himself in the bustling metropolis, he lived a life akin to that of livestock. Fortunately, with the accumulation of experience, his income had steadily risen, and he could finally glimpse hope of securing his place in the city. The only regret was that, nearing 30, he remained a bachelor. After completing his evening routine, Lin Chong opened his computer once more. The hour of gaming before sleep was his true sanctuary of joy. Suddenly, a news notification from QQ caught his attention. A divine campus singer has moved everyone to tears with an original song, Goodbye, during graduation season. Such sensational headlines were commonplace in the news these days. Lin Chong shook his head and muttered, moved everyone to tears? The internet is flooded with mediocre songs. It's a miracle if they aren't plagiarized. Despite his skepticism, Lin Chong found himself inexplicably drawn to the link. The video appeared to be a well-edited clip from a live stream, boasting impressive clarity. The singer was rather handsome. This was Lin Chong's first impression, which only solidified his suspicion that it was merely a publicity stunt. But the moment the first notes of the song resonated, Lin Chong was momentarily taken aback. He sat motionless, absorbing the over 3-minute video in silence, though his gaze had long since drifted from the screen. As the video concluded, Lin Chong quietly pressed replay. When the male vocalist sang the line, I will always remember your face once more, the man, who had been striving in the bustling metropolis, was already in tears. This song evoked memories of his graduation season. There were countless individuals with whom he never had the chance to bid farewell, but the most significant regret was that girl. She was his sole romantic experience and his first love. After graduation, due to her parents arranging a job for her in another city, these two immature youths encountered differences and ultimately parted ways. The intense demands of work post-graduation left Lin Chong no time for romance. Yet the image of that girl occasionally flickered in his mind. He had heard she remained unmarried, having excelled in her career, and was promoted to the city just a month ago. While not devoid of thoughts, Lin Chong had been evading the idea, hesitant to take that step. After cycling through the song 3 times, he took a deep breath, as if resolving to make a decision, and opened WeChat, clicking on the avatar he had never deleted. Lin Chong, are you there? I heard you moved to Huahai City. Lin Chong, if convenient, would you like to go out for a meal? Lin Chong, I haven't forgotten you all these years since graduation. With the message he had rehearsed countless times finally sent, Lin Chong felt a weight lift from his heart. Exhaling deeply, only for his expression to turn tense. The next moment, almost instantly, a reply came through. Xiao Shui, sure, How about tomorrow night? Xiao Shui. Did you know I've been waiting for you to say that? Lin Chong's eyes widened in disbelief, quickly replaced by overwhelming joy. Meanwhile, the impact of the song Goodbye was playing out in various places. Chapter 25. The absurdity of the book review section the day after the graduation party. There were no classes, yet Yushichio, having neglected updates for a day, found herself seated before her computer. Upon opening QQ, the avatar of her editor, Shirtu, was incessantly flashing, indicating over 10 unread messages. Shirtu, are you taking a break today? Is something wrong? Shirtu, do you need me to request a leave for you? You can maintain your full attendance for the month. This was the first message sent immediately after her announcement of the hiatus. An hour later, another message appeared. Shirtu, if it's a financial issue, your manuscript fee for this month is considerable. I just applied to the company to advance it for you. At that moment, she was preparing to go on stage. Of course, she did not respond. The latest message was from Zhang Qian. Shirtu, good morning. Yushichio smiled slightly. This editor was rather considerate, always checking in, and even thinking of the author's attendance. However, her resolve to not compromise for the sake of attendance remained unchanged. And she casually replied, Yushichio, it's not a financial issue, thank you. A leaf knows autumn. Today's updates will proceed as usual. The incessant notifications from the other party's quick replies made Yushichio's avatar dance wildly. She had already closed the chat window. In the rented room of Shernwan in Jing City, she awaited a response that never came, shaking her small fist in frustration before exhaling in relief. My goodness. This narcissistic author is truly difficult to please. As noon approached, Yushichio stretched lazily and uploaded the latest chapter. To her surprise, many fans were eagerly tracking the update status, and the comment section quickly became lively. It's updated. The update drought is over. I was about to report a missing person. I've never seen an author who collects tips and then suddenly halts updates. 10,000 words? Not bad, but yesterday's should be compensated. Chuckling at the amusing comments from her readers, Yushichio thought to herself, compensating for updates is utterly impossible. As long as I remain sufficiently lazy, you cannot pressure me. Perhaps it was the weekend's leisure that spurred increasingly animated discussions in the comment section. I strongly suggest the author create a reader group. Agreed. We need an organization. Absolutely 10086. Let us discuss the plot and assist the author in crafting their tale. This lazy author, we know you're lurking. Hurry and join the group. Yushichio felt a wave of exasperation at the chorus of comments advocating for a reader group. Join a reader group? Absolutely not. Any discussions about the plot are mere fabrications. Only a fool would believe them. If I joined a group, I would be relentlessly pressured by these silly readers all day. Where would I find a moment of peace? However, these readers are her patrons, and neglecting them would be unwise. After some contemplation, Yushichio decided to post a pinned reply in the comments section. Due to insufficient phone memory, I will not be adding a reader group. You may follow my Weibo account instead. Upon seeing the author's reply, the exuberant readers erupted. The lazy author is indeed present. Let us go. Insufficient memory? I'll send you a 1 GB memory stick. Forget it. Brothers, let us go follow the Weibo first. Within a mere 10 minutes. Yushichio was astonished to find her Weibo followers had surged by over 50,000, clearly indicating a substantial fanbase for Zhu Xian. As numerous fans eagerly searched and beheld Yushichio's Weibo username, they couldn't help but spew another mouthful of blood. Yushichio had temporarily changed her username from a leaf knows autumn to avoid recognition, adopting the moniker The Dream of 900 Million Girls. With her Weibo account devoid of any posts, the agitated fans, lacking a comment section, stormed back to the comment area. I'm done. Lazy author, you owe me lunch. Seriously, can you be any more narcissistic with The Dream of 900 Million Girls? What an audaciously shameless person. Disregarding the comment section, Yushichio proceeded to Professor Lu Minkong's office, as usual in the afternoon. Although the soiree has concluded, Professor Lu Minkong has not ceased his mentoring endeavors. And Yushichio is delighted to receive guidance from such an esteemed mentor, learning with great enthusiasm. This visit is in adherence to a prior agreement to present the scores for Goodbye and the Journey of the White Dove to his counterpart. Upon entering the office, Yushichio notices that Yu Kaiwei is absent today, and aside from Lu Minkong, there is another middle-aged man present, President Lu Jifeng of Huahai Media University, who was seated at the center during the event. Good day, President Lu. Yushichio greets, turning to Lu Minkong, Teacher Lu, I am here to deliver the scores. Upon seeing Yushichio enter, President Lu's eyes brighten, and he exclaims to Lu Minkong, Old Lu, your esteemed disciple has arrived. Thanks to ye. Our funding for next year has significantly increased. A sense of satisfaction is barely concealed in Lu Minkong's gaze, yet he replies, "Do not speak so frivolously. Goodbye is a creation entirely by Jiqiu, and I have not guided him in the least. I merely provided a few pointers on his vocal technique." President Lu is momentarily taken aback. He had presumed Yi Jiqiu's song had received Lu Minkong's guidance, only to discover it was solely his own accomplishment, thus elevating Yi Jiqiu's standing in his eyes. Lu Minkong continues, "Jiqiu has brought honor to the school. You must not neglect this merit." Of course, President Lu laughs heartily. "Yi, I know your academic performance is exceptional. You will certainly be included among this year's scholarship recipients. The school will also bestow upon you the honor of outstanding graduate in gratitude for your contributions." That sounds splendid. Yi Jiqiu's eyes gleam with delight as he readily accepts. One must not underestimate the title of outstanding graduate from Huahai Media University. It is a distinction that cannot be purchased. Moreover, Lu Minkong, with a serious expression, inquires, "Jiqiu, may I ask if you have any career plans for the future?" Yi Jiqiu is momentarily taken aback, and Lu Minkong continues, "You are studying media, yet your musical talent is equally remarkable. Have you considered which path you wish to pursue?" There is no rush in your response. Should you choose to pursue music, you might consider remaining at the school to become my graduate student. I believe I still possess some knowledge that could benefit you. Upon hearing this, President Lu is visibly astonished. "Old Lu, is this a rare exception this year? You haven't accepted graduate students in a decade. 2 years ago, when that Mr. Chen offered 10 million to enroll his son, you declined." Lu Minkong snorts dismissively. "A decayed tree cannot be carved. What use is there in accepting someone who is indifferent to learning and merely seeks to leverage my name for personal gain? Jiqiu is different. He possesses true talent, and I am naturally willing to teach him." Yi Jiqiu is equally surprised. Not expecting Lu Minkong to hold him in such high regard, yet he refrains from giving an immediate answer, recognizing that hasty decisions can be disrespectful to others. With utmost seriousness, Yi Jiqiu replies, "Thank you, Professor Lu. I will consider this thoroughly." As Yi Jiqiu walks out of Lu Minkong's office, he finds himself deeply contemplating this question. What kind of person do I truly aspire to become? With the illustrious achievements of countless civilizations from previous lives as a foundation, Yi Jiqiu is confident that financial concerns will not plague his future. Yet, is the essence of life merely to exist in a state of lethargy, consuming resources without purpose? In his past existence, Yi Jiqiu would have undoubtedly acquiesced to such a fate, as that was indeed his desire. However, the current Yi Jiqiu yearns for something beyond mere wealth. Having been granted a second chance at life, he feels a compelling urge to pursue experiences he has yet to savor, to explore a myriad of possibilities, and to leave an indelible mark upon this world. As for the means to achieve this, he remains uncertain. Writing novels might be one avenue, yet it appears that Professor Lu Minkong has illuminated another path for him: music. Or perhaps the realm of artistic creation. Lu Minkong's expertise is among the most distinguished in the nation. With his guidance, such aspirations may indeed become attainable. After contemplating for some time, Yi Jiqiu found himself unknowingly back in his dormitory. Suddenly, at a moment of clarity, he smiled freely, casting aside his thoughts. Why dwell on such matters? Ultimately, aside from his ambitions, it is paramount to listen to one's heart and to live life with fervor, is it not? The future shall unfold as it may. A notification chimed from his phone, and upon opening WeChat, he was surprised to find a message from Yu Kaiwei, whom he had not seen for a day. "Wei Guang, your song Goodbye from last night, along with that heartfelt message, has gone viral." Yi Jiqiu was taken aback and casually replied. He then opened the trending topics on Weibo, astonished to discover that the #1 trending topic was "The universe is undetermined. We are all dark horses." Further down, the second trending topic read "Moved to Tears, graduation season's heart-wrenching anthem Goodbye." The third was Yu Tsaiwei's performance of Wei Guang at the evening gala. Other keywords, such as Huahai Media University graduation gala, indicated that it had become the most discussed topic of the moment. Curiosity prompted him to click on the trending topic for the song Goodbye, revealing an array of heartfelt comments from netizens. Fellow graduates expressed how the song brought them to tears, recalling their own experiences of heartbreak and separation as they parted ways with loved ones upon graduation. "We cried, smiling as we said goodbye, yet we knew that the next meeting was far off." Another expressed gratitude to the singer for instilling the courage to reconnect with a long-lost love, resulting in their reunion. In addition, numerous comments praised the song and its performer. This is true originality. It resonates deeply with the heart. The singer is so handsome. Is there a way to contact him? Some critiques noted minor imperfections in vocal technique, though it was acknowledged that such observations were relative to the excellence of the song itself. Others defended the singer, asserting that his level of performance is already among the top tier for amateurs. In a song that prioritizes emotional expression, technical prowess becomes secondary. The topic continued to gain momentum, prompting Weibo's official account to swiftly initiate a discussion on your perspective on graduation season. Yujichio took great interest in the comments made by netizens, most of whom praised the song and the performer, indicating that certain emotions indeed resonate universally. In the end, after a moment of contemplation, Yujichio decided to join the conversation and posted her first Weibo message under the account Dream of 900 Million Girls. In your eyes? The graduation season is upon us. The sword not yet sheathed, one finds oneself in the rivers and lakes in the blink of an eye. May you weather 1,000 sails and return still youthful. After revealing her Weibo handle in the review section, Yujichio had amassed nearly 100,000 followers, all ardent fans of Jusien. This Weibo post immediately caught the attention of the readers, and the number of comments surged. The author enjoys the song Goodbye too? So do I. Wow, that line hits hard. It's so true. Just after graduation, the pressures of work and rent seem to flood in all at once. Indeed, the author is talented, effortlessly crafting such poignant lines. Initially, the comments flowed naturally, but gradually they veered off course. Brothers, don't be fooled by this lazy author. How long has it been since he last updated? A full 7 hours. Even a donkey in a production team wouldn't dare to rest that long. He not updating but comes to flaunt on Weibo? Was yesterday's excuse just a ruse? So love will fade, right? Fine. No more votes for updates. Give us updates. We want updates. Furthermore, the fans spontaneously formed a queue, fervently spamming requests for updates. Yujichio sat before her computer, dumbfounded. This current generation of readers was quite unreasonable. Just as everyone was engaged in pleasant conversation, they suddenly demanded an update from her. The Weibo topic feature would push comments to those following the topic. The 2 lines Yujichio casually pinned proved to be quite impactful, swiftly attracting a multitude of user shares. However, many who ventured into the comments section were left bewildered by the uniformity of requests for updates. What is going on? Has this blogger incited public outrage? It was no surprise, given the provocative nature of the name. Upon discovering that this Dream of 900 Million Girls blogger was a novelist, many casual onlookers were astonished and quickly searched for Jusien. Consequently, it spiraled out of control, inadvertently serving as an advertisement for the book. In Beijing, within a resplendent mansion, a young man adorned in designer attire reclined on an imported sofa, idly scrolling through Weibo. This young man was none other than the renowned Wang Daxiao, the sole heir of China's wealthiest family. Despite his status, Wang Daxiao was remarkably down-to-earth, often engaging in casual banter online, making him a celebrity on Weibo. Suddenly, with a burst of energy, Wang Daxiao sat up and exclaimed in frustration, I gave this author a 10,000 yuan tip for a promise of updates. And now he is idly browsing Weibo instead of delivering? Those few chapters this morning were hardly sufficient. Wang Daxiao was indeed a peculiar character. While others would shy away when met with indifference, he became more resolute. No updates, huh? I'll give you more money. Let us see if that compels you to write. As the conversation unfolded, Wang Daxiao swiftly flicked his fingers, bestowing another 100,000 orange coins with a message attached. Stop browsing Weibo and show some support. The Seoul Golden Alliance leader's words seemed to invigorate the scattered commenters in the review section, igniting a renewed fervor among them. In contrast, Yujichio remained remarkably composed, showing no signs of urgency. Unbeknownst to him, within the confines of the female dormitory, Yu Kaiwei, after sending a WeChat message to Yujichio, was scrolling through Weibo. She was slightly taken aback upon encountering a line pinned by the author of Jusien regarding the song Goodbye. It was undeniable that this individual possessed considerable talent. After reading the author's enthusiastic praise for the song, Yu Kaiwei's perception of the author improved somewhat. After a moment's contemplation, she opened the Orange Reading app, coincidentally witnessing the barrage of comments regarding Wang Daxiao's generous donation of 100,000 orange coins. Without much thought, she casually clicked to contribute. Ding! Reader Weiwei has rewarded this book with 100,000 orange coins, stating, Goodbye is a wonderful song, and the author has a keen eye. The review section erupted once more. Chapter 27. How wild can an author be when tempted? Weiwei? A female reader, it must be a female reader. Everyone, come quick. There's a woman here. Don't be naive upstairs. Her contributions might outsize yours. The upstairs joke is amusing. It's the smaller donations that make the news. The emergence of the second Golden Alliance leader, presumably a female reader, sent the entire review section into another spiral of excitement. Meanwhile, Yujichio was taken aback when he saw Wei Wei's donation message. If memory served correctly, he had noticed that Yukaiwei used this very nickname on Orange Reading, coupled with her charming cartoon avatar of a little girl. It was strikingly similar to her WeChat profile picture, save for the absence of a microphone in her hand. This strongly suggested that the benefactor was indeed Yukaiwei. Miss, what are you up to? Yujichio lamented internally. A donation of 100,000 orange coins equated to a substantial amount of 10,000 yuan. But after the platform's 30 cut, he would only be left with 7,000. Taxes would further diminish this, leaving him with less than 7,000 in hand. If you intend to be so generous, do let me know. I could dash to your dormitory right now. Yujichio's heart ached, and for the first time, he felt a minuscule twinge of doubt about concealing his identity as the author. After all, the girl had acted out of goodwill, seemingly motivated by the author's commendation of the song Goodbye. Ironically, the instigator of this situation was none other than himself. Yujichio couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. Wang Daxiao was of little concern, but Yukaiwei was a different matter entirely. After some contemplation, he decided to respond with his author account. Thank you, Reader Wei, for your generous donation. Starting tomorrow, I will be increasing my output for a week. Please look forward to it. He shamelessly praised himself once more. An increase in output tomorrow means no updates today? In the female dormitory, Yukaiwei noticed the author's reply and, in a haughty manner, murmured to herself, a genius? Well, considering your good taste, I shall let it slide. Upon learning that there were no updates, Yukaiwei set aside her phone, no longer concerned with the fluctuations in the review section. A fellow reader, witnessing Yujichio's sudden activity, was once again incensed. The author, it seemed, had been lurking, only to surface when the female reader appeared, right? Wang Daxia generously tipped 200,000 coins to halt the updates, while the female reader's contributions had sparked an explosion of new content. How utterly authentic. In this declining moral climate, it appeared that lust had eclipsed loyalty. Women, it seemed, were mere stumbling blocks on the author's path, hindering the speed of keyboard strokes. Dear author, awaken to this reality. One might ponder, how wildly can an author be swayed by temptation? If it is an explosion of updates, let it be as frenzied as possible. Bring it on with fervor. The current reader, Yujichio, was left speechless and resolutely chose to disregard the turmoil. After a moment's contemplation, she retrieved her phone and sent a message to Yukaiwei. One leaf Shichio, the author mentioned an impending surge in updates. I look forward to it. Ding. Yukaiwei's response arrived promptly. Wei Guang, I saw it, but that fellow is rather untrustworthy. One can only hope. Yujichio felt a pang of frustration. Was her reputation truly so tarnished? She replied, One leaf Shichio, it will certainly happen. In the week that followed, as events surrounding the graduation party concluded, Yujichio, now with ample time, did not renege on her promise and entered a mode of prolific output. With nearly 20,000 words updated daily, the sheer volume initially delighted the readers. The derogatory moniker for the author faded, replaced by a chorus of respectful titles. However, as the plot progressed, readers gradually realized that the unfolding narrative was veering from their expectations. When the storyline reached the point of Bia sacrificing herself to save Zhang Xiaofan, the review section erupted for the third time, just as anticipated. The number of readers had surged beyond all previous comparisons, and the topic had even ascended to trending status on Weibo. Across Weibo and the review section, without exception, there were scathing comments directed at the author. What? This can't be true. Biao actually died. How dare you, you despicable author. Please, have some humanity. This is madness. The author has truly lost their mind. I was mistaken. Dear author, I can pretend I didn't see that. Please make a change. Wang Daxia, the golden leader of the reading community, who held the highest esteem among readers, wasted no time after reading the latest chapter. He immediately tipped 1,000,000 orange coins, appending only a single word, change. Yujichio's inbox was already inundated with messages from the editor. Sure to, Biao really died just like that? Sure to, can it be altered? The readers' reactions are quite severe. We might lose a substantial audience. Sure to, this is merely a personal suggestion. I hope you will consider it. At her computer, Shirnuanyuan's eyes were red, transfixed on the screen, watching the message box flicker. She hastily wiped away her tears. One leaf Shichio, It cannot be changed. He, sure Nguyen was in a frenzy, yet felt utterly powerless. Change the narrative? What a preposterous notion. Yi Zhiqiu was, of course, aware of the phenomenon stirred by this plot development. Nonetheless, he resolutely pressed on, sending it forth. Yi Zhiqiu harbored a subtle sense of dark amusement. When she first encountered this narrative arc, it had troubled her deeply. Such profound feelings, of course, deserved to be shared with her beloved readers. Upon observing the generous tips from Lord Wang, Yi Zhiqiu felt a tinge of helplessness and responded in the comments section. It cannot be changed. Nor do I wish to alter it. I will contact the back end to see if a refund is possible. To her surprise, Lord Wang responded graciously, no need. Just continue with the updates. The author's reply left the readers in a state of lamentation, resigned to accept this reality. However, there were also many rational readers among them. Although the plot was disheartening, the author's writing was undeniably exquisite. The most tragic fate is to uphold a belief throughout one's life, only to discover that this very belief has betrayed them. It is akin to witnessing a meticulously crafted world collapse in an instant. I concur with the sentiments expressed above. Zhang Xiaofan dedicated his entire life to the so-called path of goodness, only to realize it was all for naught. Upon discovering the malevolent side of virtue, he was thrust into opposition to his own convictions. The development of the plot was, in fact, profoundly reasonable. In a tale of love across 3 lifetimes, eternally descending into the underworld, all for the sake of love, a woman, with tears in her eyes, stands resolutely before a force capable of annihilating the heavens, willing to sacrifice everything to save her beloved. Why are you so foolish? In that ancient well, the one he saw was you. A question once posed by Bai Yao to Zhang Xiaofan, yet he had not yet found the opportunity to respond. After reading this passage, I felt a lump in my throat and could no longer hold back my tears. Forever a devotee of Bai Yao, I find myself exasperated with the author. Amidst the trending discussions and fervent reviews, the readership of Zhu Xian not only remained intact, but surged to new heights. Originally ranked 3rd, it ascended to the pinnacle. Chapter 28, Bitten by a Dog, with Zhu Xian reaching the top. The comments section echoed with jubilant cheers, and that very day, Yi Zhiqiu received her first payment. Gazing at the nearly 6-figure sum in her bank account, she felt a wave of exhilaration, having finally earned her first gold. However, her good spirits were soon soured. The top rank on the Orange reading platform belonged to a martial arts novel titled Bloodstained Jianghu, which had dominated the historical charts for nearly a decade. With Zhu Xian now at the summit, Bloodstained Jianghu was inevitably relegated to 2nd place. The author of Bloodstained Jianghu, a man in his 50s named Tang Long, was reportedly a vice president of a local writers' association. Previously, during the meteoric rise of Zhu Xian, he had made several snide remarks, but this time, he could no longer contain himself and openly expressed his disdain. The disgrace of martial arts. My anger towards Zhu Xian stems from its utter mediocrity. This was a post Tang Long shared on Weibo, where, beneath a bold red title, he unleashed a lengthy critique, spanning thousands of words, disparaging Zhu Xian on multiple fronts. From plot to characters, leaving no stone unturned in his condemnation. Tang Long, a long-established writer with an impressive following of over 1 million fans on Weibo, ignited a considerable uproar with his recent article, akin to a stone cast into still waters, generating ripples far and wide. Many of his ardent readers rallied in support. However, the fervent fans of Zhu Xian are predominantly impetuous youths who, upon encountering this, took to Weibo to voice their outrage, drawing immense attention to the topic. In the book review section, numerous fans inundated the comments. Author, can you tolerate this theft? Shouldn't we retaliate against those who slander the author out of jealousy? Rest assured, we stand by your side. Yi Zhiqiu, upon seeing the Weibo post shared by editor Shirtu, felt a wave of disgust wash over him. He pondered where he had offended Tang Long, who was seemingly unable to write well and resorted to childish antics after his old works were overshadowed. Enraged readers expressed their indignation, while Yi Zhiqiu, uninterested in engaging further, succinctly tweeted, "If a dog bites you, do you bite back?" The followers of Yi Zhiqiu found this quite amusing. Incredible. Ha ha ha. The author has truly struck gold. Indeed, one should not retaliate against a dog. Tang Long, ever vigilant of Yi Zhiqiu's Weibo, was prepared with a barrage of responses, eager to engage in a heated debate. Undoubtedly, Tang Long felt envious. Over a decade ago, his magnum opus Bloodstained Jianghu had reached its zenith, yet subsequent works failed to replicate that success. With a dwindling readership, and feeling threatened by the resurgence of his once celebrated work, Tang Long finally reached his breaking point. After reading the comments under the Weibo post titled The Dream of 900 Million Young Girls, he was nearly breathless with anger. Once he regained his composure, his eyes aflame, he penned a lengthy critique exceeding 1,000 words, the title reflecting his ire. This author is not only talentless, but also morally bankrupt. I implore you, heed a senior's advice and immerse yourself in literature. Tang Long had discreetly inquired about the identity of this literary arsonist and, upon discovering that the individual was not a prominent figure in the literary world, felt emboldened to speak so harshly. The quarrel escalated. Observers of this online feud soon saw Yu Zhiqiu's latest Weibo update. An old rogue is deemed an old rogue, not a senior. Furthermore, I believe the greatest virtue of the elderly is to restrain the urge to criticize the youth. Once again, the book lovers erupted in laughter. Ha ha, old rogue. The author's words are truly sharp. Bold, I admire that. However, the devoted fans of Zhu Xian soon uncovered a highlight in Yu Zhiqiu's Weibo, leading the comments to veer off topic once more. Young person? Who are you referring to? Claiming to be young is undoubtedly pretentious. Surely, you can't be serious. Aren't you a 30-something uncle? But wait, you might genuinely be young. Just look at your flamboyant pen name. I don't believe it. Reveal your true self. Reveal yourself. Reveal yourself. This motley crew of readers, witnessing the completely derailed discussion, left Yu Zhiqiu at a loss for words once again. Originally intending to assume the moral high ground to critique his opponent, Tang Long found himself once again incensed. He realized that he had perhaps taken a misguided approach. He had thought that authors would inevitably possess a certain literary grace. Yet this incendiary heartthrob commenced with a merciless tirade, completely disregarding conventional decorum. Could it truly be the work of a youthful novice? Tang Long felt a surge of discontent. Why should you, a mere youth, achieve fame so effortlessly? Attaining accomplishments that took me a lifetime to achieve? After much contemplation, Tang Long shifted his perspective and returned to critiquing the content of the writing. The youth, lacking experience, produced work that was remarkably juvenile, claiming to embody the essence of chivalry. Where, pray tell, is the valor? Throughout the narrative, all he encountered were demons and spirits, romantic entanglements, devoid of any true chivalry. Is this endless tirade to persist? Yu Zhiqiu, initially disinclined to engage with the old curmudgeon, found himself provoked by the incessant taunts. He retaliated directly on Weibo. Why must chivalry be synonymous with deep-seated enmity and bloodshed? Why cannot romantic devotion be considered chivalrous? You consistently speak of chivalry. I ask, have you embodied it? If we delve deeper, true chivalry serves the nation and its people. What you term chivalry is merely familial grievances, hardly superior to romantic sentiments. Thus, one must not be overly idle. I welcome discussions that seek common ground while respecting differences. But if you attempt to occupy the moral high ground with unfounded reproaches, I must insist you depart swiftly, lest you tarnish my sight. Upon uttering these words, Yu Zhiqiu ignited yet another uproar. Not only the fans of Zhu Xian, but even some of Tang Long's admirers began to see merit in his arguments. They had previously commented without due consideration, simply following the crowd, yet now they perceived that this young author possessed genuine depth. Chivalry, in its loftiest form, serves the nation and its people. How profound. This encapsulates the true essence of chivalry. Tang Long had prattled on about chivalry, yet he had not even realized his own shortcomings. How laughable. Seeking common ground while embracing differences, what wisdom in the author's words. Different hearts harbor diverse interpretations of chivalry. Why must it be a singular perspective? As the verbal clash unfolded online between Yu Zhiqiu and Tang Long in Lu Minkan's office, Yu Kaiwei let out a cold snort while gazing at her phone. Lu Minkan, intrigued, inquired, "What's the matter?" Yu Kaiwei pouted and handed her phone to Lu Minkan, stating, "There is someone named Tang Long disparaging Zhu Xian on Weibo, embroiled in a quarrel with the author. That book which articulated the indifference of the cosmos. Treating all beings as mere fodder?" Lu Minkan recollected and took the phone. He spent over 10 minutes engrossed in the unfolding exchange, and his indignation swelled. This Tang Long lacked integrity. He displayed no semblance of the virtues expected of a senior. Although the young author exhibited a fiery temperament, his arguments bore substance. After a moment's thought, Lu Minkan remarked, Wei, how does one engage with this Weibo? Please assist me in registering." In the following days, the feud between Yu Zhiqiu and Tang Long on Weibo not only showed no signs of abating but intensified. Tang Long, after all, serves as the vice president of a literary association in a certain region, having cultivated numerous connections over the years. Consequently, many within the circle rallied to denounce Yu Zhiqiu. However, Yu Zhiqiu, undeterred and brave, fought alone, exhibiting an unconventional approach. Faced with a group of eloquent critics, he retorted with unyielding resolve, matching them word for word without conceding an inch. Initially, a number of his readers expressed concern for the author's well-being, yet to their surprise, Yushichio continued to update his work without fail, day after day. The readers, relieved, fervently hailed the author's prowess on social media, creating a lively atmosphere. As 2 days passed, the controversy surrounding Zhu Xian paradoxically attracted a wave of curious new readers, further solidifying its position at the top of the overall rankings. Much to Tang Long's chagrin, realizing that engaging in verbal sparring only served to promote his rival, Tang Long altered his strategy, boldly challenging Yushichio to a literary contest. At this juncture, an enthusiastic netizen discovered yet another prominent figure voicing support, this time siding with the author of Zhu Xian. Lu Minkin declared, "Though Zhu Xian has its imperfections, it is undeniably an exceptional work. I am particularly fond of the phrase, 'Heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all things as straw dogs.' The author possesses great talent." Lu Minkin, a luminary in the music industry, swiftly garnered official verification for his post, which was subsequently promoted. The online community erupted in excitement as the first celebrity to publicly support Zhu Xian emerged. Although he hailed from a different field, Lu Minkin's stature in the music realm far surpassed that of Tang Long in the literary world. The situation intensified further when Qin Duan, a respected figure in literature, retweeted Lu Minkin's post with an accompanying remark. He expressed his astonishment upon learning of the phrase through an old friend's recommendation and humbly inquired whether there was a continuation to the line, expressing his gratitude for any information shared. In the capital city, within a garden-like courtyard adorned with pavilions, an elderly man with graying hair instructed his assistant to disseminate the information on social media before dialing a number on his phone. This venerable figure was none other than Qin Duan, a titan of Chinese literature. "Old Lu, are you satisfied now? Tell me, do you truly not know who this author is? That phrase certainly has a continuation, and it pains me not to know it." The online community was utterly astonished. Who is Qin Duan, after all? His works have been included in educational curricula, and he is still very much alive. What's more, Qin possesses genuine literary integrity. He is not only humble despite his talents, but has also mentored numerous emerging writers, earning immense respect. Although he did not state it explicitly, his inquiry was unmistakably clear. The sentence praised by a literary master had been so disparaged by Tang Long, resulting in a true slap in the face. On the other hand, Yushichio, intrigued, searched for information regarding Qin Duan and was equally impressed. This is indeed a man of true literary character. For the learned, Yushichio is held in the highest regard. He replied candidly on Weibo, expressing gratitude to Lu and Qin for their appreciation, with the latter half of his statement being equally significant. "Heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder. Sages are unfeeling, regarding the populace as mere livestock." In a modest courtyard in Beijing, Qin Duan was leisurely watering his plants when his assistant approached with a tablet in hand. "Qin Lao." The second half of the Weibo reply from the dream of 900 million girls has arrived. "Oh," Qin Duan exclaimed, "did they mention the latter half? Read it to me." The assistant recited clearly from the tablet, "Heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder. Sages are unfeeling, regarding the populace as mere livestock." A thunderous realization struck Qin Duan as if he had been struck by lightning. His actions came to an abrupt halt, and he scarcely noticed that the water in the flower pot had nearly run dry. The words resonated profoundly indeed. What a powerful sentiment. After a moment, he murmured to himself, to pen such a line, "Sages are unfeeling, regarding the populace as mere livestock. Who could this author possibly be?" While the online literary community had a muted reaction to Yushichio's words, merely deeming them akin to the first half, for some, it was akin to a bombshell, leaving them utterly bewildered. At that moment, Lu Minkin and Qin Duan took the stage to express mutual support, causing Tang Long to panic. "Isn't this fellow just a soft target? Why do even the industry authorities rally behind him?" Blinded by jealousy, Tang Long did not relent. Instead, his fury intensified. However, Lu Min and Qin Lao were beyond his reproach, prompting him to directly challenge Yushichio on Weibo. "Are you afraid? Do you dare to compete?" The poetry contest hosted by the Orange Reading website had Qin Lao as one of the judges. Everyone was invited to compose a poem for the competition. Do you dare to accept and determine a victor? Having reached this point of contention, Yushichio found a sense of calm, viewing the situation from a different perspective. He thought it might serve as a delightful diversion from his usual routine. As for the notion of a competition, he felt it was foolish to engage. As for poetry, I am no adept. From afar, the stone appears grand, yet up close, it is merely a large stone. Is that even worth considering? This is my level. Yet my written works surpass yours. If you disagree, feel free to challenge me. In the past 3 days of this verbal sparring, even literary giants had entered the fray, with the heated exchange firmly securing the top spot on Weibo's trending topics. Many onlookers erupted in laughter upon reading the poem The Dream of 900 Million Girls. How utterly absurd. The stone is large. Could the author be any more humorous? Indeed, the meter is quite precise, alternating tones and rhythms. Haha. I relish seeing you struggle while I remain unyielding. Upon receiving this message, Tang Yun felt a surge of joy. The avoidance of confrontation only underscored his opponent's lack of poetic skill, presenting a prime opportunity to press the advantage. Tang Yun quickly issued another challenge from afar. Cowardly wretch. I have submitted my entry. Await your chance to compete. If you can best me, I shall publicly apologize before the media. Tang Yun subsequently shared a poem he had composed, aptly centered around the theme of chivalry, which coincided with the onset of their debate, and its quality was surprisingly commendable. Numerous netizens from Zhu Xian denounced him for his audacity, asserting that after decades of crafting martial arts novels, he must have been well prepared. Otherwise, how could he have produced a poem so swiftly? Upon seeing this, Yu Zhiqiu let out a scoff. This old rogue clung to the conversation like an adhesive plaster and showed no signs of relenting. Growing weary of the back and forth, Yu Zhiqiu directly replied on Weibo, intending to spare him some dignity, but since he insisted on intruding, he should not blame me for striking back. As you so fervently espouse chivalry, allow me to elucidate what chivalry embodies in my heart. The Song of the Night. Do read it well and learn. Chapter 30. Yu Kaiwei invites a song, Old Qin. An exhilarated assistant burst into the study with a tablet in hand while Qin Duan was practicing calligraphy. What could have stirred such excitement? Qin Duan maintained a calm demeanor, his brush gliding steadily over the rice paper. The author of Zhu Xian has responded to Tang Yun's challenge on Weibo with a poem, the nearly 40-year-old assistant exclaimed, his voice slightly trembling with enthusiasm. Oh, what is it called? Qin Duan inquired, intrigued. He had previously encountered the mysterious author's stone poem, finding it amusing. Yet he could not dismiss the notion that someone capable of writing lines like the sage is unkind. Treating the commoners as mere fodder could lack poetic ability. The assistant remained silent, solemnly presenting the tablet with both hands to Qin Duan. Unperturbed, he set his brush down, donned his reading glasses, and accepted the tablet with a sense of nonchalance. This assistant was one of his disciples, and yet his lack of composure over a mere poem was evident. Having been immersed in this realm for decades, Qin Duan doubted that any author could craft poetry that would astonish him. The Song of the Night? Qin Duan softly murmured the title. Zhao Ku adorned with hu tassels, wu hooks gleaming with frost and snow. A silver saddle shines on a white horse, galloping like a shooting star. As he recited the first 2 lines, Qin Duan's expression grew serious. 10 paces to slay a man, no trace left for 1,000 miles. Once the deed is done, I brush off my robe and vanish, concealing both my identity and my name. Upon reaching this point, a tremor crept into Qin Duan's voice. Leisurely drinking at Xinling, I lay my sword across my knees. Sharing roasted meat with Zhu Hai, I raise my cup to toast lording. 3 cups spilled forth my promise, rendered light as a feather. After a dizzying revelry, my spirit soars like a rainbow. Rescuing Zhao, I wield a golden hammer. Shocking Handan first. For 1,000 autumns, 2 valiant heroes, their glory illuminating the great Liang city. Though the bones of chivalry may perish, I am unashamed among the world's heroes. Who can inscribe beneath your name the profound text of Tao? Finishing the remaining verses in one breath, Qin Duan's face flushed, his gaze fixated on the poem displayed on the screen. Excellent. Truly an exquisite song of the night. Suddenly, Qin Duan slammed the table and exclaimed. After a moment of quietude, as his emotions settled, Qin Duan pondered briefly before dialing his old friend's number. Old Lu, who is the author of Zhu Xian that you mentioned? This individual possesses remarkable talent. Is it possible to inquire further? I wish to meet this person, or rather, I yearn to pay my respects to them. What? Even you are unaware. Whatever transpires, you can observe it on that Weibo. In Huahai City, Lu Mingqian, having just hung up the phone, wore a bewildered expression, perplexed as to why his longtime friend was so agitated. Is it related to the author of Zhu Xian? Lu Mingqian opened Weibo, which he had only recently learned to use, and upon seeing the poem that had ascended to the top of the trending list, he was utterly astonished. Meanwhile, the poem Xia Kexing was sweeping through the cultural sphere with the force of a tempest. At this point, the verbal sparring between Tang Long and Yi Zhiqiu had lost its significance. No one cared about Tang Long's current feelings. In simple terms, since the release of Xia Kexing, no one would consider the two to be on the same level anymore. In the review section of Zhu Xian, comments flooded in. 10 steps to kill a man, leaving no trace for 1,000 miles. I am humbled. This time I truly am. The author is not incapable of writing poetry. Rather, they disdain to engage. When they do, it is a decisive blow. My mother asks why I am kneeling while looking at my phone. To the esteemed author, I apologize for once contemplating sending you a blade. I am in line to apologize to the esteemed author, 10086. Reader Wang Daxiao rewarded this book with 100,000 orange coins, proclaiming, impressive. At this moment, Yi Zhiqiu had chosen to remain humble, unconcerned about whether Tang Long would keep his promise. In a sophisticated private CAF off-campus, Yi Zhiqiu pushed the door open and entered. Glancing around, he quickly spotted a slender figure donning a baseball cap, and he made his way to that table. I apologize for the wait. Yi Zhiqiu approached and said, we arrived early. Zhiqiu, please have a seat. Is it all right if I call you that? Song Mei, dressed in a stylish leisure suit that exuded sophistication, showcased the charm of a mature woman. Yu Zhiqiu nonchalantly nodded and took a seat across from Yu Kaiwei. Today, it was Yu Kaiwei who had sent a WeChat message inviting him out, claiming there was a business collaboration to discuss. Hence she brought her manager, Song Mei, along. Since the graduation gala, perhaps due to realizing Yu Zhiqiu was also a fan of Zhu Xian, Yu Kaiwei had frequently messaged him to discuss the plot. And their camaraderie had deepened. Zhiqiu, would you like something to drink? Without mentioning the purpose of their meeting, Song Mei warmly welcomed him. Yu Zhiqiu, disinclined to delve into the meanings behind every item on the menu, randomly chose something, casting a curious glance at Yu Kaiwei. How many times have you had coffee? Yu Kaiwei suddenly inquired. Yu Zhiqiu was taken aback, but quickly understood. Yu Kaiwei was referencing her remark at the graduation gala about taking 18 years to sit down for coffee with him. He was surprised she remembered. Yi Zhiqiu chuckled and replied honestly, this is the second time. In truth, I prefer carbonated drinks. Yu Kaiwei nodded thoughtfully, and Yi Zhiqiu directly asked, so, what opportunities do I have to collaborate with the superstar? Yu Kaiwei wasted no time and stated, I am preparing to release my first album and would like to purchase the copyright or licensing rights to your song Goodbye. You can name your price, as long as it is reasonable. Her straightforwardness was striking, though such negotiations typically do not unfold in this manner, revealing all conditions at once. Agent Song Mei looked at Yu Kaiwei helplessly. Yu Zhiqiu was taken aback and instinctively asked, which song? Song Mei replied, the song Goodbye from the graduation party. I wonder if Zhiqiu would be willing to part with it. Yu Zhiqiu expressed her confusion. Isn't that song unsuitable for a female singer? Song Mei explained. The original version may not be, but Weiwei's vocal abilities are exceptional and can adapt. Her new album centers around youth, and she is currently missing a song that resonates. Your Goodbye, with some adaptation, would indeed fit perfectly. Yi Zhiqiu nodded slightly, acknowledging that if the theme is youth, Goodbye is indeed highly appropriate. For personal reasons, I will not transfer the copyright. But the licensing rights are negotiable. Yu Zhiqiu's forthrightness surprised them both, and Song Mei's face lit up. She had anticipated this outcome, knowing that securing the licensing rights would suffice. Curiously, Yi Zhiqiu inquired, how much are you planning to spend? Unfamiliar with the current market, she recalled hearing in her past life that songs typically valued around tens of thousands. She wondered how things stood now. Fortunately, this world placed great importance on copyright, so she assumed the price might be higher. Chapter 31. The wind rises. In response to Yi Zhiqiu's question, Song Mei pondered for a moment before attempting. Zhiqiu, both the lyrics and music copyright belong exclusively to you, making the transaction much more convenient. Within the industry, the original songs of well-known musicians are generally categorized into 4 tiers. The cost for a 10-year licensing agreement typically ranges from 30,000 to 300,000 yuan, of course, excluding the transfer of copyright. To be candid, Huahai Entertainment holds this song in high regard. Our internal assessment places it at Tier 2, with a price set at 200,000 yuan. What do you think? Fearing that Yu Zhiqiu might disagree, Song Mei quickly added, this price is undoubtedly top tier in the industry. In recent years, with the decline of traditional music, very few songs have fetched the 300,000 yuan price, and only a handful have achieved that. Yujichio understood, to put it bluntly. As a complete newcomer who had never released a song, if she were to pitch to a major company, selling for even 10,000 yuan would be considered fortunate. The fact that Huahai Entertainment was willing to treat her with the standards accorded to renowned musicians reflected their sincerity. That sounds good, she replied. Song Mei's face brightened. But Yujichio's next statement left both her and Yu Kaiwei in shock. However, I still feel that this song may not be suitable. Have you considered choosing another? Song Mei quickly responded. Are you referring to The Adventures of the White Dove? That song is also excellent, but it falls under the folk genre. Yujichio shook her head and said, No, it's another original piece that I have not sung yet. What? Not only Song Mei, but Yu Kaiwei also stood there. Her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Yujichio. Song Mei suddenly came to her senses, offering an awkward smile as she remarked, I am uncertain about the genre of the song. In truth, Song Mei was rather hesitant to take a risk, especially since Goodbye was already an exceptionally refined piece she had heard before. If Yujichio had other original compositions, she was unsure whether they could match the caliber of Goodbye. Rest assured, the style aligns perfectly with the theme of youth, Yujichio confidently asserted. However, the licensing fee for this song is 300,000, or you may choose Goodbye for 200,000. 300,000? Song Mei was once again taken aback. This implied that in Yujichio's eyes, this song surpassed Goodbye, reaching an unparalleled level of quality. Human nature is indeed peculiar. Lower prices often lead to disdain. Upon hearing Yujichio quote 300,000, Song Mei's curiosity was piqued. She inquired, is there a sample available for listening? No, Yujichio answered tersely. Song Mei's expression faltered, and beside her, Yu Kaiwei suddenly suggested, you could sing it live. Yujichio instinctively replied, that should not be feasible. The accompaniment primarily requires a piano, and a guitar won't suffice. There's one here. Yu Kaiwei pointed to a Steinway by the CAF window. Yujichio was momentarily stunned. She had not noticed upon entering that the CAF was equipped with a piano. In that case, I shall sing at once, Yujichio stated without further ado. Rising to approach the piano, Yu Kaiwei halted her motion, her slightly parted lips seemingly holding back words she wished to express. Her initial intention was for Yujichio to sing while she accompanied on the piano. To her surprise, he could indeed play the piano? Why had she never heard of this before? Curiosity filled Yu Kaiwei's eyes as she seemed to completely forget the purpose of their meeting. Seated before the piano, Yujichio's hands glided over the keys, a sensation akin to muscle memory flooding her mind. As Yujichio's long fingers produced the first note, Yu Kaiwei's eyes widened in astonishment. Beautiful was her sole impression as Yujichio's clear voice began to sing. As we wander along this path, pausing here and there, tracing the drift of youth, just before stepping off the train, I find myself hesitating, chuckling at my homesickness that is inescapable, while the sky of Nagano remains so warm. The wind stirs up the past. The melancholic yet exquisite melody and vocals resonated through the CAF, instantly capturing the attention of the few patrons within. The previously hushed discussions gradually faded, leaving everyone to quietly observe the figure performing at the piano. I once found it difficult to extricate myself from the vast world. Immersed in dreamlike musings, unable to discern truth from falsehood, making no struggle, fearing no ridicule. I once transformed my youth into her, and let my fingertips evoke the essence of summer. Where my heart is moved, I shall follow fate, walking against the light, letting the wind and rain assail me. As he reached the chorus, fortune favored Yujichio, for he had recently received considerable guidance from Professor Lu Minkan. Otherwise, he might have found it challenging to persevere. Despite the challenges, Yujichio modified his singing technique for the most difficult section, and since it was the audience's first encounter with the song, they naturally accepted it as it was. After the performance concluded, a light sheen of sweat appeared on Yujichio's forehead. Such a demanding piece still posed a challenge for him. As the audience emerged from their reverie, applauding, Yujichio returned to his seat, and it was only then that Yu Kaiwei and Song Mei came to their senses. With a hint of resignation, Yujichio remarked, I suppose that's how it is. The complete accompaniment features additional instruments, and my vocal skills are rather average, failing to convey the full essence of the song. We must have this song, Song Mei declared, her voice trembling yet resolute. Yujichio sipped his coffee and nodded. He was not surprised by this outcome. The Wind Rises was undoubtedly worthy of their attention. Song Mei was overjoyed, but at that moment, Yu Kaiwei suddenly inquired, I once transformed my youth into her, and I also plucked the essence of summer. Is this song written for someone special? Yujichio was momentarily taken aback before realizing the implication. She probably thought it was dedicated to his ex-girlfriend, Chinyuan. Especially since he had recently parted ways with her, making the lyrics remarkably fitting for his own situation. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No, I just wrote it casually." "You were the first to hear this song." Yukawa nodded thoughtfully and asked, "You can play the piano? Why haven't I seen you play in the office before?" With a hint of exasperation, Yujichio replied, "You never asked. The graduation party was so rushed. Every time I arrived, I was busy consulting Professor Liu. I couldn't just shout, 'Hey, I'm amazing at piano, come watch me.'" Perhaps his candidness was too amusing, for Yukawa burst into laughter, her beautiful eyes curving into crescent moons. This smile was like the melting of ice and the blooming of flowers, leaving Yujichio momentarily dazed as he sat across from her, struck by her charm. When their eyes met, Yukawa's cheeks flushed, and she quickly contained her laughter, returning to her composed demeanor. "Ahem," coughed Song Mei, unable to bear the scene any longer. Yujichio, snapping back to reality, felt his face flush with embarrassment, trying to suppress his unintentional smirk. Goodness, why did this girl have to be so enchanting? Didn't she realize how easily one could lose their senses in her presence? "Aunt May, I'm all set over here," Yukawa said softly, her face still tinged with pink. Song Mei nodded in resignation. Oddly enough, despite the song's quality exceeding their expectations, she felt a twinge of discontent. It was hard to be happy when one's prized cabbage was eyed by a pig. Chapter 32, If You're a Brother. Help me take a slice. While High Entertainment moved with remarkable speed. After Yujichio sent the song file for The Wind Rises to Yukawa via WeChat. Within 10 minutes, a notification arrived indicating 300,000 yuan had been credited to his bank account. Glancing at his balance, Yujichio contemplated for a moment before transferring 50,000 yuan to his mother's bank account. Moments later, his mother, Lin Huifan, called him. "Achio, what is going on? I received a message stating that you transferred 50,000 yuan. Is this a scam?" Lin Huifan questioned over the phone, her voice tinged with confusion. Upon hearing Lin Huifan's voice, Yujichio momentarily lost his focus and replied, "Mom, it's not a scam. That money was transferred by me." Lin Huifan's voice suddenly rose an octave, filled with anxiety as she inquired, "You transferred it? Last month. You didn't even let the family provide your living expenses. Where did you acquire the funds? You aren't involved in any illegal activities, are you?" Her barrage of questions struck like a rapid-fire cannonade, leaving Yujichio momentarily speechless. This was precisely the reason he had opted to transfer a mere 50,000 back. Had he sent 200,000 or 300,000 at once, his earnest and simple-minded parents would likely be bewildered. With patience, Yujichio explained, "Mom, I haven't engaged in any unlawful activities. Your thoughts are wandering. This money is my share from assisting a professor at school with a project. Just accept it with peace of mind." "Really?" Lin Huifan responded, her skepticism evident. "Isn't helping a teacher something one should do? How can you receive money for it?" Yujichio, feeling somewhat exasperated, continued, "Truly, this professor values my contributions and has even invited me to become a graduate student." "What? A graduate student? That is wonderful." Lin Huifan's excitement was palpable even through the phone. "Achio, you must heed the professor's guidance. How much does it cost to pursue a graduate degree? Is 50,000 enough? If not, your father and I can." Yujichio felt a lump in his throat and interrupted, "You need not worry about that. Graduate school doesn't require much funding, and I will send more money home later. Forget about that temp job. Moreover, isn't Yizitong preparing for college? She should focus on her studies without worrying about tuition fees." Lin Huifan, however, was not swayed by Yujichio's reassurances, insisting, "You can't just stop working. How can graduate school be free? Save that 50,000 for your future wife." Yujichio decided to let her have her way, recognizing that changing his parents' mindset was no simple task. When it came to their child's life, they often contemplated matters long before he even considered them. After calming his mother, Yujichio found a moment to update a chapter of Zhu Xian before heading out once again to Lu Minsong's office. A few days prior, Yujichio had already informed Lu Minsong of his decision to pursue graduate studies directly after graduation, which had pleased Lu Minsong immensely. Today, he had requested to discuss something with Yujichio, and with 20 minutes remaining until their appointed time, Yujichio set out early. In the densely populated city of Huahai, where space was a luxury, The campus of Huahai Media University still occupied a vast area, requiring considerable time to traverse from the dormitory to the classroom building. Although wealth was still a distant goal, perhaps it was time to contemplate purchasing a vehicle. After all, he anticipated spending another 2 years on campus. Certainly, making a vehicle useful. As Yi Zhiqiu pondered this while walking, he opened an app and searched for electric bikes. After 10 minutes of searching, he hadn't yet made a selection and was nearing the end of his journey, but he remained unhurried. After a moment's thought, he forwarded the link from the upper left corner of the screen to the Weibo account Dream of 900 million girls. I initiated a bargain on the platform, urging my friends to lend a hand. With those words, Yi Zhiqiu slipped his phone into his pocket and entered Lu Minkong's office. Following the verbal altercation with Tang Long, Yi Zhiqiu's follower count on Weibo surged to an impressive 800,000. Many readers, having just finished the latest chapter, instinctively turned to Weibo to hasten the updates, only to be momentarily dumbfounded by the post. What on earth, am I seeing this correctly? The author intends to purchase an electric vehicle? Is the top-ranked author truly that impoverished, unable to afford even 4 wheels? An aspiring author chimed in to clarify, noting that Yi Zhiqiu had just surpassed the initial phase of his new book, and his first month's earnings were unlikely to be extravagant. He would surely take off in the subsequent month. This fellow just updated a chapter today. Why divert to such a bargain? No discounts, unless there's a substantial update. Indeed, no discounts, unless there's a significant update. Come in. Upon seeing Yi Zhiqiu, Lu Minkong directly inquired, Wei Wei mentioned you helped her write a song. Do you also play the piano? Out of interest, I learned a bit. Yi Zhiqiu nodded. Lu Minkong, intrigued, refrained from stating the purpose of the meeting first. Instead, he gestured to the piano in the corner, saying, Play something for me. Without false modesty, Yi Zhiqiu sat at the piano, where a sheet of music lay open before him, and began to play. A melodious and graceful tune resonated through the air. Lu Minkong's gaze remained fixed on Yi Zhiqiu as he played. When the piece concluded, Yi Zhiqiu paused. Quite impressive, although some parts were slightly unrefined. With more practice, that can be remedied. Your foundation is solid, Lu Minkong remarked with satisfaction. If you're in school, come to my office to practice every week. Lu Minkong continued. The reason I invited you today is that there's an opportunity for a music program, and I wanted to inquire about your interest in participating. A music program? Yi Zhiqiu was taken aback. Yes, Lu Minkong clarified. It's an original music variety show hosted by Shangjing Television, titled Sing Out New Voices. I've heard the investment is quite substantial. It features emerging talents in the music industry, behind-the-scenes producers, and grassroots creators, with the stipulation that only original compositions may be performed. A friend of mine serves as a judge, and since the program is currently in preparation, they're seeking an academically trained original singer. I thought of you. Original songs, huh? That is certainly manageable, but this may complicate the updates for Zhu Xian. Yi Zhiqiu pondered. After all, during the altercation on Weibo with Tang Long, those delightful readers had supported him significantly. It wouldn't seem right to let them down. Seemingly recalling something, Lu Minkong added, By the way, the top 3 participants in this program will receive rewards, with the first prize being around 500,000. Of course, assuming you can clinch it. Wow, Yi Zhiqiu responded without hesitation. The readers of Zhu Xian are quite understanding. They should comprehend my situation. Besides, it's not like I want to be updating at all, just taking a brief respite. You rascal, Lu Minkong chuckled helplessly and continued. I've spoken with Principal Lu regarding your graduate school recommendations, so you'll just need to go through the necessary procedures. If you're facing financial difficulties. After I complete my graduate studies, I often receive invitations from various companies to create music. If it is not too challenging, I can certainly take it on. And I will ensure the quality is maintained. Yi Zhiqiu felt a slight warmth in her heart. Lu Minkong was indeed a remarkable mentor, not only possessing unparalleled expertise but also taking great care of her. The opportunity to participate in the program Sing Out a New Voice, though casually mentioned by Lu Minkong, was far from simple. It was a variety show produced by one of the foremost television stations in Huaxia, and many would strive desperately for just a chance to be involved. Yet Lu Minkong had granted her this opportunity, having made the decision to participate. She was determined not to embarrass herself. If she were to be eliminated in the first round, she might as well find a block of tofu to end it all. At the very least, she aimed to return with the championship title. Yi Zhiqiu resolved firmly within herself. Chapter 33, Sing Out a New Voice. That evening, Upon returning to her dormitory, Yujichio opened Weibo and was pleasantly surprised to find that her fundraising efforts had indeed succeeded. She had acquired a small electric scooter without spending a dime, and it seemed she had discovered yet another talent among her endearing readers. Scrolling through Weibo, the comments were a mix of daily encouragement for updates, all laced with humor. The author is struggling. Go for a four-wheeler without hesitation. I am the owner of an electric bicycle shop. Author, choose a bike and I'll offer you a discount. I also own an electric bicycle shop. If the author posts frequent updates, I am willing to gift you one for free. I run a store. If the author updates frequently, I will sell you one at cost. Yujichio chuckled. She found that engaging with these amusing readers was quite enjoyable. While she had considered buying a vehicle, it was not an immediate necessity. In a bustling metropolis like Huahai City, public transportation was exceptionally developed. Short distances could be covered by taxi, and long distances by high-speed rail. If she were truly affluent, she would contemplate upgrading her family's old residence, which had been lived in for 30 years, to something more practical. Yujichio believed this goal was not too far-fetched. She expressed her gratitude in a few posts on Weibo and then responded to the readers who urged her to purchase a four-wheeler. I heard that gas prices have risen again. Have you ever considered that filling up a tank could buy a bicycle, and in a month, you could afford an electric scooter? Many readers were active on Weibo that night, and her statement quickly garnered a flurry of comments. Please, don't say that. Why do I have to see this? I don't understand. What electric bike costs 20,000? Is someone upstairs driving a semi? I envy you all. I don't have this worry. That is not how it works. Can a bicycle shield you from the wind and rain? You could buy a raincoat for $30. In the following days, aside from her regular updates on the legend of the immortals, Lu Minkin reached out to confirm her registration for the Sing Out a New Voice program and encouraged her to prepare diligently. Meanwhile, after a few days of not seeing Yu Kaiwei following the acquisition of the song The Wind Rises, they arranged to meet again. This time at the company she was signed with. The Huahai Entertainment Company building was a magnificent 33-story structure, a testament to the formidable strength of Huahai Entertainment. Nodding at the driver, Yujichio stepped into the lobby, where a slightly plump young woman standing at the entrance promptly approached him. Are you Mr. Yi? She inquired. Sporting thick glasses, the young woman appeared quite endearing, likely fresh out of university. Yujichio nodded, and she immediately continued. I am Yu Tsaiwei's assistant. Meijie asked me to wait for you here to escort you to the recording studio. He had come for the recording of The Wind Rises, which Yu Kaiwei had already mentioned on WeChat. Following the slightly plump woman, they made their way into the building. Occasionally, well-dressed men and women passed by. Presumably signed artists of Huahai Entertainment, the Yujichio had little knowledge of celebrities. However, many of those passing by cast curious glances at him, particularly the assistant beside him, who seemed unable to stop stealing glances his way. Do I have something on my face? Yujichio suddenly asked. Huh. The assistant paused, instinctively replying, no? Yujichio sighed. Your constant staring makes it difficult not to question my appearance. Oh. The assistant exclaimed, her face flushing with embarrassment as she hurried to explain. It's not that. I was just wondering if Mr. Yi is preparing to sign with Huahai Entertainment. No. Yujichio replied bluntly, leaving the assistant momentarily taken aback. She instinctively responded, but Mr. Yi, you're so handsome. I thought you might be. Actually, it's because I'm assisting Kaiwei Jia. That's why everyone is so curious. Usually, she doesn't meet with the company's male artists alone. Yujichio understood. Although Yu Kaiwei was a relatively new singer in the company, her beauty and talent were exceptional, earning her the title of the new generation's little diva, her status in the industry rivaling that of some established artists. More importantly, the company was owned by her uncle, elevating her standing within the organization and drawing considerable attention to her every move. Upon entering the elevator, they arrived at a room marked with the words recording studio. Stepping inside, Yujichio was awestruck by the array of instruments and the plethora of audio equipment, all of which appeared to be of substantial value. While Lu Minkong's office had some necessary equipment, it paled in comparison to the facilities here. Within the recording studio, Song Mei seemed to be persuading Yu Kaiwei about something. Upon noticing Yujichio's entrance, she promptly halted and courteously said, Jichio, you're here. I apologize for the trouble. No worries. It's my duty to provide follow-up service. Yujichio nodded, turning his gaze to Yu Kaiwei. Today, in light of the recording, Yu Kaiwei wore a loose white shirt that accentuated her slender waist, paired with black wide-leg trousers, exuding a scholarly beauty. At that moment, Yu Kaiwei pouted, seemingly affected by Song Mei's previous remarks. Song Mei explained, this time, It is because the song The Wind Rises that you wrote is so outstanding that the company, after careful consideration, has decided to change the album's title track to this one, placing the originally planned title track in the second position. Today marks the official recording session. Jichio, as the creator, I would like you to provide guidance to help Wei Wei deliver her performance more effectively. In truth, Songmei has not been entirely forthright. The excellence of The Wind Rises is undeniable, and upon acquiring it, Huahai Entertainment almost immediately designated it as the lead single. However, the formal recording actually commenced 2 days prior, yet for reasons unbeknownst to us, Yukawa seems unable to accurately capture the emotional essence of the song. Logically, although The Wind Rises poses a challenge in its execution, it should not be an issue for someone of Yuchaiwei's caliber. Songmei, feeling quite helpless, resorted to the idea of enlisting the original creator, Yushichio, for assistance. Yushichio had no objections and suggested to Yukawa, "You are undoubtedly more versed in how to sing it than I am. Why not give it a try and let me listen?" Yukawa averted her gaze from Yushichio's eyes and nodded gently. "Please accompany me on the piano." The individuals in the recording studio were momentarily taken aback. As Yukawa softly explained, since you composed the piece, your piano rendition should evoke a more authentic feeling. This logic seemed sound. Yushichio glanced at the accompanist seated at the piano, a middle-aged man who reluctantly stepped aside. Once Yushichio took his place, Yukawa had already readjusted herself at the microphone, exhibiting an eagerness that was palpable. They exchanged a glance, and Yushichio nodded slightly. The next moment, a somewhat melancholic melody filled the air, followed by Yutsaiwei's ethereal voice that resonated deeply within the hearts of all present. As the performance concluded, the entire studio remained enveloped in the lingering beauty of her song. Eventually, the onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, grappling with the question, could it be that she performed exceptionally well? Chapter 34. The concept of The Wind Rises song May directed her gaze towards a silver-haired gentleman within the studio, Chen Haitao, the music director of Huahai Entertainment. "Should we record it again?" Chen Haitao remained silent, donning his headphones to listen intently to the entire piece before incredulously exclaiming, "Perfect." The expressions of those around him were peculiar as they exchanged glances between Yu Kaiwei and Yi Jiqiu. The middle-aged accompanist bore a look of anguish and frustration, contemplating, could the issue have been with my accompaniment? And yet, with someone else accompanying, it flows flawlessly. What does this mean? Yu Kaiwei maintained her usual cool demeanor, though a flush crept into her ears. Yi Jiqiu, perplexed, found the situation quite normal, having witnessed Yu Tsaiwei's remarkable vocal prowess before. Songmei cleared her throat and remarked, "That is splendid. With little time remaining before the scheduled album release, we must expedite the confirmation of the script for the upcoming filming." Yu Jiqiu inquired curiously, "Are you planning to produce a music video for this song?" Songmei nodded, explaining that while it was not originally in the plans, it would be beneficial to create one as a lead single for promotional purposes. Suddenly, Songmei's eyes sparkled with inspiration as she asked, "Jiqiu, as the creator of this song, do you have any thoughts regarding the storyline? The music need not be overly complex. Perhaps if there were fewer scenes featuring male actors, it could better highlight the singer." Yu Jiqiu pondered for a moment and indeed had a few ideas. In the past, the song The Wind Rises has gained prominence in 2 versions. One is the anime rendition from the Land of the Rising Sun, while the other features segments from a romantic television drama, which has also garnered considerable acclaim. In Yu Jiqiu's perspective, the latter version is more fitting. However, a mere replication would not suffice, for music thrives on the beauty of visuals, with the storyline being of secondary importance. A convoluted plot might overshadow the essence of the piece. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Jiqiu articulated his vision. Upon learning that Yi Jiqiu was the composer of The Wind Rises, music director Chun Haitao took his suggestions to heart, and both he and Songmei were enlightened by his creative input. A shared glance between them revealed mutual satisfaction. "Excellent," Songmei declared, decisively affirming. "Let us proceed with this concept. Immediately contact suitable male actors, prioritizing those within the company." Suddenly, Yu Kaiwei, who had been quietly observing, chimed in, suggesting, "No need to search further. Let Jiqiu take on the role of the male lead." Everyone stood momentarily stunned. Songmei wore a troubled expression, exclaiming, "Wei Wei. While Jiqiu's idea is brilliant, he lacks any acting experience. The lead in the main song is crucial." Yet, Yu Kaiwei seemed resolute in her choice, asserting, "If the male lead does not need to show his face, then acting skills are not a necessity. Moreover, since the concept originates from Jiqiu, his performance would likely flow more naturally." "Aunt May, did you not mention that time is of the essence?" as the peculiar gazes of the others bore down on her. Yu Saiwei's voice grew softer, her ears reddening in embarrassment. Oh dear. Songmei cast a helpless glance at Yu Jiqiu, inquiring, Jiqiu, what do you think? This could work, right? Of course, the filming remuneration will be based on market rates. Yu Jiqiu was somewhat taken aback. This was initially a minor matter. Yet he had indeed envisioned the scenes in his mind. After a moment's reflection, he replied, when would we commence? I may not have availability. I have to participate in a singing variety show in about 2 weeks, and I need to prepare during that time. The room fell silent, and Yu Kaiwei abruptly looked up, her gaze fixed intently upon him. What variety show? Songmei instinctively inquired. This was not a secret, as Lu Mingkong and the others were all connected, making it easy to share. Yi Jiqiu explained, it's called Sing Out New Voices, an original music program introduced by Professor Lu Mingkong. Songmei realized, that show indeed suits you. Filming in 2 weeks should be manageable. The scenes are quite straightforward and can be completed within Huai City, requiring roughly 3 days. Jiqiu, what do you think? That poses no issue. With the conversation reaching this point, and considering the opportunity being practically handed to him, Yi Jiqiu felt no inclination to decline. Nearby, music director Chun Haitao chuckled. I hear this program is a must-have for Jing Television. Securing a spot is no easy feat. Young Yi, best of luck. Based on your piece The Wind Rises, I have great faith in you. Yi Jiqiu smiled and suddenly recalled something, saying, by the way, Mei Jia, Director Chen, how much does it cost to use this recording studio? Before the two could respond, Yu Kaiwei interjected, are you planning to record a song? I do have that intention, Yi Jiqiu nodded. There are still 2 weeks until the competition, so it would be perfect to prepare the songs for the event. Songmei waved her hand dismissively. That's simple. This is the top recording studio in the country, and it is usually open to industry singers. The fee is 20,000 per hour. If you want to use it, we can just charge for the labor. Chen Haitao chuckled. Let's reduce it by 2,000. I won't be needing it. Regardless of how familiar a song may be, recording and post-production will take at least 2 to 3 hours. Huahai Entertainment is indeed generous. In this way, I can save quite a bit of money. This is also a mutual benefit, built upon the foundation of cooperation. Although it was Yu Jiqiu's first time in such a professional recording studio, she had already gained some understanding of the process while Yu Kaiwei was recording earlier. After communicating with the staff responsible for various tasks, Yu Jiqiu stood before the microphone. Ordinary Road, Yu Kaiwei held a piece of paper, softly reading the song's title. At this moment, the recording began, and Yi Jiqiu started to sing. Wandering along the path, are you going to leave? Fragile Pride. That was once my form. The slow, lyrical rhythm, her crystal-clear voice, and soft singing caused everyone to hold their breath, listening intently. I once crossed mountains and seas, traversed through throngs of people. I once possessed everything, yet in the blink of an eye, it all dissipated like smoke. At this point, Yu Kaiwei's gaze had shifted from the paper in her hands to Yi Jiqiu, who was immersed in her performance. The road swept by the wind remains distant. Where does your story begin? As the song concluded, Yi Jiqiu removed her headphones, and the recording studio fell into silence, with no one daring to speak. Confused, Yi Jiqiu asked, is that it? Huh. Oh. The staff, startled from their reverie, quickly pressed the stop button on the equipment. Applause erupted, and Yi Jiqiu noticed a middle-aged man, who seemed somewhat familiar, had entered the studio unbeknownst to her. Mr. Yi, would you be interested in signing with our company? The middle-aged man's opening line startled everyone in the room. Uncle, boss. At this moment, the others in the room recognized Li Wenrui's arrival and hurriedly greeted him. Music director Chen Haitao remarked, I resemble you, him, in the wild grass and flowers. The song is good, but the lyrics are even better. I must say, the younger generation is formidable. From the reactions of those present, Yi Jiqiu understood the identity of the newcomer. He was one of those seated at the center along with Principal Lu during the graduation party. Hello, Boss Li, Yi Jiqiu smiled. If I were to sign with Huahai Entertainment, I fear that my proposed terms might be too demanding. Li Wenrui cast a quiet glance at Yu Jiqiu and suddenly smiled, saying, then let us deepen our understanding. Who knows what opportunities may arise. He then addressed the others. Mr. Yi will record songs in the studio, charged to the company account, and all expenses will be waived. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, and Yi Jiqiu was momentarily stunned, responding with a smile. Boss Li, you are very generous. Li Wenrui chuckled heartily and remarked, you flatter me. This is merely a preemptive investment. I hope Mr. Yi will remember Huahai Entertainment when he creates wonderful songs in the future. As Yushichio was about to depart after finishing the song production in the studio, Yukawa suddenly spoke up. May I have a copy of this song? I promise I want to share it. Yushichio had no objections and politely declined Huahai Entertainment's offer to send him home, opting instead for a taxi. The efficiency of the delivery service was quite impressive. The shared electric bike had already arrived. He picked up the package and spent 50 yuan to have a mechanic outside the campus assemble the remaining parts. After some thought, Yushichio snapped a picture and posted it on Weibo, saying, "My ride has arrived. Thank you to all my brothers." Meanwhile, within Huahai Entertainment, Songmei closed the office door and sat on an Italian leather sofa, silently observing Yukawa. Under Songmei's intense gaze, Yukawa's previously composed demeanor gradually became uneasy. After a moment, Songmei sighed softly and directly asked, Wei, do you have feelings for Yushichio? Aunt Mei. Yutsaiwei's face flushed instantly, and she retorted playfully. Songmei scoffed, and, disregarding Yutsaiwei's teasing, bluntly stated, You've struggled to find inspiration for days while that young man arrived, and everything clicked. You even insisted on him directing. I've watched you grow up. Do you think I am unaware of your little thoughts? Speak honestly to Aunt Mei. Do you like him? I don't know. Yukawa nearly buried her head in embarrassment. After a pause, she added in a voice as soft as a whisper, Perhaps I have a slight fondness? That is hardly just a slight fondness. Do you take me for blind? Songmei retorted helplessly. Wei, you know that dating right now is detrimental to your development. Yukawa's voice fell. I understand, Aunt Mei. But, observing her niece's unfamiliar demeanor, Songmei's expression softened. She gently stroked Yutsaiwei's hair and spoke tenderly. When did you start liking that boy? Was it his handsome looks or his talent? Yukawa responded quietly. I don't know. We met in our freshman year. I had sprained my ankle, and he helped me to see the school doctor. Then we found that everyone had joined the literary association. At that time, he played guitar fairly well, though his singing was not as good as it is now. One night, I was accidentally locked in the practice room, and that rascal, Yukawa paused to regain her composure and continued. We hardly spoke back then. And I had a bit of a crush on him, but it was nothing serious. However, after his breakup, his personality changed quite a bit. He feels different from before. In the esteemed book hall, I find myself puzzled by the unfolding events. As I observe the incessant chatter of Yukawa, Songmei's heart was utterly disheartened. What about him? Do you think that young man harbors feelings for you? Caught off guard by Songmei's unexpected inquiry, Yukawa hesitated, uncertainly responding, I don't know. After a moment, she recalled Yushichio's absent-minded gaze directed at her, and with a hint of playful mirth, she added, He probably doesn't dislike me. Songmei sighed once more, adopting a serious demeanor. Kaiwei, from a career development perspective, I would advise against pursuing a romantic relationship at this time. Yutsaiwei's expression dimmed briefly, but was soon illuminated by a flicker of determination. However, Songmei continued, her tone shifting to one of affection, as your elder. I sincerely wish for you to find happiness. Frankly speaking, Jichio is not only handsome but also exceptionally talented and possesses commendable character. If the two of you could come together, I would not oppose it. Yutsaiwei's eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked up in surprise. Yet there is one thing you must heed. Dear Kaiwei, Songmei interjected with a knowing scoff. Do not make it too easy for that young man. He must face some trials first. Indeed, he is quite gifted, but he remains somewhat inexperienced. Trust me, wait until he achieves further accomplishments before making your relationship public. This way, the pressures you both face will be significantly alleviated. At that moment, Yukawa could utter nothing but bashful nods. Songmei pondered aloud, upon reflection. Jichio is indeed an admirable young man. Since fate has brought you together, you must seize the opportunity. Allow me to impart a few strategies. I used the same methods to win over your uncle. Yukawa blinked, attentively absorbing Songmei's wisdom. Meanwhile, at Huahai University of Media, Lu Minkong's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, a gentle smile graced his features as he pressed the answer button. Hello? Kaiwei, what is the matter? You wish to participate in sing out new voices? Unfortunately, there are no slots available at my end, and given that this is an original music program, it requires all performances to be original works, which may not suit you. All right, don't be upset, my dear niece. Please don't mention this to your grandmother. Let me check. It seems the program is still in need of a young, popular singer to serve as a judge. I'll see what I can do. Consider it done. I will do my utmost to secure a spot for you. After ending the call, Professor Lu Minkong was left in a state of bemusement. How had his sweet granddaughter suddenly developed such a fervent interest in a program like Sing Out New Voices, resolutely determined to participate? Returning to the dormitory, Yujichio completed his daily extensive writing before logging onto Weibo once more. Beneath the previously posted photo of his electric bike, numerous comments had accumulated, ranging from playful jests to requests for updates. A particularly prominent comment had garnered over 200,000 likes. This photo seems to have been taken casually by the roadside, yet it reveals a wealth of information. Firstly, it is December, but judging by the attire of the passers-by, the temperature must be above 10 degrees, thus eliminating the possibility of a northern location. Then, observing the flora, one cannot overlook the common white magnolia and the broadleaf magnolia. But the focus should primarily be on the trees lining the sidewalks. The stout-trunked tree known as the camphor tree, which exhibits a lack of cold resistance and thrives in warm, humid climates, suggests that the author is likely situated in a coastal city. The plot thickens as a sparsely leaved tree comes into view, identified as the sycamore, also referred to as the French plane tree. In China, cities that meet the criteria of being coastal and home to the French plane tree reveal the answer quite readily. The author is indeed in Huahai City. In Chapter 36, the commentary section is inundated with numerous affirmations. 66,666. Bowing to this detective book friend. This fellow must be quite skilled at catching cheating partners. What a coincidence. I'm also in Huahai City. I am part of the Beyond faction. Can any esteemed individual share the author's address? I wish to send him some heartfelt items. Similarly, members of the Beyond faction in Huahai City express a desire to engage in conversation with the author. The abundance of book friends is overwhelming. Yujichio is genuinely startled, drenched in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he was outside at the time. Had he uploaded photos taken within the Media University of Huahai City, his identity might have been revealed. This serves as a cautionary tale. One must remain vigilant to prevent such occurrences in the future. In the following days, aside from updating the legend of the immortals, Yujichio dedicated himself to training under Professor Liu Mingkang. According to Professor Liu, while he harbors no concerns regarding Yujichio's writing, there is a need to enhance his vocal skills. A remarkable piece of work, in addition to being well-written, necessitates that the emotions be effectively conveyed, a task heavily reliant on the performer's proficiency. Yujichio, already endowed with considerable talent, exhibited remarkable progress under Liu Mingkang's one-on-one guidance. In Liu Mingkang's eyes, he would at least not bring shame upon himself. A week later, the team for The Wind Rises was fully assembled, and Yujichio returned to the Huahai Entertainment Company building. The concept was straightforward, narrating the story of a couple from their initial encounter, through acquaintance, passionate romance, conflicts leading to a breakup, and ultimately their reconciliation. Although these were merely fragments of everyday life, Yujichio could at most display a profile view. Yet appropriate makeup and styling were still requisite. Once attired and made up, Yujichio emerged, prompting gasps of admiration from the crowd. He looked exceptionally handsome. Yujichio's naturally deep features appeared even more pronounced with a touch of makeup, presenting an image devoid of any flaws. Typically clad in solid colors, he still maintained a standard for his attire, which, when donned, fit him like a tailored garment. Approaching Yukawa, the combination of handsome man and beautiful woman left onlookers in a daze, as if they were fated to be a pair. The first scene was set on a bustling street, where the initially unfamiliar pair exchanged a fleeting glance. Naturally, the filming could not take place on a real street, but rather on the streets of a film studio. A man and a woman meet for the first time on a bustling street, as if fated by destiny. The throng of pedestrians and the cacophony of traffic gradually fade away, leaving only the silhouettes of each other in their eyes. This initial scene concludes, emphasizing the exquisite beauty of the moment, devoid of dialogue, accompanied naturally by the melodious voice of Yukawa in the background. In the second scene, the two acquaintances board a bus, their relationship not yet romantic. At this moment, the character played by Yujichio feels a surge of nervousness and, amidst a sudden stop of the bus, reaches out to grasp Yukawa's hand. This marks their second hand-holding. The first occurred at the graduation party when, out of courtesy, Yujichio assisted the elegantly dressed Yukawa onto the stage. The instant their palms touched, Yujichio distinctly sensed a gentle tremor in Yukawa's small hand, which quickly steadied. Turning to glance at her, he noticed her delicately flushed earlobes. This scene aims to capture the tender shyness of budding romance, and the director, satisfied, observes the frame with approval. Next comes a segment depicting the sweetness of their burgeoning love. The two revel together in a narrow alley at night, setting off fireworks. Yushichio dashes along the track, while Yukaiwei, her radiant smile brightening the night, pedals her bicycle in pursuit. With their heads close together, they gaze at the sky amidst the gentle breeze of the fields. The visuals must adhere to two principles: beauty and sweetness, overflowing with affection. All segments are shot in one take, leaving the director to question whether his artistic prowess has reached new heights. After the blissful phase, naturally, comes the tumult of arguments and the prospect of separation. In the midst of their dispute, Yushichio remains relatively composed, the camera focused on Yukaiwei, allowing her emotions to remain concealed. The challenge lies with Yukaiwei. Cut, exclaims the director of Huahai Entertainment, exasperated. Kaiwei, my dear, can I address you like this? This is a lover's quarrel. You must display passion and fervor. Your flushed cheeks and affectionate gaze make it seem like a playful exchange instead. Yukaiwei's face turns crimson, while the onlookers stifle their laughter. Beside her, Song-mei sighs helplessly, pondering the difficulty of having a woman deeply enmeshed in love feign a quarrel in front of her beloved. Yushichio opens his mouth to interject, but, meeting Yukaiwei's flustered yet indignant gaze, wisely chooses silence. After all, his role is straightforward, and he can endure as many takes as necessary. Ultimately, after the 10th unsuccessful attempt, the director, filled with frustration, bellows, revise the script. He muses that they are not filming a movie. He believes his demands of the actors are already lenient, yet he cannot shake his internal conflict. Thus, they decide to forego portraying the argument altogether, allowing the male character to express his ire while the female character turns away with a cold demeanor. Yukaiwei excels at embodying the reserved beauty, and after revising the script, they finally succeed in capturing this segment. They then add a few scenes of separation, depicting the two characters leaning against a wall back-to-back, each arriving at the track they once frequented, simplifying the process as each scene features only one of them. At last, it is a complex scene. In the stillness of the night, beneath the warm glow of the street lamp, two individuals serendipitously arrive at the street where they first met. Their gazes cross from a distance, shifting several times, until Yukaiwei seemingly casts everything aside and, like a fledgling returning to its nest, rushes towards Yushichio, leaping into his embrace. As Yushichio observes the approaching Yukaiwei, his heart races with fervor. The embrace, though necessitated by the filming, has become their most intimate gesture aside from holding hands. Looking across, Yushichio perceives a hint of tension in Yukaiwei's eyes. Perhaps even a glimmer of excitement? In the next moment, she is upon him, prompting Yushichio to swallow hard, unable to contain himself. With a soft thud, accompanied by a fragrant breeze, he feels the gentle form of Yukaiwei nestle into his arms. Their height difference is about a meter, with Yushichio's chin resting perfectly atop her hair, which carries a delightful scent. Uncertain whether the warmth emanates from the lovely figure in his arms or his own body, he feels an overwhelming heat, and his breath quickens. It seems as if nothing else matters. The world around them fades away, and Yushichio experiences an inexplicable sense of tranquility, wishing time would stand still. Voices seem to drift from afar, gradually bringing him back to reality. Looking down, he finds Yukaiwei's head buried deeply in his embrace, her expression hidden from view. The director calls for a cut. Yushichio notices that his voice has become unusually dry. Chapter 37. Arrival in the capital. The filming of The Wind Rises spanned 3 days, during which Yushichio received his first payment as an actor, a sum of 30,000 yuan. While 30,000 may not appear substantial, for a newcomer with no prior acting experience, it is indeed a considerable amount. Yukaiwei's debut album, especially the title track, would likely attract many male actors eager to participate in the production. However, after the final shot where she lost track of time in their embrace and was roused by Yushichio, she seemed quite upset and did not utter another word to him. Yushichio, feeling inexplicably guilty, concluded the filming amidst this odd tension. With only 2 days remaining before the recording of Singing a New Voice commenced, preparations were underway for his journey to the capital. He could no longer attend his specialized courses at school, but fortunately, Professor Liu Minsong intervened, and the institution, aware of Yushichio's impending graduate school application, readily granted permission. In the remaining 2 days, devoid of distractions, Yushichio immersed himself in writing, as Juxian firmly secured its position at the top of the overall rankings. While his Weibo account, 900 million girls' dreams, surpassed 150 million followers. On the eve of his departure for the capital to participate in the recording, Juxian unveiled its second major emotional climax. A decade later, Zhang Xiaofan transforms into Gui Li, becoming the deputy leader of the Ghost King sect, and encounters Lu Sueki once more. Lu Sueki performs a final sword dance for Gue Li, drawing a line in the earth with the Tianya sword, sealing their fateful separation. As the plot unfolds, it comes as no surprise that the review section has erupted once more. Why must the author, who seems to revel in the misery of star-crossed lovers, write such a tale? When I heard Lu Sueki express her willingness to endure heartache, my eyes brimmed with tears. As a devoted fan of Biao, I have just begun to cherish Lu Sueki, and now this cruel twist from the author has left me in despair. No one shall deter me. I must confront the author today. Is he not situated in Huahai City? Let us rally together and locate him. Ding. Reader Weiwei has generously rewarded this book with 100,000 orange coins, adding, I sincerely hope the author will consider altering the narrative to unite Lu Sueki and Gue Li. Look, even the burly men can no longer bear to watch. To the one above, are you certain this leader is not a female reader? Is Yukawe a supporter of Sueki? This was Yujichio's immediate reaction upon seeing Yutsaiwei's donation information. It seems plausible that Yukawe bears a resemblance to Lu Sueki, both being ethereal beauties with an air of frosty elegance. However, their personalities diverge through increased interaction. Yujichio has gained deeper insight into Yutsaiwei's character. Although she appears cool and aloof in public, she possesses a touch of playful pride and a tendency to blush, embodying the essence of a spirited young girl. Nevertheless, this young lady is certainly not lacking in wealth. Fully aware that altering the story is improbable, she still generously tosses out a significant sum. Yujichio pondered for a moment and opened WeChat on his phone. Yujichio, have you read the latest chapter of Jusien? It is so heart-wrenching. Wei Guang. Indeed. Wei Guang. It infuriates me. I was anticipating the reunion of Lu Sueki and Zhang Xiaofan. Yujichio fell silent, his fingers swiftly dancing across the screen. Yujichio, rest assured, I believe the author is not so obstinate. The protagonist will undoubtedly end up with either Biao or Lu Sueki. Wei Guang. I hope so, although I lack faith in this author. Wei Guang, your songwriting is exceptional. If only you could write novels. If it were you, I could request changes. At this, Yujichio's eyes widened, his heart racing. Yujichio, how do you know I would acquiesce to your request? What if I were a principled author? Wei Guang, you would certainly alter it, otherwise. She sent a cute cartoon image of a little girl wielding a kitchen knife. Yujichio silently set down his phone, more resolute in his conviction. The secret of the Jusien author must be safeguarded. After a moment's thought, Yujichio posted another Weibo update. Due to recent matters, I will take a 3-day leave. Thank you for your understanding. As soon as the message was sent, the comments section exploded. What did you say? I offer you a chance to rephrase that. Are you human? Once, an author halted updates for 3 days and was struck dead by bird droppings from above. I mean no offense. I merely wish to share this. I cannot comprehend it. You need not take 3 days to give birth. I have come to realize that those who demand we take a cut are called brothers, and those who ask for leave are deemed close. How absurd. Yujichio calmly closed Weibo. 3 days seemed quite reasonable. After all, a round trip to Shangjing City would take 2 days. And recording the program would surely require a day as well. What? You expect me to hastily compose something during the journey? That is utterly impossible. In the bottom right corner, a penguin avatar bounced furiously. To my surprise, it was the already off-duty editor, Shirtu, sending a message. Shirtu, are you requesting 3 days off? Is something amiss? Shirtu, is there anything I can assist with? This editor is rather responsible, and Yujichio casually replied. Yujichio, thank you for your concern. Yujichio, I need to make a trip to Shangjing, so there will be a few days of silence. In Shangjing City, in her rented room. Shirnuanyuan was taken aback by the message and promptly replied. Shirtu, you are coming to Shangjing City? Where exactly? And will you have time to meet at the office? Shirtu, your poem Xiakuxing won first place in the poetry competition, and the results will be announced in a couple of days. We can deliver the prize to you in person. Yujichio, I may not have time. It depends on the situation. Shirnuanyuan's small face fell as the other person's avatar dimmed. At the headquarters of the Shangjing City television station, the program Singing Out New Voices was being recorded here. Adopting an elimination format, with 36 contestants participating in the initial round. The production team was indeed generous, having booked rooms at a high-end hotel for each contestant, of course. Standard double rooms. The journey from Huahai to Shangjing took several hours, and Yujichio leisurely arrived at the hotel the night before the recording, presenting her contestant identity to collect her room key. Upon entering the room, her roommate had already arrived, a slender young man with glasses named Li Su. As Yi Zhiqiu walked in, Li Su's luggage was still on the table, and he bashfully offered her the choice of bed. A pleasing personality, bashful, polite. This was Yi Zhiqiu's first impression of her temporary roommate. Quite satisfactory. Shall we go out for a bite? Tidying up her not-so-full backpack, Yi Zhiqiu suggested to Li Su. Naturally, he had no objections, as he had not eaten dinner either. They chose not to dine at the hotel upon arriving in a new city. Yi Zhiqiu preferred the small eateries on the roadside, where one could truly experience the local vibrancy. As they approached the hotel entrance, a cacophony of noise erupted ahead. A group of men in suits seemed to encircle an individual, forming a human wall that slowly moved from the entrance towards the hotel lobby. Make way, make way. A man at the front of the circle shouted incessantly. Yi Zhiqiu maintained her composure and continued forward, while Li Su, distractedly searching for something on his phone, failed to notice the advancing group and was roughly shoved aside by the man in front. Li Su stumbled, and his phone fell to the ground with a loud crack. Li Su, he exclaimed, hurriedly picking up the phone, which now bore a fissure across its screen. The man at the forefront strode ahead without a backward glance, shouting as he went. Yi Zhiqiu furrowed her brow, reaching out to grasp the arm of the man in the suit. What are you doing? The suited man turned back in discontent, his expression shifting to one of confusion upon seeing Yi Zhiqiu's unfamiliar face. Who are you? Yi Zhiqiu replied calmly. You've knocked someone over. Shouldn't you apologize and offer compensation? The man in the suit paused for a moment, casting a brief glance at the phone in Li Su's hand, before dismissively retorting, You're insane. Attempting to move forward once more, he stumbled yet again. Yi Zhiqiu's grip on his arm was like iron, and he could not break free. Damn it. The suited man seethed, cursing. Do you have any idea who we are? You should watch where you're going. It's not my fault you fell. Let go of me. Li Su, looking anxious, gently tugged at Yi Zhiqiu's sleeve and whispered, Brother Yi, it's not a big deal. Just let it go. Yi Zhiqiu remained unmoved, stating firmly, apologize and compensate. The man in the suit, now furious, realized his entourage had halted with him. You bastard, he shouted, preparing to advance. When suddenly a voice rang out from the crowd. Lu Zhu, why have you stopped? The crowd parted to reveal a rather effeminate man, about a meter tall. The suited man, referred to as Lu Zhu, quickly explained, These two fools have no idea what they're on about. They collided with us, and now they want us to apologize and pay for the damage to their phone. Chenggu, you should go back. Be careful of fans rushing in. Don't worry, I'll handle this soon, the effeminate man replied. The hotel lobby was bustling with people, including other contestants and their families, who gradually turned their attention toward the scene. The effeminate man frowned at Yi Zhiqiu and Li Su, impatiently saying, Don't waste time. Just give them some money to make it go away. With that, he turned and returned to his circle of followers, forcefully shaking off Yi Zhiqiu's grip. The suited man pulled out his wallet, counting out dozens of 100 yuan bills and flinging them into Li Su's arms with a fierce glare directed at Yi Zhiqiu before continuing on. The line resumed its slow progression, and the effeminate man scarcely spared another glance at Yi Zhiqiu and Li Su. Li Su hurriedly accepted the money, contemplating for a moment before picking up the 2 bills that had fluttered to the ground, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Brother Yi. Yi Zhiqiu shrugged and casually inquired. Such a grand affair. Which celebrity is it? Li Su nodded. I know him. His name is Wang Nanqing, an artist signed to Inghong Entertainment, who has only recently debuted. He seems quite popular, with 1 million followers on Weibo, and he is also a contestant in this program. Yi Zhiqiu nodded, not overly concerned. 1 million followers. Was that significant? After all, her own fanbase had nearly reached 2 million, comprising the dreams of 900 million young girls. Yet, she dared not voice that thought. The two found a small eatery by the roadside, where they chatted while dining. And it was during this time that Yi Zhiqiu learned that Li Su was merely a year out of university and even a year younger than her. However, Li Su remained unfazed, inexplicably feeling that Yi Zhiqiu seemed to possess a maturity far beyond his own. In the past, he would have undoubtedly shied away from such a situation, lacking the courage to confront it directly. As their conversation flowed, Li Su once more retrieved his phone, habitually glancing at it, only to shake his head in disappointment. Yi Zhiqiu casually glanced at the screen and nearly spat out the water in his mouth upon discovering it was the interface of the novel Zhu Xian. Noticing Yi Zhiqiu's evident interest, Li Su curiously inquired, Brother Yi, do you also read this book? Clearing his throat, Yi Zhiqiu awkwardly replied, sort of, a fellow reader. Brother Yi, which faction do you belong to? I am part of the Bo faction. Li Su exclaimed with excitement, pulling Yujichio into an enthusiastic discussion, his expressions animated. Yujichio, burdened with unspoken woes, began to regret inviting this fellow out for a meal. Their late-night snack stretched on for a full 2 hours, with Lee Su dominating the conversation while Yujichio responded with reluctant agreements. Yet, when it came to the intricacies of the Juxian plot, Yujichio's understanding was second to none. No one in this world could claim the top spot. Merely a few remarks from him left Lee Su, an ardent fan, utterly awestruck, treating Yujichio as a kindred spirit, unwilling to part ways. By the time the two returned to the hotel, it was already 10 in the evening, only to find the entrance swarmed with people, far more chaotic than the earlier scene involving that so-called Wang Nanqing. Unlike the previous encounter where no one had dared to approach, this time it seemed the hotel security had mobilized in full force. Which celebrity warranted such a grand display? A white van pulled up outside the hotel, and 3 individuals emerged, swiftly making their way through the security-guarded passage towards the lobby. As they stepped out, the gathered fans erupted into thunderous cheers. Upon discerning the names being shouted, Yujichio was taken aback, his gaze widening in disbelief as he recognized a familiar, graceful figure amidst the crowd. It was actually Yu Kaiwei. How could she be here? Yujichio was genuinely astonished. Was she supposed to be busy with her first album in Huai City? It's Yu Kaiwei. Yu Kaiwei, Lee Su exclaimed excitedly. I've heard there's a mysterious young singer serving as a judge, and I never expected it to be her. The production team is incredible to have gotten her. Yujichio pondered aloud. Is it really so difficult to invite Yu Kaiwei? She's younger than most contestants. Wouldn't there be dissent regarding her judging? Lee Su shook his head, his tone still brimming with enthusiasm. Not at all. In the music industry, talent reigns supreme. Yu Kaiwei is hailed as the new generation's pop diva. Who would dare to contest that? Furthermore, many aspire to have her sing the songs they've penned. If she were to take an interest in a piece. Having debuted for 2 years, Yu Kaiwei had focused solely on singing, rarely participating in variety shows. This marked her first appearance on a singing competition. Yujichio, lost in thought, gazed ahead, only to find Yu Kaiwei's figure had vanished into the hotel. Upon returning to the hotel room, Yujichio decisively declined Lee Su's request to continue discussing the plot of Juxian. He opened WeChat and was surprised to find 2 unread messages from Yu Kaiwei. Wei Guang, you are recording the Sing new voice program tomorrow, right? After a couple of minutes, seemingly due to Yujichio's lack of response, Yu Kaiwei sent a second message. Wei Guang, guess where I am right now? Yujichio, somewhat speechless, replied directly. Yujichio, I implore you, esteemed judge you, to show mercy and grant me a higher score. I shall serve you like a humble servant in gratitude. On the top floor of the hotel, sprawled on the bed and gazing at her phone, Yu Kaiwei let out a startled gasp, her cheeks flushed, and her youthful fingers danced rapidly on the screen. Wei Guang, how did you know? Wei Guang, humph. Trying to bribe this judge? No way. Wei Guang, want me to be your mentor? You must write me another song. Chapter 39. Are those who sing folk songs not considered singers? Yujichio chuckled and continued to respond. Yujichio, if I can secure the championship, I would gladly write 10 songs. In the executive suite, Yu Kaiwei pouted her rosy lips slightly, muttering, You're deceiving me again. Despite her words, her fingers continued to reply. Wei Guang, I'd be foolish to believe you. Wei Guang, I must inform you, I am quite selfless. I can only grant you an additional 001 points at most. After waiting for a while without a response from Yujichio, Yu Kaiwei grew anxious, her legs restlessly bouncing on the bed. Ding dong. The notification sound chimed, and she quickly picked up her phone. Yujichio, is this what it feels like to be favored? Truly moving. What? Yu Kaiwei's face turned crimson as she realized that Yujichio had become much more casual in his speech since they had grown slightly familiar. The once aggressive Miss Yu now seemed to retreat. Yu Kaiwei took a moment to compose herself and changed the subject. Wei Guang, how boring. There has been an update for Juxian today. I told you that narcissistic author is unreliable. Taking 3 consecutive days off is outrageous. Yujichio, perhaps he has an urgent matter to attend to? He did post on Weibo, didn't he? Wei Guang, humph, I hope so. Wei Guang, I'm so looking forward to the upcoming plot. Zhang Xiaofan must end up with Lu Sueki. Wei Guang, if the author doesn't bring them together in the end, I certainly won't let him off the hook. In the room, Yujichio observed the adorable cartoon girl on WeChat, sharpening her metaphorical knives, and a bead of cold sweat trickled down his temple. The night before the program recording. Unlike the other contestants who were either anxious or excited, Yujichio and Yu Kaiwei chatted on WeChat until the late hours. the following morning at 9 o'clock. Considering the traffic conditions in Beijing, the production team arranged for a sponsor's business vehicle to transport the contestants to the recording building. In the 7-seater business vehicle, aside from the driver, 6 contestants were comfortably seated. In Yu Zhiqiu's vehicle, there were 2 men and 2 women, including himself and Li Su. As Yu Zhiqiu entered the vehicle, he was taken aback to find that the charming young man, Wang Nanqing, whom he had encountered the previous day, was also present. The car glided smoothly along the road, while Wang Nanqing feigned nonchalance, eyes closed in a meditative state. Li Su, feeling somewhat shy, hesitated to engage in conversation. But the striking beauty seated in front of Yu Zhiqiu, a confident woman named Ding Jia, quickly took the initiative, her curiosity piqued by Yu Zhiqiu. Ding Jia bombarded Yu Zhiqiu with questions, her excitement palpable as she learned that he had yet to graduate. Upon discovering that he was not studying music, her admiration only intensified. In the confined space of the vehicle, their lively exchange caught the attention of others, including another attractive young lady who couldn't resist joining the conversation. Wang Nanqing, who had been quietly resting in the front passenger seat, could no longer maintain his aloof demeanor. He cast a glance through the rearview mirror at Yu Zhiqiu, who was now surrounded by 2 captivated women, a flicker of jealousy evident in his eyes. Accustomed to being the center of attention, he found himself eclipsed by this unassuming youth. "Little Chiu, what genre of music do you sing?" Ding Jia inquired with genuine interest. "Pop? Or perhaps something more dynamic?" With a hint of resignation, Yu Zhiqiu replied, "Sister Ding, you may call me Zhiqiu. As for my musical style, I suppose the first round will feature folk music." At this revelation, everyone in the vehicle, except for Li Su, who was already familiar with Yu Zhiqiu's style, fell silent in astonishment. Ding Jia widened her eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, "You mustn't be joking. Those who participate in this program typically have some degree of fame. I've spent quite some time in bars, yet I've never encountered a folk singer as handsome as you." Yu Zhiqiu shrugged, saying, "Believe it or not, that is entirely up to you." Ding Jia, her eyes sparkling with intrigue, continued, "So, little Yi, do you have any previous works? Do share them with us." Yu Zhiqiu nonchalantly responded, "You wouldn't know them. They haven't been released yet. Perhaps The Journey of the White Dove could be considered one." "Ah." The excitement in Ding Jia's voice startled everyone in the vehicle. Her eyes gleamed with enthusiasm as she exclaimed, "You sang that song? No wonder it sounded familiar. I've seen your video. It's my favorite song. If I weren't buckled in, I would almost leap towards you in excitement." Suddenly, Ding Jia seemed to recall something and, with a pitiful expression, said, "Little Yi, I performed this song at the bar. You wouldn't mind, would you? I would love to buy the rights, but I can't seem to get them." At that moment, a voice from the front broke the tension. "So, it turns out you're a folk singer," Wang Nanqing interjected, unable to remain silent any longer. Before Yu Zhiqiu could respond, Ding Jia shot back, her tone sharp. "What do you mean by that? What else with the condescension?" Wang Nanqing, with an air of disdain, replied coolly, "What I mean is, strumming a guitar and mumbling a few notes qualifies you as a singer? I can't believe the selection standards of the program are so low." Li Su, visibly angered, felt her face flush with indignation. Ding Jia, ever more audacious, was about to speak up again when she was restrained by Yu Zhiqiu. With a calm demeanor, Yu Zhiqiu remarked, "Sister Ding, there is no need to engage with such a person." Ding Jia promptly donned a smile, cheerfully replying, "All right, I shall heed the advice of my younger brother, Xiao Yi." Wang Nanqing scoffed, saying, "I hope your abilities are as formidable as your words, and that you are not swiftly eliminated." "Foolish fool." Yu Zhiqiu, disinterested in such individuals, succinctly retorted with 2 words, pronounced clearly and distinctly. "Uft." Li Su quickly covered her mouth in horror, her eyes brimming with innocence. "I did not mean to, but it was simply too amusing." Wang Nanqing, his heavily powdered face dark as water, stood grimly in front of the Beijing television station building. A crowd had gathered in clusters. Participants of the Sing Out New Voice program included faded pop stars, behind-the-scenes producers, and newly debuted artists eager to make a name for themselves, alongside Academy-style creators like Yu Zhiqiu. Among the crowd, aside from the friends and family of the contestants there to show support, were numerous fans. Although Sing Out New Voice was pre-recorded, the production team had initiated a live stream today, from the contestants' entrance until the commencement of the official competition, as a means of generating buzz. Wang Nanqing, donning sunglasses at some point, was the first to alight from the vehicle, his expression cold as he strode towards the building entrance. "Ah, Wang Nanqing, I love you. Nanqing, Nanqing, go forth with courage." A throng of Wang Nanqing's fans erupted into cheers, to which he coldly waved them off, his demeanor unyielding. As Yu Shiqiu and the others exited the car, they were met with this spectacle. TCH, what a show-off. Ding Jia, unrestrained as ever, spoke candidly. As the contestants entered, the barrage of comments in the live stream chat intensified. Who is this guy? So many fans? I think his name is Wang Nanqing. Didn't he participate in a talent show before, but didn't he make it big? TCH, his face is whiter than a woman's. He clearly looks effeminate. What do you know? Do you have any idea how hard Nanqing works? You cannot slander him like this. Wait. Everyone look behind, there's a handsome guy. As Yu Shiqiu stepped out of the car, he was captured by the cameras, sending the live chat into a minor frenzy. Wow, he is so handsome. His profile is stunning. He must be at least 183 meters tall. His physique is far superior to that previous effeminate guy. May I know this young gentleman's name? I've decided to become his fan. Yu Shiqiu's appearance evidently drew the attention of many singer's friends and supporters, leading to whispers among the crowd. Is he also an original artist? So handsome and can write songs as well. Could it be? Which company did he debut from? What should we do? Should we ask for an autograph? Aren't we here to support Wang Nanqing? Would it be inappropriate to approach him? He truly possesses an extraordinary charm. Should he rise to fame in the future, it would undoubtedly be worthwhile. As the conversation unfolded, a few young ladies from Wang Nanqing's fan club unexpectedly approached Yu Shiqiu, hesitantly asking, "Hello, we are your fans. May we have your autograph? Could you sign here, please? Thank you." Yu Shiqiu was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the girls before him, clad in shirts emblazoned with Wang Nanqing's name, clearly of tender age, struggling to respond. Aren't you all from Wang Nanqing's fan club? I do not require your protection. Wang Nanqing also noticed the betraying fans, his expression darkening considerably, though he refrained from expressing his displeasure. Meanwhile, the barrage of comments in the live stream had already gone wild. Ha ha ha, they've been stolen. Ha ha, we have traitors among us. If it were me, I would choose that handsome guy as well. Clearly, he is on an entirely different level. Woo-woo, how envious. I too wish to have that handsome fellow's autograph. Observing the eager glimmer in the eyes of the young ladies, Yu Shiqiu suddenly inquired, "What is my name?" Huh. The unexpected question left the girls momentarily stunned, their faces turning awkward. How could they possibly know? They had just claimed to be fans of another. Yet they did not even know his name. It was undeniably embarrassing. Yu Shiqiu shook his head in resignation. Although he disapproved of the fans' behavior, the girls seemed to be roughly the same age as his younger sister, making it difficult for him to feel genuinely upset. Grabbing a pen, he contemplated briefly before scrawling a line on the fabric. The girls stared at the flourishing characters, bewildered. Is there anyone with the surname E? As they entered the competition corridor, each contestant was assigned a small blackboard where they were required to inscribe a phrase, be it a motto or a thought they wished to convey. Following this, they would face live interviews with entertainment reporters, which were broadcasted in real time. Only after the interviews would the actual recording of the program commence. At this moment, the 36 contestants filed in one after another, creating a bustling atmosphere. Wang Nanqing walked in front of Yu Shiqiu and the others. Li Su appeared rather tense, her steps stiff when the camera occasionally focused on her, closely trailing Yu Shiqiu. At the blackboard, Wang Nanqing picked up the pen and confidently wrote down a few words. Wang Nanqing will strive, and strive again. After finishing his inscription, he faced the interview segment. The entertainment reporters, not known for their gentleness, were unlikely to treat these relatively unknown newcomers with kindness. Those lacking eloquence often found themselves blushing and at a loss for words. However, this was all part of the program's appeal. After all, who would be interested in hearing a bystander speak? Only provocative or challenging questions would capture the audience's attention. When it was Wang Nanqing's turn, he seemed aware of the preferential treatment. The reporters, unusually congenial, were surprisingly warm in their approach. Likely having received some form of prior inducement, such practices are not uncommon within the entertainment industry. Reporter, may I ask, Mr. Wang Nanqing, what does your statement signify? Upon hearing the question, Yu Shiqiu's lips twitched. He felt there was no need for translation. Wang Nanqing's eyes sparkled as he earnestly replied. This phrase serves as a personal motivation, a reminder to myself to strive tirelessly, believing that I can always improve. At that moment, the live stream's comments flooded in. Go. Wang Nanqing, we will always support you. It was well articulated, yet I couldn't shake the feeling that this young man was somewhat pretentious. Upstairs, others shared the sentiment. The interviewer is foolish too. Even primary school students would understand such a statement without needing to ask again. The interview continued, with the reporter asking, Mr. Wang Nanqing, if you advance in the first round, which mentor would you like to choose as your recommender? After a moment of contemplation, seemingly torn, he finally responded, I would likely choose mentor Yu Kaiwei. Before the reporter could pose another question, Wang Nanqing quickly added, because mentor Yu Kaiwei is a remarkably young singer with exceptional vocal skills. Most importantly, I believe our styles are quite similar. And there is much I can learn from her, which is why I would choose mentor Yu Kaiwei. The remaining reporters posed several more questions, to which Wang Nanqing responded fluidly, exuding a positive and energetic demeanor. Yu Shiqiu stood before a small blackboard, pondering for a moment before writing rapidly. Perfectly captured by the camera. To reach the summit. The audience in the live stream began to murmur. To reach the summit? What does that mean? Can anyone explain? A representative from the class appeared, clarifying, in classical literature, this phrase is akin to climbing. The overall meaning suggests one must strive to ascend to the highest peak. Got it. Ha ha ha. It's quite similar to what Wang Nanqing wrote, but the connotation is entirely different. Is this the difference that comes with education? I'm in love. Did you all notice? This handsome young man has beautiful handwriting. Upon arriving at the interview area, many reporters, excited to see a striking new face, eagerly posed their questions. Reporter, hello, could you please introduce yourself? Yi Zhiqiu. I am Yi Zhiqiu, from Huahai Media University. A brief silence enveloped the scene as Yi Zhiqiu maintained an air of calm. Is that all? The interviewers exchanged glances, with such a splendid opportunity to present himself. Which creator wouldn't he wish to elaborate a bit more? Yet this young man was sparing with his words. Reporter, to reach the summit. Could you explain the meaning of this phrase? Yi Zhiqiu, its literal meaning. Reporter, participating in out new voices, are you not feeling excited? Yi Zhiqiu, not at all. The gathered reporters finally realized that this young man was breaking the mold. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream was already in stitches, the comments flying by. Haha. This handsome guy is a legend. You asked me if I'm excited? Not at all. Such an aloof demeanor, yet it captivates me. The uncoronated king allows a mere fledgling to bully him. The journalists, unrelenting, sharpen their inquiries. Reporter, do you believe your talent can lead you to advancement? Yi Zhiqiu, yes. The bait has been taken. The journalist's eyes gleam with intrigue. Such boldness, yet so youthful. The reporter presses on. If you advance, which mentor would you prefer as your advocate? Yu Kaiwei. Yi Zhiqiu's response is remarkably direct. Chapter 41. This handsome fellow is quite reckless. Here they come. The reporters brim with excitement, as if the quarry has unwittingly stepped into their trap. Why choose Yu Kaiwei? Both teacher Li Guojian and teacher Chindan are nationally recognized songwriters. And teacher Li Kuan has long been established. Do you believe they are incapable of guiding you? This question is indeed a snare, leaving many contestants astonished. Glancing anxiously at Yi Zhiqiu. Nearby, Wang Nanqing, having completed his interview, smirks, ready to witness Yi Zhiqiu's folly. Yi Zhiqiu casts a curious glance at the reporter and states plainly, because she is beautiful. Such candor? Everyone is left dumbfounded, the atmosphere thick with an unusual silence. Yi Zhiqiu ponders for a moment and adds, Yu Kaiwei is the goddess of our school. Ah, this fellow hails from Huahai Media University, the same institution as Yu Kaiwei. The crowd suddenly understands. It is only natural that he would admire the beauty of the goddess from his own school. Wishing for her as his advocate is perfectly reasonable. Most of the male contestants who made similar choices likely share this sentiment. Yet his honesty is striking. Wang Nanqing might have crafted some excuse about stylistic similarities. But Yi Zhiqiu has dispensed with pretense entirely. As he utters this declaration, the live stream's comments soar to a crescendo. What a genuine chap. So straightforward. I now believe this show lacks a script. A toad dreaming of swan flesh. Yu Kaiwei, you are out of his league. How handsome are you to even make such a claim? I recall, this chap has shared the stage with Yu Kaiwei at the graduation gala. Meanwhile, in a secluded backstage lounge, 2 men and 2 women sit together, watching the live interview unfold on the screen. These 4 are the judges of the competition, Li Guojian, Chindan, Li Kuan, and Yu Kaiwei. Yu Kaiwei's cheeks flush slightly, while the other 3 judges erupt in laughter. Dressed in a Zhongshan suit, Li Guojian shakes his head with a wry smile. Today's youth truly possess character. Times have changed. I remember when I first started working. There were still laws against indecency. Li Kuan chuckles and remarks, I quite admire this lad. He is refreshingly candid. Meanwhile, the more seasoned yet well-preserved Chindan feigns annoyance. This young man only mentions Wei Wei. Does he not think I, as a female judge, am beautiful? That's not acceptable. I'm going to give him a low score. Li Guijian and Li Kuan burst into laughter. Fully aware that Chun Dan was renowned in the industry for her amiable temperament, and everyone knew she was merely jesting. Yu Caiwei's face flushed crimson, her heart brimming with a mixture of embarrassment and indignation. What nonsense is this fellow spouting? I've never seen him so audacious before. Li Kuan, intrigued, asked Caiwei. Since you both attended the same school, do you know him? What prior works has this lad produced? Yu Caiwei replied, yes, we are acquainted. His previous works have not been officially released. There are titles like The Journey of the White Orchid Dove and Goodbye, though I wonder if the teachers have heard of them. Pausing briefly, she added, the lead single from my upcoming album, The Wind Rises, is also penned and composed by him. Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback. Goodness, a prodigy. Li Kuan exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Isn't this your debut album? Isn't it a tad risky to have the creator of the lead single be so significant? However, Li Guijian's eyes lit up as he remarked, I have heard Goodbye. Is it sung by him? That is indeed a splendid song. Instantly, the panel of judges became increasingly intrigued by this young man who was clearly destined to leave a remarkable impression. Once the interview segment concluded, the recording of the show commenced. In the randomly selected order of appearance, Yu Jiqiu found herself in a relatively later position, which was acceptable. Her temporary roommate, Li Su, was not as fortunate, as she was scheduled to perform first. In the waiting area, Li Su stood up, her expression fraught with tension. Don't be nervous. Just perform normally. Yu Jiqiu encouraged. Li Su stiffly nodded, though the reassurance seemed to have little effect. Yu Jiqiu shook her head, realizing that this was a challenge Li Su would have to face on her own. The title of Li Su's original song was A Sword's Affection, to everyone's surprise. Her performance was remarkably stable, earning her a considerable round of applause upon conclusion. During the feedback session, the judges clearly expressed their interest. Li Kuan remarked, the lyrics and melody are quite mature. Most importantly, it's rare to see young people writing in the martial arts style these days. I genuinely appreciate it. Caiwei, what is your perspective? The camera shifted to Yu Caiwei, whose serene visage resembled that of an ice goddess, breathtakingly beautiful. She nodded slightly and softly stated, it is a song with a distinctive character. However, I must disagree with teacher Li Kuan. I believe this song is not martial arts, but rather a piece in the immortal fantasy genre. The audience fell silent, yet Li Su was ecstatic and exclaimed, exactly. Mentor Yu has discerned it. Yu Caiwei smiled gently, explaining, A Sword's Affection employs terms like sword flight and heavenly ridge. Any fan of Zhuxian would recognize it as an immortal fantasy song. Immortal fantasy? Li Kuan queried, puzzled. What distinguishes it from martial arts? Li Guijian and Mentor Chindan wore similar expressions of confusion as they looked at Li Su. She responded excitedly. Mentor Yu is correct. I am a fan of Zhuxian, and the inspiration for this song comes from the relationship between Zhang Xiaofan and Lu Sueki. Apart from Yu Caiwei, the three older judges exchanged bewildered glances. However, unexpectedly, there were quite a few book enthusiasts among the audience, and whistles erupted. Well sung. I am also a fan of Zhuxian, and I must support you. Long live the Biao faction. Hail to the Sueki faction. Several judges, taken aback, were left in stunned silence. Pondering the phenomenon of such fervent fans of Zhuxian, in the contestants' waiting area, Yu Jiqiu wore a perplexed expression, realizing that Li Su was indeed a diehard book lover, having even composed a song specifically for it. The eldest judge, Li Guijian, chuckled wryly, I'm getting old. If I don't keep up with the novels of the younger generation, I can't follow the trends. Subsequently, the other judges offered their critiques from a creative standpoint. In the scoring segment, combining the votes of the 500 audience members and the 4 professional judges, A Sword for Love garnered a composite score of 88. With a sigh of relief, Li Su returned to the contestants' waiting area, where many cast envious glances in his direction. The advancement of contestants in the programming out new voices ultimately rested with the judges. And while scores did not directly correlate with advancement, they were certainly a significant reference point. Observing the critiques of the judges and the audience's reactions, it was evident to any discerning observer that Li Su's progression to the next round was all but assured. Indeed, as the competition continued, after nearly 10 performances, Li Su's score remained firmly within the top 3. All right, it's my turn. The sultry and confident Ding Jie took a deep breath, stood up, glanced around, and suddenly grasped Yu Jiqiu's hand, giving it a vigorous clap. Little Yi, cheer for me. Chapter 42. The Ordinary Path. As Ding Jie approached the stage, many male contestants in the waiting area cast peculiar glances at Yu Jiqiu, a mix of envy and jealousy evident. With her straightforward personality, impressive physique, and an air of mature allure, Ding Jia attracted the attention of numerous male contestants. It was clear that her attitude towards Yu Jiqiu was notably different, explaining the envy from the others. Witnessing this scene, Wang Nanqing scoffed, his expression darkening. Yu Jiqiu felt helpless. He harbored no particular feelings for this alluring figure, redirecting his focus to the screen. In truth, Yu Jiqiu felt that Ding Jia bore a striking resemblance to a renowned singer from his past life, Yuan Yahue. Both possessed a slightly husky voice, and their styles were quite similar, embodying a mature and seductive allure. After her performance, beads of sweat dotted Ding Jia's forehead, a testament to her vigorous effort. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause, for it was indeed rare to witness a contestant who was both beautiful and possessed a distinctive vocal style. Shindan remarked, "Your voice is quite distinctive among female singers. It embodies a rare strength, which is your greatest asset." Li Guijian nodded, noting that the melody of the song was commendable, with several moments that stood out impressively. However, if one were to point out a slight shortcoming, it would be in the lyrics, which could be considered a relative weakness. In the realm of songwriting, I possess a small trick that you may find useful. Li Kuan and Yu Kaiwei subsequently provided their critiques. After several judges concluded their evaluations, Ding Jia promptly expressed her gratitude, and the venue erupted into another round of enthusiastic applause. It was evident that the judges of this program were genuinely committed to guiding the original artists, offering insightful recommendations. Ultimately, Ding Jia garnered an overall score of 86, a mark that leans towards the higher end of the scale. The following performances were rather conventional until a composition scored 91 and claimed the top spot. Crafted by an original artist whose primary role was behind the scenes, eliciting gasps of surprise. The next performer was Wang Nanqing. As he passed by Yu Jiqiu, just out of the camera's view, he lowered his voice and remarked, "Pay close attention to what true performance entails." With that, he feigned nonchalance and strode towards the stage with an air of cool detachment. Although Wang Nanqing spoke softly, the contestants in the waiting area, seated nearby, heard him distinctly. Their expressions turned peculiar. It was already apparent that Wang Nanqing seemed disinterested in Yu Jiqiu, but no one anticipated such a direct confrontation. Is he out of his mind? Ding Jia thought, her face reflecting indignation. In contrast to the majority of contestants who sang quietly, Wang Nanqing delivered an energetic performance of a song titled Dancing and Singing. The stage, resplendent with dark and dazzling aesthetics, showcased his captivating dance moves, including seductive waist twists and piercing gazes. As he sang, he unexpectedly incorporated a dramatic interlude, culminating in a cool wink at the camera as he concluded his act. The audience responded with resounding applause, indicating a positive reception. Though Yu Jiqiu felt that she could not appreciate such a style, Li Guijian was the first to provide feedback. "Nanqing, you are currently the only singer-songwriter who has incorporated both singing and dancing into your performance. We understand that this is quite physically demanding, but your breath control remained remarkably steady throughout, which is commendable." Shindan added, "This is a rather complete work, and your rendition was quite impressive." Li Kuan offered a more extensive critique. "Nanqing, this is our second meeting. I was also a judge in your previous variety show. I must say, your progress is substantial. This song is a mature commercial piece, and the choreography of the dance moves has improved significantly, which is a challenging feat for original artists. I have high hopes for you." When it was Yu Saiwei's turn to speak, all eyes turned to her, and Wang Nanqing wore an expectant expression. It should be noted that during the media interview segment, he had expressed his desire for Yu Kaiwei to be a recommender for new talent. Yu Kaiwei nodded slightly and commented, "Firstly, I concur with teacher Li Kuan's perspective. This is indeed a mature commercial song, and I believe this style will find its market." Wang Nanqing's face lit up with surprise. "However, I personally do not favor it," she continued, maintaining a calm demeanor. "The song's weakness lies in its somewhat hollow lyrics. I feel the inclusion of certain elements was rather forced. I hope you can strengthen the lyrical aspect in the future." Wang Nanqing's smile faltered. Yu Kaiwei's critique was not without merit. It is well known that songs of this dance genre prioritize visual impact on stage, often at the expense of lyrical depth. The youthful audience is quite enamored, and the marketing impact is remarkable, with a high level of acceptance. However, the older generation of musicians does not particularly resonate with this style. Yu Saiwei's commentary also indicated to the other contestants that her preferences lean towards the latter. Ultimately, Wang Nanqing received a comprehensive score of 89, 1 point higher than Li Su, temporarily placing him in third position. Wang Nanqing maintained a forced smile and bowed slightly, descending the stage with a somber expression. The next contestant hails from Huahai Media University, Yu Jiqiu. Li Kuan's eyes brightened as he remarked, "Ah." The lad who publicly professed his admiration for Mentor Kaiwei. Chen Dan smiled gently, adding him, "He only mentioned how beautiful Wei Wei is, forgetting about me, the great beauty. I shall be a bit stricter with him." Laughter erupted among the crowd, while Yu Kaiwei felt her ears flush, unable to retort. "Come on, little Yi," Ding Jia encouraged. "Go, brother Yi." Li Su's expression was even tenser than when it was her turn to perform. Yi Jiqiu rose with ease, casually picking up the guitar borrowed from the production team. As he walked out from the dimly lit performer's passage, warm lights illuminated his figure. And upon his appearance on stage, the audience erupted in enthusiastic applause and whistles. Judge Li Kuan remarked, "This lad is quite handsome. Even I feel a twinge of jealousy." Dressed in a light blue denim shirt, black casual pants, and flat shoes, his attire was a stark contrast to the flamboyant sequin jacket worn by Wang Nanqing. Yet, the simplicity of Yi Jiqiu's clothing exuded an alluring charm that inexplicably drew the eye. As the lights dimmed, his fingers brushed the guitar strings, and a serene, mellow accompaniment filled the air. The stage was adorned with a simplistic backdrop featuring a desert highway, with a red, somewhat worn-out car speeding along. At that moment, Yu Jiqiu's clear voice began to resonate. "Wandering on the road? Are you going to leave? Fragile pride, that too was once my form. Folk music?" Li Guojian's gaze revealed a hint of surprise as he exchanged glances with Chen Dan seated beside him. As if in a personal confession, Yi Jiqiu sat upon the chair, softly singing in a slow, lyrical rhythm. "I once felt lost, disappointed, losing all direction until I realized that the ordinary was the only answer." As the song concluded, the stage fell into a profound silence, with everyone listening intently. On the judging panel, Yu Kaiwei gazed blankly at the figure seated at the center of the stage, her eyes slightly dazed. Chapter 43. Not Giving Face. Time speaks no words. Tomorrow is already here. The road swept by the wind remains distant. Where has your story reached? In the background, the car on the desert highway continued its swift journey, while Yu Jiqiu strummed the chords of his guitar, his clear voice gradually fading away. Upon finishing the song, Yi Jiqiu rose and bowed slightly. Initially met with silence, the audience and judges soon erupted into a moderately enthusiastic applause. The judge, Chen Dan, glanced at his companion and suggested, "Let teacher Li Guojian offer his critique first. He appears to have profound insights." Li Guojian paused momentarily before stating, "To be candid, this song, in terms of melody and even rhythm, does not stand out as exceptional. It could even be deemed rather mediocre." Upon hearing this, Yu Jiqiu maintained a calm demeanor, while a flicker of joy emerged on Wang Nanqing's face in the contestant waiting area. However, Li Guojian sighed softly and reflected. "I have often remarked that the merit of a song transcends mere technical analysis and evaluation. Beyond the realm of scientific music theory lies an emotional essence that can be assessed subjectively. This essence embodies the sentiments and artistic intentions of the author. Conveyed through the lyrics, this is the realm of emotional judgment. From this perspective, I find the ordinary road to be exceptionally remarkable." As Li Guojian finished his statement, gasps of astonishment erupted from the audience. It is noteworthy that although Li Guojian is amiable and approachable, he maintains the highest standards among the four judges. To receive such high praise from him is indeed a rare feat in the waiting area. Wang Nanqing's expression darkened. Previously, Li Guojian only acknowledged the difficulty of his performance but offered no commentary on the song itself. Such a stark comparison was unmistakable. Li Kuan's feedback was far more straightforward. Simply exclaiming, "Impressive," he added, "I could manage to sing rock, but I couldn't compose a song of this genre. I have experienced despair and lost my way until I realized that the ordinary is the only answer." Chen Dan remarked, "What beautiful lyrics. This truly encapsulates a journey many undergo in their growth." Suddenly, Chen Dan seemed to recall something and jested, "I've discovered something quite amusing. Ding Jia has a commendable sense of rhythm and composition, yet her lyrics are her weak point, while you are her exact opposite. Perhaps you two should consider collaborating. You might complement each other quite well." The audience erupted in friendly laughter. Yu Jiqiu is strikingly handsome, while Ding Jia exudes mature beauty. They do indeed appear to be a fitting pair. Off camera, the final unaddressed judge, Yu Kaiwei, slightly pouted her red lips, her eyes flickering with displeasure. How can they be a match? They don't complement each other at all. When it was Yu Tsaiwei's turn to comment, she reverted to her usual aloofness. Offering a succinct assessment, "I enjoyed it." Yi Jiqiu was taken aback, casting a puzzled glance at Yu Kaiwei. "What is going on? This girl is even more succinct than I am." Noticing Yushichio's gaze upon her, Yukawa discreetly shot him a glare. Receiving this signal, Yushichio's heart raced, leaving him even more bewildered. Have I offended her? Ultimately, the 4 judges awarded scores of 92, 92, 93, and 94, eliciting another wave of astonishment. However, Yushichio's overall score was a mere 91, placing him just second. Upon the revelation of the comprehensive scores, Li Guojian was taken aback, and with a hint of resignation remarked, "This song may not leave a profound impact upon first listen, yet it undoubtedly merits a thorough appreciation." Yushichio, however, responded with remarkable composure, expressing gratitude before descending from the stage. Upon returning to the contestants' waiting area, he was met with enthusiastic acclaim. Li Su, brimming with excitement, approached and managed to exclaim, "Brother Yi, you are incredible." It was a pity that the audience's scores were so low. Ding Jie, feeling indignant, asserted, "Little Yi, you are amazing." Suddenly recalling something, Ding Jie exclaimed, "Little Yi, what do you think about this?" "About what?" Yi Zhiqiu replied, bewildered. "Teacher Chun Dan's suggestion, I compose. And you write the lyrics." Ding Jie's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "The union of 2 talents, do you understand? We are bound to create a magnificent song." "Not particularly." Yushichio retorted dismissively, rolling his eyes in refusal. "Ah." Ding Jie lamented dramatically, seizing Yushichio's hand as she attempted to draw closer. A waft of fragrance, distinctly belonging to a mature woman, enveloped Yushichio. He caught a glimpse of something pure white through her performance attire and quickly sidestepped before she could close the distance. Ding Jie wore a look of melancholy, questioning, "Why not?" It was unclear whether she was lamenting Yi Zhiqiu's evasion or his refusal to collaborate. Yi Zhiqiu, with another eye roll, stated plainly, "Because I am quite capable of composing myself. I do not require assistance." Ding Jie stood there, dumbfounded, while the other contestants nearby were equally astonished. Hey, is this a display of arrogance?" they thought, though none dared to voice it. Talent speaks volumes, and everyone recognized it. Yushichio's confidence stemmed from his remarkable song, Ordinary Road. At that moment, Wang Nanqing, unusually smiling, approached with grace, saying, "Zhiqiu, you sang beautifully. I have some insights on composition as well. We could exchange ideas and grow together." After witnessing the earlier performance, Wang Nanqing had awakened to Yi Zhiqiu's exceptional talent, which surpassed his expectations. One could envision Yi Zhiqiu advancing far in the competition, making it necessary to mend their relationship, especially since they might end up under the same new voice promoter, Yu Kaiwei. A fence-sitter, Ding Jie muttered under her breath, seemingly unnoticed by Wang Nanqing, who continued to smile amiably as he extended his hand. Yu Zhiqiu wore a faint smirk, observing him silently. Silence enveloped the scene, as the atmosphere grew tense. Wang Nanqing's smile faltered and gradually transformed into barely contained frustration. Even the bold Ding Jie was taken aback by Yi Zhiqiu's demeanor. The other contestants looked on in astonishment. "Brother, you are quite brave," they thought, recognizing that although the program was pre-recorded, every moment was captured on camera. "Very well." Wang Nanqing's expression twisted in discomfort as he withdrew his hand with force, turning away in anger. "Brother Yi has made things quite awkward. Is this wise?" Li Su, standing nearby, expressed her concern. "It's nothing to worry about." Yu Zhiqiu shrugged nonchalantly, indifferent to the opinions of others. The competitors nearby fell silent, suddenly realizing that this young individual not only possessed talent, but also seemed remarkably self-assured. As the contestants who followed displayed varying levels of performance, Yi Zhiqiu ultimately secured a commendable second place in the comprehensive scoring. Chapter 44, A Near Miss in the Waiting Area. The entrance of the 4 judges and the director was met with enthusiastic applause from all the contestants. The program featured a total of 36 participants, yet only 24 would advance to the second round of performances. This meant that a staggering 24 individuals would be eliminated in the first round. The anxious contestants fixated on the slender piece of paper in the director's hand, which held the power to determine their fates. With the backing of a prominent television station in Beijing, a grand production, and superstar mentors, Sing Out New Voices was destined to become a phenomenon. For many contestants, this opportunity might only arise once in a lifetime, and thus, they yearned to remain on this stage for as long as possible. As the first round of performances concluded, the director, without any suspense, announced the names of the 24 who would progress, based on the unanimous decisions of the 4 professional judges. Yu Zhiqiu and Wang Ping were among the first names called. While Wang Ping achieved the highest score of 92, it was Yu Zhiqiu whose name was pronounced first. signifying the judge's preference for his artistry. Following that, Li Su's name was announced, her expression radiating astonishment. Coincidentally, Wang Nanqing's name followed shortly after. Despite the fact that some might not favor his performance style, it was undeniable that his music resonated with the market, and his overall prowess was commendable. However, upon hearing his name, Wang Nanqing displayed no joy. He had expected to be the unquestionable frontrunner as a star with 1 million fans, only to be met with the harsh reality of competition. When Ding Jie's name was called for the 10th position, her delight was evident, clearly satisfied with her standing. The 24 selected contestants beamed with joy, while those who were eliminated departed with downcast expressions, embodying the stark brutality of competition. One could be certain that such scenes would unfold once more at the conclusion of the next program. After finalizing the list of advancing contestants, the selection of the new voice mentors commenced. With 4 mentors and 24 contestants, each mentor would serve as a guide for 6 participants. The selection process was straightforward. The mentors took turns choosing students who could either accept or decline the offer, following the principles of age and gender priority. The selection proceeded in the order of Qindan, Li Guijian, Li Kuan, and Yu Kaiwei. While many contestants exhibited eager anticipation, Yu Zhiqiu stood out as an anomaly, even stifling a yawn in boredom. He was acutely aware of his situation. The role of the new voice mentors was primarily to offer creative guidance to the subsequent contestants. However, this was precisely what he did not require. The works he presented had already been validated as classics in his previous life and required no further guidance. Qindan's gaze swept across the crowd before ultimately resting on Yu Zhiqiu, to whom she smiled and declared, "My first choice for a student is Yu Zhiqiu." The crowd collectively sighed, finding this choice unsurprising, yet Yu Zhiqiu was momentarily taken aback. What should he do? He had mentioned during the interview that his original intention was to select Yu Kaiwei. Stealing a glance at Yu Kaiwei, he found her expression utterly impassive, her cool demeanor revealing no emotion. What on earth was this girl up to? Did she not wish to choose me? Surely not. Yu Zhiqiu was engulfed in inner turmoil. Forget it, he sheepishly remarked. I apologize, Sister Dan. You are my idol, but I have another recommendation in mind. Having already spoken his intentions, he feared that changing his mind now to bend to Sister Dan's will would lead to accusations of being unfaithful in pursuit of beauty. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the room. Everyone gaped at Yu Zhiqiu, their thoughts converging on a singular notion. Could you possibly be any more shameless? How could one be so fickle in their affections? Qindan, having been in the industry for over 30 years, was old enough to be his mother. Yet this young man had the audacity to sweetly call her Sister Dan, proving to be exceedingly brazen. It took Qindan a moment to collect herself before she playfully scolded. All right, I understand. Go ahead and choose the beautiful school flower from your own institution as your recommending officer. Though her words suggested annoyance, there was no hint of anger in her eyes. Consider, which woman does not appreciate beauty and the compliments of youth, especially those of a more mature age? Qindan was no exception. Had Yu Zhiqiu declined her invitation, while she might not have voiced her displeasure, it would have undoubtedly dimmed the senior's honor. However, Yu Zhiqiu's bold and shameless approach yielded surprisingly positive results. Ultimately, Qindan selected the second-ranked Wang Ping, who readily accepted with delight. When it was Li Guijian's turn, he smiled at Yu Zhiqiu and said, I admire your work, but I won't intrude upon your preference for mentor you. Perhaps we can exchange ideas in the future. Yu Zhiqiu forced a smile. While Li Guijian chose a contestant whose style closely mirrored his own from his youth, Li Kuan also actively refrained from selecting Yu Zhiqiu. And finally, the youngest contestant, Yu Kaiwei, was up next. As everyone anticipated her selection of Yu Zhiqiu, Yu Kaiwei cast a fleeting glance in his direction, then, with her lips slightly parted, softly articulated her choice. I choose Li Su. Yu Zhiqiu's expression froze, as did the faces of the other contestants, while Wang Nanqing beamed with joy. Li Su was taken aback, instinctively turning to glance at Yu Zhiqiu, her mouth agape. Yu Zhiqiu gazed at Yu Kaiwei with a look of dismay. Miss, what on earth is this? What happened to our revolutionary camaraderie? Yu Kaiwei maintained her frosty demeanor, not even sparing Yu Zhiqiu a glance. Contestant Li Su, do you wish to select mentor Yu Kaiwei as your new voice recommending officer? The director's timely prompt echoed through the air. Li Su opened her mouth and said, I am willing. The expressions of those present turned peculiar. It seemed to be a case of unrequited love. For some inexplicable reason, a few mentors appeared to be stifling laughter. In the second round of selections, unexpectedly, Qindan chose Ding Jie, who did not rank highly overall, leaving Ding Jie elated. Li Guojian and Li Kuan subsequently selected other participants, as if the three judges shared an unspoken understanding, still refraining from choosing Yi Zhiqiu. This created an awkward situation. The contestant who ranked first in the initial round seemed to have fallen into a position where no one desired them. When it was Yu Saiwei's turn to choose again, Yu Zhiqiu had already surrendered to the situation. The girl seemed to have taken some wrong medicine today. If she didn't get chosen, so be it, as it made little difference in the end. However, being selected by someone familiar would make future performances a tad easier to navigate. Yu Kaiwei glanced at the disheartened Yu Zhiqiu, a flicker of amusement passing through her calm eyes. I choose Yu Zhiqiu. The words hung in the air, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Wasn't she uninterested? Why had she chosen him again? Yu Zhiqiu looked at Yu Kaiwei with resignation. Others may not have noticed, but he distinctly caught that fleeting smile. This girl is teasing me, Yu Zhiqiu realized. I am willing. Chapter 46, A Talented Prodigy. Outside the hotel, Shi Nuanyuan boarded the prearranged vehicle, and the two set off to visit the esteemed Qin Duan at his residence, rumored to be a traditional courtyard house in Beijing. Along the way, Shi Nuanyuan discreetly observed Yi Zhiqiu ahead, her mind drifting. Could it be that the works such as Zhu Xian and Xia Kuxing truly originated from this young man, who was nearly her age? Yu Zhiqiu showed no inclination to engage in conversation, leaving Shi Nuanyuan uncertain about how to initiate dialogue. What to do? Shi Nuanyuan felt a surge of anxiety and suddenly recalled something, saying, Mr. Yi, you can send me the hotel accommodation invoice later. I can handle the reimbursement for you. Huh? Such a generous offer? Yu Zhiqiu was taken aback. Shi Nuanyuan quickly added, Of course. We originally intended to invite you, and this is our responsibility. All right then. Thank you. Yu Zhiqiu was not one to be overly formal. The reading benefits from Orange were quite appealing. The hotel booked by the Sing New Voices program charged over 2,000 for a standard room each night. Had he not been too lazy to change, he really wouldn't have minded staying. Waking up to good news, Yi Zhiqiu was in high spirits and smiled. Editor, sure, we are likely of similar ages. Feel free to call me by my name or Zhiqiu. Oh, okay. Shi Nuanyuan responded quickly. In reality, he did not seem as aloof as he appeared online. She mused. Typically, when she contacted Yi Zhiqiu through QQ, he would respond once every 10 messages. Knowing Yi Zhiqiu was coming to Beijing, she had felt the pressure to ensure he was well entertained for several days. Gradually, Shi Nuanyuan grew bolder and tentatively asked, Brother Yi, have you finished your business here? The updates can be restored, but this is a sentiment that Shi Nuanyuan dared not voice. Yu Zhiqiu casually remarked, for the time being, yes. But I may need to take a leave of absence almost every week in the future. This behavior was perplexing to Shi Nuanyuan, whose small face fell in dismay. Observing her expression through the rearview mirror, Yu Zhiqiu reassured her with a smile, Rest assured, when I'm not on leave, I'll increase my output. The progress of Zhu Xian will not lag behind. Shi Nuanyuan let out a slight sigh of relief and inquired, Brother Yi, does that mean you will be coming to Beijing every week from now on? Yi Zhiqiu nodded affirmatively and said, yes, to participate in a variety show. And if all goes well, there may be more. What on earth? Shi Nuanyuan's ears perked up at the mention of a variety show. You, a novelist. What connection do you have with a variety show? Can you share what the program is about? She couldn't help but ask. It's called Singing Out New Voices, but it hasn't aired yet. It should premiere next week, Yu Zhiqiu casually replied. To her surprise, Shi Nuanyuan nearly jumped out of her seat, exclaiming excitedly, I know that. It's the original song program with Chan Dan and Yu Kaiwei as mentors, right? They are my favorite singers. Suddenly, a realization struck her. Brother Yi, are you a singer? The best at singing while writing novels? Or perhaps the most extraordinary in writing while singing? I suppose so, Yu Zhiqiu conceded without denial, then recalled something, by the way. You are the first to know my identity as the author of Zhu Xian. Please keep this secret. A chill ran through Shi Nuanyuan, who quickly nodded vigorously in agreement. The two continued their casual conversation. Meanwhile, in a courtyard adorned with pavilions and towers, the outside air was quite cold, yet the courtyard was lush with greenery, radiating warmth akin to spring. At the center of the yard stood a long table where several elderly gentlemen with gray hair had gathered. Qin Dui held a brush, skillfully and freely inscribing a few large characters. Heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all beings as mere dogs. One elder read the characters aloud, astonished. The calligraphy is exquisite. And the phrase even better, Old Qin. Standing beside him, a young man with black hair and gold-rimmed glasses quickly added, Qin Lao's calligraphy flows like a dragon, exuding grandeur. Just recently, one of his pieces fetched 500,000 at auction. The white-haired, rosy-faced elder speaking was Ma Xiumin, a well-known figure in the literary world. Though his stature was certainly not on par with Qin Dui's. The black-haired youth was Ma Xiumin's disciple, Tian Xiong. Qin Dui waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Let us not speak of that piece. I do not comprehend the intricacies of the financial world." At this point, another elder curiously asked, "Then who is the author?" Qin Dui teased, "You wouldn't guess. It's not from anyone within the circle." With this, the curiosity of the others was piqued even further. Just then, a middle-aged man dressed in a Zhongshan suit entered the courtyard and whispered something in Qin Dui's ear. Qin Dui's eyes lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, quickly, "Please welcome." Ma Xiumin, curious, inquired, "Who is it, old Qin, that brings you such joy?" Qin Dui chuckled heartily and replied, "A friend has come from afar." As the crowd looked on with intrigue, a middle-aged man clad in a Zhongshan suit entered, accompanied by Yu Zhiqiu and Shi Nuanyuan. Upon stepping into the courtyard, Yu Zhiqiu couldn't help but marvel at its grandeur. It was a different kind of opulence compared to the ostentatious wealth often displayed in a city like Beijing, where land is as precious as gold. Possessing such a garden-like retreat was a feat beyond mere financial means. Her gaze fell upon the individuals standing at the long table, and Yi Zhiqiu immediately recognized the kindly-faced elder at the center as Qin Dui. Qin Dui's eyes shifted towards Yi Zhiqiu and Shi Nuanyuan. Then, looking past them, he asked in confusion, "Where is Mr. Yi?" The assistant slightly tilted to the side, respectfully responding, "Old Qin, this is Mr. Yi." Qin Dui's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to Yi Zhiqiu. Shi Nuanyuan softly interjected, "Hello, old Qin. I am an editor from Qingzi Reading. And this is the author of The Heroic Journey, Yi Zhiqiu." Qin Dui stared at Yu Zhiqiu in astonishment, momentarily rendered speechless. He had presumed that the author capable of crafting such timeless verses would, at the very least, be over 30, automatically categorizing this young man as merely an assistant. However, being a person of great experience, he was aware that prodigies who achieved fame at a young age truly existed throughout history, and he quickly regained his composure. "Young friend Yi, greetings and welcome." Qin Dui stepped forward, extending his hand warmly. Given the stature of this esteemed figure, Yi Zhiqiu did not dare to be negligent, promptly stepping forward to grasp his hand in return. "Oh, it is nothing. I merely dabble in writing. I cannot compare to you, old Qin." Qin Dui laughed heartily, saying, "Your casual writing leaves this old man feeling inadequate. I have read The Heroic Journey no less than 100 times, and with each reading, I find its brilliance ever more profound. Such a masterpiece could not be merely the product of an ordinary talent." Yi Zhiqiu chuckled awkwardly, acknowledging the truth in his words. After all, wasn't Li Shixian a prodigy? He considered himself merely a conveyor of ideas, a secret he dared not disclose. Thus he shamelessly accepted the credit. "Old Qin, will you not introduce us? Who is this young friend?" At that moment, Ma Xiumin could no longer restrain his curiosity. "Ah, indeed, as one ages, one tends to forget such matters," Qin Dui laughed. "Young friend Yi, this is Ma Xiumin, the vice president of the Chinese Poetry Association. And this is the Calligraphy Association." After introducing several elderly gentlemen and Ma Xiumin's student Tian Xiong, Qin Dui pointed at Yi Zhiqiu, exclaiming joyfully, "Aren't you all curious about the author of these lines? The principal has arrived, and the heroic journey is also penned by our young friend here." The crowd, who had previously been merely listening, was left in a state of shock upon receiving confirmation from Qin Dui. Since the emergence of the heroic ballad, it has undeniably caused a seismic shift in the realm of Chinese poetry, prompting widespread speculation regarding the identity of its esteemed author. Many assert that, solely based on this singular work, the creator has secured an unassailable position within the pantheon of Chinese literary figures. To everyone's astonishment, the enigmatic author appears before them. Aside from Qin Dui, the others are filled with skepticism, casting furtive glances at the youthful figure before them. He is remarkably young and quite handsome, yet lacks any discernible traits of a literary scholar. This is the impression they receive. However, none present are fools. Even if they harbor doubts, they refrain from voicing them, instead extending warm greetings to Yi Zhiqiu. Each elder in attendance holds a prestigious reputation, including a young man named Tian Xiong, reputed to be a PhD in literature. Yu Zhiqiu reciprocates their polite gestures. The arrival of Yu Zhiqiu elates Qin Dui, who eagerly engages him in a discussion about the heroic ballad. Yu Zhiqiu feels somewhat helpless. He is acutely aware of his own limitations. While he could recite the poem, delving into its analysis was not his forte. Fortunately, Qin Dawin is in high spirits and dominates the conversation, with Yushichio occasionally contributing insights gleaned from his previous encounters with the poem's annotations. Meanwhile, Shernwan gazes at Yushichio with starry-eyed admiration. How remarkable it is to engage in discussion with the venerable Qin. In a fit of enthusiasm, Qin Dawin gestures grandly at the long table, where his vigorous strokes bring to life the majestic heroic ballad on paper. Even though Yushichio lacks an appreciation for calligraphy, he cannot help but be impressed by the artistry of the characters. Acknowledging that the esteemed scholar indeed possesses genuine talent, what began as a courteous visit, prompted by Qin Dawin's defense of him, unexpectedly reveals the latter's affable nature. Devoid of pretense, reminiscent of a jovial old child, further deepening Yushichio's admiration. How do you find these characters, young friend Yi? Qin Dawin steps back, beaming with pride as he admires his freshly penned poem. Yushichio candidly replies, "They're beautiful, but I do not understand calligraphy. I cannot articulate what makes them appealing." Qin Dawin pauses, then bursts into laughter, exclaiming, "Many feign understanding, yet you, young friend Yi, are refreshingly honest, adhering to your true self." Yushichio is taken aback. His ignorance is genuine, devoid of ulterior motives. Suddenly, Ma Xuemin, the vice president of the Poetry Association, inquires with a cheerful demeanor. "May I ask, young friend Yi, from whom did you learn? To pen such a distinguished piece is no small feat." Yushichio shakes his head, responding truthfully, "I have no mentor in poetry. I am a senior in university, studying media studies." He refrains from mentioning Lu Min Kong as a mentor in music, recognizing its divergence from poetry. Not only Ma Xuemin, but the others are equally astonished, a sense of absurdity rising within them. They have devoted much of their lives to their craft, only to find that their creations pale in comparison to those of a mere undergraduate, especially one from a different field. Standing beside Ma Xuemin, another young man in the courtyard, Tian Xiong, could not help but inquire, "What is Mr. Ye's profession?" There was no concealment in the matter. As Shernwan answered on Yushichio's behalf, Brother Yi is a web novelist and the author of Zhu Xian on our platform, Orange Reading. Apart from Qin Dawin, who was already aware of Yushichio's identity, the others fell into a state of existential doubt once again. "Oh, a web author?" Tian Xiong feigned realization, exchanging glances with Ma Xuemin, and refrained from saying anything further. Qin Dawin chuckled, "Young Tian, as a Ph.D. in literature, you must learn from Brother Yi. You are still young and can catch up. We old ones have no such opportunity." "Indeed, what Qin Lao says is true," Tian Xiong replied with a smile, though a hint of disdain flickered in the depths of his gaze. As Qin Dawin finished writing, the other elderly gentlemen also took turns to wield their brushes. Yushichio could not comprehend their writing, but each piece appeared impressive enough to deceive onlookers. Tian Xiong turned to Yushichio and suddenly suggested, "Brother Yi, why not showcase your skills?" Yushichio waved his hand in refusal, saying, "I shall pass. My handwriting is unsightly." Tian Xiong smiled slightly and turned to Qin Dawin, saying, "Qin Lao, would it be possible to part with this piece? I would like to study and replicate it." It was not uncommon among cultured individuals to exchange calligraphy. Tian Xiong, being Ma Xuemin's disciple, was naturally not turned away by the amiable Qin Dawin. "Of course, take it if you admire it. If it is insufficient, I will write another." Qin Dawin replied with a hearty laugh. Suddenly, Ma Xuemin interjected, "Young Tian, you are mistaken. Qin Lao's calligraphy is worth its weight in gold. You cannot claim it for yourself. I propose a competition. The winner shall take it." "Qin Lao, what do you think?" The contest among cultured individuals would merely consist of composing couplets, which is a delightful pursuit, and Qin Dawin naturally had no objections, nodding with a smile. Ma Xuemin grinned and suggested, "Let us employ the simplest method of pairing couplets. What do you say?" The other elderly gentlemen also became interested, prioritizing the opportunity to display their literary prowess over the calligraphy itself. "It seems the students have not considered this thoroughly," Tian Xiong responded respectfully, then looked at Yushichio, inviting him once more, "Brother Yi, why not join us?" Yushichio, lacking interest, shook his head and said, "I will pass. I prefer to observe." Tian Xiong's gaze flickered. Jesting, "Brother Yi, if you can compose Xia Kuxing, surely crafting couplets should be effortless for you. Excessive modesty may be construed as arrogance. Surely, you did not merely copy Xia Kuxing, did you?" The moment Tian Xiong uttered these words, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Shernwan was infuriated, retorting, "Who has committed plagiarism?" Do not slander without basis. Qin Duan's expression darkened as he reprimanded, Young Tian, how can you speak so recklessly? Apologize to Brother Yi. Tian Xiong feigned sudden realization, hurriedly saying, my apologies, Brother Yi. I hold Xia Kexing in such high regard that I naturally assumed the author's literary prowess was exceptional, making couplets a mere trifle. If any misunderstanding has arisen, I sincerely apologize. Tian Xiong wore a cheerful smile, exuding earnestness, while Yu Zhiqiu observed him with a calm gaze, harboring a tinge of confusion. When had she ever provoked this fellow? Chapter 45. The horn of attack sounds. It wasn't until the third round that Wang Nansheng was selected by Li Kuan, reluctantly agreeing with a forced smile. Once the selections concluded, the director announced the rules for the next round of competition. First, congratulations to all contestants for advancing. The next round of recordings will take place in a week, and this episode will air on the Beijing channel during the prime time slot on Saturday. The upcoming competition will adopt a theme performance format, with the key theme being encounter. Contestants should seize the opportunity to create, while the new voice promotion officer will provide certain support. The recording of this episode has concluded. Thank you all. That evening, Li Su, who lived 2 hours' drive from Beijing City, had already departed, promising to meet again next time. Yu Zhiqiu did not rush back to Huahai City. After arriving in Beijing, editor Shirdu frequently checked in on her warmly. Although Yu Zhiqiu had not intended to meet anyone, she was taken aback when Qin Duan, affectionately known as Elder Qin, sought out Qingzi reading multiple times, expressing his desire to meet with her should she come to Beijing. Yu Zhiqiu did not consider herself acquainted with Qin Duan, yet she remembered his support during her online dispute with Tang Long. Given this, it seemed unreasonable not to meet. So Yu Zhiqiu arranged with Shirtu via Penguin to visit the next day. Regarding the second round of the singing new voice competition, upon hearing the theme of encounter, several fitting songs instantly flashed through Yu Zhiqiu's mind, but there was no rush. Before that, Yu Zhiqiu took out her phone and sent a message to Yu Kaiwei. Yu Zhiqiu, you tricked me. Soon, a reply arrived. Wei Guang, humph. Yu Zhiqiu was taken aback. When had he offended this girl? Yu Zhiqiu, I almost thought no one would choose me. My heart has been greatly wounded. Wei Guang, little girl making faces. Wei Guang, I never promised to choose you. Yu Zhiqiu, how cruel of you. In the executive suite, Yu Kaiwei lay on the bed, her gaze fixed intently on her phone. Upon seeing the message from Yu Zhiqiu, an undeniable smile lit up her eyes, and her face flushed slightly as she replied, Wei Guang, you performed very steadily this time. Your singing skills have improved significantly. Yu Zhiqiu, of course, just look at who I am. What an arrogant fellow. Yu Kaiwei huffed softly. Wei Guang, for the theme encounter. What song are you planning to sing? Something folk, perhaps? After nearly 10 seconds, as Yu Kaiwei began to doubt whether the other party had stepped away, a delayed response finally came through. Yu Zhiqiu, it's a secret. Yu Kaiwei's face puffed up in indignation, her delicate fingers pressing down on her phone with irritation. Wei Guang, humph, if you don't want to say, then don't. Who cares? Suddenly, as if recalling something, she hastily edited her message again. Wei Guang, I am your new voice promoter, entitled to know the contestants' repertoire. Wei Guang, you don't have to say it. Yu Zhiqiu, Mercury's Tale. Wei Guang, the little girl is perplexed. Yu Zhiqiu, the song I will sing in the next round is titled Mercury's Tale. Propped up on her bed, Yu Kaiwei wore an expression of confusion, unable to fathom how the theme of the encounter could be linked to the planet Mercury. Yet, she felt an inexplicable trust in Yu Zhiqiu and refrained from questioning further. Wei Guang, are you returning to Huahai City tomorrow? Yu Zhiqiu, I'll delay for another couple of days. I have to visit a friend tomorrow. Yu Zhiqiu, what about you? Yu Kaiwei tilted her head and quickly typed a response. Wei Guang, what a coincidence. I also don't plan to return just yet. The post-production of The Wind Rises is complete, and the album will be released in 3 days. I need to attend a promotional event. Wei Guang, I am not keen on running around, but my Aunt May has arranged a few appearances for me while I'm in Beijing. Yu Zhiqiu, congratulations in advance on the album's success and a prosperous venture. Wei Guang, how about you join me as the creator of the title track? No one would object. Yu Zhiqiu, please, spare me. I have no desire to be subjected to the scrutinizing gaze of your fans. Humph, coward. Yu Kaiwei let out a soft huff, a flicker of disappointment crossing her eyes. Yu Zhiqiu, rest early. Good night. Wei Guang, yes, good night. Once again, they found themselves engaged in conversation until the late hours of the night. Despite being mere steps apart in the same hotel, they relished their ongoing exchange on WeChat, an amusing situation indeed. Setting her phone down, Yujichio glanced at the time on the screen, reading 0024, and smiled faintly. A young man and woman conversing late into the night for 2 consecutive evenings. One would be hard-pressed to believe there was no mutual attraction. Yukawa was beautiful, with a splendid figure, and possessed none of the haughty demeanor typical of a rich girl. Her slight pride only added to her charm. Who could resist such a lure? Yujichio was an ordinary man, and he was not exempt from this appeal. Thus, he resolved to sound the trumpet of pursuit. However, he was, to put it bluntly, a financially struggling youth, and the disparity between him and Yukawa was considerable. Still, Yujichio held confidence in himself. The key was not to alarm the prey but to approach gradually. First, he would begin with the program singing out new voices in the executive suite. After exchanging good nights, Yukawa did not put her phone down but instead lingered over their chat history. Her delicate face shifted from irritation to a blush, eventually burying her head under the covers. Suddenly, she lifted her head sharply, her eyes shimmering with conflicted emotions. This dense fellow. Yukawa shook her head in exasperation, her hair falling into disarray, emanating a certain languid beauty. No, Aunt May said I must not be too overt. I need to let the boy take the initiative. Yukawa murmured to herself, approach slowly, entice him to make the first move. Exactly. That is the way. However, Yutsaiwe's lips curled in frustration. How difficult it is to wait. What if I can't hold on any longer? The despair. The following day, after a leisurely breakfast, Yujichio made his way to the lobby. The editor, Shirtu, had informed him that he was already waiting there. As Yujichio entered the lounge area, his gaze casually swept over the few patrons seated. He briefly overlooked a petite and charming young woman, and noticed an elderly couple nearby, pondering if they might be the ones he was looking for. Just then, a timid voice broke through his thoughts. Excuse me, are you Mr. Yujichio? Yujichio turned around, only to catch sight of a head just at his eye level. Lowering his gaze slightly, he discovered the petite girl standing nervously before him. Her cheeks flushed as she looked up at him. You are? Shirtu. Yujichio was taken aback. Yes, Mr. Yi, I am Shirnuanyuan, your editor at Orange Reading, she quickly replied. So handsome, far more so than in the photo on my ID. This was Shirnuanyuan's first impression of Yujichio. Aren't you a boy? Yujichio blurted out, astonished to find that his editor was a soft and adorable girl. Chapter 48. The Need to Show Off, Part 2. Indeed. I did copy the Song of the Heroic Knight from a collection of poems in an elementary school textbook, Yujichio suddenly declared, catching everyone off guard. However, he continued with a grin, I hold the copyright to this poem. If you, Brother Tian, are feeling envious, perhaps you should read more. You might even manage to copy one yourself. Upon hearing this, Tian Xiong's expression soured considerably. Poetry can indeed be registered for copyright. And since the Song of the Heroic Knight passed the copyright registration review, it indicated that no plagiarism had occurred. As a literature PhD, Tian Xiong being advised by an undergraduate student who hadn't even graduated yet was akin to being publicly reprimanded. A suppressed laughter erupted in the quiet atmosphere. And Shirnuanyuan covered her mouth, her eyes curving into crescent moons. She almost forgot that Yujichio possessed a remarkable talent for verbal sparring. His previous confrontation with Tang Long had seen him utterly dominate the exchange. Most importantly, Yujichio did not consider himself a cultured individual, eschewing conventional methods. He could easily outmaneuver seasoned veterans with his unpredictable style. What potion Tian Xiong had consumed to provoke him in such a manner was beyond comprehension. He was simply inviting trouble. I believe in you, young Master Yi. A promising talent like you could never engage in plagiarism, someone chimed in, trying to alleviate the uncomfortable tension. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, Ma Xuemin intervened as a peacemaker, smiling as he remarked, Shout Tian. You really need to curb your thoughtless remarks. I've told you countless times. Tian Xiong hastily lowered his head, acknowledging, You are right, teacher. Ma Xuemin then beckoned, Come, everyone. Let us engage in a couplet challenge. I've devised an unparalleled couplet that I assure you none can match. Yujichio cast a cold glance at Ma Xuemin, fully aware that this old fox was not to be underestimated. In the recent exchange, a student hesitated to speak up when a mistake was made, and now finds themselves unable to retreat from the situation, emerging instead as a peacemaker. Yet their silence reflects a hidden insincerity, revealing that both the teacher and pupil share a similar disposition. This minor episode passed, with a few individuals engaging in repartee, as the atmosphere gradually returned to a state of tranquility. However, Yujichio found the scene before him uninteresting. The character of Qin Duan, the elder Qin, was beyond reproach, genuine inside and out. Yet, the behaviors of Ma Shuimin and Tian Xiong imparted a crucial lesson to Yu Zhiqiu. Even educated individuals can still embody the essence of mediocrity. Having already encountered Qin Lao, Yu Zhiqiu intended to take his leave when it was Tian Xiong's turn to pose a challenge. Casting a sidelong glance at Yu Zhiqiu, Tian Xiong suddenly raised his voice. My first line is, the mantis obstructs the chariot, the ferocious tiger crosses the river. How can a mere mortal speak of bravery? Yu Zhiqiu paused in his movements. At that moment, Tian Xiong fixed his gaze upon him. A smile on his lips yet devoid of warmth. As for this couplet, I wonder if Brother Yi can respond appropriately. Tian Xiong's line served as a veiled mockery of Yu Zhiqiu's earlier actions, reducing him to the status of an insignificant individual. The subtlety with which cultured individuals engage in disparagement was not lost on Yu Zhiqiu. Qin Duan's expression darkened once more, this time tinged with genuine anger. His original intention had been to introduce Yu Zhiqiu to others in the circle, but the situation had taken an unexpected turn. The root of the conflict lay in Tian Xiong's self-perception as a literary scholar, feeling superior and looking down upon Yu Zhiqiu, whose academic credentials did not match his own. However, it was precisely Yu Zhiqiu who had penned the timeless masterpiece The Heroic Song, achieving fame with a single poem, which bred envy in Tian Xiong. After all, in the eyes of certain self-proclaimed literati, writing online novels was deemed unworthy of comparison with their own pursuits. Brother Yi, Qin Duan began, but was interrupted by Yu Zhiqiu, who offered an apologetic glance toward him before addressing Tian Xiong with calm resolve. Do you believe yourself to be quite impressive? Tian Xiong's gaze flickered, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, yet he remained silent. Yu Zhiqiu continued, so you wish to exchange couplets? Very well, listen carefully. My response is, ants traverse the locust tree, the pygmy shakes the tree, a fool arrogantly claims superiority. The audience fell silent, their expression shifting to one of bemusement. Tian Wanwan, who had been seething with anger, suddenly exclaimed in delight, Brother Yi, that was splendid. Yu Zhiqiu's retort was undeniably exquisite. Not only was it structurally flawless, but the last line directly addressed Tian Xiong, elevating Yu Zhiqiu's skill above his own. With a smile, Yu Zhiqiu inquired, Brother Tian, what do you think of my response? When he uttered the word brother, he intentionally blurred the pronunciation with that of superiority, placing emphasis on the latter. Tian Xiong's face turned a deep shade of crimson, leaving him momentarily speechless. Beside them, Ma Shuimin wore a similarly displeased expression and coldly remarked, You are quite quick-witted, young man. If that is the case, how about responding to my first line? The topic is, two monkeys cut wood deep in the mountain. Let us see how the little monkey responds to the saw. This elder, taking advantage of his age and experience, subtly insulted Yu Zhiqiu through this roundabout challenge. Indeed, when the young confronts the old, Yu Zhiqiu is not surprised. Without a moment's hesitation, he quipped, When a horse finds itself mired in mud, how can it extricate its hoofs? As he uttered the word horse, Yu Zhiqiu emphasized it with a flourish. A muffled laugh escaped Shi Nuanyuan, who desperately covered her mouth, unable to stifle her amusement. Qin Duan, momentarily forgetting his anger, wore an expression of bemusement, while several elderly gentlemen nearby were left gaping, internally exclaiming at the brilliance of it all. This young friend Yi is quite the audacious one. Yet, being openly insulted as an old beast left Ma Shuimin choking on his own indignation, his face flushed crimson with rage. However, Yu Zhiqiu was no mere punching bag. With a sly grin, he suggested, Since both Mr. Ma and Brother Tian are so enthusiastic, allow me to propose a couplet, and let us see if anyone can respond. As a humble online author, I am certain that you, with your vast knowledge, will easily match it. Both Ma Shuimin and Tian Xiong were taken aback, yet found themselves in a predicament where retreat was impossible. Ma Shuimin forcefully flicked his sleeves and exclaimed, Then let us hear it. Yu Zhiqiu smirked and, enunciating clearly, declared, My first line is, Smoke enshrouds the willow by the pond. How simple. Ma Shuimin guffawed, eager to respond. Suddenly, however, his words were cut short, akin to a duck caught by the throat. The other elderly men, upon contemplating Yu Zhiqiu's initial line, betrayed expressions of alarm. Even Qin Duan furrowed his brow in deep thought. The courtyard fell into a profound silence. Shi Nuanyuan glanced around, gently tugging at Yu Zhiqiu's sleeve, perplexed. Is this couplet truly so difficult? Why has everyone fallen silent? Yu Zhiqiu chuckled quietly, refraining from answering. This renowned line would likely baffle the two masters for another year. Even if they racked their brains, they might never find a suitable response. Fortunately, in his previous life, he was a prolific author, well-versed in celebrated couplets, and could effortlessly conjure a few timeless masterpieces. Oh, the need to impress you all is quite the pressure, he mused. Chapter 49. The silence. Ma Xuemin and Tian Xiong, their faces drenched in sweat, were left speechless, their lips moving as they attempted to formulate a response but failing to do so. After a long pause, Qin Duan sighed, a wry smile gracing his lips. This couplet could indeed be deemed a masterpiece of the ages. It embodies the elements of fire, metal, water, and earth, encapsulating profound meaning. Particularly with the wordlock, a truly masterful choice that elicits admiration. Young friend, I'm in awe. I concede defeat, he admitted. At that moment, Tian Xiong could no longer contain himself, retorting sharply, impossible. This couplet lacks a corresponding line. You must have copied it from somewhere. Even a clay figurine has a measure of spirit, yet Tian Xiong, with his incessant accusations of plagiarism, underestimated Yu Zhiqiu's resilience. Yu Zhiqiu's expression turned icy as he mocked. When one is too inept to produce a response, it is easy to accuse others of imitation. Truly, the audacity of some intellectuals is astonishing. Ma Xuemin, in a low tone, questioned, if you assert that it is not copied, might I inquire if there exists a corresponding line? Otherwise, it will be difficult for anyone to be convinced. Shi Nuanyuan watched in seething anger, appalled by the shamelessness of this master and apprentice duo. Their ability to deflect blame onto others while failing themselves was evident. Qin Duan, unable to tolerate the situation any longer, bluntly interjected, Ma Xuemin, Yi Xiaoyu is a distinguished guest I invited here. What do you two intend? If this continues, do not expect me to show leniency. Qin Duan, known for his gentle temperament, expressing such sentiments publicly indicated his profound ire. Ma Xuemin's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze upon Yu Zhiqiu. For the sake of old Qin, I shall allow you to witness something. Yu Zhiqiu disdainfully glanced at the two, coolly stating, listen closely. The couplet is, the temple bell in Deep Lantern Village. The peach blossoms blaze along the Jinjiang embankment. The tea brews at the wall-drilled spring. With each line that Yu Zhiqiu uttered, the color drained from Ma Xuemin and Tian Xiong's faces. Did you not claim this couplet had no counterpart? Not only does it exist, but Yu Zhiqiu has presented 3 lines at once, each striking like a slap upon their faces, willow-shrouded ponds and mist. The temple bell in Deep Lantern Village, truly a timeless masterpiece. Qin Duan murmured, then turned to Ma Xuemin, saying, Old Ma, in this round, you have indeed lost. Ma Xuemin's face flushed crimson, completely losing his composure as he exclaimed, You, a mere child, have no idea where you copied those couplets from. What skill is that? Do you dare to compete in poetry with me? The crowd gasped, except for Qin Duan. The other elderly gentlemen could no longer restrain themselves. You, a vice president of the Poetry Association, have spent most of your life writing poetry and seek a contest with a young man? Have you no shame? How absurd. Yu Zhiqiu, uninterested in this madman's antics, signaled Shi Nuanyuan, preparing to depart. You cannot leave. As Yu Zhiqiu attempted to exit, Ma Xuemin, in a panic, shouted sternly. Tian Xiong, his countenance darkened, stepped forward to block Yu Zhiqiu's path. Ma Xuemin's singular thought was that he could not allow this young man to depart. If word of today's events spread, where would he hide his face? Yu Zhiqiu raised an eyebrow, mocking, no longer pretending. If you cannot manage the literary, do you wish to resort to the martial? Qin Duan was thoroughly enraged, his grizzled brows quivering, and declared, Ma Xuemin, you are unwelcome here. You and your apprentice. Leave at once. Ignoring him, Ma Xuemin took a deep breath and ominously addressed Yu Zhiqiu. If you choose not to compete, then admit that Xia Kuxing is plagiarized. And you may leave today. This statement, born from his frustration, revealed his desperation. Upon hearing this, Yu Zhiqiu burst into laughter, suddenly in no rush to depart. With a leisurely demeanor, Yu Zhiqiu replied, If you wish to compete in poetry, that is not out of the question. Ma Xuemin's expression brightened, but Yu Zhiqiu continued, However, there must be something at stake in this contest. Otherwise, what would be the point? Ma Xuemin paused, then sneered, How much do you wish to wager? Name your sum. Yu Zhiqiu waved his hand dismissively, saying, I am a law-abiding citizen. There is no need for money. Let us keep it simple. The defeated party must bow to the victor and exclaim 3 times, Master, I was wrong. Upon hearing this, everyone present was taken aback. This lad is certainly determined to go all out. Qin Duan exclaimed urgently, Yi, my young friend. Yu Zhiqiu gave Qin Duan a reassuring glance and turned to Ma Xuemin, asking, Do you dare? Ma Xuemin's expression fluctuated with uncertainty. He had initially believed that Yu Zhiqiu, being young, could not possess much talent. But he was taken aback by the tenacity displayed before him. Yet now, he found himself in a predicament where he could not back down. He had to comply. Very well. Ma Xiumin gritted his teeth and declared, let old Qin set the topic. Within the hour, each must compose a poem for the audience to judge. Yi Zhiqiu felt no objection. He had faith in Qin Duan's character. Shi Nuanyuan wore a worried expression, her palms sweating with anxiety. Although Ma Xiumin was narrow-minded, he did possess genuine talent. Otherwise, he would not have reached the position of vice president in the Huaxia Poetry Association. Unfortunately for him, today he faced Yu Zhiqiu. Both Ma Xiumin and Tian Xiong were visibly tense, while Yu Zhiqiu remained remarkably composed, smiling as he said, Old Qin, please present the topic. With both parties in agreement, Qin Duan had no choice but to proceed. After a moment of contemplation, he announced, since old Ma harbors doubts about Ye's composition of the heroic ballad, let us make the topic hero. The crowd nodded in silent approval. Firstly, if Ma Xiumin doubted another's ability, he should prove his own. Secondly, if Yi Zhiqiu could produce a poem on the theme of hero, even if it fell slightly short of the heroic ballad, it would still validate his prowess. Upon hearing the topic of hero, Ma Xiumin's eyes brightened, though he remained silent. Qin Duan spoke firmly, you have 15 minutes. Please compose your poems. After all, Ma Xiumin had spent most of his life pondering this theme. He had penned no fewer than 800 poems, and he had a few on hero that had never been published. However, given the significance of this competition, he refrained from reciting his verses aloud, instead pondering them in his mind while observing Yi Zhiqiu's progress. Yi Zhiqiu appeared solemn, seemingly deep in thought. 10 minutes passed, yet he showed no sign of progress, appearing as if he were stumped. Ma Xiumin felt increasingly confident in his assumption that Yu Zhiqiu lacked substance, and he felt elated. Suddenly, as the time neared its end, Ma Xiumin could no longer contain himself and pretended to clap his hands dramatically. Through Jizhou I sing with fervor, casting red beans into the air, filled with longing. Amidst the mountains and flowing waters, where are the heroes? Tender-hearted yet troubled, the hero's spirit always brings sorrow. Excellent. As soon as Ma Xiumin finished, Tian Xiong eagerly applauded. The crowd nodded in agreement. Although Ma Xiumin's poem could not be deemed extraordinary, its balanced structure and unique approach, linking heroism with emotion, presented a noteworthy aspect. It was indeed remarkable to produce such a piece within the time limit. Tian Xiong sneered, turning to Yu Zhiqiu, Brother Yi, still no thoughts? I suggest you stop wasting time and simply bow to my teacher instead. Shi Nuanyuan exclaimed in frustration, what is the rush? It's only just past the hour. This isn't a race to see who can finish first. Yet, despite her words, an undeniable worry lingered in her eyes. Suddenly, a light laugh emerged from beside her. I thought it would be something formidable. Turns out it's merely this sort of fare. Chapter 50, The Obstruction from Ingong Entertainment at this moment. Yi Zhiqiu appeared at ease, devoid of the earlier tension that had clouded his expression. Ma Xiumin was taken aback, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. The poem's title is The Swordsman, Yu Zhiqiu declared. 10 years to forge a sword, its frosty blade yet untested. As the first line was spoken, Ma Xiumin's complexion shifted dramatically, while Qin Duan's eyes flickered, revealing a glimmer of excitement. This was a poem that expressed aspirations through metaphor. Qin Duan swiftly grasped that the opening line, 10 years to forge a sword, served as the poem's pivotal insight. The ancient tale of a skilled craftsman who labored for years to forge a renowned sword, the Dragon Spring, resonated with the first line, subtly indicating that this sword was far from ordinary. A blade of unparalleled sharpness, though untested, carried an implicit yearning to be wielded. Concurrently, the notion of 10 years of diligent study also suggested the scholar's talent and ambition remained unexpressed, eloquently reflecting both external and internal aspirations. It could be said that, based solely on these two lines, the outcome was already predetermined. Qin Duan and the other elders gazed at Yi Zhiqiu with gleaming eyes, eagerly anticipating the next stanza. Yu Zhiqiu did not disappoint, slowly reciting the second half. Today, who stands for the injustices? As his voice faded, Qin Duan momentarily lost himself, only to be overtaken by a surge of fervor, a compelling urge to voice his thoughts. Bravo! What a splendid line! Who stands for the injustices? He exclaimed. The concluding stanza vividly encapsulated the heroism of the swordsman, akin to a sword unsheathed, brimming with a fervent desire to showcase one's capabilities. The emotional weight of the poem swelled instantaneously. Qin Duan felt invigorated, experiencing an unparalleled exhilaration. For a scholar, witnessing the birth of a remarkable poem was indeed a profound joy. From the reactions of Qin Duan and the other elders, the outcome was evidently clear. Meanwhile, Tian Xiong, still unwilling to concede, retorted with thinly veiled disdain, "Don't celebrate too soon. This poem is nothing special, far inferior to that of the teacher." Yu Shiqiu dismissed the remark, turning to Qin Duan and saying, "Old Qin, I kindly ask for your assistance." Qin Duan cast a complex glance at Yu Shiqiu and replied with a wry smile, "After the heroic ballad, we now have the swordsman, young friend Yi. Today I truly understand what it means to be outshone. In this contest, I believe the swordsman surpasses all." The other elders exchanged glances, all nodding slightly in agreement. Yu Shiqiu turned to Ma Xuan and teasingly asked, "Old Ma, will you accept defeat, or shall we compete further?" Ma Xuan's lips trembled, his face pale. His gaze seemingly vacated. Should Ma Xuan truly kneel before Yu Shiqiu today and admit his error? He might as well abandon any aspirations of mingling within the literary circle henceforth. Qin Duan hesitated several times but ultimately refrained from speaking. The competition was proposed by Ma Xuan himself. It is no wonder he has fallen into such a predicament. "Today, I shall concede defeat." Ma Xuanming's expression shifted numerous times. Yet he could not bring himself to lower his pride. With a cold snort, he waved his sleeve and departed, prompting Tian Xiong to hastily follow suit. Yi Shiqiu paid little heed to this. It was hardly surprising given the old man's thick skin and his capacity for such behavior. The visit to Qin Duan concluded amidst this farcical scene. The following day, upon returning to Huahai City, Yu Shiqiu learned from the Orange Reading Network about his itinerary. In a generous gesture, they sent Shi Nuanyuan to deliver a business-class plane ticket. Yu Shiqiu was subtly trending towards becoming the website's top author, and Orange Reading's intentions were unmistakably clear. Settling into the spacious business-class seat, Yu Shiqiu sent out a Weibo post prior to takeoff. "First time in business class. How to appear as if I do this regularly." After 3 days of silence, the eager readers erupted upon seeing this post. P.S. back. "Where has the business class author been? Can we expect updates now?" "Same here. I've never been in business class." "I know this, remember. You can only pat the flight attendant's backside thrice. Also, make sure to open a window for ventilation. You're a fool upstairs. Before takeoff, tell the flight attendant you want an upgrade. She'll inform you that you're already in business class and cannot be upgraded. You might ask if you can shake hands with the airport staff. She will say no. Then you can say, 'This isn't allowed,' nor is that. Adding you on WeChat should be okay, right?" The flight attendant might respond, "Well, I suppose I'll just upgrade you." Returning to Huahai City, Yu Shiqiu smiled slightly at the comments from readers beneath his Weibo post, responding casually, "I've been detained. Expect another 3 days of silence." The author, having suddenly resurfaced after 3 days, drew keen attention from many readers who had been closely monitoring the Weibo account of 900 million dreams of young girls. "The police uncle's backside can also be patted thrice," remarked one commenter. "That's impressive upstairs. And what about the prison guard? Have you landed? Hurry up and update." The comments below unified in their demand for updates. Over the next 2 days, Yu Shiqiu returned to an explosive writing mode, and the review section finally regained its normalcy. Meanwhile, within the Huahai Entertainment office in Beijing, Li Wenrui, Song Mei, Yu Kaiwei, along with the company's marketing director and music director, gathered nearly the entire upper management of Huahai Entertainment. Except for Yu Kaiwei, who remained her usual composed self, everyone, including Li Wenrui, wore grave expressions. Song Mei slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming, "Inghong Entertainment is absolutely overstepping. Delaying the album release and deliberately scheduling it to coincide with ours is one thing. But this maneuvering is entirely devoid of decorum." Li Wenrui, rubbing his temples in frustration, wearily inquired, "Old Wu, what exactly is going on?" Wu Qingming, the marketing director of Huahai Music, spoke with a voice laced with bitterness. "General Manager Li, Inghong Entertainment is akin to a rabid dog. They are purchasing prime recommendation spots on all music platforms at double the price, directly overshadowing our recommendations. Our digital album is priced at 38. While they have set theirs at 35, this is clearly an attempt to undermine us without regard for profit." At this moment, music director Chen Haitao interjected with indignation, "That girl group, those songs, can they even be called music? It's merely a scene with a few girls shaking their hips and legs, and the lyrics are utterly nonsensical. It's a blatant insult to the art of music." Yet, Wu Qiming sighed, "The market today craves such spectacles." A silence enveloped the room, with each person's gaze betraying a glimmer of resentment. Huahai Entertainment and Inghong Entertainment represent two opposing extremes. Huahai adheres to a more traditional philosophy, prioritizing the quality of artist work, with significant investments in album production. In contrast, Inghong operates solely on market-driven principles, leveraging sex appeal and provocation as selling points, producing primarily formulaic dance tracks with minimal production costs, yet spending lavishly on promotion. In recent years, Inghong's strategy has proven successful, leading to a troubling phenomenon where bad money drives out good. Hua-Hi's market share is gradually being eroded. Those who pour their hearts into their work are becoming the losers, a predicament many artists face today. By comparison, Yu Tsaiwei's achievement in reaching her current status is commendable. Lee Wonrui's sighed, stating, Inghong Entertainment is clearly targeting us this time. Their album costs significantly less than ours, with most of their budget allocated to marketing. This is our disadvantage. Inghong is intent on dragging us down, even if it means operating at a loss. Li Dapeng is quite ruthless. Chapter 51. Increase investment. We cannot retreat at this moment. Let's allocate an additional 2 million for promotion, Lee Wonrui declared solemnly. Furthermore, our promotional strategies must evolve. We should focus more on music reviews and song reputation, areas where we excel. Inghong's approach puts immense pressure on their internal finances. We must crush their arrogance this time. The boss decided to increase investment, and Wu Qingming's eyes brightened, only to be clouded again by concern as he remarked, but, general managerly, with an additional 2 million. This album must sell at least double platinum to break even. Changing the lead single at the last minute has already raised eyebrows among the shareholders. This is only going to compound the issue. Lee Wonrui scoffed. To expect profit without investment is an illusion. I am the head of this company. If anyone has objections, they can leave. I will repurchase my shares at the original price. With the discussion reaching such a decisive point, the others remained silent, though their eyes still reflected an undeniable worry. This song is exceptional. Suddenly, a cool voice broke the tension. Everyone turned to see Yu Kaiwei, who had been silent until now, speaking up. With a calm expression, she stated, the song The Wind Rises is excellent. I have confidence in it. As the expressions of those present softened, Li Wonrui smiled and remarked, Wei Wei is absolutely correct. Your classmate is indeed a talent. The Wind Rises will be our secret weapon this time. Wu Qingming nodded slightly in agreement, stating, given Xiao Wei's accumulated popularity, coupled with this song's enhancement, it should be safe to assume that breaking even is not an issue. In the opulent office of Inghong Entertainment in Huahai City, Li Dapeng casually tossed aside his tablet and leaned back against the expansive sofa, sneering. Has Li Wonrui finally lost his composure? A middle-aged man in a suit, sitting half on the sofa, replied respectfully, yes, Huahai Entertainment seems to have increased their investment, significantly amplifying their promotional efforts. However, the dominant platform remains Penguin Music, where they have only secured a third recommendation slot. Li Dapeng scoffed, about to respond when the office door was abruptly swung open. Dad, I'm strapped for cash. Give me 100. The loud voice of Li Hongfei was cut short by a glare from Li Dapeng, who then fell back in frustration onto a nearby sofa. Maintaining his composure, Li Dapeng inquired, I've heard that Yu Kaiwei has suddenly changed her lead single for her new album. Have you figured out what's going on? The suited man, seemingly oblivious to the earlier interruption, quickly replied, we've clarified the situation. The song is titled The Wind Rises, and its creator is Yu Zhiqiu. It appears that Yi Zhiqiu and Yu Kaiwei are classmates and not industry insiders. Additionally, he is participating in the new voice program alongside our artists. Yi Zhiqiu? Li Dapeng paused, as if the name stirred a memory. Damn it, is it that kid? Suddenly, a loud shout startled both men. Li Dapeng suppressed his anger and glared at the source, while Li Hongfei, disregarding the tension, stood up to ask the suited man, is he the one who sang goodbye at the Huahai Media University graduation ceremony? And what was that other song called? Pigeon Tour? The suited man hesitated, then nodded, yes, Goodbye is indeed his work and has garnered considerable attention online. However, I am not familiar with the second song you mentioned, young master. At that moment, Li Dapeng recalled the program that had embarrassed him. Dad, that kid has a vendetta against me, Li Hongfei exclaimed, his eyes reddening with fury. Let's take him down. Make sure he has a hard time. Silence, Li Dapeng snapped, causing Li Hongfei to halt reluctantly. With a glint of determination in his eyes, Li Dapeng sneered. Li Wenrui is still clinging to his outdated musical tactics from a decade ago. I've seen Yi Zhiqiu perform, and he is indeed talented. But the music industry has transformed. It is no longer an era where mere talent can reign supreme. Does he think he can turn the tide simply by bringing in a newcomer? After a moment of contemplation, Li Dapeng commanded the suited man, prepare the music critics and online manipulators. Once the song is released, Ensure we tarnish its reputation and obliterate it. Understood. The suited man promptly affirmed. You may leave now. Li Daping waved his hand, prompting the suited man to rise and respectfully nod at Li Hongfei before exiting the office. The moment the door closed, Li Hongfei urgently exclaimed, Dad, is it sufficient to have that kid hire some online influencers, or should we employ additional tactics? Li Daping disregarded Li Hongfei's question and reprimanded him directly. What are you doing here? How many times have I told you to knock before entering my office? If you've forgotten, remember it for next time. Li Hongfei, unfazed, approached with a smile, kneading Li Daping's shoulders, and said cheerfully, By the way, Dad, I'm a bit short on cash. Could you lend me $1 million? Li Daping remained silent, swiftly jotting something down on a piece of paper, which he handed to Li Hongfei, instructing, Handle it with finance. Li Hongfei, elated, took the note eagerly and was about to leave when Li Daping suddenly recalled something and warned, Did you sneak a girl into the new girl group at the company? Li Hongfei's expression faltered, and he stammered, unable to respond. Li Daping, angered, asserted, How many times have I told you? I don't care about your affairs outside. But you must not involve yourself with someone from your own team. If this matter gets out, all the investment in the group will be wasted. I ask you, can you bear the responsibility? Seeing Li Daping genuinely furious, Li Hongfei fell silent, nodding repeatedly. After a tirade, Li Daping, softened by the sight of his only son, sighed, All right, cut ties with that girl immediately. Now, go. Okay, Dad, I'll do as you say, Li Hongfei replied, relieved. As he hurried out, time continued to pass, approaching the day before Yu Caiwei's debut album release. Having spent the entire day at his computer, Yi Zhiqiu completed an impressive 18,000 words, with the comments section flooded with praises for the author's prowess and unmatched charm. Unbeknownst to his enthusiastic readers, another break was on the horizon. Stretching, Yi Zhiqiu picked up his phone and messaged Yu Caiwei. Yi Zhiqiu, have you seen today's update of Zhu Xian? The author released a significant amount. Soon after, Yu Caiwei replied, The Guang, not yet. I was busy all day at the company with the album release. The Guang, I just got home and finished showering, so I haven't had the chance to check. At that moment, in a grand room resembling a palace in Shangjing City, Yu Caiwei, clad in silk pajamas, curled up on her bed with her legs slightly bent, was engrossed in her phone. The chat interface displayed Yu Zhiqiu's name as typing, making her beautiful eyes involuntarily curve with a smile. Chapter 52, The Moment of Social Embarrassment for Yu Caiwei at Home? Yu Zhiqiu paused for a moment before continuing to type. Yu Zhiqiu, so, your home is in Shangjing? The Guang, yes. I initially wanted to study music, so my family sent me to Huahai Media University, making it convenient for my grandfather and aunt to take care of me. Knowing that Yu Caiwei's grandfather was Professor Lu Miqian, Yu Zhiqiu refrained from asking further and typed on. Yu Zhiqiu, the album officially launches at midnight tonight, right? Was it finished a while ago? Why are you still so busy? Wei Guang, a girl group under Ingong Entertainment. Their new album has been scheduled for release at the same time as Arrivals. Uncle and Aunt May are quite troubled by this matter, and the company is preparing to increase its promotional budget. Is this a confrontation with a competitor? Yu Zhiqiu suddenly understood. Such a scenario had played out numerous times in his previous life. Two rival companies deliberately chose to release albums simultaneously, and the implications were unmistakable. Yi Zhiqiu, is their strength formidable? Wei Guang, have you seen that girl group from the school graduation gala? The one that performed rather poorly? Yi Zhiqiu was taken aback. He indeed had a lasting impression of that performance. Yi Zhiqiu, their capabilities seem average, hardly a cause for concern. In the room, Yu Caiwei glanced at the message from Yu Zhiqiu and recalled his behavior of rushing out that night to watch the girl group perform, letting out a slight snort. Her delicate fingers hovered over the screen, but before she could type, Yi Zhiqiu's next message arrived. Yi Zhiqiu, less than an hour remains. Are you feeling anxious? Yu Caiwei paused, deleted her unfinished words, and rephrased her response. Wei Guang, a bit. Mainly, I do not wish to disappoint the company, as they have invested a great deal. Wei Guang, nevertheless, I am confident. After a moment's thought, Yu Caiwei added another line. Wei Guang, the song The Wind is Rising is delightful, and I personally adore it. As the lead single, it is bound to achieve great sales. Yi Zhiqiu, of course, just look at who penned it. This arrogant fellow. Yu Caiwei wrinkled her delicate nose but refrained from retorting. Yu Zhiqiu, by the way, may I inquire about an industry matter? What is the highest album sales achieved by domestic artists? Wei Guang, it varies by period. The physical album era of the 2000s differs from now. The highest record back then was 5 million copies sold by the king, Huangjie. Weiguang. However, the music industry has since declined, shifting primarily to digital albums with lower prices, making it challenging to compare with the past. Weiguang, the general sales classification in the industry is as follows: a gold record at 100,000 copies, a platinum record at 500,000 copies, and a diamond record at 1 million copies, with further subdivisions within each category. Weiguang. In recent years, no more than 5 albums have reached diamond status, and only one has achieved the prestigious gold diamond record with 3 million copies sold. After Weiguang's thorough explanation, Yu Zhiqiu began to grasp the situation and continued to inquire. Yu Zhiqiu, what about those who do not purchase the entire album but pay to listen to individual songs? How is that calculated? Weiguang, there is a rough standard within the industry. Approximately 1,000 media plays are equivalent to one album sale in terms of generated revenue. Yu Zhiqiu, what does your company anticipate for sales? Weiguang, it is uncertain. If we achieve 400,000 for a 3-star record, it would be profitable. A platinum record would be a pleasant surprise, though it is somewhat challenging. Is it truly that few? Yu Zhiqiu was taken aback, surprised by the conservative expectations of Huahai Entertainment. Even the new generation songstress Yu Kaiwei, who boasts a considerable fan base, was subject to such caution, highlighting the hardships faced by the music industry. Reflecting on the past, the song The Wind Rises, which was released in 2018, had enjoyed a meteoric rise for over 2 years, accumulating more than 1.2 billion streams, equivalent to around 1.2 million albums, reaching the level of a diamond record. However, Yu Zhiqiu felt uncertain whether this song could replicate its former glory in the present, opting for a more cautious approach. Rest assured, based on my professional judgment, this album is guaranteed to achieve at least a platinum record, with a strong possibility of reaching diamond status, he assured her. Then I'll truly become the leading diva of my generation, Yu Kaiwei replied, a faint smile gracing her lips as she prepared to continue typing, when suddenly a knock echoed through the room. Vivi, may I come in? A gentle voice called from outside. Startled, Yu Kaiwei quickly set her phone down and burrowed under the covers, replying, yes. The door opened to reveal a fair-skinned, elegantly poised woman whose age was indiscernible. She gracefully sat at the edge of the bed, expressing concern. Aren't you asleep yet? You usually retire by 10:30. Yu Kaiwei's face peeked out from the covers, slightly flushed. Is it because of the album with the company? The woman inquired softly. Yu Kaiwei instinctively opened her mouth to respond, only to change her mind and nod. Yes. The woman, filled with maternal concern, said, don't overexert yourself. If it's too much, perhaps we should reconsider this singing career. I can speak to your uncle tomorrow. Mom, Yu Kaiwei exclaimed, sitting up abruptly in a flurry. No. I genuinely enjoy the current situation. Just as the woman was about to say more, a notification chime sounded, prompting both to glance down instinctively. As Yu Kaiwei moved, the silk sheets shifted, revealing her phone, which was conveniently paused on the WeChat homepage. The pinned chat box displayed a conspicuous red 1, indicating an unread message. Yu Zhiqiu doge, haha. Then I'm the man standing behind the diva. Their expressions morphed into a mixture of surprise and awkwardness. Ah, a scream resonated, potent enough to reverberate through the entire villa, as Yu Kaiwei snatched her phone and dove back beneath the covers with astonishing speed. The woman's eyes twinkled knowingly, her smile tinged with amusement. Vivi, late-night phone chats aren't good for your skin, you know. With her head buried under the covers, Yu Kaiwei remained silent. All right. I won't disturb you any longer, the woman said, her demeanor returning to calm as she urged. Get some rest, and put your phone down, understand? Came a muffled response from within the cocoon of blankets. A flicker of amusement danced in the woman's eyes as she gently patted the plump duvet before rising. As she opened the door, she turned back unexpectedly and asked, when will you bring that boy home to meet your parents? Mom. The anguished cries pierced through the warmth of the bed, revealing the turmoil within the heart of its owner. The beautiful woman chuckled softly and closed the door behind her. After a moment, the covers on the bed were lifted, unveiling a flushed and radiant face. She picked up her phone once more, gazing at the messages in the chat, and a tearless despair washed over Yu Kaiwei's delicate features. Ah, that insufferable wretch. Chapter 53 Unexpected Assistance. Yu Kaiwei chose not to respond, leading Yu Zhiqiu to assume she had fallen asleep, and he thought little of it. After midnight, estimating that the album must have been released by now, Yu Zhiqiu opened the Penguin Music app. The most prominent recommendation on the homepage was the promotional image for Ingong Entertainment, beneath the bold letters announcing the album's debut. 7 members of the girl group donned black leather outfits, their thighs exposed beneath ultra-short shorts, gleaming provocatively. How vulgar, utterly vulgar. Yujicho scoffed, his fingers gliding across the screen. Predictably, the second recommendation was for Yutsaiwei's album, aptly titled The Wind Rises, set against a backdrop of golden fields. Waves of wheat danced in the breeze, while a young man and woman stood facing each other beneath a great tree. It was a photograph of Yujicho and Yu Kaiwei taken together. The young man's features were somewhat obscured, though his tall figure clad in a white shirt was discernible. Yu Kaiwei gazed into the distance, her long hair swaying in the gentle wind, and her captivating eyes seemed to harbor countless untold stories. From the cover alone, it was evident that this album contrasted sharply with the aforementioned one. If the former exuded sensuality and allure, The Wind Rises conveyed a sense of youthfulness, beauty, and rich narrative, inviting listeners to delve deeper. He clicked enter, first supporting his own interest with a purchase. This was the first time Yujicho had viewed the complete version of The Wind Rises, a piece lasting 5 minutes and 11 seconds. After watching, he couldn't help but exclaim internally, so sweet. In the romantic narrative, Yutsaiwei's presence varied from joyous to aloof, from shy to playful. Her versatility, set against the backdrop of ethereal melodies, was breathtaking. Yujicho had a premonition that achieving diamond record status for this album was indeed within reach. After watching it twice, he closed the video, preparing to exit the Penguin Music app, when his hand paused instinctively. Almost as if possessed, he found himself clicking into the homepage of the dazzling album. Payment completed. Purchase confirmed. Yes, I am merely gathering intelligence, assessing the true caliber of my competitors, and not at all captivated by those alluring legs. It must be so. Yujicho reassured himself. Within the dazzling album, there were a total of 11 songs, 5 of which he casually selected, engaging with one of the dance tracks. He completely lost track of the lyrics, his mind swirling. The other 4 featured attire ranging from tailored suits and spaghetti straps to sailor outfits and ultra-short skirts, all set against a singular stage without any narrative, each a vibrant performance piece. Having concluded his research, Yujicho exited the software, his expression grave. For he had reached a decisive conclusion. The strength of his adversary was indeed formidable. He had nearly been ensnared himself. After a moment's contemplation, Yujicho clicked into the interface of the album The Wind Rises and opted to purchase another copy. Thus, he reassured himself that it would not be considered aiding the enemy. Yujicho then shared The Wind Rises on Weibo, accompanying it with a message. Highly recommend. Yu Kaiwei is stunning, and the author of the theme song is both handsome and talented. Everyone hurry and buy it. At that moment, it was already past midnight. Yet it was evident that many of Yujicho's literary friends were night owls, as the review section quickly became lively. Is the author still awake? Are you still writing? Thank you for your hard work. It's past midnight. If you've written a chapter, post it quickly. What on earth? The Wind Rises, Yutsaiwei's album? Is the author promoting it for profit? Does the author also like Yu Kaiwei? I do too. I've already bought it. To the person above, this song is absolutely beautiful and worth purchasing. If you don't update, I won't buy it. If you do update, I will support you. The comments rapidly fell into a synchronized rhythm. Yujicho, speechless, directly replied in the comments section. All right, I will guarantee at least 1 chapter tomorrow. Upon seeing the author himself engage, the comments section grew even more animated. Wow, I've seen it all. 1 chapter is called an update. Forget it. 1 chapter is still love. I'll trust you once. If you don't update, I won't buy it. Yujicho, bemused, decided to ignore this group of silly literary friends and turned off the lights to sleep. At 1 o'clock in the morning, just finishing up, Wang Daxiao unlocked his phone and happened to come across this Weibo post. What the heck? Is 1 chapter really considered an update? He scoffed disdainfully but still clicked into the Wind Rises interface. Quantity: 300 copies. Click to purchase. Screenshot. He then shared Yujicho's Weibo post with the note. I'll trust you once. If you don't update, I won't buy it. Once the sole heir of a former billionaire, Wang Daxiao boasted over 3 million followers on Weibo, and his repost immediately garnered considerable attention. The next day, at the Huahai Entertainment office building in Beijing, Li Wanrui entered the office and directly commanded, "Bring me the sales figures as of now." Marketing director Wu Qingming handed over the pre-prepared report with a hint of surprise, saying, "President Chen, within the first 9 hours of release, over 40,000 copies have been sold. Based on previous experience, the first day's sales are likely to surpass 160,000, making a platinum record highly promising. Lee Wenrui raised an eyebrow. This result was indeed somewhat unexpected. It was worth noting that today was still a working day, and most fans were either employed or attending classes. Those who could purchase at midnight were diehard fans. Initially, he had anticipated sales of only 10 to 20,000, but the figures had doubled during this time frame. Lee Wenrui continued, "What about the trend analysis?" Wu Qiming hastily replied, "Initially, everything seemed quite normal, but..." Just as he was about to continue, Song Mei, who had just rushed into the office, urgently inquired, "But what?" With a hesitant expression, Wu Qiming said, "There are two instances where the data appears somewhat peculiar. At 12:30 and 1 o'clock, there was a slight surge in sales." Lee Wenrui was taken aback and curiously asked, "Where did that influx come from?" "We still haven't figured it out." Wu Qingming's face turned awkward. "We need to clarify this within today." Lee Wenrui did not press further and continued, "What about Inghong Entertainment? What is the situation there?" Wu Qingming quickly responded, "They have sold 20,000 more than us, totaling over 60,000 as of now." Lee Wenrui fell into contemplation, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the desk. Although Inghong Entertainment currently leads, one must not forget that their promotional expenditure is double that of ours. Generally speaking, albums marketed with sensuality tend to experience a rapid initial sales spike but lack sustained momentum, resulting in a noticeable decline in sales after a week. In contrast, a well-produced album like The Wind Rises can maintain growth for half a month or even a month if it receives positive word of mouth. Given this perspective, being merely 20,000 copies behind is not only acceptable but rather an unexpected delight. Where did the sales growth during those two time points originate? Lee Wenrui sank into deep contemplation. Chapter 54. The fermentation of influence. Zhang Ming was a junior student, of modest height, with an appearance that was neither unattractive nor strikingly handsome. His family background was not one of great wealth, and aside from his regular monthly expenses, he could save a couple of hundred yuan for his hobbies. Upon returning to his dormitory after class, Zhang Ming quickly opened his computer and logged onto the Penguin Music software. He easily found the promotional banner for the new album of the group, The Wind Rises, on the homepage. A smile that only a man could understand crept onto his lips. As a casual music enthusiast, he had noticed Inghong Entertainment's group since their debut and was immediately captivated by their charm. The 7 female group members, with their alluring figures and bold, suggestive dance moves, effortlessly won over Zhang Ming as a fan. Whether it was a genuine love for music or some other reason, one could easily comprehend. Upon learning that a new album was set to be released, Zhang Ming was determined to purchase a copy. At 35 yuan, it was a small price to pay. Well worth it. As for the other 6 songs that he would not have, he considered them a bonus. Without hesitation, he clicked to pay and was ready to savor the music when the recommendation bar suddenly jumped to a second interface, causing Zhang Ming's hand on the mouse to pause. The Wind Rises, Yu Caiwei's new album? He murmured. He was familiar with Yu Caiwei, as her hit song Glimmer had long been on his playlist. Initially, Zhang Ming had no intention of purchasing her new album, but he was deeply drawn in by the cover of The Wind Rises. The image of a man and a woman standing opposite each other in a breezy field, exuding youth and beauty, made Zhang Ming hesitate, igniting the desire to take a look. Darn it, I can skip a meal. Zhang Ming clenched his teeth resolutely and, without hesitation, clicked to make a purchase. After completing the transaction, he did not forget his initial intention and promptly opened the album. The vibrant scene of the 7 girl group members clad in sailor outfits, singing and dancing exuberantly, left Zhang Ming entranced, and he couldn't help but exclaim that the modest sum spent was well worth it. After watching 3 videos in succession, he felt a surge of excitement but decided against clicking on the 4th. No, if he continued, it would lead to inevitable ruin. Zhang Ming muttered to himself, suddenly recalling that he had purchased another album. In an effort to calm himself, he clicked it open. The Wind Rises, lyrics by Yi Zhiqiu, composed by Yi Zhiqiu, performed by Yu Caiwei. Before the song commenced, there was an introduction, which Zhang Ming glanced at without much attention. However, as the music began to play, his emotions gradually became entwined with the melody, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the screen. Once the song concluded, Zhang Ming took a deep breath. He did not listen to any other tracks but pressed the replay button. He looped it 3 times. The clear, warm, and slightly melancholic melody seemed to linger in his ears. Suddenly, he felt that the previously fiery and seductive dance was not quite as appealing anymore. How envious he felt. He suddenly did not want to remain a carefree single person, but wished for love. Lin Chong recently felt as though he were floating on a cloud. His happiness almost surreal. Ever since he inadvertently heard the song Goodbye at the graduation ceremony of Huahai Media University. He mustered the courage to express his feelings to his ex-girlfriend, and to his surprise, she had not forgotten him either. The two rekindled their romance. After several years of working and striving in society, both had matured significantly. Their reunion led to a more harmonious relationship, and they naturally began cohabiting. After work one evening, Lin Chong returned home to find his girlfriend, Xiao Xue, diving straight for his computer. "Darling, may I use your computer for a moment?" Lin Chong was utterly defenseless against his girlfriend's playful charm and instinctively replied, "Just a moment, let me save my work first." After saving his work interface, as he prepared to rise, Xiao Xue unexpectedly sat in his lap. "Let me see if you have installed QQ Music on your computer," with warmth enveloping him. Lin Chong felt a flutter in his heart, focusing intently as he clicked on the yellow-green icon on his desktop, asking, "Here it is, what do you need it for?" Xiao Xue, engrossed in controlling the mouse, fixed her gaze on the computer screen and said, "I'm buying an album. Yukawa has released a new album. And I've always loved her songs. I must support her." The Wind Rises. Wow, the album cover is stunning. A surprised squeal came from his lap, prompting Lin Chong to glance at the screen, and he couldn't help but agree with his girlfriend's assessment. However, he did not pay much further attention. He was aware of Yukai, but he generally just listened to music without having any particular favorite artists. The only exception was Goodbye, a song he had specifically downloaded and saved on his phone, albeit only the live recording version. At that moment, Xiao Xue had already skillfully completed the purchase and payment. Opening the title track of the album, lyricist and composer, Yu Jiqiu? Xiao Xue questioned, her brow furrowed in confusion. "Who is that? I've never heard of them." "Yukai has never sung songs written by this person, has she?" "Who?" Lin Chong, initially nonchalant, suddenly paused at the mention of the name. "Yu Jiqiu." Xiao Xue turned her head awkwardly in his embrace, puzzled. "Darling, you know them? Let me see." By this time, the introductory segment had already been bypassed, prompting Lin Chong to hastily rewind the progress bar to the beginning. Upon seeing the familiar three characters, a glimmer of excitement flickered across his face. It's him, the author of the song Goodbye. Lin Chong had previously searched for this name, yet it seemed the individual was not a signed artist under any label. Lacking a personal page on platforms like Penguin Music, he never anticipated encountering another of this person's works here. Becoming earnest, he embraced his girlfriend, and gradually, they both found themselves captivated by the song and its narrative. As the melody concluded, silence enveloped them, maintaining their embrace. Lin Chong let out a gentle sigh, pulling her closer. "I am reminded of that summer when we first got together in college." Xiao Xue paused thoughtfully before suddenly stating, "Darling, let us not wait any longer. Let us get our marriage certificate." Lin Chong was taken aback, his eyes sparkling with overwhelming joy as he nodded vigorously. Yes. At this moment, the influence of the song The Wind Rises was unfolding in various places. At Huahai Entertainment Company, after successfully concluding the promotional event in Beijing on the album's launch day, Yukawa returned to the office, a hint of fatigue evident in her demeanor. Song Mei, exuberant, remarked on the unexpectedly positive reception of the promotional efforts, with enthusiastic feedback from fans instilling her with greater confidence in the album's success. Thus, after a day filled with activities, they opted not to head straight home, but instead returned to the office to ascertain the latest sales figures of the album. Upon entering the general manager's office, the pair had barely settled when the door burst open energetically. Presently, We've found it, the source of the abnormal surge in data. It's from a novel called Juxian, authored by that individual. Chapter 55, Sudden Negative Reviews a Novel Author? What does that mean? What is Juxian? The marketing director's words left Li Wanrui bewildered. Song Mei, momentarily taken aback, turned to Yu Kaiwei, hesitatingly asking, Wei, isn't that the novel you've been following? Yu Kaiwei quickly grasped the situation and opened Weibo. The account Dream of 900 Million Girls had posted a pinned tweet the previous night, which now boasted over 30,000 comments. Aside from casual banter and requests for updates, the most prevalent comments echoed sentiments of trust, stating, I'll believe you this time. If you don't update, I'll buy it. The timing of this tweet coincided perfectly with the initial surge in sales from the previous night. Handing her phone to Song Mei and Li Wanrui, a look of realization crossed Yu Kaiwei's face. The author of Juxian is actually one of my fans? A surreal sensation washed over her, while Wu Qiming exclaimed with excitement, President Li, what a delightful surprise. I have investigated. And Zhu Xian is currently the most popular online novel, with the author boasting over 1 million followers on Weibo. Just yesterday, this author purchased an album and assisted in promoting it, leading many of his devoted readers to follow suit. Furthermore, it appears that Wang Daxiao is also an admirer of this novel, as he singularly purchased 300 copies. With Wu Qingming's explanation, Li Wenrui and Song Mei finally grasped the situation, both utterly astonished. Is this even possible? This is nothing short of a dream collaboration in the literary world. He had never anticipated that an album could be promoted in such a manner. Regaining his composure, Li Wenrui solemnly instructed, "Reply to this author and Wang Daxiao via the company's official Weibo to express our gratitude." The fan bases of these two individuals are vast, and their organic promotion could indeed yield a breakthrough effect. The directive has already been given. As the marketing director, Wu Qilong possesses a keen sense of such matters. At that moment, Song Mei, who had been engrossed in her phone, suddenly slammed her hand on the table and exclaimed in fury, "This is outrageous, utterly excessive. It's complete nonsense." The group looked at her in bewilderment. Song Mei emphatically placed her phone on the table and declared, "Look." The screen displayed a Weibo post by music critic Yu Xiaowei, which contained a critique of Yu Xiaowei's new album's title track, The Wind Rises. The opening line was a stark condemnation: an inexperienced creator, a song of dubious merit, a completely failed album. Initially, upon seeing the album cover of The Wind Rises, I was quite appreciative. However, that pleasant sentiment was entirely shattered the moment I heard the first song. I wonder if anyone has noticed that the lyricist and composer, Yi Zhiqiu, is a name I have never come across in my decade-long career in the music industry. After a brief search online, I was astonished to uncover some trace evidence. I failed to comprehend why Huahai Entertainment, a company with such extensive experience, would take the risk of employing a complete novice for a song of such significance to Yu Xiaowei's debut album. This individual is merely a fourth-year student. And what is more, he isn't even studying a music-related discipline. Given this, it is hardly surprising that the song's quality is subpar. From my professional perspective, the song is riddled with flaws, and if I were to encapsulate it in 4 words, it would be utter nonsense. The lyrics lack meaning, being merely a haphazard collection of words that neither rhyme nor resonate. As one scrolls down the Weibo post, there lies a lengthy review of over 1,000 words. In the words of critic Yu Xiaowei, The Wind Rises has nearly been rendered a complete failure. Even more alarming is that this post, having been shared for less than an hour, has already garnered over 10,000 comments, with the surge in engagement being quite alarming. The expressions of the group darkened with each passing moment, and Wu Qingming, filled with rage, declared, "This is slander. We shall sue him. This is a blatant act of defamation." It is futile, however. Li Wenrui inhaled deeply, seeking to quell his rising anger, recognizing that this was a premeditated attack specifically targeting our company. Search for it, if I am not mistaken. Aside from this individual, there are numerous similar articles. This is the tactic of Inghong Entertainment. We have underestimated Li Daping. Song Mei anxiously stated, "We absolutely cannot allow these comments to escalate. At the beginning of the album's release, if the reputation falters, the repercussions will be monumental." The group fell silent. Song Mei was indeed correct. For meticulously crafted works that rely on quality for success, the accumulation of a good reputation is exceedingly arduous, yet tarnishing it can be accomplished with remarkable ease. Under the sway of popular opinion, once the audience forms a fixed negative impression of this album, they will choose to avoid it, rather than spending a few extra dollars to verify its quality, with predictable results. In contrast, Inghong Entertainment's album, which boldly declares its intention to sell on the basis of sensual appeal from the outset, does not encounter such issues. Vulgar? Indeed, it is. Will you watch it? Yes. Simply put, the audience purchasing such an album is indifferent to its reputation. Ironically, the worse the reputation, the more sensational the content may become. Li Wenrui rubbed his temples and said, "Let us mobilize the music critics we have collaborated with to express their support on Weibo. If we can endure this peak period of fervent reviews from the opposition, as long as our reputation does not collapse, it will not significantly impact total sales." Wu Qiming accepted the new task and hurriedly set out to implement it. In the office of the general manager of Inghong Entertainment in Huahai City, Mr. Li, the latest data shows that our album has sold 180,000 copies, while Yu Xiaowei's The Wind Rises has sold 160,000 copies. However, following the release of those articles, and with the assistance of online trolls, The increase in their data has evidently slowed down. Li Daping tossed the report back onto the desk with a cold smirk, saying, increase the effort. Intensify the activities of the trolls. Furthermore, the focus of the articles should be from the perspective of that newcomer creator. Upon returning home and completing her evening routine, Yukawa lay in bed and habitually opened WeChat. The profile picture of Yuziki remained unresponsive. Just as she was about to send a message, a thought struck her, causing her to furrow her brow slightly and delete the message again. Humph, you embarrassed me in front of my mom last night, so I won't message you, she grumbled. It's been a whole day, and he hasn't reached out. It infuriates me. Frustrated, she exited WeChat and opened Orange Reading, recently preoccupied with album matters. She had over 10 unread chapters of Juxian. After a moment's contemplation, Yukawa directly sent a reward of 100,000 orange coins. Ding. Reader Weiwei rewarded this book with 100,000 orange coins, stating, thank you, author, for your support of my album. The new chapters of Juxian had just been updated, coinciding with a peak period of reader engagement, and the reward information from the Golden Alliance leader was visible to everyone, coupled with the recent Weibo post from Yushichio. Many readers immediately connected the dots. The Golden Alliance leader Weiwei is, in fact, Yukawa herself? This revelation sent the comments section into an uproar once again. Chapter 56. The eve of the second round of competition. Is Yukawa really a fan of Juxian? No way. Isn't Weiwei a rough and tumble individual? Someone tell me this is a joke. The prospect of sharing a book with the goddess fills me with a delightful thrill. If memory serves me correctly, this Weiwei seems to be a fan of Sweki. I have purchased the album The Wind Rises, and it is truly enchanting. I have resolved to buy another album to show my support, inspired by the fact that Yukawa and I are reading the same book. In the realm of male-centric novels, female readers are already scarce, and yet one of them is the illustrious Yukawa herself, igniting a frenzy in the review section. No one has questioned her identity as a fan, given that Weiwei's account was one of the earliest golden leaders of Juxian. Although Yukawa was not accustomed to engaging in the review section, she felt compelled to respond. Thank you all. Support within your means is sufficient. And there is no need for repeated purchases to avoid waste. Yushichio had just uploaded the final chapter, fulfilling the previously agreed upon sudden increase in updates, and was greeted by the vibrant activity in the review section. He was already aware of Weiwei's true identity and felt no surprise. However, he did not expect Yukawa to directly express her gratitude in the reviews. He casually replied, thank you for the tips. May the album sell splendidly. Brothers. Today's update, how impressive is that? The author's comment was highlighted, and soon a fellow reader responded, impressive. I knew the author's promise of an extra chapter was a jest. I can't vent today. I'll save it for next time. One reader posed a question. Did the author already know that Weiwei is Yukawa? It is plausible. As a student at Huahai Media University, I noticed that the picture the author previously posted bore a striking resemblance to a street outside our school, and Yukawa is indeed a student here. Could the author truly be a devoted fan of Yukawa? The author swiftly deleted that particular Weibo post. Did anyone manage to take a screenshot? Oh my. Yushichio was taken aback by the comments from his readers. This cannot continue. They almost pinpointed my location. He hastily posted a pinned message. I will be taking a leave of absence for 2 days due to a cold. Thank you for your understanding. As expected. Once the leave request was sent, the review section erupted. Another one? Again? Seriously, a cold tomorrow? Do you expect me to believe that? As long as you have breath. Keep updating. Taking 2 days off in 1 week? Are you even human? To be fair, although the author requests a lot of leave, the updates remain substantial, often exceeding the word count of others in an entire week. Nevertheless, I still cannot accept this. The reader's attention shifted, granting Yushichio a moment of relief. Little did he know, Yukawa had been observing the discussion unfold in the review section. The author of Juxian appears near Huahai Media University? Yukawa was momentarily taken aback, but quickly dismissed the thought. After all, Huahai Media University is situated in a bustling area of Huahai City. It would not be surprising if the author resided nearby. At that moment, a WeChat notification chimed. Yukawa glanced down to see a message from Yushichio, instinctively clicking to open it. Yushichio, from the Weibo music critic Yu Xiaowei. It was indeed the Weibo post regarding Hei Yutsaiwei's new album The Wind is Rising, which had amassed over 30,000 comments by this time. Wei Guang remarked, I have seen it. This afternoon, the company discussed this matter and is preparing to take countermeasures. Yushichio inquired, will this significantly impact the album's sales? Wei Guang replied, I am uncertain. The first day's sales were approximately 160,000 copies, which pleased the company. Originally, there was hope for achieving platinum status, but now there is considerable uncertainty. Yi Shiqiu noted, "You seem unfazed." Wei Guang responded, "I am fine. I have confidence in this song." This young lady exhibited remarkable psychological resilience, embodying an air of indifference to both praise and criticism. Yi Shiqiu smiled slightly, acknowledging that the act of smearing reputations and manipulating public sentiment was hardly novel in the entertainment industry. However, was it truly so simple to suppress a song with 1.2 billion streams merely through negative reviews from a few critics? Initially, Yi Shiqiu felt uncertain about the performance of The Wind is Rising, but this incident instilled a sense of assurance within her. If the song were genuinely subpar, would those individuals be so eager to jump in? The two continued their conversation late into the night. The next day, Yi Shiqiu returned to Shangjing City for the second recording of the program, singing out new voices. Prior to the competition, there was an interview segment primarily focusing on the contestants' transformations post-advancement, as well as their creative experiences leading up to the second performance. In an effort to present themselves well on camera, the contestants had all applied makeup. However, Yi Shiqiu could not help but notice the unmistakable weariness in the eyes of many. A week of creative endeavors had evidently proven challenging for numerous participants. The most exaggerated was Ding Jie, who, even after 2 layers of foundation, could not conceal her pronounced dark circles. The once radiant and alluring femme fatale had become quite haggard. After the first round of competition, contestants had a clearer understanding of their relative abilities, and those on the brink of elimination exhibited palpable tension during the interview segment. "Unfair," Ding Jie exclaimed upon seeing Yi Shiqiu, "Little leaf brother. Why do you not have dark circles?" Yi Shiqiu was taken aback and replied perplexedly, "Why should I have dark circles?" Ding Jie lamented, "The competition. The competition. Don't you stay up late working on songs?" Upon hearing this, Yi Shiqiu glanced at Li Su, who indeed appeared sleep-deprived. Would it be somewhat ostentatious to claim that she had completed her second-round piece in merely half a day? After deliberation, Yi Shiqiu decided against provoking envy. "I have good sleep quality," she stated, maintaining her composure. Ding Jie regarded her with skepticism, while Li Su hesitated several times before ultimately speaking up. "Brother Leaf, is the title track of Yu Tsaiwei's new album The Wind is Rising written and composed by you?" As soon as the question was posed, all attention shifted towards them, with curious gazes directed their way. As the question lingered in the air when Yi Shiqiu first entered, a contestant was eager to inquire, yet upon reflection, it seemed improbable. Li Su, however, fortuitously voiced the question on behalf of many. Indeed, Yi Shiqiu readily admitted, and with just those 2 simple words, an explosion of excitement rippled through the crowd of contestants. Yu Kaiwei, the debut album of the new generation of pop royalty, and particularly the identity of the creator of the title track. It is not an exaggeration to claim that this accomplishment could be regarded as the lifelong aspiration of numerous creators. The harsh reality, however, is that most individuals never reach this pinnacle, and now, a living testament stands before them. The contestants gazed at Yi Shiqiu with a mixture of envy, astonishment, and admiration, all crowding around him. Chapter 57, The Interview Black Hole. With the confirmation of the answer, Li Su's expression was filled with excitement. "It truly is you, Brother Yi," she exclaimed. "I absolutely adore the title track The Wind Rises, especially the lyrics. They are exquisite." The previously reserved contestants now transformed into a sea of enthusiasm, bombarding him with questions. Wait. The title track of Yu Tsaiwei's new album? What are you all talking about?" Ding Jie was utterly bewildered, having secluded herself for a week, entirely cut off from the outside world. Upon grasping the situation, Ding Jie flared up, lunging forward as if to grasp Yi Shiqiu by the neck. Fortunately, Yi Shiqiu had anticipated the spirited demeanor of the sister and sidestepped her advance. "Little Yi," Ding Jie, undeterred, feigned a coy tone, "you're so talented. When will you write a song for someone else? We can negotiate a price. I would sell my possessions for it." A chill ran down Yi Shiqiu's spine, and he quickly replied, "Don't be ridiculous. Aren't you an original singer yourself? Write your own." With a sigh, Ding Jie lamented, "I've come to realize that perhaps I am not cut out to be an original singer. Crafting a single song this past week has nearly exhausted me. If I am fortunate enough to advance to the next round, I truly do not know what I will do. I feel that pursuing songwriting may not lead anywhere, and perhaps I should focus solely on singing instead." Yi Shiqiu fell silent, secretly agreeing with Ding Jie's sentiments. Her voice was her greatest asset, and her stage presence and vocal skills were commendable. A shift toward a pure singing career might indeed suit her better. However, the truth remains that while many possess unique traits and vocal prowess, few achieve fame. The opportunity to leap into prominence often hinges on the serendipitous emergence of a signature hit. Yet, 99% of singers find themselves stymied at this threshold. This underscores the significance of a top-tier songwriter, which is precisely why Ding Jia was so fervently agitated. The many contestants who surrounded Yu Zhiqiu harbored similar aspirations. In that moment, he became the focal point of attention. Meanwhile, Wang Nanqing, standing solitary nearby, curled the corners of his mouth into a slight smirk, observing the unfolding scene with a detached gaze. Yu Zhiqiu, it's your turn. The voice of the staff responsible for the interviews resonated, providing timely assistance to Yu Zhiqiu. Although termed an interview, it was merely a straightforward session where the production team posed a few questions for the contestants to answer, serving as an opportunity for self-presentation. Yu Zhiqiu casually seated herself on a stool as the staff member began the questioning. After advancing in the competition, what are your thoughts? Has your life changed in any way? Typically, contestants respond with affirmations of self-validation, expressing that they have come one step closer to their dreams. However, the staff member's expectations were swiftly dashed, for Yu Zhiqiu was not one to adhere to conventional responses. None, she replied succinctly. The staff member blinked, glancing at the prepared outline of questions, and continued, is the pressure of creating for the second round of competition overwhelming? Is there anything you wish to share? Not particularly. Yu Zhiqiu answered, as direct as ever. The staff member's expression gradually hardened. Realizing that her bluntness might not be appropriate, Yu Zhiqiu added, I have previously written similar works, so it isn't particularly challenging. Understanding dawned on the interviewer, and her demeanor lightened as she pressed on. This round's theme is encounter. What style of song have you created? Is it similar to the first round's folk style? The staff member had been particularly impressed by Yu Zhiqiu's performance of Ordinary Road in the first round. Which was her favorite piece? Not at all, Yu Zhiqiu replied, prompting the staff member to ask eagerly, could you describe your song in a few words? After a moment of contemplation, Yu Zhiqiu responded, science fiction, love song. The staff member's face was a canvas of confusion, as she repeatedly sought confirmation that Yu Zhiqiu was not jesting, utterly perplexed by the juxtaposition of those two descriptors in her mind. Continuing with the next question. The staff member's eyes lit up with excitement as she inquired, as far as I know. The lead track The Wind Rises from the debut album of the new voice recommendation officer, Yu Kaiwei, was also penned by you. What motivated you to collaborate with her? With eager anticipation, the staff member gazed at Yu Zhiqiu, her eyes shimmering with excitement. During the first episode's interview, Yu Zhiqiu had made her preference for Yu Kaiwei as a mentor abundantly clear, even candidly remarking on her beauty. Now, knowing that the lead track of Yu Kaiwei's album was also crafted by Yu Zhiqiu, the staff member's curiosity was piqued. Yu Zhiqiu, however, was not inclined to indulge her curiosity, responding bluntly, no money. Huahai Entertainment offered a higher price, so I sold it. Unfazed, the staff member pressed on. And what about your relationship with Yu Kaiwei? Professional collaboration. Yu Zhiqiu replied with unwavering certainty, silently adding to herself, yet to develop further relations. With the personal interview concluded, the staff member gazed at Yu Zhiqiu with a forlorn expression. Why is she like this? She is utterly impenetrable. Once the interview ended, the formal recording of the program commenced. The order of appearance was selected at random, and fortune smiled upon Yu Zhiqiu as she drew a position in the middle of the lineup. Positioned directly before Wang Nanqing, the participant ahead this time was Li Su. Contrasting the previous round, as Li Su and Ding Jia took their turns, Li Su's performance remained consistently stable. According to Yu Zhiqiu's estimation, Li Su exhibited no apparent weaknesses in terms of lyrics or melody, suggesting that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, she would likely advance considerably in the competition. Ding Jia, on the other hand, delivered a performance that was rather mediocre. It was evident that she had indeed put effort into improving her lyric writing skills since the last competition. However, such a transformation is not something that can be achieved in merely a week, resulting in a composite score of 87, which barely qualified as average. The next contestant. Yu Zhiqiu, please prepare. As Yu Zhiqiu sat idly, fighting the urge to succumb to slumber under the spotlight, the moment finally arrived for him to perform. Come on. Brother Yi. Little brother Yi. We believe in you. Li Su and Ding Jia cheered him on, while many other contestants offered words of encouragement. Everyone was eager to see what new creation Yu Zhiqiu, the mind behind the song The Wind Rises, would present this time. Under the hazy golden glow of the stage lights, Yujichio stepped forward slowly. Today, he maintained a simple appearance, the cuffs of his white shirt casually rolled up, paired with black casual trousers and white flat shoes. His slender waist and broad shoulders, combined with his tall stature, exuded a refined charm reminiscent of a shirt model. While his sharply defined features and spirited visage elicited a flurry of cheers, it seemed that little Yu was indeed quite popular. Shindan remarked with a smile, her eyes betraying her admiration as she watched Yujichio step onto the stage. Handsome individuals naturally garner favorable impressions, and Yujichio's every word was sweet enough to capture Shindan's heart. Li Kuan turned to the side to ask Yu Kaiwei about her student. This young man had quite an impressive performance last time. Will there be any pressure? Yu Kaiwei gently shook her head, her voice cool and composed. I have faith in him. Chapter 58. Mercury's Chronicle. In the center of the stage, a simple high stool awaited, upon which Yujichio seated himself. Mercury's Chronicle, he introduced, is a song about unrequited love. I hope you all enjoy it. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Yu Kaiwei, who, feeling the weight of his attention, blushed slightly and averted her eyes. Yujichio's brief introduction left everyone momentarily stunned. Mercury? How does that relate to the theme of encounters, let alone unrequited love? Li Kuan, Li Guijian, and Shindan exchanged bewildered glances, as did the audience of judges seated before them. The stage backdrop transformed into a star-studded cosmic expanse, with a colossal azure planet slowly rotating along its fixed orbit in the vast universe, evoking an ineffable sense of solitude and grandeur. Accompanied by the gentle strains of piano music, Yujichio's slightly melancholic voice began to resonate. Captivated by your eyes, the galaxy leaves traces to follow. Weaving through the crevices of time, it still authentically draws me in. The initial lines of the lyrics, devoid of excessive emotional outpouring, leave the audience in a state of confusion. What is this? Could it possibly refer to Mercury in the universe? Must we delve into such profound depths? At this moment, the eldest judge, Li Guojian, with a flicker of attention, finds himself gradually enchanted by the melody. Yu Kaiwei, seated among the judges, gazes intently at Yujichio, who stands at the center of the stage, her eyes slightly lowered as she softly sings. How much farther must I travel to reach your heart? How much longer until I can draw near? The person who is so close yet remains unreachable is also waiting to encounter you. Wandering planets, how can they possess you? As the chorus concludes, the segment of the song has been performed, leaving most of the audience in a bemused state throughout. The backdrop features a colossal planet, perpetually revolving in a fixed orbit, while the cold and somewhat oppressive lyrics combined with the stage's ambience leaves many spectators feeling disoriented. However, there are still some who grasp the meaning behind Yujichio's lyrics. In Yu Kaiwei's eyes, the figure at the center of the stage has captured her full attention. Li Guijian and Shindan's expression shift from initial confusion to a dawning realization. After Yujichio completes the chorus, their gazes towards her resemble that of observing a marvel. So this is it. I understand now. Li Su's face lights up with excitement, unable to restrain herself from exclaiming, Genius. Brother Yi is a genius. The puzzled glances of many contestants turn towards Li Su. Wang Nancheng snorts in disdain, poised to speak but abruptly halting upon noticing a camera filming, falling silent once more. Li Su, what on earth does this song convey? The straightforward Ding Jie asks, her frustration evident. I feel utterly lost. I wish to grasp something, yet it eludes me. Li Su, with fervor in her expression, responds, Sister Ding Jie, the song's title is Mercury. Speak plainly. Ding Jie retorts, exasperated. I know the title. Just as Li Su is about to elaborate, Yujichio's segment of singing begins anew, prompting her to redirect her focus back to the screen. Ding Jie, feeling a twinge of self-doubt, stomps her foot in frustration, her gaze fixed on Yujichio, who serenely sings at the heart of the dazzling galaxy. A surge of self-doubt washing over her. It appears as though her intellect has been overshadowed. Unable to comprehend the song, she feels infuriated. Many contestants who had been quietly listening also sigh in unison. We do not understand either. Amidst a blend of admiration, confusion, and bewilderment, Yujichio's performance reaches the song's concluding segment. How does one explore? How fortunate must one be to dare to reveal that one is not alone? As I can still soar with you, traveling the world becomes mundane, yet at least I can accompany you. The final line of the lyrics was sung softly, the somewhat oppressive and melancholic melody coming to a halt. Yujichio set down the microphone, rising and giving a slight bow. The audience's applause was tepid. Yet among the judges, Li Guijian, Shindan, and Yu Kaiwei stood in applause. Li Kuan glanced at the three judges who had risen beside him. seemingly pondering for a brief moment before promptly standing as well. All four judges stood in applause. Witnessing this scene, the crowd was taken aback, their eyes widening in astonishment. To elicit a standing ovation from the judges signifies an exceptionally outstanding piece. However, this song appeared rather ordinary, leaving many in the audience with significant questions swirling in their minds. During the critique session, Lee Kuan was the first to speak. Allow me to begin. The arrangement is quite mature, and the lyrics are well crafted. However, I must admit, I did not quite grasp the meaning of this song. Could you elucidate? The person who is both near and far also awaits a chance encounter with you. This line of lyrics should correspond to the theme of this episode's encounter. But where does unrequited love originate? Lee Kuan's inquiry echoed the sentiments of many. Just as Yi Zhiqiu was about to respond, Li Guojian interjected, "If I am not mistaken, it pertains to Mercury." Yi Zhiqiu smiled and nodded, while Lee Kuan eagerly exclaimed, "Oh, please do not keep me in suspense. My curiosity is as insistent as a cat scratching at my heart. What secrets does Mercury hold?" Li Guojian replied, "Let me share my personal interpretation. Though I cannot guarantee its accuracy, this song likely speaks to the relationship between Mercury and the Sun. Mercury is the closest planet to the Sun, yet it can only orbit along its fixed path, unable to deviate or draw nearer to the Sun. Thus, the line about being near yet unable to approach derives from this concept. Those who do not understand this may initially perceive the song as average. However, it is precisely this unadorned musical style combined with a somewhat cold sci-fi theme that accentuates the warm emotions of unrequited love and the desire to draw closer to someone. Li Guojian sighed and remarked, "From this perspective, Zhiqiu, you are a genius." Upon his words, an eerie silence enveloped the room. So that was it. A profound sense of realization washed over everyone. Once the meaning was understood, the previously perplexing nuances within the lyrics transformed into unique fragments. With a collective thought resonating among the audience, "I wish to hear it again." Furthermore, the earlier scores seemed unjustly low. Among the waiting contestants, many wore expressions of shock and existential doubt. The combination of the cosmos and encounters, intertwined with unrequited love, flowed together seamlessly without a hint of abruptness. What kind of imaginative brilliance was this? Was I truly competing on the same stage as such a person? Why can judges participate in the competition? At this moment, Chen Dan spoke up. "Have you all finished? We haven't asked Xiaoyi yet." "Xiaoyi, is teacher Li Guojian's interpretation accurate? We need you, the creator, to elucidate it." Teacher Li is not wrong. This song depicts the fluctuating, unattainable relationship between Mercury and the Sun, Yi Zhiqiu replied with a smile. However, there exists another interpretation of this song. Yi Zhiqiu's words left everyone momentarily stunned, including Li Guojian, who looked as though he had just won a grand prize. Meanwhile, Yu Caiwei's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she gazed at Yi Zhiqiu. Chapter 59. The Execution Cycle of the Spacecraft. Amidst the puzzled stares of the crowd, Yi Zhiqiu calmly continued, "I've given this song another title, The Execution Cycle of the Spacecraft." The audience appeared bewildered. The messenger, a cool voice, interjected, revealing itself to be Yu Caiwei. Yu Zhiqiu cast a surprised glance at her, not expecting her to grasp this alternate layer of meaning. Yu Caiwei tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, attempting to conceal her flushed cheeks. Chen Dan, observing the subtle interaction between the two, teased, "You two should stop playing coy with your glances. Xiaoyi, please enlighten us." Yu Zhiqiu chuckled and explained, "Astronomy enthusiasts might recall that on August 3, 2004, the Messenger spacecraft was launched. To avoid succumbing to the Sun's gravitational pull, it made 3 loops around Mercury. After a journey spanning 6.5 years and covering an astounding 7.9 billion kilometers, it finally entered its orbit, making Mercury a celestial companion. The distance between the Messenger and Mercury is merely 1.5 billion kilometers." As Yu Zhiqiu narrated this with a serene voice, everyone became entranced, as if they were experiencing the vastness and unique romance of the universe. However, the companionship earned through this arduous 65-year journey lasted less than 4 years. Under the sun's scorching heat, the Messenger's components gradually melted. On April 30, 2015, with its fuel exhausted, the Messenger impacted Mercury, leaving a crater approximately 15 meters in diameter near its north pole, eternally plunging into her heart. At this point, Yu Zhiqiu paused and said with a smile, "This is a song about encounters, unrequited love, and companionship, but it is tragically sorrowful to remain forever separated. This does not align with my views on love. Therefore, my interpretation is that one should wholeheartedly pursue love, even at the risk of being shattered." As she spoke these words, Yujichio cast a meaningful glance at Yukaiwei, who seemed to resonate with the sentiment, her ears turning crimson as she slightly turned her head away. In an instant, however, she turned back, summoning the courage to meet Yujichio's gaze, only to find that Yujichio had shifted her attention elsewhere. Yukaiwei pouted, her eyes flashing with a hint of indignation. Their silent exchange lasted but a moment, so fleeting that even the cameras failed to capture it. Yet, Chindan, the mentor beside Yukaiwei, observed everything, a subtle smile gracing her lips. After a brief moment of silence, the atmosphere erupted into thunderous applause. Now I understand. I can only express one word. Remarkable. Li Kuan remarked with a bitter smile, a sci-fi romance, truly unprecedented. Your song is something that the average person may not comprehend. During the judging segment, all 4 judges scored above 90, with Iguejian even awarding an impressive score of 98. However, the scores from the audience judges were given during the performance. And at that moment, the majority failed to grasp the song's essence, perceiving it as rather ordinary and somewhat subdued, resulting in lower scores. Ultimately, Yujichio's overall score was a mere 87, placing her at a mediocre level, much like Dingjie. A collective sigh resonated through the crowd. Yet Yujichio maintained her composure, graciously thanking everyone as she exited the stage. Upon returning to the contestants' waiting area, she was warmly welcomed, as expected. Dingjie gazed at Yujichio with sparkling eyes, while the other contestants were not faring much better, despite being rivals. Many had come to respect Yujichio's prowess demonstrated over the past 2 rounds. Wang Nanqing's performance was consistent with his usual style, featuring a vibrant song and dance routine that dazzled the stage and electrified the atmosphere, earning him a score of 90. Upon returning to the waiting area, he provocatively cast a glance at Yujichio, who remained unfazed, seemingly dismissing him entirely. Eventually, all 24 contestants completed their performances, though the scores were not particularly high. It was anticipated that Yujichio would advance to the 3rd round without issue. However, in a surprising turn of events, the production team did not disclose the theme for the next round in advance, but instead introduced an entirely new rule, a 24-hour time limit for composition. In essence, the theme would only be revealed the day before the recording of the competition. The 18 contestants would undergo a closed training regimen, required to complete their songs within this tight time frame. When this astonishing format was announced, disbelief swept through the contestants, quickly followed by lamentations of despair. Oh no, Ding Jia exclaimed, her earlier excitement now diminished. A week would barely suffice. 24 hours? I won't be able to manage that even if you killed me. Her sentiments echoed the thoughts of many contestants who were accustomed to painstakingly refining their works and found this new method exceedingly challenging. Yujichio, too, was taken aback by the production team's audacity. While the 24-hour limit did not significantly affect her, she acknowledged that even with a well-composed song, making last-minute adjustments within such a brief period would be intensely stressful. It could be said that this timed composition format would expose those lacking true talent. During the 24 hours of creation, contestants were permitted to interact and share ideas, drawing inspiration from one another. The director, with a beaming smile, assured everyone, the production team will provide ample logistical support during the closed recording period, including beds and 3 meals a day, so you need not worry. 24 hours to create. Do you think we'll be able to sleep? Many contestants exchanged glances filled with dismay. The recording of the 2nd episode concluded in this heavy atmosphere. Upon returning to the hotel, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. With a bank balance exceeding 300,000, while not particularly wealthy, Yujichio felt confident in treating himself to a delightful meal. Thus, he decided to venture out in search of exquisite cuisine to reward himself. However, both previous visits to Shangjing City had been hurried, leaving him unfamiliar with the locale and unaware of the best dining establishments. Upon opening a popular review website, he found the top-ranked restaurants adorned with exaggerated praise and blatant marketing tactics, prompting him to abandon that pursuit. After a moment's contemplation, he posted a query on Weibo using his dream of 900 million girls account. To be fair, is Shangjing City, as the capital of Huaxia, truly a culinary desert devoid of exceptional dining options? As evening fell, the platform buzzed with activity, and soon replies from fellow readers flooded in. What nonsense is this? Why aren't you updating? Who says there is no good food in Shangjing? The doji is a must-try. I strongly urge the author to sample it. Have you even been to Shangjing? How can you claim there is no good food? To be honest, Huahai is the real culinary wasteland, far inferior to Shangjing. With all seriousness, while there aren't many renowned local delicacies in Shangjing as a megacity, it certainly boasts a plethora of excellent restaurants. The responses on Weibo grew increasingly fervent, with many readers of Zhu Xian, residing in Shangjing, eager to counter Yu Zhiqiu's assertions. They promptly compiled a list of the top 10 must-try eateries in the city. Achieving his goal, Yu Zhiqiu chuckled as he received the list and sent another Weibo post. Thank you, brothers. Now I know where to dine. Much appreciated. Chapter 60. Dining Invitation. So, the author is currently in Shangjing, unsure of where to eat, which prompted this Weibo post. Your brilliance, how can I compare? I've never encountered such a ridiculous individual. The audacious author is in Shangjing, preparing to dine. Everyone, go intercept him. Indeed. No one is allowed to leave until a 10,000-word update is posted live. This Weibo post stirred a tempest, sending readers into a frenzy, clamoring to confront him. Yu Zhiqiu remained unfazed. With Shangjing's vastness and the numerous restaurants listed, it would not be an easy feat to corner him. Most importantly, they had no idea what he looked like. Among the top 10 must-try list was a Western restaurant conveniently located just 18 kilometers from his hotel. So he decided on that one. Yu Zhiqiu had no dietary restrictions. In fact, as a carnivore, he found Western cuisine quite appealing. He stepped outside and luxuriously hailed a taxi directly to his destination, a distance he would have previously traversed on a shared bicycle. En route, a WeChat notification chimed, revealing a message from Yu Kaiwei. Kaiwei, are you returning to Huahai City tonight? Yu Zhiqiu, no, it's too exhausting to travel at night. Yu Zhiqiu, I'll dine first. Kaiwei, are you at the hotel restaurant? Yu Zhiqiu, no, I found a seemingly good restaurant to change things up. Kaiwei, Mei and I join? We'll arrive in 10 minutes. Are you coming to have dinner with us? Yu Zhiqiu was momentarily taken aback but did not dwell on it, casually replying, all right. I just got in the car and should arrive around the same time. I'll wait for you at the entrance. Okay, came Wei Guang's response. The Western restaurant was an independent European-style building, hinting at a rich history. No sooner had they exited the vehicle than a Porsche pulled up at the door. Driven by Song Mei. Stepping out of the passenger seat was Yu Kaiwei, clad in a light green sports-down jacket and sporting a baseball cap, exuding a youthful aura that starkly contrasted with her goddess-like demeanor during the show recordings. The trio exchanged nods, and Song Mei, quite familiar with the scene, handed the car keys to the valet before they all proceeded into the establishment. Inside, the melodious strains of a piano wafted through the air, with the lighting and decor exuding an elegant charm indicative of its high standards. Song Mei politely exchanged a few words with the approaching waiter, who then guided the three of them past the bustling dining area into a secluded private room. Have you been here before? Yu Zhiqiu inquired softly, directing her question at Yu Kaiwei. With her hair tied in a ponytail swaying gently beneath her cap, a hint of fragrance wafted through the air. Yes. Yu Kaiwei replied softly. This restaurant is renowned for its Italian cuisine, helmed by a Michelin-starred chef, and quite popular in Beijing. Oh right. I forgot your family resides in Beijing, Yu Zhiqiu recalled, remembering their earlier conversation on WeChat. As their conversation continued, they settled in the quiet room. And following the waiter's recommendation, Yu Zhiqiu ordered the restaurant's classic set menu. After the waiter departed, Song Mei jokingly remarked, Zhiqiu, you are quite ungrateful. You've kept us in the dark. Yu Zhiqiu, taken aback, responded with confusion. What do you mean? Song Mei lamented, the Song Mercury record that you are performing today. Don't think I'm unaware. It must have been written long ago. Why didn't you mention it when Wei Wei was collecting songs for her new album? You didn't ask, Yu Zhiqiu retorted. Isn't the theme of the new album Youth? The Wind Rises fits that style better. Song Mei's expression faltered momentarily, and she chuckled awkwardly. Well, keeping it for later is also an option. Yu Zhiqiu rolled her eyes, thinking that if she were to present all the great songs she had in mind, it would surely overwhelm them. Unexpectedly, during the wait for their dishes, Song Mei received a phone call. I'm sorry, I have to return to the company for a bit. Zhiqiu, could you please see Wei Wei back to the hotel later? With that, she hurriedly exited. Yu Zhiqiu and Yu Kaiwei exchanged glances, the atmosphere turning subtly awkward. As they both awkwardly scrolled through their phones, Yu Kaiwei suddenly paused, her gaze fixed on the screen. The phone had just landed on a recent Weibo post by the author of Zhu Xian, 9 Billion Girls' Dreams, asking which restaurant in Beijing was best. Coincidentally, this restaurant was mentioned in the rankings. Isn't the author of Zhu Xian from Huahai City? Are they now in Beijing? Was Yu Tsaiwei's immediate reaction. Yu Zhiqiu did not notice the subtle changes in Yu Tsaiwei's expression. Just as he was about to speak, a knock on the door interrupted him, and the waiter arrived with their meal. Let us eat first, Yujichio said awkwardly. All right, Yukawe replied, dismissing the fleeting thoughts in her mind. When Yujichio cut into the steak and observed the crimson juices seeping from the meat's fibers, he was taken aback. How rare is this? He prided himself on his culinary flexibility, yet there was one thing he simply could not tolerate: raw food. The waitress, clad in a black and white uniform, paused momentarily before instinctively responding, medium rare. We use Chianina beef, air-freighted from Italy. These cattle are free-range and natural, and medium rare is considered the optimal way to enjoy its flavor. Yukawe also came to her senses, inquiring curiously, "Are you unable to handle it?" Yujichio's face turned pale as he weakly replied, "It's too rare for me. I usually just know right off the cow's backside." The unexpected jest elicited a laugh from Yukawe, who quickly covered her mouth, realizing it was somewhat impolite, her crescent moon eyes sparkling with mirth. The waitress was equally stunned. It was she who had recommended this dish when Yujichio had asked for suggestions. Who could have anticipated that he would find such an authentic establishment's medium-rare steak unpalatable? With a sigh of resignation, Yujichio said, "I tend to get an upset stomach from raw meat. Could you possibly have it cooked well done?" "Thank you." The waitress nodded eagerly and hurriedly took his plate away. This minor incident dissipated the awkward atmosphere in the private room, and both of them felt more at ease. Suddenly, Yujichio remembered something and smiled. "What is the theme for the next episode? Can you share any hints, you instructor? It would help me prepare in advance." "Not a chance," Yukawe retorted with a cold huff, firmly refusing. Yujichio feigned dissatisfaction. "As your team member, how can you bear to watch me be eliminated?" Yukawe wrinkled her nose and quietly replied, "I don't believe you at all. The singing themes for the show are kept secret. I don't know either." Yujichio chuckled, "But I truly did not expect you to discern the deeper meaning behind Mercury's record. I thought such obscure knowledge was unknown to anyone." Yutsaiwe's cheeks flushed slightly, and she chose not to respond. In truth, after Yujichio had mentioned the song's title, she had done some research online, delving into the knowledge surrounding Mercury. However, that was a detail she would never divulge. Chapter 61. Yutsaiwe's confusion as they ate and chatted. Yujichio's phone vibrated on the table. Upon glancing at it, he noticed an unfamiliar number and promptly hung up. To his surprise, the persistent caller dialed again. With a sense of resignation, Yujichio answered, only to be momentarily taken aback by the caller's intent. He curtly replied with a refusal and hung up once more. Noticing Yutsaiwe's curious gaze, Yujichio explained. It was someone claiming to be from a certain entertainment company, inquiring whether I was signed and expressing interest in signing me. Yukawe, fully understanding the situation, explained. It seems that your outstanding performance in the first 2 rounds of the program caught the attention of several companies in the industry, especially since you are not currently signed with any agency. Yujichio nodded in acknowledgement. Her curiosity piqued. They mentioned offering some type of contract. How favorable is that condition? Rather poor, Yukawe replied candidly. For an ordinary newcomer, it might seem acceptable, but given your performance, you deserve a contract of far greater value. They are merely testing the waters. After the first episode airs tomorrow, the terms they offer will likely improve significantly. While Yujichio excelled in songwriting and composition, her knowledge of the industry was somewhat rudimentary, especially in comparison to the expertise of Yukawe. After a brief pause, Yukawe continued, above the standard contract. There are also higher tiers, 4 levels in total. The highest tier is exceedingly rare, typically reserved for top-tier artists. The next level is more common, and that represents the standard for leading artists in the industry. I currently hold a contract at that level with my uncle's company. With this clarification, Yujichio gained a clearer perspective. The contract offered by the previous company was essentially an attempt to take advantage of her naivety. Suddenly, Yukawe suggested, if you are considering signing, why not join our company? Yujichio contemplated this offer and responded, it's worth considering. Through her recent experiences, she realized that despite her numerous classic works, the processes of song production, promotion, and management were intricate and far too complex for a single individual to navigate alone. Fortunately, Huahai Entertainment was one of the established firms in the industry, having previously extended several olive branches to her. If she were to sign, it would indeed be a prudent choice. Yutsaiwe's eyes sparkled with excitement as she added, there's no need to rush. We can discuss it after the program concludes. If you win the championship, the standards for signing will undoubtedly be elevated. Yujichio was momentarily taken aback and teased, even before joining Huahai Entertainment. I already have an insider looking out for me. I feel reassured. Yutsaiwe's cheeks flushed as she playfully retorted, who is your insider? The flirtatious exchange created an atmosphere of playful tension, causing Yujichio's heart to race. Noticing Yi Zhiqiu's sudden silence, Yu Kaiwei glanced up, only to meet her gaze, which seemed to spark an electric connection between them. Oh, this girl is flirting with me again, Yi Zhiqiu thought, quickly recovering and clearing her throat to feign nonchalance. Their voices overlapped in a moment of awkwardness, heightening the subtle tension. You go first, Yu Zhiqiu awkwardly suggested. Yu Kaiwei's face turned crimson, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she inquired, when are you returning to Huahai City? Tomorrow. I don't have anything else to attend to here. Yi Zhiqiu replied after a moment's thought. Shall we return together? My promotional activities here have concluded, and my next stop is Huahai City, Yu Kaiwei said casually, though a keen observer might detect a slight tremor in her voice. Without hesitation, Yu Zhiqiu agreed. That sounds good. Yes, Yu Kaiwei affirmed. Yu Kaiwei maintained a calm demeanor, yet her tone inadvertently conveyed a hint of excitement. The company held a platinum membership with China Airlines, and I offered to have my assistant purchase the tickets for you. Yu Zhiqiu did not decline, planning to transfer the funds to Yu Kaiwei later. Their meal extended for over an hour, as both seemed to share an unspoken agreement to prolong the encounter. Apologizing, Yu Zhiqiu excused himself to the restroom, intending to settle the bill, only to find that Song Mei, who had left earlier, had already taken care of it. As Yu Zhiqiu departed, a notification chimed from the unlocked phone left on the table. Yu Kaiwei's gaze inadvertently fell upon it. The message was from Weibo. While this was not particularly unusual, she was taken aback to see the red dot on the Weibo icon indicating 99, signifying over 99 unread messages, and the actual number was likely much higher. Yu Kaiwei was slightly astonished. Her own Weibo frequently received a barrage of fan comments and private messages, ultimately leading her to set it to Do Not Disturb. Did Yu Zhiqiu also use Weibo? And with so many messages? Suppressing her cat-like curiosity, she watched the phone screen dim. Shall I escort you back to the hotel? Yu Zhiqiu suggested upon returning to the private room, picking up his phone. Yu Kaiwei nodded, readjusting her cap and mask as they made their way out of the restaurant. As they passed the entrance, a couple, seemingly just finished with their meal, walked by. The stylishly dressed woman, with an alluring figure, intimately linked her arm with the man S, who appeared distracted, scanning the surroundings as if searching for someone. Wang Xiao, she playfully complained. You specially invited me here for dinner, yet you haven't looked at me once. If this continues, I will be upset. The man's searching gaze swept across Yu Zhiqiu's face before quickly diverting, as he responded absent-mindedly, Babe, don't be upset. I'm looking for someone. The woman feigned annoyance. Who is it? You've been looking all evening. Is that person more important than me? After seemingly confirming the absence of his target, the young man sighed, muttering about the author of The Immortal's Journey, adding that the author wouldn't he understand even if he explained. Damn, it seems that author truly didn't come here to eat. I've spent money on orange coins and bought 300 albums, yet that author has gone silent again, he grumbled, his frustration evident. As Yu Zhiqiu and Yu Kaiwei passed by, their pace faltered momentarily before continuing onward. The legendary Wang Xiao. Yu Zhiqiu's expression turned peculiar. He had not anticipated encountering his #1 patron and reader here. Yet he could not acknowledge him. He felt vulnerable. What if he were recognized and pressured to update? Yu Kaiwei's eyes flickered, lost in thought. Just as Yu Zhiqiu was about to hail a cab, Yu Kaiwei suddenly suggested, let us walk for a bit. It's nice to catch some fresh air. Yi Zhiqiu agreed, considering it a pleasant way to digest their meal. Amid the bustling lights of the city, the two walked side by side, engaged in conversation, both unexpectedly enveloped in a sense of tranquility. Yu Kaiwei casually inquired, do you have Weibo? After the show airs, it would allow your fans to follow you and help accumulate popularity. No, I don't use that, Yu Zhiqiu replied abruptly, taken aback by the question. Yu Kaiwei nodded gently, her gaze flickering. Chapter 62. Premiere of the show. Upon returning to the hotel, Yu Zhiqiu received a message from Shi Nuanyuan. Sure, Brother Yi. Are you currently in Beijing filming the program? Ever since we last met, we've grown more familiar. And Yi Zhiqiu found it hard to maintain his aloof demeanor with such an enthusiastic girl. Yi Zhiqiu just finished filming, heading back to Huahai tomorrow. In her rental apartment. Shi Nuanyuan paused, quickly continuing to type. Sure, Brother Yi. What time do you leave tomorrow? The poetry contest prize for Xia Kuxing has been announced. Should I bring it to you? Yi Zhiqiu. There's no need to trouble yourself with that. Just transfer it to the account where I receive my manuscript fees. Sure, he. Actually, the website wants to conduct a special interview with you. May I ask you a few questions then? Yu Zhiqiu was taken aback. Typically, well-written authors would receive such privileges. Zhu Xian could be considered the pioneering work of the xianxia genre, and it was only natural for Qingzi Reading to desire a special interview. Given the numerous imitative works now populating the site, Yu Zhiqiu, sure, but I won't show my face. Yu Zhiqiu, I'm afraid of being attacked by readers. Sure, Nuanyuan giggled at her phone, her slightly chubby cheeks forming crescent moons with her smile. Sure, all right. But you can't help it if you keep leaving cliffhangers every few days, especially with such heart-wrenching plotlines. The Biao and Sweki factions are furious with you. Yu Zhiqiu, that's even more reason for me not to show my face. I might be in mortal danger otherwise. Sure, Nuanyuan was momentarily stunned by this statement. What did you mean? Would the plot of Zhuxian become even more tormenting? Panicking, she hastily typed, Brother Yi, please don't scare me. Sure, what happens in the later chapters of Zhuxian? Does Biao come back to life? Who ends up with Guili? Sure, there are many readers now. You must tread carefully. Yu Zhiqiu, you'll find out in due time. Yu Zhiqiu, will you come by at 8 tomorrow? I'll treat you to breakfast. As she watched Yu Zhiqiu's avatar turn gray, Sure Nuanyuan pouted, her thoughts drifting entirely to the plot of Zhuxian. The next morning, Sure Nuanyuan arrived at the hotel by 7:04. Yu Zhiqiu was too indifferent to choose a location. They simply found a quiet spot in the hotel's buffet restaurant to eat and chat. The interview questions were rather mundane, serving merely as a promotional tool for the website, consisting of trivial inquiries. As a notification chimed on his phone, Yu Zhiqiu opened it casually. Wei Guang, have you packed your luggage? Yu Zhiqiu, I'm having breakfast now, just one bag, I'll grab it later. Wei Guang, all right, that's all. At this moment, Sure Nuanyuan also rose to her feet, stowing away her tablet, and with a satisfied expression, remarked, I shall take my leave now, Brother Yi. Having achieved her objective, she took a few steps before abruptly turning back to say, do remember to provide updates. Yu Zhiqiu waved his hand dismissively. After Sure Nuanyuan departed, Yu Zhiqiu stood up, intending to return to his room for his luggage, when he unexpectedly encountered Yu Kaiwei, who was entering the dining hall, wearing a cap. Yu Zhiqiu was taken aback as Yu Kaiwei, maintaining her composure, stated, the car is parked at the hotel entrance. All right, I will head back to my room, he replied, nodding as he walked towards the exit of the dining area. Observing Yu Zhiqiu's retreating figure, a flicker of curiosity crossed Yu Kaiwei's eyes. Who was that girl just now? She did not suspect any personal connection between them, but it was evident that the girl was not a member of the production team. After Yu Zhiqiu organized his belongings, he descended the stairs and boarded Yu Kaiwei's business vehicle, en route to the airport in Shangjing City. Accompanying them was Song Mei, the bespectacled assistant, who was untroubled by the prospect of being photographed by reporters and misrepresented. When Yu Zhiqiu proposed transferring the cost of the plane ticket back, Song Mei promptly declined. With a smile, she said, Zhiqiu, there is no need for such formality. If it weren't for your song The Wind Rises, perhaps Weiwei's album wouldn't have gained traction. It is Huahai Entertainment that owes you a debt of gratitude. With Song Mei's insistence, Yu Zhiqiu refrained from further objection and inquired curiously, isn't Inghong Entertainment quite active? How are the sales faring now? There is some impact, but we are confident, Song Mei replied straightforwardly. Currently, The Wind Rises is ranked 8th on the new song charts, with total album sales reaching 390,000 copies, slightly behind other albums. However, the reputation is gradually improving, and with subsequent efforts, we anticipate achieving platinum status for the album. A platinum album for a solo female artist has become exceedingly rare in recent years. Accomplishing this milestone would solidify her position in the music industry. Yu Zhiqiu nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Upon arriving at the airport for check-in, Yu Zhiqiu was astonished to discover that the ticket he had booked for himself was for the same flight as his previous journey, and once again in business class. He was quite familiar with this flight by now. Unbeknownst to him, this familiarity stirred another wave of doubt in Yu Kaiwei. She recalled that during university, Yu Zhiqiu's family circumstances were not particularly affluent. Logically, he should not have had the opportunity to experience a business class ticket priced over 10,000. Why then was he so well acquainted with it? On the same day that Yu Zhiqiu returned to Huahai City, the premiere of the program Sing Out New Voices took place. The broadcast was scheduled for 8 p.m. during the primetime slot on Shangjing City Television, with the episode subsequently available on major video platforms 2 hours later, an indication of the station's significance. In a university dormitory, Kai, a new student, an ardent fan of BL and a devoted admirer of Chin, sat eagerly at her computer, having opened the live streaming link for Sing Out New Voices well before the airing. Hurry, it's about to start, she exclaimed, prompting the other 3 girls in the dorm to gather around. Wang Nanqing is on. Look, my darling is so handsome. As the opening of the program concluded, the contestants made their appearances one by one. The moment Kai Kai laid eyes on Wang Nancheng, she couldn't help but scream. Nearby, a sporty female roommate couldn't contain herself, exclaiming, "Is it really that exaggerated, Kai Kai? He seems rather ordinary to me." Kai Kai clasped her hands to her heart, her gaze following Wang Nancheng on the screen, remarking, "He is handsome, can sing and dance, and even creates his own music. Such talent surely deserves admiration." The sporty girl, speechless, glanced at the screen a few times before honestly stating, "I don't see it. He is too effeminate. His skin is fairer than most girls. I'm not fond of that type." Kai Kai turned back, resolutely asserting, "Humph, you don't understand. My husband is the most handsome." The sporty girl exchanged glances with the other two roommates, all sighing in resignation. Fangirls, especially those who idolize, are beyond saving. Suddenly, another roommate's eyes lit up. "There's a handsome guy. He is truly striking, much better looking than Wang Nancheng." Oh, the camera moved away. Kai Kai, skeptical, turned back. "How can that be? Here he comes. It's him." The camera shifted back to the waiting area, this time zooming in on Yu Zhiqiu's face, which appeared clearly on the screen. Chapter 63. Reactions. As Yu Zhiqiu's close-up filled the screen, the hearts of several girls seemed to be seized by something, causing them to gasp. The sporty girl exclaimed, "Now that is a handsome guy. He is far more attractive than Wang Nancheng." The other two roommates nodded in agreement, sighing wistfully as the camera moved away. Kai Kai, coming to her senses, dismissed it, that's irrelevant. Being merely handsome isn't enough. My husband is not only handsome but also exceptionally talented. The three girls murmured in agreement, their attention fully captivated by the screen, eagerly awaiting the camera to return to Yu Zhiqiu for another round of admiration. "His name is Yu Zhiqiu? Isn't he a debuting artist?" Kai Kai couldn't resist watching the segment repeatedly, murmuring, "Wang Nancheng is the best. Go, husband. Outshine this guy." As the program progressed and Wang Nancheng's performance concluded, Kai Kai proudly raised her head and strutted, "My husband is amazing." The only original singer-dancer in the entire show. The other three roommates ignored her, exclaiming, "Here comes that handsome guy." On the screen, Yu Zhiqiu, dressed in a white shirt, sat on a high stool and began to perform. His clear, deep voice resonated, and the three roommates' eyes sparkled as they gradually succumbed to his charm. Feeling neglected, Kai Kai muttered, "What is so remarkable?" Yet, after a moment, she couldn't help but steal a glance at the figure on the screen. He does seem somewhat handsome. After performing Ordinary Road, the judges offered exceptionally high praise, and the three roommates were ecstatic. "So handsome. The lyrics are beautifully written. I'm captivated." They urged Kai Kai, "Forget about that Wang Nancheng. It's this guy with high looks and talent who truly deserves your admiration." Kai Kai stubbornly asserted, "It's merely average. It's not as good as you all claim." With that, she cast a furtive glance at the screen, only to swiftly avert her gaze, betraying her unease. As the other contestants took the stage, her interest waned, and she found herself disinterested in the proceedings. Meanwhile, her three roommates engaged in fervent discussion, prompting Kai Kai to discreetly open Weibo and search for the name Yu Zhiqiu. To her slight disappointment, she found no relevant users, but was pleasantly surprised to discover an interview video from before the competition for singing out new voices, which she promptly clicked on. In a similar vein, this scene unfolded among many viewers of the show. Back in the dormitory, Yu Zhiqiu had just completed an extensive writing session and was in the process of uploading his work, marking another day of significant updates. Upon looking up, he was startled to find his three roommates standing before him, their gazes fixed intently upon him. Yu Zhiqiu jumped in surprise and hastily closed his writer's dashboard, grumbling, "What is it?" The dorm leader, Zhou Hua, sighed and remarked, "Old four, you've changed." Xie Jun chimed in, "You're quite the charmer now. You've managed to impress everyone, especially with your collaboration with Yu Kaiwei. Playing the teacher-student angle, are we?" Yang Hongwei's eyes brimmed with jealousy as he exclaimed, "What's the deal with that alluring woman, Ding Jie? Old four, you become a real romantic figure." Faced with their probing questions, Yu Zhiqiu nonchalantly replied, "Just a rival." The trio, clearly unconvinced and poised to retort, were interrupted by the sound of Yu Zhiqiu's phone ringing, providing a timely distraction. The caller ID read Zidong, and Yu Zhiqiu answered the call. "Brother, I saw you on television. Why didn't you tell us? When did you start writing songs?" "I had no idea. As expected of my brother, you look so handsome." The excited shrieks from the phone indicated the caller's exhilaration, prompting Yu Zhiqiu to hold the device at a distance to spare his eardrums. Once the fervor on the other end subsided slightly, he brought the phone closer, exasperatedly saying, "Yi Zitong, you're so loud." On the line was his younger sister, Yi Zitong, who was currently in her 3rd year of high school. It was rather peculiar. Despite sharing the same mother, while Yi Zitong had inherited good looks like Yu Zhiqiu, her academic performance was only mediocre. As their mother, Lin Huifan, often put it, as long as the spirited girl managed to secure an ordinary undergraduate diploma, the family would be quite satisfied. Ignoring Yu Zhiqiu's remarks, Yi Zitong continued, "Brother, do you know Yu Kaiwei? Can you get me an autograph?" This was a simple enough request, and Yi Zhiqiu, albeit reluctantly, agreed. Suddenly, Yi Zitong seemed to recall something else, her voice laced with suspicion. "By the way, the lyricist and composer of Yu Kaiwei's new song, The Wind Rises, shares your name. It can't be you, can it?" Indeed, Yu Zhiqiu removed the phone from his ear. As anticipated, another shriek erupted from the device, followed by a cacophony of scolding and commotion. When he picked up the phone again, a different voice greeted him. "Achio, I saw you on television. Why didn't you tell the family? Are you planning to become a star?" Yumilin Huifan's voice was infused with excitement, disbelief, and exhilaration. "Mom. He is not a celebrity." Yi Zhiqiu's tone softened as he patiently elucidated. "This is a program for original singers, predominantly featuring grassroots songwriters." "Oh, isn't a singer just a celebrity?" Lin Huifan inquired, not entirely comprehending, and posed the most pressing question. "Is there money to be made from this program?" A spark of inspiration struck Yi Zhiqiu. He suddenly perceived this as a splendid excuse and quickly replied, "Yes, approximately 100,000 yuan. Mom, I'll transfer it to you shortly." "So much?" Lin Huifan was taken aback. Yu Zhiqiu continued, "If I win the championship, there is an additional 500,000 yuan. Just wait until your son brings home the trophy." "What a tall tale." Lin Huifan, indeed distracted, teased him with a laugh. Upon learning that Yu Zhiqiu had 100,000 yuan at his disposal, her composure faltered. The last time he silently sent 50,000 yuan home, she had worried he might be involved in some illicit activity. Now, seeing him on television, she wholeheartedly believed in the figure of 100,000 yuan and immediately agreed. "It's fine to send it to me. Keep 20,000 for yourself. I'll safeguard the rest for your wedding." Once again, with the mention of marriage, Yi Zhiqiu couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of how he appeared to be someone incapable of finding a partner. "No need, Mom, just keep it all. I have enough for myself. That girl, Yi Zitong, isn't she fond of anime and the second dimension? Let her take the exams. I'll cover her tuition." Lin Huifan seemed poised to say more, but another wave of enthusiastic shouting erupted from the other end of the line, punctuated by the faint sounds of "Long live my brother." Yu Zhiqiu smiled. The royalties for his work on Juxian would soon arrive, and combined with tips, it would amount to a substantial 6-figure sum, with the promise of even more in the future. After conversing with his family for a while longer, Yu Zhiqiu hung up the phone. He noticed several unread messages on WeChat and casually opened them. "Wei Guang, the first episode of Sing Out New Voices has aired. And you're trending." Chapter 64. The revelation. Upon seeing Yu Kaiwei's message, Yu Zhiqiu paused and opened Weibo. He found himself trending, with keywords such as Sing Out New Voices, The Wind Rises, and Ordinary Road occupying the forefront. Clicking on a post, he noted that comments had surpassed 10,000 and were rapidly increasing. "This contestant named Yu Zhiqiu is so handsome. Sitting quietly in the center of the stage with his guitar truly struck a chord with me. I concur. The 3 of us in our dorm have already become his fans, and even Wang Nanxing's loyal admirer is likely to succumb soon. Ladies, I did a search and it appears he doesn't have a Weibo. Yu Kaiwei's fan here. I discovered he also wrote the lyrics and composed The Wind Rises. Truly talented." These comments were relatively tame, but some were rather extreme. "Ah, darling, please debut. I will undoubtedly support you." The shameless ones upstairs, calling everyone darling just because they're handsome. However, there were numerous comments that juxtaposed both praise and criticism, particularly beneath the trending topic of the hard-hitting interview. "Haha. This kid's rationale for selecting his mentor is refreshingly blunt. Indeed, you present yourself as a quintessentially straightforward man. Do you truly believe that Yu Kaiwei is worthy of your regard? It seems like a toad yearning for swan meat." The individual above appears overly exuberant. After all, it was merely a jest. Moreover, even if it were true, what harm could it bring? It is far more gracious to express such sentiments openly than to witness certain individuals feigning sincerity while seeking justifications. I concur that Yi Jiqiu and Yu Kaiwei share an educational background and are likely acquainted. The lead single from Yu Kaiwei's new album, The Wind Rises, is penned by him, showcasing his undeniable talent. Yi Jiqiu casually browsed through Weibo, where two factions were embroiled in heated debate. Some criticized the frivolity of the language used, likening it to a toad aspiring for swan meat, while others expressed admiration and defended themselves. However, Yi Jiqiu remained unfazed. He had no aspirations to traverse the path of an idol and felt no obligation to cater to everyone's expectations and standards. After some contemplation, he decided to respond. Yi Jiqiu, I no longer dare to venture outside, fearing I might be drowned in the spittle of your fans. Yu Kaiwei's reply arrived swiftly. Wei Guang, who told you to speak so carelessly? Yi Jiqiu, I spoke no falsehood, I merely stated the truth. Yi Jiqiu waited for 2 minutes. Yet there was no response from Yu Kaiwei. Is she upset? He pondered. Just then, a notification chimed. Wei Guang, grandfather wishes to see you in his office tomorrow morning. Yu Kaiwei had deftly shifted the topic. Yi Jiqiu, oh, very well. Their conversation came to an abrupt halt. In the female dormitory of Huahai University, Yu Kaiwei sat in her bed, staring blankly at Yi Jiqiu's previous message, her breath fiery and palpable. Feeling a bit stifled in her cocoon, she poked her head out to inhale a few lungfuls of fresh air, her flushed cheeks slowly returning to a more natural hue. Recently, their exchanges had occasionally veered into the realm of ambiguity. In truth, both harbored a hazy sentiment, yet they tacitly chose not to address it. As her thoughts settled, she recalled the image of Yi Jiqiu during a rigorous interview, causing a smile to inadvertently grace her lips, her heart fluttering with excitement. After a moment's reflection, she opened the Orange Reading app, intending to catch up on the chapters of Zhu Xian she had missed due to her busy schedule, when a pop-up captivated her attention. Editor Sure 2. Exclusive interview with the author of Zhu Xian, From Martial Arts to Immortal Fantasy. How did they carve out an entirely new path? Initially, Yu Kaiwei had little interest in such author interviews, yet the image in the pop-up drew her in. A man and a woman occupied either side of the picture. The male figure on the right was presumably the author of Zhu Xian, though his appearance was obscured by a cartoon avatar. The female editor, Sure 2, on the left, wore a youthful visage with a hint of baby fat, prompting Yu Kaiwei to ponder where she might have encountered her before. Furrowing her brow in thought, a spark of recognition ignited within Yu Kaiwei. This editor, Sure 2, seemed to be the very girl who sat across from Yi Jiqiu at the hotel in Jingjing City. Yet, Yu Kaiwei remained uncertain, having only caught a fleeting glimpse of her profile from afar that day. If indeed this person is the one in question, then why was Yi Jiqiu seated alongside the editor of Zhu Xian? Yu Kaiwei suddenly recalled something and hastily opened the Weibo of the author of Zhu Xian. Jiaoyi Xiaoan V. Deming. The original post, which urged friends to lend their support, still remained, but the later post thanking for the electric scooter had been deleted. Fortunately, the internet is a treasure trove of information. After a brief search, Yu Kaiwei stumbled upon a screenshot shared by a reader. Upon careful examination, she was astonished to discover that the street visible behind the electric scooter seemed to be a road outside Huahai University. An incredible conjecture flickered in her mind. Could Yi Jiqiu and the author of Zhu Xian be one and the same? Considering the author's various details, residing in Huahai City, and likely near Huahai Media University, the 2 weeks of silence and updates coincided perfectly with the time spent participating in the Sing Out New Voices program. The meeting with the editor named Sure 2 in Beijing, the restaurant where it took place, and Yi Jiqiu's fervent defense of the Zhu Xian author during their conversations, alongside the inexplicable emergence of the author promoting her new album, all seemed too coincidental. Yet upon reflection, it all began to make sense. Yu Kaiwei's gaze flickered as she reopened the Qingzi reading app and accessed the unread chapters of Zhu Xian. The latest update revealed a union between Qingyun's sect and the Burning Incense Valley, with Daoxian Jinren intending to betroth Lu Sueki to the next Valley Master, Li Sun. Lu Sueki resolutely declared her unwillingness with 3 simple words. Subsequently, when Lu Sueki encountered Gui Li once more, it was the first time he revealed his feelings, urging her to come away with him. At this juncture, Yu Kaiwei's heart leaped with joy. As a devoted supporter of Sueki, she naturally hoped for a union between Gui Li and Lu Sueki. However, the plot took a turn, as Lu Sueki inquired about Bai Yao, and ultimately, Gui Li was unable to overcome his internal struggles and departed in sorrow. Having read through the latest updates in one breath, Yu Kaiwei's eyes brimmed with tears. Completely enveloped in the narrative, the later chapters of Zhu Xian grew increasingly heartbreaking, and the comment section erupted with readers chastising the author for the emotional turmoil, pleading for Gue Li and Lu Sueki to be together. Wiping her reddened nose, Yukawa felt a surge of anger, realizing that these poignant scenes were likely crafted by that insufferable author. How could he have penned such a narrative? Frustrated, she opened WeChat, intending to message Yi Jiqiu. But after a moment's contemplation, she refrained from sending it. Meanwhile, in the boys' dormitory, Yi Jiqiu, joyfully scrolling through the comment section, suddenly let out a sneeze. Glancing around, he felt a slight chill. Chapter 65, The Song Ranks, Part 1, In the Deep of Night. The impact of the first episode of Sing Out New Voices continued to reverberate. Ding Dasheng, a top-tier music critic, distinguished himself from critics like Yu Shaohui. In addition to being a critic, Ding Dasheng was also a renowned music producer, infamous within the industry for his acerbic wit. In recent years, Dante Dashin has become increasingly inactive in the music review circle, primarily due to the decline of the music industry. In his view, there simply are not many works worthy of critique. Therefore, when he encountered the overwhelming praise for Singing a New Voice and Ordinary Road trending on Weibo, he adopted an attitude of profound skepticism. Another instance of hype, the Chinese music scene has indeed hit rock bottom. With a scoff, he initially intended to bypass it entirely, but after some contemplation, decided to listen with a sense of cautious curiosity, donning his headphones and clicking on the video link for Ordinary Road. Upon seeing the figure of Yi Jiqiu in the video, Dante murmured, "He is quite handsome. He is probably already signed by that company. Original artists are merely packaged." However, as the melody resonated through his headphones, Dante's demeanor shifted from indifference to intensity, his posture straightening involuntarily. By the end of the song, his eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. His hand trembled slightly as he clicked to replay, and after the second listen, he opened the search bar and typed in the name Yi Jiqiu. With the premiere of the first episode, Yi Jiqiu undoubtedly emerged as the most outstanding contestant, with numerous details already unearthed by netizens. The creator of the title track for Yu Tsaiwei's new album, The Wind Rises? Dante's eyes sparkled as he searched for the Wind Rises album on Penguin Music and promptly clicked to purchase it. After listening to the entire piece, Dante's chest heaved dramatically, an overwhelming urge to express himself surging back after many years. He decisively opened Weibo and typed out a lengthy music review. From The Wind Rises to Ordinary Road, a dual-talented genius is undoubtedly on the rise. The following day, Yi Jiqiu rode his small electric scooter to the building where Lu Minkong's office is located, drawing the attention of many along the way. After the broadcast of Singing a New Voice yesterday, Yi Jiqiu had trended, and many students from his school had naturally taken notice. Some passers-by were eager to approach him. But Yi Jiqiu's scooter was too swift. By the time they hesitated, he had vanished from sight. Upon arriving at a Yuan building, a graceful figure happened to walk by. Today, Yukawa donned a pair of cream-colored casual pants paired with a light blue thin sweater. Her slender silhouette accentuated alluringly, captivating all who beheld her. Noticing Yi Jiqiu's approach, Yukawa paused rather than proceeding upstairs. "Good morning, let us go." Yi Jiqiu casually parked his electric scooter and stated. Yukawa glanced at the scooter, suddenly inquiring, "This electric scooter is quite beautiful. Where did you buy it?" "Huh?" Yi Jiqiu was momentarily taken aback, responding instinctively, "I bought it on Taobao." "Oh," Yukawa replied lightly, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. "You're trying to show off." Seeing the scooter, Yukawa finally confirmed that Yi Jiqiu was indeed the author of Zhu Xian. The dream of 900 million girls on Weibo was also his. As they ascended the stairs, Yukawa initiated a conversation about the recent plot developments in Zhu Xian, and Yi Jiqiu, fully knowledgeable, answered all her questions while being careful not to reveal any unwritten plot lines in advance. Observing Yi Jiqiu speaking so eloquently, Yukawa found it amusing and managed to suppress her urge to expose him. The two strolled into Lu Minkong's office while chatting. Upon noticing Yi Jiqiu's entrance, Lu Minkong's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "You're here, take a seat. I watched yesterday's show. Your song was quite commendable and did not disappoint." Lu Minkong continued straightforwardly, "To be honest, I initially intended for you to use this opportunity to hone your skills and gauge the general capabilities of other original composers in the industry. But your performance exceeded my expectations." Yi Jiqiu chuckled, replying, "Of course, I have my connections. I can't let you down, Professor Lu. I'll at least bring home the championship." Lu Minkong was taken aback, chuckling in mock reproach, "You rascal." As Yi Jiqiu grew more familiar with Lu Minkong, his manner of speaking became notably more casual. Lu Mingkong was not one to adhere to stuffy formalities and had little patience for feigned humility. Lu Mingkong continued, "Given your evident talent, I can confidently entrust this matter to you. Take a look at this." With that, he handed a printed document to Yu Zhiqiu. Curiously, Yu Zhiqiu accepted it, noticing the title Farewell to the X emblazoned on the cover. A film script? Yu Kaiwei leaned in, her lips parting slightly in confusion. "Yes. The movie is nearly completed, and the production team has approached me, offering 200,000 yuan, hoping you could craft a fitting theme song," Lu Mingkong stated directly. Looking at Yu Zhiqiu, "Would you like to give it a try? Write it and let me review it. If it's suitable, I'll assist you in promoting it." In an instant, Yu Zhiqiu realized that Lu Mingkong was aware of his modest financial circumstances and was lending a helping hand. Not only would this support him financially, but if he could indeed compose a movie theme song, it would also bolster his credentials within the industry. While Lu Mingkong mentioned reviewing it, having such a prominent figure in the industry backing him practically ensured success. Yu Zhiqiu couldn't help but marvel at the distinct advantage of having a distinguished industry leader guiding him. Such coveted opportunities were casually offered. He remained silent for a moment, flipping through the script to gain a general understanding. Without a doubt, Farewell to the X was a romantic film, interwoven with elements of comedy. The narrative centered around two close friends who, over trivial matters, broke up with their respective girlfriends, resolutely refusing to reconcile and adamantly standing by their decisions. The dynamics of the two couples were starkly different. One shared both joys and struggles but couldn't escape temptation, while the other were a pair of comically contentious lovers, entangled in a cycle of love and conflict. The unfolding plot revolved around these two couples. In Yu Zhiqiu's perspective, the film's emotional core lay in the regret of one believing the other would stay, while the other hoped to be retained, naturally suggesting that the theme song should encapsulate this sentiment. Coincidentally, a perfectly fitting melody flashed through Yu Zhiqiu's mind. "I can do it," he responded with enthusiasm. Lu Mingkong waved his hand. "There's no rush. Take your time to conceptualize and refine the piece." Yu Zhiqiu nodded, then suddenly turned to Yu Kaiwei, asking, "Would you help me sing it once I write it? I fear a male voice might not do it justice." "Certainly," she replied. Yu Kaiwei readily agreed with great enthusiasm. After a brief conversation among the three, as Yu Zhiqiu and Yu Kaiwei were preparing to bid farewell, Yu Kaiwei's phone rang unexpectedly. Upon answering, even without using the speakerphone, the excited voice of Song Mei was distinctly audible. "Vivi, the album The Wind Has Arisen has exploded in popularity." Chapter 66, The Songs on the Charts, Part 2. With that phone call, Yu Kaiwei hurried back to the company, pulling Yu Zhiqiu along with her. They entered the Huahai Entertainment building without any hindrance, making their way directly to the designated floor. As soon as they stepped out of the elevator, a piercing scream echoed, followed by a series of claps and colorful streamers cascaded down upon them. "What on earth?" Yu Zhiqiu exclaimed, bewildered, as she surveyed the surrounding crowd. The small assistant, Song Mei, marketing director Wu Qiming, and evenly Wan Rui were present, all wearing expressions of exhilaration. Once they were seated, Wu Qiming was the first to speak, his voice brimming with excitement. "It's a hit. In less than a day, album sales have surged by over 11,000 copies. As of the latest data, total sales have surpassed 10,000, exceeding Yinghong Entertainment's records. The platinum album milestone has been achieved, and the numbers continue to rise." Song Mei glanced at her phone and added, "The title track The Wind Has Arisen has also surpassed its competitors and is now ranked third on the new song chart. Furthermore," she smiled at Yu Zhiqiu, "last night the first episode of Singing Out New Voices released its audio, and your song Ordinary Road has climbed to the 8th position on the new song chart." Li Wenrui, being the boss, was the first to maintain his composure and turned to Yu Zhiqiu, saying, "Zhiqiu, we owe this success to you once again. I truly don't know how to express my gratitude." Yu Zhiqiu was taken aback by this remark. "Perplexed me?" Wu Qingming hastily handed over an already open laptop, saying, "Mr. Yi, take a look at this." Yu Zhiqiu cast a puzzled glance at the computer screen, which displayed the Weibo user interface of a certain Ding Dashing. The pinned post was an elaborate praise of both The Wind Has Arisen and Ordinary Road, extolling Yu Zhiqiu in extravagant terms. The post, spanning 2,000 to 3,000 words, covered everything from the lyrics and melody to the emotions conveyed, making Yu Zhiqiu blush at the compliments. Upon inspecting the author's followers, she gasped. Over 8 million, a significant figure indeed. It is known that Weibo accounts are linked to identification cards. While fake accounts do exist, they are quite rare. Yu Kaiwei remained silent, intrigued as she continued to read the lengthy piece. Wu Qingming, with an excited expression, asked, "Mr. Yi, do you know Ding Dashing?" Yi Zhiqiu shook her head, leaving everyone in the room momentarily stunned. Wu Qingming scratched his head, perplexed. That's rather odd. Ding Dashing is notoriously known in the music industry as the fiercest critic, sparing no one from his scorn. In recent years, his reviews have been either critical or merely polite, with very few instances of praise. Moreover, he has hardly participated in music reviews over the past 2 years. It is indeed rare for him to lavish such commendation upon someone. I initially thought you two were acquainted. Yu Zhiqiu, puzzled, inquired, is he truly formidable? Can a single Weibo post wield such influence? Songmei nodded, then shook her head. Elaborating, Ding Dasheng, too, is a music producer with a robust professional standard. His straightforward manner of speaking has garnered him a considerable following of fans eager to hear his music critiques. Previously, Inghong Entertainment had hired numerous music critics, and their smear campaigns against You and The Wind Rises were rampant. However, with Ding Dasheng's recent endorsement, it has effectively countered those critics, as his level of expertise far surpasses theirs. The positive reception of The Wind Rises, coupled with the fervor generated by your performance on Singing New Voices, has undoubtedly led to a surge in sales. After their conversation, Yu Zhiqiu began to comprehend the situation. Nevertheless, he was not surprised, for he knew that The Wind Rises had the potential for even greater success. Achieving diamond record status was merely a matter of time. Li Wenrui chuckled, I believe we need not complicate matters. Simply put, Ding Dasheng appreciates Xiaoye's work. His critiques are quite objective, and indeed, Xiaoye's creations are exceptional. The group paused, reflecting that this assessment was accurate. The Wind Rises was a rare gem. And had it not been for Inghong Entertainment's interference, it would have achieved its current acclaim much sooner. Meanwhile, in the conference room of Inghong Entertainment, Li Dapeng wore a grim expression, and the atmosphere was so tense that no one dared to utter a word. What is happening? He demanded, his calm voice laced with suppressed fury. Why has the situation reversed so dramatically in just one day? The crowd fell silent, and eventually, the marketing director reluctantly rose to report on the trending topic from the previous evening, Singing New Voices and Ding Dasheng's Weibo critique. As Li Dapeng listened, his expression grew increasingly dark. So, you are suggesting that the entirety of this issue rests on Yu Zhiqiu? After a moment of silence, the marketing director begrudgingly replied, essentially, yes. Ding Dasheng's influence in music critique is considerable. Once he spoke out, our prior efforts to undermine him through hired hands were rendered futile. Moreover, regarding Singing New Voices, our contestant Wang Nanxing was supposed to build momentum before a breakout, but the current results are far from expectations. Li Dapeng responded sternly. Is it merely due to the inexplicable emergence of this individual? Have our substantial investments in both male and female artists been squandered? With a resounding thud, his hand struck the table, causing the entire conference room to reverberate. Speak up. How shall we resolve this? What are your proposed solutions? Having vented his frustration, Li Dapeng rubbed his temples. The group exchanged glances, all reluctant to speak first. At that moment, a voice emerged from the corner of the room. Mr. Li, I have a suggestion. The others turned to see it was Wang Nanxing. Though he appeared radiant as a popular artist, he was merely a tool of the company, lacking the standing to speak in such a setting. Yet, Wang Nanxing clearly harbored ambitions, and recognizing the rarity of this opportunity, he stood to voice his thoughts. Let me share my ideas. Li Dapeng's gaze flickered momentarily, and he spoke in a composed tone. Wang Nanxing, striving to maintain his composure, articulated his thoughts. The expressions of those present in the conference room initially reflected astonishment, followed by contemplation, and then exuberance. Excellent. Upon Wang Nanxing's conclusion, Li Dapeng nodded approvingly, stating, Wang Nanxing, you have done well this time. Receiving Li Dapeng's affirmation, Wang Nanxing beamed with joy and quickly bowed before taking his seat. His earlier remarks were evidently constructive. And after Li Dapeng expressed his stance, the crowd immediately began to contribute, eager to avoid appearing incompetent in front of their boss. Li Dapeng decisively declared, let us proceed with this. Finalize the video and release it. Redirect all our online forces to amplify this buzz. I refuse to believe that a mere novice with no background can rise to prominence. Chapter 67, Strategies the day following the broadcast of the Sing Out New Voices program. The popularity of The Wind Rises and Ordinary Path not only remained undiminished, but surged forward with remarkable momentum. The Wind Rises officially claimed the top spot on the new songs chart, while Ordinary Path trailed slightly behind at 6th place. Just one position away from surpassing the title track of the album, making it only a matter of time before it overtook. Even more gratifying for Huahai Entertainment was the sustained sales momentum of the Wind Rises album, achieving over 150,000 copies sold in a single day, swiftly crossing the threshold for platinum records and heading towards diamond status. In contrast, the album's sales had begun to show signs of fatigue, with daily sales falling below 50,000, leading to an inevitable decline in its fortunes. As the entire music industry buzzed about these two songs, particularly the emergence of the prodigious composer Yushichio, a Weibo post rapidly gained traction, quickly ascending to trending status. The content of the Weibo post prominently featured a video of Yushichio, a well-known contestant from Sing Out New Voices, engaging in a public altercation, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. Is this the so-called genius creator? The Weibo post included 2 video clips, one depicting Yushichio in a hotel lobby grasping at a suited man who was evidently attempting to break free, indicating a dispute between them. The other clip featured Wang Nanqing approaching Yushichio after the inaugural performance of Sing Out New Voices, attempting a handshake, only to be ignored by Yushichio, leaving Wang Nanqing awkwardly frozen in place. The second video, which had been omitted from the broadcast by the program's production team, inexplicably surfaced. The editing of the 2 clips was masterfully executed, omitting the beginnings and ends, leaving viewers perplexed as they clicked to see the situation as described in the Weibo title. Consequently, the post quickly climbed to the top of the trending list. Liao Tao, the chief director of Sing Out New Voices, was in high spirits these past few days. With over a decade of experience, he had firmly established himself as the leading variety show director at the Beijing television station, having overseen numerous music programs, and his expertise was remarkably profound. It is precisely for this reason that upon the premiere of the inaugural episode of Singing a New Voice, the fervor and audience feedback immediately indicated to Liao Tao that the show would indeed become a sensation. However, his elation was short-lived, as today's trending topics on Weibo swiftly shattered his good mood. Within the office of the production team at Jing City Television, a thunderous roar echoed, shaking the ceiling, as Liao Tao bellowed in fury, demanding to know who was responsible for leaking unbroadcasted snippets of the show. The impact of this blunder, particularly in the wake of the first episode's airing, cast an uncertain shadow over the entire program, despite it not being a fault of the production team. The 2 assistant directors and other behind-the-scenes staff exchanged apprehensive glances, each hesitant to speak. All right, no one is willing to admit it. Is that so? Liao Tao's expression darkened as he prepared to voice his frustration, when suddenly, the shrill ring of his phone interrupted him, pulling out his mobile device. He was about to dismiss the call out of irritation when he noticed the caller's name, causing him to pause momentarily. Without uttering a word, he stepped out to the conference room. After answering, Liao Tao's tone shifted to one of lightheartedness, as if the earlier anger belonged to another person entirely. Mr. Li, I hope all is well. What can I do for you? The caller was none other than Li Daping, the owner of Inghong Entertainment. Liao Director, congratulations. The response to the first episode of Singing a New Voice has been phenomenal. It seems that yet another blockbuster variety show is emerging under your guidance. Li Daping's hearty laughter resonated through the phone, prompting Liao Tao's mind to race as he processed the implications of this call. Having navigated this industry for years, Liao Tao understood that those who had attained their current positions were often seasoned strategists. The timing of Li Daping's call filled him with a sense of foreboding. After exchanging pleasantries, Li Daping eventually broached a matter of concern, hinting at a request that would require delicate handling. Liao Director, I have a small favor to ask of you, and I truly apologize for the inconvenience. As expected, Liao Tao's lips curled into a smirk. Yet he maintained a courteous facade, replying, Mr. Li, you flatter me. How could I assist if you do not articulate your needs? All right then, I shall be frank. Li Daping sighed theatrically. Our contestant Wang Nanqing, as you know, did not perform particularly well in the first episode. Liao Tao was taken aback, intrigued by this revelation. He recalled Wang Nanqing, who had garnered the most fanfare prior to the competition's commencement. But if your contestant fails to deliver, what can I do? The rankings are determined by the judges. Although I am the chief director, I have no sway over them, aside from Yu Kaiwei. The rest are esteemed veteran singers in the industry. Li Daping continued. While lackluster performances are one matter, my concern is that my people must not be mistreated. Liao Director, you must have seen the video trending on Weibo. That contestant Yushichio is simply unacceptable. Wouldn't you agree? He is also the composer of Yu Tsaiwei's new album Track the Wind Rises, and now, our company's album is being overshadowed. In the chaotic environment surrounding Yushichio, both on and off the stage, our esteemed Inghong Entertainment found itself in utter disarray. Director Liao. It became clear to Liao Tao, as if a veil had been lifted, that Li Daping's intentions were transparent. He was resorting to roundabout methods and feigned grievances, all in pursuit of the contestant named Yi Zhiqiu. The trending videos, undoubtedly, were orchestrated by him. Liao Tao felt a surge of indignation. Li Daping's tactics were exceedingly unscrupulous. His reputation within the industry was already tarnished beyond repair. Yet his influence proved to be alarmingly extensive. Having recorded 2 episodes of the program, Yi Zhiqiu's outstanding performance was evident, and it was foreseeable that she would emerge as one of the most invaluable contestants in singing a new voice. Naturally, Liao Tao had no desire to acquiesce to Li Daping's reckless schemes. With a cold demeanor, he remarked, misterly, with Inghong Entertainment's vast resources, I trust this minor issue can be resolved effortlessly. As a humble director of a program, I fear I am of little assistance. I only hope that you seek redress without endangering my livelihood. The implication was clear, while he could not interfere with Inghong Entertainment's external maneuvers. He wished to safeguard singing a new voice from potential repercussions that could jeopardize his position. Liao Tao was not genuinely intimidated by Li Daping. Although Inghong Entertainment wielded considerable power, it had not reached the point of omnipotence. Nevertheless, it was prudent to avoid provoking a financial titan like Li Daping. Haha, Director Liao. Your words are rather heavy. Do you not know who I am? I would never create difficulties for you. Li Daping chuckled heartily. Perhaps you might consider hearing my terms. Initially uninterested, Liao Tao gradually fell silent as Li Daping continued speaking. The conversation extended for nearly an hour before they finally hung up. Liao Tao set down his phone, his gaze flickering with contemplation. Chapter 68. Choosing sides. When Yu Zhiqiu saw the Weibo post shared by Yu Kaiwei, he was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, the trending topic was overwhelmingly filled with denunciations of Yu Zhiqiu. What does it matter if he sings well? He assaulted someone publicly. Wang Nanqing even extended a hand in greeting, deliberately ignoring the situation. How arrogant. One must establish virtue before artistry. Such an uncouth contestant ought to be expelled from the competition. Even those who had previously held a modicum of admiration for him turned against him upon witnessing the 2 videos. In truth, he paled in comparison to Wang Nanqing. Having only penned a couple of inconsequential songs, while Wang Nanqing excelled in both singing and dancing, demonstrating superior prowess. Amidst the tide of criticism on this trending Weibo post, there were a few rational onlookers, but their voices were drowned out by the overwhelming vitriol directed at Yu Zhiqiu. After perusing the comments briefly, Yu Zhiqiu's phone rang. It was a call from Yu Kaiwei. Upon answering, Yu Kaiwei stated directly, it seems there are forces at play behind the scenes. There are unmistakable signs of orchestrated manipulation. Although I lack concrete evidence, I suspect Inghong Entertainment is behind it, employing the same tactics that were used to tarnish my album previously. Yi Zhiqiu, however, did not dwell on this. He replied nonchalantly, they have resorted to edited videos. Their desperation is evident. There is no need to pay them any mind. Yu Kaiwei paused for a moment, a hint of concern in her voice as she remarked. Inghong Entertainment wields considerable influence. I worry they might resort to underhanded tactics. You may not find the competition in the Sing Out New Voices program as smooth as anticipated. Yu Zhiqiu felt a warmth in her heart, yet playfully retorted, with the beautiful you concerned for me, even elimination would be worth it. A brief silence lingered on the other end of the line, followed by a voice tinged with embarrassment and irritation. Be serious. The softness of the voice, however, gave it an almost flirtatious quality. Yi Zhiqiu chuckled, realizing the need to temper her teasing, and quickly added, it's all right. In the end, this program will still judge based on talent. Their petty schemes won't affect me. Indeed, Yu Kaiwei nodded, continuing, ultimately, advancement depends on the judges. No matter how powerful Inghong Entertainment is, they probably can't manipulate the judges. After discussing this matter, the 2 continued their conversation for another 30 minutes, agreeing to meet for the next recording in Beijing before ending the call. Currently, Huahai Entertainment was exceedingly courteous to Yi Zhiqiu, a courtesy that stemmed from her undeniable talent. At the Huahai Entertainment building, Song Mei appeared anxious as she rushed over to Yu Kaiwei, exclaiming, Wei, what's the deal with your Weibo post? Why didn't you give me a heads up before you published it? Yu Kaiwei glanced at the phone in Song Mei's hand, blinked innocently, and replied, is there a problem? Song Mei grimaced, there's a significant issue. I know Zhiqiu isn't like that, but your album is selling well right now. Why wade into such murky waters? The online trolls had fixated on anyone supporting Zhiqiu, attacking them mercilessly. At the very least, you could have issued that Weibo post under the company's name. But Aunt May, Yukawa pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction. I simply cannot tolerate them distorting the truth. They clearly lack the talent and resort to such unscrupulous methods. Song May sighed in resignation. All right, I concede to you. It's ironic how you remain unfazed when your own album faces criticism, yet become so anxious when your beloved is in trouble. Yutsaiwei's cheeks flushed crimson as she playfully scolded, Aunt May. After hanging up the call, Yujichio glanced at her WeChat, where numerous messages from friends and family awaited her. Her sister, Yizitong, and close acquaintances like Li Su and Ding Jia expressed their concerns about the trending topic on Weibo. Li Su's messages conveyed a sense of guilt, believing that Yushichio was targeted because of her support for her. Yushichio briefly replied to a few of them. Among the 30 contestants in the Sing Out New Voices program, only Li Su and Ding Jia had publicly voiced their support for her on Weibo. However, their voices, though sincere, went largely unnoticed. The rest of the contestants chose silence, which was quite understandable. It was evident to anyone with discernment that someone was attempting to tarnish Yujichio's reputation. Speaking out could invite backlash. And given the significance of this opportunity in Sing Out New Voices, no one wished to jeopardize their standing. In fact, some contestants even hoped that Yushichio would be pressured to withdraw, thereby increasing their own chances. In the coming days, Yujichio immersed herself in updating Shusien, paying little heed to the criticisms directed at her on Weibo. The second installment of her manuscript payment finally arrived. In this single month's earnings surpassed the price for which she sold Kai Fenglio, causing her wallet to swell slightly once more. Although Yukawa did not directly name the video as false in her Weibo post, she expressed her belief in the character of contestant Yushichio, inevitably attracting attacks from numerous confused bystanders and fervent fans of Wang Naching. Nevertheless, this turmoil had little impact on the sales of the Kai Fenglio album, which had reached an impressive total of 950,000 copies by the day before the third round of Singing Out New Voices recording. A diamond record achievement was nearly within reach. More importantly, sales continued to grow at nearly 100,000 copies daily, leaving the entire Huahai Entertainment in a euphoric state akin to a dream. In contrast, Ingong Entertainment's album sales stagnated at 550,000 copies, which, while commendable, fell far behind the taillights of Kai Fenglio. Traveling to Shangjing City, Yujichio effortlessly hitched a ride on Yutsaiwei's chauffeur-driven car to the airport. The two engaged in casual conversation during the drive, for reasons unknown. Yukawa had recently increased her frequency of discussing the plot of Jusien with Yujichio, who paid it little mind. Amid their chatter, Yukawa casually remarked, "The author is going to take another 2-day hiatus. It's quite infuriating." With experience in handling Yukawa's occasional complaints about the Jusien author, Yujichio casually replied, "Indeed. However, the author did manage to update quite a bit this week. I suppose we can let it slide this time." Unbeknownst to her, a flicker of amusement danced in Yutsaiwei's eyes as she heard this. Arriving at the hotel arranged by the production team, it was already dusk. After a simple dinner in the hotel restaurant, Yujichio encountered several contestants on her way back to her room. Unlike the previous enthusiastic greetings, the contestants now regarded her with a certain aloofness, offering only complex nods. Yujichio remained unfazed, completely indifferent to their opinions. Upon returning to her room, she exchanged a few words with the apologetic and worried Li Su before suddenly recalling an important task she had yet to complete. Opening her Weibo account, the dream of 900 million girls, she posted an update, experiencing stomach pain for the next 2 days, taking sick leave. Thank you for your understanding. Chapter 69. The showdown. Having become accustomed to the author's absences, the readers of Jusien were unfazed by the announcement. With 2 million followers and nearly no inactive accounts, Yujichio's Weibo post sparked a lively discussion in the comments. "This excuse is insufficient. I give it a low rating." "No way, the newcomer just joined, and the author is already taking a break." "Calm down. It's customary for the author to have a couple of days off each week. Go ahead. Hope the author uses this time to thoughtfully consider the storyline. Please, no more heartbreak. I beg for Biao's revival." Yujichio, feeling quite at ease, perused the comments from his readers. He had not been idle over the past week, diligently producing a substantial amount of writing each day, and thus his readers were forgiving of his recent request for a break. As he scrolled through the comments, a sudden sense of having overlooked something significant washed over him. Yet he could not immediately recall what it was. This sensation was akin to a persistent itch, and after much futile contemplation, he was on the verge of surrendering when a notification from the writer's backend interrupted his thoughts. A reader named Wei Wei had generously bestowed upon him a reward of 100,000 orange coins, accompanied by the encouragement, "Keep going, let Lu Sueki and Gue Li be together." Wei Wei was none other than Yu Kaiwei. Earlier that day, during a casual chat in the van, an epiphany struck Yu Kaiwei like a bolt of lightning, leaving Yu Jiqiu momentarily frozen. Something was amiss. He had just announced his hiatus on Weibo, so how could Yu Kaiwei have known in advance that Zhu Xin would be on hiatus for 2 days? Was it merely a guess? Yu Jiqiu shook his head. That seemed improbable. He had only taken leave twice before, and the pattern was not so evident. Moreover, Yu Kaiwei was preoccupied with promoting her album and likely had no time to delve into such matters. If it wasn't a guess, then considering Yu Tsaiwei's frequent inquiries about the plot of Zhu Xian over the past week, a chilling thought crept into Yu Jiqiu's mind. Had his identity as the author of Zhu Xian been exposed? Once this notion took hold, it refused to dissipate. With a peculiar expression, Yu Jiqiu deliberated before deciding to probe further. He opened WeChat, and before he could compose a message, a text from Yu Kaiwei arrived. "Wei, good evening, feeling bored? Want to grab a drink?" Yu Jiqiu promptly replied. "Yu Jiqiu, sure." They met at the bar, finding a quiet corner to sit. Neither ordered alcohol. Yu Kaiwei opted for hot milk while Yu Jiqiu chose a fruit juice. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Yu Jiqiu could no longer contain his curiosity and cautiously broached the subject of the author's recent Weibo announcement regarding the hiatus. Yu Kaiwei took a sip of her milk and casually replied, "Mm." What did that signify? Yu Jiqiu observed her expression closely while taking a drink. Her demeanor remained as cool and composed as ever, revealing no hint of emotion. Resolute, Yu Jiqiu gathered his courage and directly inquired, "The author only posted about the hiatus tonight. How did you know this morning that there would be a break?" Upon uttering this question, he locked eyes with Yu Kaiwei. She met his gaze with calmness, her eyes betraying no turbulence. Gradually, a playful smile crept into her gaze, suggesting a hidden mischief. Damn, he had been played by this girl. Yu Jiqiu felt as if the ground had fallen away beneath him, and he weakly asked, "When did you find out?" A flash of triumph flickered in Yu Tsaiwei's eyes, but sensing it was too overt, she quickly reined it in, haughtily snorting, "You've hidden it from me so well." Yu Jiqiu, with a grimace on his face, lamented, "I was wrong. I did not intend for this to happen. It was my first time backstage at the graduation gala. Surrounded by so many people, it would have been rather inappropriate for me to declare, 'I am the author of Zhu Xian.'" Yu Tsaiwei's lips curled slightly, her pride causing her to turn her head away. Yu Jiqiu cautiously suggested, "Well, could we perhaps come to an agreement that this matter remains confidential for a while?" Yu Kaiwei did not immediately acquiesce, retorting, "First, you must tell me, does Bai Yao return to life? Are Lu Sueki and Zhang Xiaofan together?" Yu Jiqiu chuckled awkwardly and replied, "Spoiling the plot in advance would ruin the fun. Wouldn't you agree?" Yu Kaiwei tilted her head in contemplation, eventually conceding with a light huff, "Very well. I shall let you off this time." Yu Jiqiu sighed in relief. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he asked, "How did you figure it out?" With a sense of accomplishment, Yu Kaiwei recounted her deductive reasoning. "So that's how it is." Yu Jiqiu realized, though regrettably, it was too late for remorse. Yu Kaiwei inquired, "When did you begin writing this book?" After a moment of reflection, Yu Jiqiu answered, "About 2 months ago. Yes, after my breakup with Chen Yuan." Yu Kaiwei nodded thoughtfully. Pouting in dissatisfaction, "You deceiver. I even sent you so many orange coins, and you didn't say a word." Yu Jiqiu chuckled. "That's only because my writing is good. I even campaigned for you on Weibo, so we're even now. However, please refrain from sending orange coins in the future. I only receive a fraction of that amount. If you have the funds, it would be better to give them directly to me. Mind your own business." Yu Kaiwei haughtily tossed her head, her tone ambiguous. Then, almost like a curious child, she asked, "Do you really have to deduct so much? How much can you earn in royalties each month?" There was no need for secrecy here, Yu Jiqiu replied, including tips. It was over 400,000 last month. "I expect there will be further growth." "Oh," Yu Kaiwei nodded, not particularly astonished. Earning over 400,000 a month is certainly not a small sum for an ordinary person. But for someone like Yu Kaiwei, it was relatively insignificant. Since the truth was already out in the open, Yu Jiqiu felt a sense of relief. And the two continued their conversation until nearly midnight. The administrative suite had a separate elevator, and as Yu Kaiwei's figure vanished from sight, Yu Jiqiu took another elevator upstairs. When the elevator doors opened, a mixture of smoke and alcohol wafted in. There were others inside. It was Wang Nanqing, who appeared to have just returned from outside. Yujichio said nothing, stepped into the elevator, and pressed the button for his floor. Wang Nanqing, clearly sober, raised an eyebrow upon seeing Yujichio. The elevator ascended in silence until Wang Nanqing broke the stillness, asking, "What is it like to be trending?" Yujichio was taken aback, instantly comprehending that Wang Nanqing was referring to the incident that had been widely circulated online regarding his altercation and refusal to shake hands. It seemed that the viral video incident was indeed a successful endeavor orchestrated by Wang Nanqing and Inghong Entertainment. Wang Nanqing scoffed softly and continued in a low voice. "I concede that your songwriting is commendable, but do you truly believe this will carry you through the competition? Do not be naive. At times, talent proves utterly futile." Ding. Yujichio's elevator floor arrived. Disinterested in further discourse with this individual, Yujichio exited the elevator without a backward glance, leaving behind 2 words, "Fool." Chapter 70. The theme is me. The impact of Yujichio's words was profoundly significant. The following day, in the contestant waiting area, Wang Nanqing occasionally cast resentful glances in his direction. In the 3rd round of the competition, the selection narrowed from 18 to 12 contestants, and notably, an unprecedented 24-hour creation format was introduced. As the name suggests, after the program team announced the theme, all contestants would engage in a 24-hour period of seclusion to create, followed by immediate performances the next day. Under such pressure, many contestants clasped their hands in silent prayer, hoping that the theme would align with a genre they had previously explored, thereby significantly enhancing their chances of advancement. Moments later, a middle-aged man with a slightly balding head and gold-framed glasses entered, the chief director of the Sing Out New Voices program, Liao Tao. The atmosphere tensed as he arrived. Liao Tao surveyed the room, and upon noticing Yujichio, who stood apart with an unusually relaxed demeanor, he paused briefly before looking away. "Greetings, contestants. The 3rd round of the competition officially commences now, and I will announce the theme for this creative task. I believe that during your creative journeys, each of you has likely penned at least one piece that reflects your sense of self, understanding oneself, learning to confront oneself, seeking and dissecting one's identity, and ultimately discovering oneself. This is an essential process of creation. Therefore, the theme for this session is me. I hope each contestant can reveal their inner self. Thank you." As Liao Tao's words resonated, he observed the myriad expressions of the contestants through his gold-rimmed glasses. Some appeared elated, while others wore expressions of distress. Wang Nanqing's lips curled slightly, seemingly well-prepared and confident. Meanwhile, Yujichio yawned, his indifferent expression unwavering throughout. Liao Tao cast one last penetrating glance at Yujichio before withdrawing. The production team had prepared individual small rooms for each contestant, designed to foster focused creativity. Each contestant collected their identification tags and proceeded to the creative area to find their designated cubicles. "Little Yi, you must help me this time," Ding Jie said, not rushing to her cubicle but approaching with a distressed expression. Yujichio looked at the elegant woman before him, noting that Ding Jie was clad in leather, her figure alluring, with cascading waves of hair and fiery red lips that exuded sensuality. With a furrowed brow, Ding Jie lamented, "I fear this time I am doomed." While composing music is manageable, writing lyrics within 24 hours feels like a death sentence. She adopted a pitiful expression. Her eyes filled with hope as she looked at Yujichio. "The production team allows contestants to collaborate. Could you please assist me with my lyrics?" "Of course." Yujichio replied readily. "These are trivial matters." After that trending Weibo post, Ding Jie was one of the 2 contestants who stood up for herself, and Yujichio was more than willing to assist her. As for her own creation, upon hearing the theme, Yujichio already knew which song she wanted to perform. It was extraordinary, and there was no other way around it. "Wonderful!" Ding Jie exclaimed, her face glowing with joy, nearly bouncing with excitement as she made a move to embrace Yujichio enthusiastically. Yujichio quickly sidestepped, joking that they were being filmed by the show's cameras, and any misunderstanding would be unfortunate, failing to secure the embrace. A flicker of resentment crossed Ding Jie's eyes as she leaned in to inspect the badge in Yujichio's hand, curiously asking, "Little Yi, which room are you in?" Yujichio shrugged, and the 2 made their way toward the creative area with its 18 compartments. As they approached the entrance, Yujichio paused, gazing at the room near the door. Ding Jie glanced at the room number, taken aback, and pointed ahead, saying, "This must be it." Yujichio nodded, casting a glance at the restroom entrance not far from the room. "Damn, this is outrageous," Ding Jie exclaimed in frustration, her indignation spilling over. "Why should you be assigned this position? The production team is being incredibly unfair. With so many people coming and going, how can one write in peace?" Ding Jia was right. Yi Zhiqiu's compartment was indeed the least desirable, situated next to the entrance and adjacent to the restroom. While the distance might not affect the smell, the makeshift soundproofing of the compartment, with people constantly moving in and out, would surely hinder quiet creativity. "Excuse me," a voice interrupted. And Wang Nanqing walked in from the entrance, glancing at the badge in Yu Zhiqiu's hand with feigned sympathy. "You're using that room?" The two ignored him, choosing silence. Wang Nanqing, unfazed, lowered his voice as he passed by Yu Zhiqiu, tauntingly asking, "What's it like being the restroom attendant?" Yu Zhiqiu's gaze turned icy, and Ding Jia, seething with anger, was about to retort when Yi Zhiqiu held her back. Wang Nanqing sneered softly and made his way toward the last room in the corridor. "This is unacceptable. I need to talk to the production team." Ding Jia, with her fiery personality, could hardly tolerate such injustice and was determined to stand up for Yi Zhiqiu. "Based on your performance in the previous 2 episodes, you should not be assigned to that room." "It's fine, Ding Jia," Yu Zhiqiu replied calmly. "The production team has probably arranged everything already. It wouldn't help to complain." Ding Jia was momentarily stunned, her expression one of disbelief. "Are you suggesting? How about this?" Ding Jia proposed after a moment of thought. "Little Yi, let us swap rooms. You can take mine. I'm used to performing in bars, and this noisy environment doesn't affect me much." "Really, there's no need," Yu Zhiqiu reassured her. This sisterly figure was indeed quite loyal, Yu Zhiqiu mused. "It doesn't bother me at all, Ding Jia, so please focus on your own songwriting. If you struggle with the lyrics, feel free to show them to me." With Yi Zhiqiu's insistence, Ding Jia could hardly argue further and retreated to her own room, located in a more central position, glancing back every few steps. Yi Zhiqiu opened the door and stepped into the room. Outside, the sound of footsteps and conversations from the incoming contestants was quite pronounced, which could be rather disruptive for those who cherish tranquility. Yi Zhiqiu was uncertain whether this was a deliberate tactic by the production team, but it was fortunate that they refrained from being excessive. At least the room's decor was quite comfortable, especially since it was under the watchful eye of cameras. Testing the sofa, Yi Zhiqiu found it quite inviting and donned his headphones. He then reclined and succumbed to slumber, having chatted with Yu Kaiwei late into the night. He was in dire need of recuperation. Writing a song was not on his agenda. In truth, this format was merely a walk in the park for Yu Zhiqiu, rendering the task even more effortless. The cameraman, who had come in to gather material, was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected behavior. Wasn't the purpose of the 24-hour window to seize the moment for deep contemplation upon entry? Why did this individual seem so different? Perhaps he intended to rest a while to gather his strength. Yes, that must be it, the cameraman reasoned internally. Little did he know, Yi Zhiqiu's rejuvenation would last a full 2 hours. Chapter 71. A person like me as the contestants created within the room. Their actions were transmitted live to the quarters of the 4 mentors. Yu Zhiqiu's audacious decision to dive into deep sleep upon entering finally caught the attention of several mentors. Has he not begun yet? Chindan pondered aloud. 24 hours is indeed quite tight. Is he confident or merely complacent? Li Kuan shook his head, stating, "It's hard to tell, but I suspect the former is more likely. This theme may pose a challenge for other contestants. Yet I cannot believe this lad is incapable of producing something," Li Guojian remarked with a smile. "I suggest we refrain from speculating. After all, there exists someone who knows him better than we do." Turning to Yu Kaiwei, he said, "Congratulations, Wei Wei. A platinum album. And a diamond one is surely just around the corner. What an achievement. It seems the realm of young singers belongs to you now." Yu Kaiwei quickly expressed her humble gratitude, while Li Kuan realized, exclaiming, "Indeed. Mentor Kaiwei, you have collaborated with this young man extensively and share the same alma mater. Please enlighten us. Has he been formulating ideas in advance?" "I can't say for certain. I have not heard anything," Yu Kaiwei replied honestly, shaking her head. After a brief pause, she added, "However, I believe this level of difficulty should not pose a problem for him." Everyone fell silent, contemplating as they gazed at the screen. Within the room, Yi Zhiqiu suddenly realized that this competition format was not as delightful as it seemed, as being confined to one room for 24 hours was rather tedious. After consuming a reasonably sumptuous meal provided by the production team and indulging in a brief nap, Yu Zhiqiu found himself at a loss for activities. In a discreet corner, out of the camera's view, he sent a message to Yu Kaiwei. "Yu Zhiqiu, I'm so bored. I've thought of a song, but what else can I do?" In the mentor's room, upon seeing the message, Yu Kaiwei was momentarily taken aback as she glanced at the screen. Yu Zhiqiu, at that very moment, happened to direct his gaze towards the room's surveillance camera and blinked. Yukiwei discerned Yujichio's subtle gesture, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. Casually, she took out her phone and replied with 2 words, updated. To her astonishment, it was a prompt for an update. Upon reading the message, Yujichio was disheartened. The repercussions of his revealed identity had indeed manifested. Ultimately, he updated 2 chapters of Jusien and also posted a Weibo update stating, 2 chapters today, still on leave tomorrow. Soon, the readers of Jusien, who habitually followed Yujichio's Weibo, became animated. Did I see that right? An update? Isn't the author supposed to be on a break? Is the pain gone? Only 2 chapters? Well, better than none. Yujichio then sent another message to Yukiwei. Mission accomplished. However, Yukiwei did not respond. At that moment, more than half of the 24-hour creative period had elapsed, and the mentor had entered the inspection phase. In simple terms, by this stage, most contestants should have a rough draft of their songs, and the mentor would listen and provide preliminary feedback if deemed necessary. Naturally, it was Yukiwei who would guide Yujichio. As she knocked on the door, accompanied by a camera crew, Yujichio was engrossed in his own world. He had downloaded a game reminiscent of his past life and was fiercely engaged in battle with headphones on, completely oblivious to the knocking. After several knocks yielded no response, a flicker of confusion crossed Yukiwei's beautiful eyes. Could he be in the restroom? After a moment's contemplation, she decided to push the door open, with the camera following suit. Just then, they captured Yujichio slapping his thigh in frustration as a gray screen displayed his tower being toppled in the game. The cameraman was taken aback. He had remembered this contestant who had fallen asleep upon entering, and now, after half a day, the antics remained remarkably consistent. Only then did Yujichio notice the 2 individuals who had entered, perplexed as he inquired, "What's going on?" "Inspection and guidance, to observe your creative progress." Yukiwei replied, a glint of amusement in her eyes. Yujichio blinked, understanding the situation, and reluctantly minimized the game screen. In truth, Yujichio had no tangible creation to present. The song existed solely in his mind, leaving little for Yukiwei to review. However, she was unconcerned, well aware of Yujichio's capabilities. They exchanged a few pleasantries, and the inspection phase concluded swiftly. After Yukiwei departed, another knock resounded at the door. This time, Yujichio opened it to find Dingjie. She had completed her song but lacked confidence in her lyrics and sought Yujichio's approval. Yujichio was agreeable. After a brief glance, he waved his hand and swiftly made several corrections on the paper. A few minutes later, Dingjie received her revised score, her eyes lighting up with excitement as she nearly jumped for joy. "Little Yi, you are simply amazing. I owe you a meal." With a hasty remark, Dingjie dashed out, and naturally, the entire exchange was captured by the cameraman. As night fell, the contestants were released from their confinement. Given the choice to retreat to their hotel rooms for rest or to remain in their quarters to continue their creative endeavors, Yujichio was the first to emerge. The following day marked the official recording of the program. Most contestants sported noticeable dark circles under their eyes, a clear indication that many had burned the midnight oil the previous night. Prior to taking the stage, contestants drew lots in order of their room numbers to determine their performance sequence, which heightened the tension once again. After all, the order of appearance significantly impacts the final results. Being the first to perform, when the audience was still unprepared, created a less than favorable atmosphere, while going later allowed for more preparation time. Yujichio casually reached into the drawing box, retrieved a slip, and opened it. Number 1, first to perform. The expressions of the others were peculiar. Yujichio's luck for this episode was undeniably striking. Yet, he remained remarkably composed, perhaps having anticipated this outcome. Ultimately, Wang Nanqing drew the last position. As the competition commenced, brief clips of each contestant's creative process were shown. When the footage of Yujichio entering and immediately falling asleep was aired, all the contestants were taken aback. Was he that audacious? A flicker of doubt crossed Wang Nanqing's gaze. He was now uncertain. The worst creative environment and the first performance spot. This was the pinnacle of what Inghong Entertainment could orchestrate. Generally, such conditions would hinder a contestant's performance, if not outright obstruct it, but Yujichio's unflappable demeanor stirred a sense of unease within Wang Nanqing. Clad in a white shirt rolled up to the elbows, black casual trousers, and holding a guitar, Yujichio stepped forth from behind the stage curtain. Here he was. The mentors straightened slightly in their seats, intrigued by Yujichio's unconventional 24-hour creative method, eager to discover what kind of piece he would present. Seated on a tall stool, he cradled his guitar, leaned closer to the microphone, and his soft voice resonated throughout the stage. For everyone, This is Someone Like Me. Chapter 72, once again seeking glory as the lights dimmed, without an elaborate backdrop. The warm glow of the stage lights converged upon Yujichio at the center. His fingers danced across the guitar strings, and his unassuming voice filled the air. Someone like me, so exceptional, ought to have shone throughout life. How is it that after over 20 years, I still drift in the sea of humanity? The simplicity of the melody and the almost conversational lyrics left everyone momentarily stunned. This was a folk song, a heartfelt piece, which formed the initial impression among the audience. Though the melody seemed ordinary, there was an undeniable urge to listen further. Someone as intelligent as I should have long bid farewell to innocence. Yet still, I exchanged a segment of my heart for a body marked by scars. As Yujichio reached this line, Yukaiwei, seated among the judges, was taken aback. She understood. This is Yujichio's soliloquy. He is acutely aware of his own intelligence and exceptional academic performance. The phrase exchanging a moment of passion for a body full of scars poignantly encapsulates his tumultuous relationship with Chen Yuan, although he refrains from voicing it. The emotional toll of that relationship has profoundly affected him. Yukaiwei gazes blankly at Yujichio, who stands center stage, a flicker of compassion illuminating her eyes. On stage, Yujichio continues to sing in a deep, resonant voice. How many people have you encountered like me, lost and searching, aimlessly drifting through life? As the first segment concludes, the initially restless audience has transformed into a hushed reverence. All eyes are fixed on the figure clad in a white shirt, slightly bent over his guitar. In that moment, he once again becomes the focal point of the performance. How many ordinary souls, like me, do not indulge in pretentiousness? Yet, upon hearing an old song, I find myself momentarily lost in thought. The familiar melody and the introspective lyrics unfold with increasing depth. After another segment, Yujichio unexpectedly performs an action that takes everyone by surprise. He sets down his guitar and closes his eyes. Has he made a mistake or forgotten the lyrics? This is the first thought that crosses the minds of many in the audience. In the contestant area, Li Su and Ding Jie are filled with concern, while Wang Nanqing revels in joy. Among the judges, though some wear expressions of uncertainty, their emotions remain steady. Their perspective, unlike that of the average audience member, does not lead them to believe that Yujichio is faltering. The next moment, a slightly melancholic, melodious whistle fills the air. Everyone is momentarily stunned, then wide-eyed in astonishment. A whistle. It is indeed the sound of Yujichio's whistle, devoid of guitar accompaniment or background music, standing as the sole melody. What a stroke of genius! Li Guojian and Li Kuan exchange incredulous glances, their eyes reflecting disbelief. What level of relaxation and self-assurance must one possess to whistle without any accompaniment on such a grand stage? More importantly, this unexpected whistling interlude seamlessly elevates the song to new heights. As Yujichio concludes his whistling, the audience is left in a state of shock, the contestants are bewildered, and even the judges are momentarily speechless. How many people have you encountered like me, lost and searching, aimlessly drifting through life? The song has yet to finish. But unbeknownst to the crowd, Yukaiwei, who has been silently observing him throughout, is now brimming with tears. Fortunately, many in the audience are moved to tears by Yujichio's performance, rendering her emotional display less conspicuous. Will there be anyone who feels compassion for a person as inexplicable as I? As the final line of the lyrics concludes, Yujichio gently places his guitar down and rises, offering a slight bow. The atmosphere in the Essence Book Pavilion fell silent for a moment, followed by a wave of fervent applause that lasted for over 10 seconds before subsiding, leading into the judge's commentary segment. "Excuse me, I shall speak first," Li Kuan said, wiping the corner of his eye and raising his hand. "This song resonates deeply with me." He took a moment to compose himself and smiled wryly, saying, "I believe everyone is aware of my journey. Having sold goods on the street, worked as a waiter, and sung for a living, I only debuted at the age of 32, which is quite late. Yet, I persevered. After more than 20 years, I still find myself adrift in the sea of people, so when I heard those lyrics, I truly felt they were speaking about me. I absolutely adore this song." His heartfelt words moved many, devoid of any critique about the song itself. Yet every word was laden with emotion. Li Guojian and Chun Dan, two seasoned veterans who had listened to songs for most of their lives, maintained a calm demeanor. Li Guojian chuckled. "It seems that Xiao Yu's song has indeed brought tears to many. I have a question. What was your psychological journey while composing this piece? Would you share it with us?" Yujichio pondered for a moment and replied, "From self-importance to acknowledging my own ordinariness, this reflects the process of self-discovery for many. And it was also the inspiration behind this song. This statement elicited another round of applause. Well said, Li Guojian sighed. This is a song that can touch the hearts of most people. I believe many will resonate with the lyrics and melody just as I did. I must disagree with one point, Qindan interjected playfully. Xiao Yi, who could compose such a song, is anything but ordinary. The audience erupted into good-natured laughter, recognizing the truth in her words. During the first 3 recordings of Sing Out a New Voice, Yu Zhiqiu's performances were remarkable. And if that were to be deemed ordinary, how could the other contestants possibly compete? When it was Yu Tsaiwei's turn to comment, her eyes were slightly red, and her voice was muffled as she said a few casual remarks before concluding. Ultimately, the audience and the 4 judges scored Yu Zhiqiu, who achieved an impressive score of 94. Upon returning to the contestants' waiting area, Yu Zhiqiu was met with enthusiastic cheers from Li Su and Ding Jie. The expressions of the other contestants were complex. Some, after a moment of contemplation, approached to offer their congratulations. At that moment, Wang Nanqing's face was exceptionally grim. Initially, he had perceived Yu Zhiqiu's opening performance as stellar, while the subsequent performances elicited lukewarm responses from the audience. It was not until Ding Jie took the stage, delivering a passionate song paired with her distinctive raspy voice, that the atmosphere reignited, garnering high praise from the judges. When Judge Qindan curiously inquired about Ding Jie's rapid improvement in lyric writing, accomplished within a mere 24 hours, Ding Jie hesitated to reveal that it was all thanks to Yu Zhiqiu, leading to a collective realization among the audience. Ultimately, Ding Jie earned a total score of 93. Just 1 point shy of Yu Zhiqiu's. Clearly delighted with this outcome, the nearly 30-year-old diva walked with an exuberant bounce, while the gazes of those around her burned with envy. The final contestant to take the stage, Wang Nanqing, achieved a remarkably high score of 91 for his well-executed performance. However, with the explosive displays of Yu Zhiqiu and Ding Jie preceding him, he could only secure a tie for 3rd place with another competitor. Thus, the performances for the 3rd recording of Singing Out New Voices concluded. Chapter 73, 2nd episode broadcast when the chief director, Liao Tao, entered the waiting area holding a thin sheet of paper. He immediately captured the attention of all the contestants. Those who had received high scores from both the audience and mentors felt assured, but those whose scores failed to distinguish themselves from the others clenched their fists in anxiety. The 3rd round would see 18 contestants narrowed down to 12, implying that 6 individuals would be eliminated after today. Liao Tao scanned the array of contestants and, upon noticing Yu Zhiqiu's nonchalant demeanor, a flicker of complexity crossed his eyes. He recognized Yu Zhiqiu's exceptional talent. Yet the enticing conditions offered by Li Dapeng of Yinghong Entertainment had led to covert assistance for Wang Nanqing. To his surprise, however, Wang Nanqing faltered, even with every advantage at his disposal, ultimately being overshadowed by Yu Zhiqiu. More accurately, Yu Zhiqiu's prowess was simply formidable. As various thoughts swirled in his mind, Liao Tao maintained his composure, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses. He began, "First, I would like to congratulate all contestants for successfully completing their performances in the 3rd episode. Now, I will announce the 12 contestants who will advance." Liao Tao, not inclined to prolong the suspense, paused briefly before continuing. The advancing contestants are Yu Zhiqiu, Ding Jie, Wang Nanqing, and Li Su. The individuals whose names were called erupted with joy, and with the final name announced, the 12 who would participate in the 4th round of recordings were confirmed. Among them, Li Guojian and Chun Dan each had 4 contestants, while Yu Kaiwei and Li Kuan each had 2. In Yu Tsaiwei's team, the remaining 2 were Yu Zhiqiu and Li Su. This was to be expected. Although Yu Kaiwei is a rising star, in terms of experience and prowess, she remains significantly distant from the legendary figures of Li Guojian and Chun Dan. Li Kuan, renowned for his rock and hip-hop genres, had a style that was rather limited, with only Wang Nanqing's style aligning closely with his own. Ultimately, all contestants aspired to progress further and gain greater exposure, leading them to favor the mentorship of Li Guojian and Chun Dan, whose guidance promised more substantial benefits. Nonetheless, with Yu Zhiqiu, the formidable powerhouse, and the elite-level contender Li Su in Yu Tsaiwei's team, no one dared to underestimate their potential. The eliminated contestants had scarcely a moment to bid farewell, hastily departing the stage. Finally, I announced the format and theme for the next episode. The contestants' expressions shifted to one of heightened tension. The theme for the upcoming episode is individuality. Liao Tao continued, each contestant possesses their own unique musical style and genre. Let your imagination and creativity soar beyond the ordinary. Transform yourselves, break through your limits, and showcase your individuality to the world. As soon as the theme of individuality was announced, a collective sigh of relief escaped the lips of nearly everyone present. To be candid, crafting songs under this theme proved to be relatively straightforward. The term individuality encompasses a broad spectrum, thereby considerably reducing the constraints placed upon the contestants' creativity. As long as their compositions remained within reasonable bounds, the production team was evidently aware that after the grueling 24-hour songwriting challenge, it was imperative to provide the contestants with a modicum of respite. Otherwise, the quality of the resulting songs might plummet, ultimately jeopardizing their viewership ratings. In the fourth episode, Liao Tao observed the relaxed demeanor of the contestants and, with a sinister grin, announced, "It is time for the team showdown. Li Guijian's team will face Chendan's team, while Yu Saiwei's team will go up against Li Kuan's team. In this round, 11 contestants will compete, and those who falter in the 6 matchups will be relegated to the uncertain group, resulting in the elimination of 4 participants." At his words, a gasp of shock resonated throughout the venue, quickly followed by a chorus of lamentations. It was clear that their naivety had led them astray. How could they have expected the production team to make things easy? Nonetheless, the contestants from Li Guijian and Chendan's teams breathed a quiet sigh of relief, grateful to have avoided a confrontation with Yu Saiwei's team. Otherwise, a stroke of bad luck could very well lead them to face the formidable Yu Zhiqiu, making their elimination nearly inevitable. At that moment, Wang Nanqing from Li Kuan's team wore a grim expression, lost in contemplation. The third episode concluded, and the following day, Saturday, the music industry was jolted by an event akin to a minor earthquake. After a 2-year hiatus, a diamond album was born, Yu Saiwei's debut solo album. The Wind Has Risen officially surpassed sales of 1 million copies, and this figure continued to climb. Previously hampered by the malicious smear campaigns and public opinion manipulation orchestrated by Inghong Entertainment, the album had experienced sluggish growth. However, following a remarkable turnaround in its reputation, its sales skyrocketed with unprecedented momentum. Initially regarded merely as a rising star by her fans, the release of a bona fide diamond album has unequivocally laid the groundwork for Yu Kaiwei to ascend to true diva status. The most significant contributor to this success was undoubtedly the album's titular track, The Wind Has Risen, penned and composed by Yu Zhiqiu. Naturally, Yu Zhiqiu's phone was inundated with calls. A singer-songwriter possessing both striking looks and exceptional creative prowess, and having endured the crucible of market scrutiny, had undoubtedly become the object of desire for every record label. The companies that had previously offered Yu Zhiqiu lucrative contracts now called with obsequious overtures, promising an even more substantial agreement should he choose to sign with them, along with negotiable terms. Such calls and messages flooded in incessantly and overwhelmed by the deluge. Yu Zhiqiu resorted to setting his phone to allow calls only from contacts in his address book, finally achieving a semblance of peace. At 8 p.m., during prime time, the second episode of Singing New Voices was aired. Within the confines of a university dormitory, the enthusiastic Kai Kai and her roommates eagerly gathered around the computer. "Ah, I can't wait. We get to see handsome guys again. This time the theme is encounter. I wonder what that contestant named Yu Zhiqiu will sing." A few devoted fans of Yu Zhiqiu, roommates, were engrossed in discussions entirely centered around him, particularly his folk music. Kai Kai, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the computer screen, casually remarked, "I've looked it up. Yu Zhiqiu's forte is indeed folk music." As a senior student, she noted that his songs Bailang Zenuji and Goodbye were also quite delightful, albeit lacking official recordings. The sporty girl teased, "Well, how rare. Kai Kai seems to know so much about competitors besides her husband. Did you not claim you would never stray?" Flushing, Kai Kai quickly defended herself. "Not at all. His talent is commendable. I merely keep track of information regarding my husband's rivals. Isn't that quite normal?" The 3 roommates exchanged knowing glances, stifling their laughter. "Let us see how long you can maintain that." Another girl chimed in, expressing a differing opinion. "I don't think it's solely folk music. He excels in pop as well, like Yu Kaiwei's new album where the song The Wind Rises is quite impressive." Just as Kai Kai prepared to respond, a voice interrupted. "It's starting." Chapter 74. The Romance of a Science and Engineering Boy. As the program commenced, the young women were completely captivated by the screen. Yu Zhiqiu faced the production team, his performance eliciting laughter from the audience, who dubbed him a quintessential ironclad man. After eagerly enduring the preceding contestants' performances, they finally awaited Yu Zhiqiu's turn. Wow, the stage backdrop is a starry sky in the Milky Way, so beautiful. It evoked a dreamlike sensation, even before he began to sing. The 4 friends were animatedly discussing, with Kai Kai completely forgetting her vow of fidelity. Upon hearing the title of the song, Mercury, the girls were momentarily taken aback. What on earth? Is it the Mercury I'm thinking of? How does it relate to the theme? They pondered the connection between Mercury and the concepts of encounter and infatuation. As they exchanged puzzled glances, Yi Zhiqiu's performance commenced on the show. At the conclusion of the piece, they looked at each other, their expressions even more bewildered. The sporty girl hesitantly remarked, "The melody is decent, but it seems a bit lackluster." Another girl nodded in agreement, adding, "It sounds somewhat oppressive, evoking a sense of loneliness." However, Kai Kai observed. All the judges stood and applauded, isn't that the treatment reserved for exceptional works? At this moment, the judges' commentary began, and the four quickly refocused their attention. As Yu Zhiqiu explained, they gradually grasped the relationship between Mercury, the sun, and the messenger ship, unveiling the deeper meaning of the song. They were left stunned. So this is how it's understood? Am I really that slow? One girl mused. Is this the romance of a science and engineering boy? Another chimed in. I wish I could hear it again, the sporty girl murmured. Kai Kai pressed her lips together, her fingers hovering over the mouse, yearning to rewind the program. At this moment, Yi Zhiqiu had already departed from the stage, and the next performance was by Wang Nanqing. However, she could no longer concern herself with such matters. They were watching the live stream from the Beijing television network, and the progress bar was unmovable. With a collective sigh of frustration, they continued to watch. Yet, for reasons unknown, the somewhat oppressive melody of Mercury's record lingered in Kai Kai's ears. Normally captivated by Wang Nanqing's singing and dancing, she found it inexplicably dull at this moment. Look, Mercury's record is trending, exclaimed the sporty girl, who was engrossed in Weibo, her attention drifting from the performance. The others quickly opened Weibo, and indeed, the show had not yet concluded, and Yu Zhiqiu had once again made the trending list. Terms like Mercury's record, execution cycle of spacecraft, and interview with a straight man were prominently displayed among the top trending topics. Upon clicking in, the comments section was already bustling with activity. I'm in awe of this song, declared one comment. As an astronomy major, I understood this piece upon my first listen. In astronomy, escape velocity refers to the speed required for an object to break free from a planet's gravitational pull. Mercury's escape velocity is 4,435, but that does not signify departure. I wish and hope that you attract my trajectory. Initially, I found this song mediocre, thinking the handsome performer had faltered, but it turns out my appreciation was lacking. The fool was indeed me. Penguin Music has already released the audio. Everyone go listen. I've looped it 3 times. This song deserves careful savoring. I love it. Is this the romance of a science and engineering man? Haha, indeed, the romance of a straight man in the sciences. Did you see his interview? The program staff nearly cried. The group was filled with excitement when suddenly Kai Kai furrowed her brows in anger, exclaiming, "How outrageous! How can these people say such things?" The other 3 paused, glancing at Kai Kai's phone. There, amidst the myriad of praise, were derogatory comments about a poorly performing contestant, with phrases like unworthy of the stage and should withdraw from the competition. How long will these people go on? Didn't TA contestant clarify the truth? Kai Kai fumed, her fingers furiously tapping the screen as she began to argue with those commenters. One girl teased, Kai Kai, aren't you a fan of Wang Nanqing? Why are you so worked up about others criticizing Yi Zhiqiu? Kai Kai's fingers hesitated for a moment. Then, with a haughty toss of her head, she boldly declared, Yes, I have strayed. I have discovered that the romance of science boys is quite delightful. I am now a fan of Yu Zhiqiu. Ignoring the astonished expressions of her companions, Kai Kai plunged back into the fray on Weibo, muttering under her breath, Curse you, you ignorant fools. In the boys' dormitory of Huahai Media University, another round of updates had just concluded, and Yi Zhiqiu habitually wandered through Weibo. Upon seeing the trending topics regarding Mercury's record and the romance of science boys, she smiled faintly. Many on Weibo were lamenting their grievances, claiming that the live audience had failed to grasp the essence of the song and had rated it too low. Otherwise, it would never have scored below Wang Nanqing. In addition, Yi Zhiqiu naturally noticed those who clung to the previously edited videos, venting their frustrations in the comments section. However, there were also sensible individuals, such as a user named Kai Kai who dislikes vegetables, who clearly outlined the entire event's context, providing well-founded arguments that quickly garnered numerous likes. After some contemplation, Yi Zhiqiu decided to retweet this Weibo post to the account Dream of 900 million girls, accompanied by a comment affirming the user's perspective. asserting that the truth will reveal itself. Furthermore, he added that Yi Zhiqiu is the most handsome. Isn't it reasonable for someone with over 2 million followers to use their platform to speak on their own behalf? As expected, the comments section soon became lively. The author also enjoys singing out new voices, and I too hold a fondness for this program. I advise the author to refrain from casually voicing opinions on such matters. Some detractors in the entertainment industry can be quite formidable, so one must tread carefully. I also admire the singer Yi Zhiqiu. Tonight's rendition of Mercury's Memo was absolutely stunning. I concur with the author's viewpoint. Those two disjointed videos are clearly edited, and I believe the truth of the matter is far from what it seems. As a fan of Wang Nanqing, I am quite disappointed in the author and have shifted my support. Nevertheless, it is a fact that Yi Zhiqiu's dismissal of Wang Nanqing's handshake request is quite disrespectful. To those upstairs, this is a realm for Zhu Xian book enthusiasts. If you love it, stay, and if not, feel free to leave. No one is asking for your presence. In the comments section, supporters prevailed. Yet a handful of Wang Nanqing's fans expressed their dissent, creating quite the commotion, though some comments veered off topic. You are all missing the point. Has no one noticed the author's final remark? How disgusting. Is the author perhaps a homosexual? Please provide me with your contact information. Regardless, through the vast community of Zhu Xian fans, the truth behind the video incident is being unveiled to an increasing number of individuals. Chapter 75, The Old Fox Cowers. Music critic Ding Dashing has taken to Weibo once more. 2 hours after the second episode of Singing Out New Voices aired, Ding Dashing, who had been closely following Yi Zhiqiu's performance, published another lengthy review. Mercury's Memo, yet another masterpiece. This was the title of the review. Following The Wind Rises and Ordinary Road, I was initially concerned that he might be a fleeting comet, perhaps running out of creativity. However, I realized how gravely mistaken I was. After this song, I must emphasize once again that this young man is indeed a prodigious talent, a once-in-a-decade gem in the Chinese music scene. Mercury's Memo, from its arrangement and lyrics to its emotional depth, is an exceptional work. Amidst a plethora of trivial songs that merely aim to shake their hips, it stands out as refreshingly unique and remarkably distinguished. If one were to articulate the excellence of this song, I would personally contend that it surpasses the title track The Wind Rises from the Diamond album crafted for Yu Kaiwei, making it my favorite composition by him thus far. Ding Dashing's extensive commentary, sprawling across thousands of words, rapidly gained traction among his over 8 million followers on Weibo. Within merely 2 hours of its release on Penguin Music, Mercury record ascended swiftly to the charts of trending songs and real-time searches. Amidst this overwhelming acclaim, the online criticisms directed at Yi Zhiqiu have begun to wane. In Beijing, Liao Tao, the chief director of the program Sing Out New Voice, observed the data in his hands with a complex mix of emotions. The peak viewership rating for Sing Out New Voice has surpassed 3. To put this in perspective, a variety show achieving a rating above 3 is akin to the level of a national television broadcast, representing the pinnacle of high-quality entertainment. Should the rating rise by another 2 percentage points, it would breach into the realm of a nationwide sensation. Originally, the Beijing television station had invested significantly in this program, with the best psychological expectation being merely a 2 rating, and that would be in the later stages. Yet, astonishingly, during just its second episode, it effortlessly exceeded this target. With a considerable portion of the credit attributed to the contestant Yi Zhiqiu, it became evident that once Yi Zhiqiu's performance concluded, the show's viewership plummeted below 2. Recently, the director of Beijing television station had called to commend Liao Tao profusely, yet he found little joy in the praise. Regret washed over him. He suddenly questioned whether the agreement he reached with Li Dapeng of Inghong Entertainment was a misstep. If Yi Zhiqiu were merely a contestant with slightly above-average talent, it would be acceptable, but given the current situation, some individuals simply cannot be suppressed. Suddenly, the ringtone startled Liao Tao from his contemplation. Upon seeing Li Dapeng's name on the screen, his expression shifted between uncertainty and resolve. Pressing the answer button, Liao Tao adopted a courteous and cheerful tone. Mr. Li, what a surprise to receive your call at this hour. However, Li Dapeng's tone was far from gentle. He spoke urgently. Director Liao, what is going on? Wasn't it agreed that we would eliminate that kid? How did he manage to advance yesterday's recording, and as the first place no less? Given the current buzz online, how can we proceed with the next episode? As he continued, Li Dapeng's voice bore a hint of accusation. A trace of derision flickered in Liao Tao's eyes. How to proceed? You can figure that out yourself. If I continue to indulge this, it will be the end of us. Liao Tao found himself in a difficult position. Mr. Li, I am equally troubled. You see, I have adhered to your requests. But that kid is simply resilient. Both the audience and the judges have awarded him such high scores. I am left powerless. I am aware. Li Daping interjected from the other end of the line. The current issue is that it is still insufficient. We must find a way to eliminate that kid. Listening quietly to Li Daping's words, Liao Tao politely declined, saying, Mr. Li, this doesn't seem appropriate. If it continues like this, are you asking me to undermine my own livelihood? After a brief silence, Li Daping appeared to sense the shift in Liao Tao's demeanor. Director Liao, what do you mean by that? Li Daping's cold voice echoed. Are you scared? Do you not wish to continue? Liao Tao let out a silent, sardonic laugh, yet maintained his courtesy, replying, Mr. Li, I cannot fathom your words. If it is a minor task within the rules, I would certainly comply at your behest. But this is truly too much for me. You have seen the feedback online as well, Mr. Li. I have been in this industry for many years. And I advise you, talents like this cannot be suppressed. One should not push matters to an extreme. It is better to leave grudges unresolved than to seek vengeance. Go to hell. Li Daping's furious voice erupted, followed by the abrupt sound of the call disconnecting. Liao Tao's expression remained calm, feeling increasingly grateful for his decision. Although Li Daping wielded considerable influence, he was not omnipotent. He could not truly threaten Liao Tao. However, following his reckless lead could lead to unpredictable consequences. At Inghong Entertainment Building in Huahai City, Li Daping's thunderous roar sent a shiver through everyone in the conference room. With a resounding clap, he slammed down his phone. Taking several deep breaths before darkly stating, Liao Tao, that old fox, has resigned. The others were momentarily taken aback, hesitant to speak. But Li Hongfei disregarded the tension and stood up abruptly. What shall we do, Dad? That kid is becoming increasingly arrogant. If this continues, our previous investments will go to waste. Li Hongfei was genuinely anxious. In his mind, what belonged to his father was rightfully his. Inghong Entertainment had invested millions to promote Wang Nanqing. The situation had deteriorated. After just 2 episodes of Sing Out New Voices, Yu Shiqiu had completely overshadowed Wang Nanqing, even causing a noticeable decline in his fanbase online. This was genuine financial loss, and Li Hongfei felt as though his heart was bleeding. Li Daping was no stranger to such sentiments, yet as a profit-driven businessman, he contemplated the situation far more astutely than his uninformed son. With a grim expression, he pondered for a moment before suddenly inquiring, has Yu Shiqiu not signed with any company yet? The crowd was taken aback, and a suited executive quickly replied, yes. It is said that some companies have approached him, but it seems the terms could not be agreed upon, and he has not accepted. Li Daping nodded slightly and decisively commanded, call him, offer a top-tier contract, and secure his signing. The group was momentarily stunned, and Li Hongfei exclaimed, Dad. Silence. Li Daping snapped impatiently, silencing Li Hongfei. The suited executive swiftly retrieved his phone. Obtaining Yu Shiqiu's number was not a difficult task. After a brief moment, the executive looked at the awaiting Li Daping, his expression peculiar, and reported, Mr. Li, the other party has set a call restriction. We cannot get through. Li Daping inhaled deeply, as if making a crucial decision. Let us go to Huahai Media University. Chapter 76. Li Daping's visit. Following the broadcast of the 2nd episode of Sing Out New Voices, Yu Shiqiu experienced a noticeable shift in her treatment around campus, directly correlating with the attention she garnered from Yu Kaiwei. As she strolled through the pathways, she felt akin to a gorilla, with numerous peers unabashedly gazing at her. Thankfully, as they were all fellow students, none approached her for autographs. Just then, her phone rang. It was her mother, Lin Huifan. Achio. I went out to buy groceries this morning, and many people claimed to be from entertainment companies, coming to our doors seeking to sign you. They were all impeccably dressed. And I can't tell if they are con artists. Lin Huifan's worried voice resonated through the line. Yu Shiqiu suddenly recalled that she had set her phone to allow only contacts from her address book to reach her. And it seemed those entertainment agents had persisted in tracking her down to her home. She quickly reassured her mother, Mom, regardless of whether they are frauds, please don't engage with them. Do not agree to any of their propositions or believe anything they say. Always call me first. Her mother repeatedly affirmed, all right, I understand. I won't let it interfere with anything. By the way, I watched that Sing Out program last night. It was quite good. Today, your father's supervisor even inquired about it. Lin Huifan continued. Before Yu Shiqiu could respond, the line became noisy, and the call was transferred. Ah, brother, you are so handsome, exclaimed Yi Zitong, her exuberant younger sister. You've truly become a star. You know you're trending everywhere, right? My classmates are all envious. Many of them are your fans. Even your former homeroom teacher has had reporters wanting to come for an interview. By the way, when are you coming home to sign 10 or 8 autographs? You can't refuse. I've already promised my friends. Yi Zitong spoke with the rapid-fire intensity of a machine gun, leaving Yi Zhiqiu bemused. She reluctantly agreed, realizing that her sister's exuberant nature was unlikely to change. After conversing for a while longer and reminding Yi Zitong to be cautious of potential deceit from entertainment agents, Yi Zhiqiu finally ended the call. As she placed her phone down and resumed her walk towards the dormitory, she abruptly halted as she spotted 2 individuals who clearly did not resemble students blocking her path. One of them seemed vaguely familiar. "Hello, Mr. Yi. May I have a moment of your time?" A well-dressed man in his 30s, accompanied by a subordinate, politely inquired. Yi Zhiqiu felt perplexed and showed no inclination to move. The suited man's outstretched hand hovered awkwardly in the air. Noticing her hesitation, the middle-aged man, who she now recognized, smiled and introduced himself. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Li Dapeng, the owner of Inghong Entertainment." Li Dapeng. Yi Zhiqiu suddenly recalled that he was the very individual who had sat on the podium alongside school officials during the graduation ceremony. Inghong Entertainment, wasn't he that the company owned by Wang Nanqing? Yi Zhiqiu squinted slightly, indicating that the smear campaign against Yu Kaiwei and himself was orchestrated by the man before him, Li Dapeng. This fellow had approached him personally. What could his intentions be? Li Dapeng wore an affable expression, exuding warmth, and said with a smile, "I would like to invite Mr. Yi for a private conversation, if it's convenient." "It's not convenient," Yi Zhiqiu replied coolly. Li Dapeng's smile faltered, taken aback by the response. After all, he was a billionaire, humbling himself to invite a mere youth, only to be rebuffed. A flicker of displeasure crossed his eyes, but he suppressed his anger and continued to smile. "Since it's not convenient for Mr. Yi, let us speak here. I believe you have yet to sign a contract with any company. Inghong Entertainment is quite keen on your talent and hopes to secure a contract with you." Yi Zhiqiu was momentarily stunned, completely unprepared for Li Dapeng's true purpose. For the first time, he scrutinized the middle-aged man before him, whose smile seemed disingenuous. They had been at each other's throats online, yet here he was, grinning and inviting Yi Zhiqiu to join Inghong Entertainment. Admittedly, Li Dapeng exhibited a certain cunning, adept at bending and yielding for the sake of profit, seemingly unbothered by appearances. Such individuals often thrive in the entertainment industry. However, Yi Zhiqiu had no intention of acquiescing. "I'm not interested." Li Dapeng, undeterred by the rejection, maintained his cheerful demeanor. "Mr. Yi, please don't be so hasty in your refusal. Perhaps you might consider the terms offered by Inghong Entertainment. Top-tier contract. Promotional support from the company's premier resources, training, and an immediate signing bonus. If Mr. Yi agrees, the terms are negotiable." Yi Zhiqiu raised an eyebrow. Li Dapeng displayed considerable audacity. Frankly, the conditions offered by Inghong Entertainment were the most favorable among the numerous companies that had reached out to him. Seemingly pleased with Yi Zhiqiu's astonishment, Li Dapeng gazed intently into his eyes, exuding confidence. Yet, Yi Zhiqiu merely smiled and said, "I'm sorry, still not interested." Both Li Dapeng and his suited companion were momentarily taken aback, doubting their hearing. Such a decisive refusal was unexpected. They had researched. Knowing Yi Zhiqiu hailed from an ordinary working-class background, and a signing bonus of that magnitude would undoubtedly be a fortune for him. After being disregarded multiple times, Li Dapeng's temper flared, though he still managed to contain his fury. "Mr. Yi, you possess quite the confidence. Might I inquire what your terms are?" "My conditions are quite simple," Yi Zhiqiu stated coolly. "A top-tier contract, the establishment of a personal studio within the company, independent operations. And the company must not interfere with my daily activities." With each word spoken by Yi Zhiqiu, Li Dapeng's expression darkened. "Impossible," exclaimed the suited man beside him. Li Dapeng's smile finally vanished, his face clouded with anger as he coldly retorted, "Are you jesting with me, Mr. Yi?" Yi Zhiqiu calmly stated, "I never joke." Li Dapeng scoffed derisively. "What an audacious appetite. You think writing a couple of good songs makes you a king?" Yi Zhiqiu smiled broadly and replied, "I have more than just Inghong Entertainment seeking me. My terms are non-negotiable. Even if you agree, I still need to contemplate." "Very well." Li Dapeng laughed in exasperation. Enraged, he realized that he controlled the fates of all the artists in the company, and every newcomer before him was utterly subservient, scarcely daring to speak loudly. To think that today he was humiliated by a mere fledgling. The idea of a rookie demanding a top-tier contract and establishing an independent studio was preposterous. Even renowned singers did not receive such treatment. Yet, How could someone who had penned only a few songs presume to deserve it? You've got guts, kid, Li Daping said ominously. But let me offer you a piece of advice. Don't let a bit of talent lead you to believe you can act with impunity. This world is far more complex than you imagine. With that, he strode away. Upon returning to Inghong Entertainment, Li Daping's expression was as dark as a stormy sea. As he walked through the company, employees instinctively parted to give him a wide berth, fearful of attracting his ire. Damn it. This kid is even more arrogant than I am. With a furious swipe, Li Daping shattered an expensive vase, its pieces scattering at the feet of several startled newcomers. After venting his frustration, he sank into his luxurious Italian chair, taking deep breaths as his countenance gradually returned to calm. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Wang Nanxing and asked in a low voice, "What is the plan for the next episode of Sing Out New Voices?" Wang Nanxing promptly replied, "It will be a team battle, 11 against 11, with the losers getting eliminated. The theme for the songwriting is individuality. I'm in the Li Kuan team, which will face off against Yi Zhiqiu's Yukaiwei team." Li Daping inquired directly, "What are your chances against that kid?" Wang Nanxing hesitated, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Although he was reluctant to admit it, the truth was that if he were to compete against Yu Zhiqiu, even a 1 in 10 chance would be optimistic. Gritting his teeth, Wang Nanxing was about to speak when his manager interjected, "Mr. Li, although Yu Zhiqiu may lack character, he possesses some genuine talent. Otherwise." Li Daping, already aware, interrupted, "Enough." The manager fell silent, signaling Wang Nanxing with his eyes. Now was not the time for bravado. Leaning back in his chair, Li Daping rhythmically tapped his fingers on the desk, lost in thought. The room was silent. No one dared to disrupt his contemplation. After a moment, Li Daping suddenly commanded, "Huang Xishan has been out of the game for over half a year, right? Bring him back. For the next episode's song, have him write for Wang Nanxing. Purchase it for the competition. We must eliminate that kid. I refuse to believe that, no matter how talented he is, he can surpass a lyrical genius." Everyone was momentarily taken aback, while Wang Nanxing and his manager were filled with unrestrained joy. Huang Xishan, aged over 60, had been writing songs for more than 40 years and had composed nearly 1,000 songs, earning a reputation as a lyrical genius in the music industry. He had penned songs for numerous singing superstars, including many enduring classics. Having witnessed the rise and fall of the Chinese music scene, he is undeniably one of its most esteemed songwriters. However, one of Li's subordinates hesitated, stating, "Wang Xishan has retired. He has quite the eccentric temperament and may not be inclined to come out of retirement." Li Daping scoffed derisively, "Retired? Offer him 300,000, the highest price. For a song. That old man has indulged in a lavish lifestyle post-retirement and has likely lost a considerable amount gambling. He probably can't even afford to pay for a woman now. He merely made a statement about retiring and can't bring himself to write again. Present him with 300,000, and he will surely agree." The subordinate, momentarily stunned, quickly acquiesced. Li Daping turned to Wang Nanxing and coldly remarked, "The path is laid out for you. You know what to do next, correct?" Wang Nanxing suppressed his elation and quickly bowed his head, replying, "Understood. I will not disappoint you, Li Zong." Li Daping nodded in satisfaction. What does it matter if they cheat? As long as Huang Xishan keeps silent, Wang Nanxing can firmly claim the song as his own, leaving no one able to contest it. Li Daping was resolute. If Huang Xishan wouldn't do. There were others like Huang Xishan and Bai Xishan. He refused to believe that Yu Zhiqiu could maintain an unbroken winning streak. Public opinion lies in the hands of the victors. As long as Wang Nanxing triumphed in the show Sing Out New Voices, there would be countless ways to tarnish his reputation thereafter. On that day, Wang Nanxing's challenge on Weibo quickly trended. In the 4th episode of Sing Out New Voices, "I challenge you, Yu Zhiqiu. Do you dare to accept?" Wang Nanxing's studio was utterly speechless. Yu Zhiqiu was absurdly unconventional, not even having a Weibo account. This rendered the challenge futile, as they could hardly find anyone to tag in the post. It was indeed peculiar that despite accumulating a substantial fan base over the past 2 episodes, the main character lacked even a single Weibo account. Once this Weibo post was published, it immediately attracted a multitude of spectators, causing the number of comments to surge. "The 11th duel, is it that thrilling? Support Wang Nanxing. My husband will surely win. Ah, my husband is amazing. Wang Nanxing, you are the best." The army of Nanxing marches forth, leaving no blade of grass behind. To those above, are the invaders in the village? Neutral viewers appreciated Wang Nanxing's courage, but remained cautiously optimistic, noting that based on the previous 2 episodes, Yu Zhiqiu's prowess seemed slightly superior. The above commenter is overly polite. Are you certain it's merely a slight advantage? Meanwhile, the engrossed Yushichio, upon receiving the forwarded challenge from Yukaiwei, took a considerable time to comprehend the situation. What a self-destructive move is this? Yushichio found it incomprehensible why Wang Nanxing had the audacity to issue such a challenge and who had emboldened him. Weibo challenge. Are you confident? Wei Guang, would you like me to help you gather some votes? Yushichio rolled her eyes and replied directly. Yushichio, no need. Such trivial matters are beneath the esteemed you. Wei Guang, I have faith in your abilities. Wei Guang, why has there been an update today? Yushichio's expression darkened in front of her computer. She thought to herself, has the topic shifted too abruptly? Yushichio, I suspect you are merely using this as an excuse to urge me to update. Wei Guang, hee, adorable. Uploading the chapter in one breath through the writer's back end, Yushichio contemplated for a moment before logging into her account for 900 million girls' dreams. She retweeted Wang Nanxing's war declaration on Weibo, adding a cryptic 6-character phrase, Grandma burrows into bed. The activity surrounding the Zhuxian book club on Weibo was notably high. Once Yushichio's seemingly nonsensical post was published, the comment section quickly erupted with excitement. I don't understand. I don't get it at all. Isn't the author in a relationship with Yushichio? How can Wang Nanxing issue a challenge like this and not lose his cool? This is unprecedented. I thought the author would directly lash out. How do you know the author hasn't lashed out? Think about what comes next after Grandma burrows into bed. What does that mean? Please enlighten me, fellow cultivators. In the comment section, most users were curious about the meaning of those words, and soon a discerning netizen unveiled the mystery. Grandma burrows into bed. The following line is. It made me laugh. This works. Ha ha ha. I must say, I'm truly impressed by this author. They have a knack for surprises. I told you. How could the author's fiery temper remain restrained? They finally struck back. In the Inghong Entertainment building, the agent rushed in hurriedly. Nanxing, check the trending topics on Weibo. That kid replied. Wang Nanxing's face lit up as he took the phone handed to him by his agent. Over 2 million followers for 900 million girls' dreams? Wang Nanxing was taken aback. Grandma burrows into bed? What does that mean? A flicker of confusion passed through Wang Nanxing's eyes as he continued reading, only to feel a wave of heat surge to his head. Chapter 78. Fan? Book fan. After recovering from the near burst of anger, Wang Nanxing couldn't help but curse vehemently. Damn it. Where did this mad dog come from, biting indiscriminately? Have I provoked him? This 900 million girls' dream seems to be a novel author. The agent looked oddly at him, admitting even he found it hard to believe. A very best-selling one. What the hell? A novel author. Wang Nanxing felt as if he might spew blood in outrage. He felt utterly wronged. Lately, he had been having a string of bad luck. Not only did Yushichio disrupt the star-making plan meticulously crafted by the company, but now an inexplicable novel author had also surfaced to bully him. On Weibo, Yushichio's sarcastic posts swiftly climbed to the top of the trending topics, showcasing the immense power of the phrase Grandma burrows into bed. However, Wang Nanxing's legion of loyal fans were not pleased. This group of individuals was lamenting their inability to locate the official Weibo of Yushichio, leaving them unsure of where to direct their ire. Suddenly, an inexplicable novelist emerged, audaciously daring to criticize their idol. Upon closer inspection, they discovered this author boasted over 2 million followers. No matter. This only heightened the challenge and intensified their desire to unleash their frustrations. In an instant, the fans of Wang Nanxing unleashed their full fury, converging upon the Weibo of 900 million girls' dreams. However, witnessing this scene, the fans of Zhuxian were not to be underestimated. Although they often derided the dog author, some were perplexed or indifferent to the inexplicable banding together of the author's critics. Yet, their disdain for the author stemmed from a love that urged for more content. Who were these newcomers to intrude? Moreover, a substantial faction belonged to the true fans of Yushichio. After 2 episodes of singing out new voices, Yushichio had inadvertently garnered a significant following, all equally dismayed by their inability to connect. Following the trail to 900 million girls' dreams on Weibo, they found a formidable ally, momentarily adopting this platform as their base of operations. The fans of Wang Nanxing, the Zhuxian enthusiasts, and Yushichio's admirers clashed fiercely beneath the Weibo post of an elderly lady. The intensity of the battle was overwhelming, with comment counts skyrocketing to terrifying numbers of 100, 000, then 200, 000. Gradually, as the two groups recognized their shared stance, they united in purpose, their combined numbers eclipsing those of Wang Nanxing's supporters by more than double. The tide of battle began to sway decisively, and victory was all but assured. Yet, the newly organized fans of Yujichio felt an insatiable urge for more. What else could they do? Since they were already present, why not explore? UCN? What could it be? They sought to investigate, hoping to support their ally. Many fans, with this mindset, searched for Zhu Xian and soon found themselves deeply engrossed in the fantastical world of Xianxia, unable to tear themselves away. In Beijing, within the Orange Reading Building, Shi Nuanyuan was enjoying a particularly flourishing period. The success of Zhu Xian was remarkably stable, sweeping across various charts on the website. The thought of her recent salary made her nearly burst with joy. After befriending Yujichio, the once daunting task of managing the author of Zhu Xian now seemed effortless. As her gaze inadvertently scanned the real-time data backhand of Zhu Xian, Shi Nuanyuan's eyes widened in astonishment, her face quickly flushing with excitement. She pounded her small fist against her chest a few times, swallowing the morsel of cake she had hastily stuffed into her mouth, neglecting her need for water. Leaning closer to the computer screen, her cherubic face filled with determination, she blinked rapidly, finally confirming that the data was indeed accurate. Within a mere hour, the number of new readers accessing Zhu Xian surged dramatically, and the quantity of book reviews and chapter comments soared. What audacious maneuver had that fellow executed this time? This was Shi Nuanyuan's immediate reaction as she swiftly dialed Yujichio's number. The call connected promptly, and Shi Nuanyuan's first words were, "Brother Yi." The readership for Zhu Xian has surged dramatically. What have you been up to lately? I haven't done anything, Yujichio replied, momentarily taken aback in his dormitory. Shi Nuanyuan, puzzled on the other end, responded, "Is that so? That is quite strange. An increase in readership in such a short span is unusual. Where could all these new readers be coming from? Could it be a malicious attack from competitors?" Suddenly, Yujichio recalled something. Casting a furtive glance at several of his roommates, and vaguely suggested, "Maybe it's from Weibo? You should check it out." Weibo? Glancing at the call that had just ended, Shi Nuanyuan hurriedly logged into Weibo. After piecing together the entire situation, she was astonished, her first thought being, is this even possible? A dream collaboration between fans of music and literature? She had witnessed various promotional methods from authors, but this approach was indeed her first encounter. Regardless, as long as it wasn't a malicious manipulation, Shi Nuanyuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Numerous fans of Yujichio had transitioned effortlessly into readers of his work, following him in droves. Consequently, the follower count for the dream of 900 million girls on Weibo soared, quickly surpassing 2 million and ultimately reaching over 3 million before it stabilized. Little did these new readers realize that they had fortuitously followed the very Weibo account of the author. Even Yujichio was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. It seemed that he indeed had quite a number of fans. The following day, Yujichio preemptively contacted Yukaiwei, making his way once again to the Huahai Entertainment building. Although not an employee of Huahai Entertainment, Yujichio had become a familiar face due to his frequent visits, allowing him to bypass registration and gain immediate access. He headed directly to the luxurious recording studio to finalize the theme song for the film Goodbye X, seizing the opportunity while Yukaiwei was available. He intended to record a demo for submission. Lu Meikong had been particularly attentive to him, and Yujichio took the tasks assigned to him seriously, especially considering the remuneration of 300,000. Yukaiwei Songmei, along with music director Chen Haitao and a host of related recording personnel, had long awaited his arrival in the studio. Huahai Entertainment was placing significant importance on Yujichio's endeavors. Taken aback by the turnout, Yujichio chuckled, "Isn't this a bit excessive? The song isn't particularly challenging. I can just sing it casually." Laughter erupted among the group, with Chen Haitao chiming in, mainly, "Everyone is quite curious about what new work the author of the Diamond album songs has in store. Jichio, do indulge us a little." Yukaiwei gazed at Yujichio with curiosity, her beautiful eyes brimming with anticipation. Yujichio, not wanting to delay, took out the sheet music he had prepared in advance and handed it to Yukaiwei, softly saying, "Take a look." Yukaiwei eagerly accepted it, her eyes falling upon the paper, and her delicate lips parted as she read aloud the title of the song, Decent? Chapter 79. You want to sing and dance? Yukaiwei focused intently on the sheet music, her fair face increasingly reflecting her astonishment. The song's difficulty is minimal, and Yukaiwei quickly nodded to Yujichio, indicating her readiness. As she stepped into the recording studio, accompanied by the slightly somber and subdued piano accompaniment, her clear voice resonated. The opening lines of the lyrics are remarkably straightforward, combined with Yukaiwei's exceptional emotional control. And the title of the song makes it evident that this is a narrative about parting ways. With her lips parting gently and her breath steady, her singing was flawless. As she reached the line, "We are already adults, no debts or delays, wasting time is my own choice." Like actors taking a bow, watching the lights dim. Too late for a grand finale, let us retain the dignity of farewell. I loved you without regret and respect the conclusion of our story. She paused momentarily. The audience, immersed in the melody, felt a tightening in their hearts, eagerly anticipating the refrain. Breakups should be dignified. No one should apologize for what is owed. I dare to give. Thus I dare to shatter. Before the lens, we were once together, amidst applause and tears, leaving in a dignified manner, not betraying these years. The passionate, earnest moments of love should not let obsession ruin yesterday. I loved you, decisively and clearly. Yi Zhiqiu's heart raced as he listened, gaining a profound appreciation for Yu Tsaiwei's powerful voice. This song, Dignity, is a theme from a past film titled XX, Goodbye X. The melody is melodious and captivating. And while the original rendition, characterized by a slightly husky voice, evokes a sense of melancholy tinged with nonchalance, Yu Kaiwei's interpretation offers an entirely different experience. Her ethereal and crystalline voice, coupled with the heart-wrenching lyrics, imparts an exquisite, heart-rending sensation. As the first verse concluded, a charmingly plump assistant could no longer hold back her tears. The familiar streets now have different leads. I cry until I choke, heart aching as if to break free. Too late for a grand finale. Let us retain the dignity of farewell. I loved you without regret and respect the conclusion of our story. Yu Tsaiwei's voice continued. And as the emotional intensity of the lyrics deepened, a hint of warmth emerged. Meanwhile, Song Mei, Chun Haitao, and others observed with increasingly bright eyes. Song Mei occasionally glanced at Yi Zhiqiu, her expression tinged with sorrow. Breakups should be dignified. No one should apologize for what is owed. I dare to give. Thus I dare to shatter. Before the lens, we were once together, amidst applause and tears, leaving in a dignified manner, not betraying these years. The passionate, earnest moments of love should not let obsession ruin yesterday. I loved you, decisively and clearly. Goodbye, without regret for our meeting. As the final line of the first verse concluded, there was no need for a second repetition. Yu Kaiwei paused. Removing her headphones, she gazed outward, just in time to meet Yu Zhiqiu's approving thumbs up. As Yu Tsaiwei's eyes gently curved, her heart swelled with joy, and an involuntary smile graced her lips. Stepping out of the recording studio, Yi Zhiqiu approached her, exclaiming, "Perfect. Out of 10, I would give you 100. Humph, I would be foolish to believe you." Yu Kaiwei pouted, declaring, "With me at the helm, this song is surely a success. Now tell me, how will you express your gratitude?" Yu Zhiqiu paused for a moment, then promptly replied, "I owe you a meal. Such a golden opportunity should not be squandered." A glimmer of amusement flickered in Yu Kaiwei's eyes as she proudly retorted, "Now that is more like it. Hey, you too. This is a bit excessive, isn't it?" On the side, Song Mei watched the openly flirtatious exchange between them with a hint of exasperation. "Zhiqiu," she lamented, "it seems rather wasteful to use this song as a movie theme. Had I known earlier, I would have gladly paid 300,000 for it." Chen Haitao chimed in, "This song is remarkably mature in every aspect. It would serve perfectly as a lead single for an album. One cannot help but admire it. Yet again, a masterpiece, Xiao Yi." He jested. "While others toil over a single song, how is it that this kid can produce them effortlessly? Do you want this song as well?" Yu Zhiqiu chuckled, his curiosity piqued. "But, honestly, this style doesn't quite suit Kaiwei, does it?" Yu Zhiqiu was correct. While Yu Tsaiwei's rendition was indeed delightful, it was true that the song did not align with her persona. It was not merely a matter of style. Critically, Yu Kaiwei had never experienced love or the pangs of heartbreak. To genuinely convey the emotions embedded in Dignity, one must possess a certain depth of experience. Song Mei felt a pang of regret, lamenting, "There are other artists at Huahai Entertainment besides Weiwei. Even if no one fits perfectly, I would be content to purchase it just to have it." Yi Zhiqiu chose to overlook Song Mei's comment, quipping, "Come on. If I had a great song and you merely wanted to buy it for safekeeping, I could write an entire album that would terrify you." Song Mei was merely jesting. She certainly had no intention of infringing upon Lu Minkin's territory. As she copied Yu Kaiwei's earlier performance file, Yu Zhiqiu suddenly recalled something and turned to Yu Kaiwei, saying, "By the way, there's a favor I would like to ask of you all. I am looking for a dance instructor. Does Huahai Entertainment have such talent?" "Dance?" At this revelation, everyone present fell silent. "Who are you teaching? Yourself?" The assistant girl asked, bemused. "Of course not. Am I supposed to teach my daughter?" Yu Zhiqiu rolled his eyes. Naturally, he had no daughter, and the assistant chuckled awkwardly, her eyes widening in disbelief. Yukawa also regarded Yujichio with surprise, inquiring curiously. What prompted this sudden desire to learn dancing? Yujichio grinned and said, that fellow Wang Nansheng has issued a challenge, so I thought, why not join him in a grand performance next time? He is renowned for his singing and dancing, and it would be far more entertaining to best him in his own domain. Songmei blurted out, you can sing and dance? I've never heard of this before. This time, everyone was taken aback. Previously, Yujichio's compositions were either folk songs or pop music, predominantly emphasizing lyrics. Now, he expressed his desire to venture into singing and dancing, a significant shift in style that many found difficult to accept. If he were to master both singing and dancing, he would truly be a polymath. Yujichio helplessly remarked, it is precisely because I do not know how that I wish to learn. Songmei let out a sigh of relief and smiled, saying, there are certainly dance instructors available. Weiwei would suffice. But it mainly depends on which dance style you wish to learn. Huh. Yujichio turned to Yu Kaiwei in surprise. You can dance? The assistant interjected. Sister Kaiwei not only has a melodious voice, but is also adept at ethnic dance, having won awards for it. Yu Kaiwei nodded slightly, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Do you want to learn? I can teach you. It was quite unexpected that Yu Kaiwei could dance, especially since he had never seen it before. Yujichio imagined her graceful form performing ethnic dance, causing a rush of heat to rise in his nostrils, and he quickly declined. No need. I can't manage such a high level of difficulty. Just help me find, what is it called? A modern dance instructor. Chapter 80. Singing and dancing songs. Upon hearing Yujichio's refusal, Yu Kaiwei felt a tinge of disappointment. However, it was understandable. With only about a week left until the competition, it was unrealistic to expect Yujichio to learn ethnic dance. After contemplating for a moment, Yu Kaiwei suggested, let me recommend someone for you. With that, she pressed a number on her phone and, once the call connected, said, Yao Yao, could you do me a favor? Yes. Choreography. I'll be waiting for you at Huahai Entertainment. After hanging up, Yujichio curiously inquired, who is it? Tong Yao, my roommate, Yu Kaiwei replied with a smile. Yujichio was momentarily taken aback, recalling that he had seen her a few times. Tong Yao was quite a prominent figure at Huahai Media University, known for her stunning figure and straightforward personality. If it weren't for Yu Kaiwei, she would likely be a strong contender for the title of Campus Belle. She can choreograph? Yujichio was not particularly familiar with this classmate. Yu Kaiwei casually tucked her hair behind her ear and replied calmly. Yao Yao is majoring in modern dance. She is quite talented. In truth, Yu Kaiwei had ulterior motives. The company did have dance instructors, but they were all female, and she was reluctant to let Yujichio interact with them too much. However, Tong Yao was different. They were close friends who shared everything. And Tong Yao was aware of Yu Kaiwei's feelings for Yujichio, ensuring that she would not interfere. Moreover, having Tong Yao teach Yujichio how to dance had another advantage. Ah, I am truly clever. A glimmer of mischief flickered in Yu Kaiwei's eyes. Soon, Tong Yao arrived at the recording studio, dressed in comfortable athletic attire that, nevertheless, could not conceal her remarkable figure. Yujichio quickly greeted her. Hello, Tong Yao. Thank you for your assistance. No need for such formality. Since you are Weiwei's friend, just call me Yao Yao. Tong Yao waved her hand, and Yu Kaiwei naturally took her hand and said, Jichio mentioned that he wants to perform a singing and dancing routine in the next episode. So he called you here to help him choreograph the dance. After finishing her sentence, Yu Kaiwei discreetly winked at Tong Yao from a position where Yi Jichio could not see. Tong Yao understood immediately, her laughter bubbling forth in delight. When she turned around, her expression transformed into one of utmost seriousness as she curiously inquired of Yi Jichio, you want to sing and dance? Do you have any prior dance experience? No, Yi Jichio replied candidly. Tong Yao nodded, saying nothing further, but scrutinized Yu Jichio's figure with an appraising gaze before continuing. What style of music are you considering? Yu Jichio pondered for a moment and replied, something similar, with a relatively fast tempo. Tong Yao contemplated this and concluded that it was not particularly difficult. After all, singing and dancing inherently prioritize vocal performance, allowing for more leniency in choreography. Yu Jichio possessed broad shoulders and a slim waist, with an excellent body proportion that naturally facilitated graceful movements. With the addition of some small gestures, mastering a few minutes of performance would prove quite manageable. Since the next episode's performance is approaching, your time is quite limited. Surprisingly, Tong Yao exhibited a no-nonsense attitude regarding her profession, stating directly, let's play some music and listen. If we hurry, we can choreograph the dance today. Yushichio readily agreed. Looking around, she pointed to the Steinway piano in the recording studio and suggested, "Let me sing it live." With that, she walked toward the piano, casually handing a disc to the studio staff while giving a few instructions. Yushichio's actions left everyone present in utter bewilderment. What is going on? Aren't you supposed to be singing and dancing? Why the piano? No one could fathom how the piano could be connected to a hip-hop style song. Tong Yao blinked in surprise and glanced at Yukiwei, who gently shook her head. Her expression filled with anticipation as she looked at Yushichio seated at the piano. The song, the new voice, resonated through the air, as Yushichio's long fingers began to dance across the black and white keys. It was revealed that the new voice was a song performed by a singer named Lu Xianhua in her previous life. The powerful rhythmic electronic music harmonized with the piano, creating an addictive melody that had been adapted into multiple languages, marking it as a phenomenon in the music world. Everyone was aware that this song featured a segment of repetitive two-syllable piano notes before the vocals commenced. However, there existed another version of the piece, one that included an extravagant piano solo lasting several dozen seconds. Yushichio personally favored this version, as the initial solo seamlessly transitioned into the subsequent electronic music, creating a striking contrast that elevated the performance. The new voice did not impose stringent time constraints on performances, as long as they remained within reasonable limits. Therefore, if time permitted, Yushichio inclined towards showcasing the second version. A brilliantly intricate piano solo captivated everyone in the recording studio, leaving them in a state of rapture, yet exchanging perplexed glances, their expressions deepening with confusion. Where was the promised singing and dancing? At that moment, Yushichio's fingers gracefully swept across the piano keys, ascending from low to high, and she finally uttered the first line of the lyrics. Yukiwei raised an eyebrow. This line was delivered in a vocal style that hovered between her natural and falsetto voice, a technique Yushichio had never employed before. Suddenly, Yushichio exerted a slight force with both hands, amplifying the arc of her movements, and forcefully pressed down on the keys. The two notes echoed repeatedly, with an intensifying piano melody that struck the heart with a powerful rhythm, causing everyone to feel a jolt within. In the second line, Yushichio fully embraced her falsetto. At this moment, the electronic accompaniment played by the staff commenced. Like a cat trapped in a cage, unable to escape, much like being stuck on a roadway, immobile. Unable to move, the exit remains unseen on this bewildering avenue. The broken path lacks coordinates, devoid of guidance. The distinctive vocal timbre, combined with the vigorous melody, unleashed an auditory impact akin to a whirlwind, sending shivers down the spines of all present. Tong Yao's eyes sparkled brighter, her body instinctively swaying to the rhythm. Feeling an overwhelming surge of inspiration, unable to resist the urge to choreograph for this song. As the performance concluded, Yushichio paused and asked, "Is the song approximately all right?" Turning to face the group, she was startled by the intensity of their wide-eyed expressions. "Beautiful," was Yukiwei's succinct appraisal. "Yushichio, honestly, you should sign with our company." "Feel free to propose any conditions," Song Mei sighed. Music director Chen Haitao shook his head, a wry smile on his face. He was thoroughly impressed by Yushichio's talent. "I'm in. Let us start rehearsing the dance right away," Tong Yu exclaimed, brimming with excitement. "Ah, by the way," Yushichio suddenly recalled, "I have a few ideas for the stage design. Could you assist me with that?" Chapter 81. The unexpected choreography for the song. The original stage production was already quite explosive. A direct adaptation would not be out of the question. However, Yushichio only remembered the general framework of the dance, and she knew she could not replicate the specific movements. Moreover, considering the song's vocal difficulty, it was not particularly challenging. Yushichio had undergone rigorous training under Lu Mikan, making her capable of handling the singing aspect. In a singing and dancing performance, breath control is paramount. To execute a complete and stable presentation on stage, one must possess good physical stamina, and the choreography must align with the song's unique character. This is why Yushichio sought assistance in choreography. After all, she was not a professional. Based on her recollection, Yushichio shared the general concept of the dance and highlighted a few key explosive movements. Tongyo, initially indifferent, found her eyes widening in disbelief, ultimately regarding Yushichio with an expression of utter astonishment. "Is it not good?" The piercing gaze of Tongyo sent shivers down Yushichio's spine, as she felt a pang of guilt. Tongyu sighed and remarked, "It's not that it's bad. Rather, it's exceedingly good. Yushichio, please be honest with me, have you truly never studied dance or choreography before?" Yushichio, relieved, scratched his nose and chuckled. Beside them, Song My, Yu Kaiwei, and others grew increasingly astonished, their imaginations running wild with the dance scene Yi Zhiqiu had described, sending a collective shiver through them. If it were performed flawlessly, it would undoubtedly set the stage ablaze. I even questioned the necessity of my own existence, Tong Yao lamented. You've already envisioned the entire framework of the dance. Let us proceed, as you suggested. To be candid, your creativity far surpasses my own. It's simply outrageous, playing the piano, composing, singing, and now dancing. Is there anything you cannot do? After a moment's thought, Tong Yao said, within the framework, I can assist you in designing the specific movements. Let us go. To the dance studio. Though her own role had been significantly diminished, Tong Yao's enthusiasm remained undeterred. Imagine witnessing the birth of a remarkable piece of art. It is indeed a gratifying experience. I want to be joining Yao Yao. I entrust this to you. Yu Kaiwei smiled. Rest assured, I've got this. Tong Yao waved her hand, winking at Yu Kaiwei and silently mouthing 3 words. Boyfriend. Yu Kaiwei's cheeks flushed as she watched the two exit the recording studio. Tong Yao appeared quite familiar with the layout of the Huahai Entertainment Building, leading Yi Zhiqiu up the stairs to an empty dance studio among a row of them. Come, follow me in a few movements. Let us assess your fundamentals. As they commenced, Tong Yao's small face took on a serious demeanor, exuding the essence of a true instructor. With each movement that Tong Yao demonstrated, Yi Zhiqiu mimicked her. Although Tong Yao wore loose cotton athletic wear, the twisting of her body revealed astonishing curves that were nothing short of mesmerizing. As the complexity of the movements escalated, Yi Zhiqiu found himself increasingly overwhelmed. The struggle stemmed not only from physical exertion but also from a dual torment of mind and body. Amaba, do not gaze upon indecent sights. She is Yu Kaiwei's close friend, Yi Zhiqiu thought to himself. Though he felt no particular inclination towards Tong Yao, he was, after all, a vigorous young man. And it was quite the challenge to suppress his awareness of her alluring figure. All right, stop, Tong Yao declared after a series of movements had been executed. A fine sheen of sweat had formed on her forehead. Not bad, surprisingly so. Your flexibility and coordination are commendable, she exclaimed with delight. This makes things considerably easier. Yi Zhiqiu also exhaled gently. He had nearly faltered during the last few movements, but managed to persevere. His consistent exercise routine had fortified his stamina, and he felt invigorated. Having gauged Yi Zhiqiu's general capabilities, the next step was to choreograph the dance. True to her professional caliber, Tong Yao, within a mere half-hour, had beautifully arranged the entire dance based on the framework proposed by Yi Zhiqiu. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that the difficulty is not insurmountable, remaining well within Yi Zhiqiu's capabilities. Following this is the practice session, where Yi Zhiqiu dances while Tong Yao offers guidance from the side. The more she observes, the more Tong Yao is impressed. Teaching a talented and gifted student who grasps concepts effortlessly brings her a sense of accomplishment. Stop, Tong Yao suddenly interjects. Yi Zhiqiu halts, looking at Tong Yao in confusion, as her previous movements were flawless. Tong Yao continues, you learn swiftly, but there is one crucial aspect to bear in mind. On stage, the dynamics of singing and dancing differ significantly from mere singing, particularly in the interaction with the camera. For instance, in your last performance of People Like Me, while seated, you were relatively stationary, allowing the camera to find you. However, in a dance performance, you are in constant motion. The camera will track you, but you must be mindful of your interaction with it. Simply put, you must showcase your most appealing side to the lens. Tong Yu cites an example of Wang Naching, who, despite being rather unpleasant, is evidently a product of rigorous professional training. To triumph over him in the realm of dance, you must heed this advice. Otherwise, no matter how well you dance, it will not resonate with the audience. Yi Zhiqiu experiences a moment of clarity, realizing the truth in Tong Yao's words. Grateful for having chosen the right mentor, she acknowledges that Tong Yao not only possesses an exceptional talent for choreography, but also boasts extensive stage experience that can help her navigate potential pitfalls. She comprehends the significance of a teacher, no matter how gifted an individual may be. It is through the guidance of a distinguished mentor and diligent training that true potential is realized. However, such esteemed teachers are often not easily attainable, as is the case with Lu Mekong and Tong Yao. These connections are part of a valuable resource for Yi Zhiqiu. A significant portion of the worth in signing with an entertainment company lies therein. Unbeknownst to her, Yi Zhiqiu has contemplated all of this in a short span of time. Tong Yao positions herself a couple of steps away from Yi Zhiqiu, instructing, imagine me as the camera, focus on finding your center, and I will follow your movements. Stop. Here, increase the range of your motions. Tong Yao meticulously corrects each of Yi Zhiqiu's movements, and as her instructions seem less intuitive, she steps forward to assist physically. Yu Zhiqiu, tall and imposing, necessitates Tong Yao to lean slightly forward to reach her shoulder. In that moment, Yu Zhiqiu feels a wave of warm air brush against her face, and glancing down inadvertently, she catches sight of Tong Yao leaning forward, her short-sleeved shirt revealing a stunning, accentuated silhouette. Wow! Yi Zhiqiu gasps, quickly averting her gaze. Maintain this angle, do you understand? Tong Yao notices Yi Zhiqiu's somewhat unnatural rigidity and looks up to inquire. Realizing Yi Zhiqiu's peculiar expression, Tong Yao instinctively glances down, and in that instant, the carefree Tong Yao comprehends the situation, retreating swiftly by 2 meters. Chapter 82. The Smoke Before Recording Part 1. Both individuals found themselves in an awkward predicament. However, Tong Yao, embodying the essence of a robust and straightforward woman, quickly regained her composure. Do you find me attractive? She inquired unexpectedly, catching Yu Zhiqiu off guard. I'm asking if you think I'm pretty, she clarified, puffing out her chest with a playful wave of motion. Wow, this girl is quite bold. Yet, Yu Zhiqiu recognized the peril of the question and decisively replied, I see nothing at all. Tong Yao scrutinized him with suspicion for a few moments, but Yu Zhiqiu maintained a steadfast expression. Humph, you're perceptive enough, she scoffed. Before her mood shifted drastically from gloomy to cheerful as she grinned, not bad, you've passed my preliminary test. Otherwise, I wouldn't permit your pursuit of Wei Wei. Yi Zhiqiu's face flushed with embarrassment, and he blurted out, I'm not. I didn't Don't say such things. Tong Yao rolled her eyes dismissively. Stop pretending. I saw you escorting Wei Wei back to her dorm last time. Don't even try to deny it. Unless your orientation is unusual, I refuse to believe you have no feelings for her. Yi Zhiqiu's complexion turned sheepish, yet he stubbornly retorted. Accompanying a classmate home at night out of courtesy doesn't imply anything, does it? Really? Tong Yao gazed at him quizzically for a moment before exclaiming, fine. I'll tell Wei Wei that you were secretly watching me. Don't. Yi Zhiqiu's expression shifted to one of alarm. Tong Yao chuckled triumphantly. And you claim you have no interest? Yu Zhiqiu opened his mouth to protest, but ultimately conceded. All right, I was wrong. I do have feelings. Humph. Men. Tong Yao lamented with exasperation. At what stage are you? Have you yet to confess? In my view, you are failing miserably. Yu Kaiwei is the dream girl of countless admirers, and you, so close to her, still don't know to act promptly. Are you waiting for someone else to take her from you? With each point she made, Yu Zhiqiu's embarrassment deepened. Tong Yao, undeterred, continued her analysis. Listen to me. Based on my years of friendship with Wei Wei, she definitely has feelings for you. At the very least, she doesn't dislike you. Here's a secret. Wei Wei has a slight obsession with cleanliness, having never dated before and never even held a boy's hand. However, didn't you hold her hand while filming The Wind Rises? You embraced each other. Her comfort with physical contact means something, don't you realize? Tong Yao, increasingly agitated, exclaimed, You foolish boy. Others have made their feelings so evident. Surely you can't expect the girl to confess first. I understand that. Yu Zhiqiu hesitated. But wouldn't it be too early to confess now? With so many fans, revealing a relationship would have a significant impact, wouldn't it? Perhaps it would be better to wait until I achieve some success before declaring my feelings. You're being foolish. Tong Yu sighed dramatically, scolding him. Isn't that merely your own assumption? How do you know that Wei Wei cares about such things? As she transformed from a choreographer into an emotional mentor, Tong Yao spoke earnestly. Women are inherently emotional beings, especially affluent ones. They don't concern themselves with your wealth or status. Rather, they value genuine feelings. Moreover, regardless of your circumstances, they can be deemed tolerable at best. If your intention is to earn enough to match Wei Wei before confessing your feelings, it is likely that Wei Wei's family will not be available for quite some time. It would be wiser for you to return and rest. Tong Yao's words, imbued with sincerity and reason, left Yu Zhiqiu momentarily stunned. Is it truly so? It appears to hold a semblance of truth. While Yu Zhiqiu may possess the ability to compose songs and write novels, genuine romantic experience is rather scant. As for Qin Yuan, she had been a prolific author in her previous life, lacking any real romantic encounters. Although she harbored thoughts of pursuing Yu Kaiwei, it was merely based on second-hand knowledge from her past life. Tong Yao's remarks today indeed served as a slight awakening. Tong Yao, this girl is quite significant. She and Yu Kaiwei share an unbreakable bond of friendship. Aligning her as an ally could yield fruitful results. Realizing this, Yu Zhiqiu became engrossed in their discussion. neglecting to practice dance. Glancing around, she hurriedly fetched a folding stool and said with eagerness, "Teacher Yao Yao, please take a seat." "So, according to your guidance, what should I do now?" Tong Yao let out a playful huff, casually crossing her arms and settling down with a smile. Striving to maintain a serious demeanor as she said, "That's the spirit. Listen to me." Yi Zhiqiu nodded vigorously, and the two embarked on another session of training. Later that night, upon returning to the dormitory, a fatigued Tong Yu collapsed onto her bed. "Ah, I'm utterly exhausted," she exclaimed, disregarding all decorum. Yu Kaiwei, having arrived a moment earlier, approached with concern. "How did it go?" "That rascal?" Tong Yao replied weakly. "Yi Zhiqiu? Quite well, actually. Her foundation is solid, and her aptitude is commendable. Have you not seen her progress thus far? Rest assured, the performance will not be an issue." Yu Kaiwei paused, discontented. "Is that all?" Feigning ignorance, Tong Yao asked, "What else is there?" Yu Kaiwei's face flushed, growing impatient. She reached out to tickle Tong Yao, exclaiming, "Stop pretending. Did you not take the opportunity to nudge that blockhead? Ha ha ha, don't make me say it. I'm begging you." Tong Yao, extremely ticklish, pleaded. Yu Kaiwei ceased her antics. Gazing at Tong Yao with anticipation, Tong Yao, equally exhilarated, recounted how she assisted both Yu Kaiwei and Yu Zhiqiu, including Yu Zhiqiu's reactions. Of course, she omitted the minor incident of her wardrobe malfunction, blushing at the memory. Thankfully, the previous commotion had been so intense that Yu Kaiwei had not noticed. Ultimately, Tong Yao concluded, although that lad may be dense, he is not beyond hope. He is likely on the verge of enlightenment. According to my estimations, your days of remaining single are numbered. Yu Kaiwei's eyes sparkled with delight, eagerly absorbing the information, but upon hearing the final remark, she scoffed. "Humph, perhaps not. After all this time, that blockhead still hesitates to confess, making no moves whatsoever. It's infuriating. Yao Yao, I must trouble you this time." Tong Yu sighed and remarked, "I truly cannot comprehend why a single person like me must assume the role of a matchmaker. Ah, how I yearn for a romantic relationship." Yu Kaiwei's cheeks flushed slightly as she hastily comforted her. "Yao Yao, you are the best." In the following days, Yu Zhiqiu spent nearly all her time in the dance studio of Huahai Entertainment, tirelessly training under Tong Yao's guidance, perfecting her dance moves to the point where Tong Yao finally deemed her ready to debut. Additionally, she found time to deliver the song Dignity, recorded with Yu Kaiwei's assistance, to Lu Mincan, who, after a single listen, approved it without hesitation and forwarded it to the production team of Goodbye X. Subsequently, the recording of the 4th episode of Sing Out New Voice was fast approaching. Chapter 83, The Pre-Recording Tension, Part 2, in Jing City, during the evening, at the hotel reserved for the Sing Out New Voice production team. After airing 2 episodes and with the trending topics on Weibo gaining traction, the show's popularity had surged dramatically. The entrance of the hotel was overcrowded, filled with cameras and reporters from numerous media outlets, alongside a throng of curious fans, creating a veritable sea of humanity. The hotel had to dispatch security personnel to maintain order and prevent unauthorized individuals from entering, but the chaos outside was beyond their control. A taxi pulled into the temporary parking lane, catching the attention of numerous journalists and fans, who craned their necks to see who would emerge from the vehicle. It was Li Su, dragging her suitcase from the back seat. A collective sigh emanated from the crowd. However, even the scant material was better than nothing, prompting several entertainment journalists to quickly snap a few photos. She was the roommate of Yu Zhiqiu. Someone shouted, igniting a spark of excitement among the reporters, as several microphones were thrust toward Li Su. "Hello, contestant Li Su. What are your thoughts on the upcoming battle format? Wang Nanqing has issued a challenge to Yi Zhiqiu. Do you think he will accept? Who do you believe will emerge victorious?" The questions came rapid fire, nearly all centered around Yu Zhiqiu, leaving the shy Li Su at a loss for words. Just then, a Mercedes-Benz pulled up to the curb, and a man in a suit quickly exited the passenger seat. Waiting by the rear door, curiosity piqued. Could this be one of the mentors? The crowd gazed on with intrigue. A man with a somewhat delicate appearance stepped out. It was Wang Nanqing. "Oh my goodness. Wang Nanqing. I love you. Darling, you are the best." Among the throng gathered outside the hotel, there were evidently many fans of Wang Nanqing, all of them young women, whose shrieks erupted upon seeing him. The entertainment journalists, even more excited than the fans, rushed towards Wang Nanqing, leaving Li Su momentarily abandoned. Dozens of microphones and recording devices crowded around Wang Nanqing. "Mr. Wang Nanqing, what are your views on the upcoming competition? You have summoned Yi Zhiqiu. May I inquire if this is due to personal grievances?" It is rumored that a conflict arose between you two during the inaugural episode. As of now, Yi Zhiqiu has not responded through any media channels. Do you believe he will accept your challenge? Yi Zhiqiu's prowess has been evident in the previous 2 episodes. Do you possess confidence in yourself? In the face of tenacious reporters, Wang Nanqing displayed a remarkable composure, clearly indicating his training. Shifting his gaze slightly, he focused on a media outlet associated with Yinghong Entertainment. With a smile he deemed flawless, he stated, "The videos circulating online are indeed real, but they do not signify anything. I harbor no personal animosity towards him. Yi Zhiqiu is a formidable opponent. Naturally, one must select the strongest contender for a challenge, which is precisely why I have issued my challenge. I sincerely hope you will accept. Finally, regarding the upcoming competition, allow me to share a little secret. My performance will not consist of a song and dance number, but rather a lyrical ballad. I hope to engage in a fair confrontation in the domain where Yi Zhiqiu excels." "Thank you." With every word Wang Nanqing uttered, the eyes of numerous entertainment reporters gleamed with excitement, while fans nearby were in a frenzy. "Ah, how handsome. You are the best, and you will surely advance. Regardless of the song you perform, we support you." This is sensational news. Everyone is aware that Wang Nanqing's forte lies in song and dance, making him the sole performer of this type in the program. Yet, he audaciously chose to sing a lyrical piece to confront Yi Zhiqiu directly. Where does he derive such courage? However, the reporters were indifferent to the outcome. They were merely thrilled by the spectacle, ensuring ample material for their stories. Achieving his objective, Wang Nanqing smiled and waved at his fans, eliciting another wave of cheers before contentedly entering the hotel. A throng of reporters, visibly exhilarated, remained gathered at the hotel entrance, awaiting the arrival of the other principal. Yi Zhiqiu, lacking social media presence and a manager, and with his mode of transportation uncertain, rendered his itinerary a mystery. Yet, they knew that if they lingered at the hotel entrance, they would eventually encounter him. After nearly an hour, another taxi pulled into the temporary lane. The reporters, feeling disheartened, glanced at it without moving. Such occurrences had transpired 3 times already, none of which involved Yi Zhiqiu, and the crowd was growing weary. It's already 8 in the evening. We haven't eaten yet. Could he arrive any sooner? Or perhaps, that fellow must have already arrived? Impossible. They had been stationed here 2 days in advance. At that moment, a pair of long legs emerged from the taxi, followed by the tall figure of a man with a backpack. It was the tardy Yi Zhiqiu. What on earth? Upon stepping out and yawning, Yi Zhiqiu was taken aback by the exaggerated scene before him. A solitary figure locked eyes with a throng of people, and amidst Yi Zhiqiu's astonished gaze, a multitude of entertainment journalists shimmered with a predatory glint, their expressions contorting as they lunged towards him. Before Yi Zhiqiu could fully comprehend the situation, he found himself enveloped in a sea of bodies. What on earth? If Yi Zhiqiu were to characterize the scene, it would resemble the most congested subway car during the morning rush hour, where even breathing felt arduous. Microphones and recording devices surged towards him like a swarm, and he felt the sharp jab of someone's pen, likely belonging to an excessively myopic individual, thrust into his nostril. "Mr. Yi Zhiqiu, may I ask?" The barrage of questions from the reporters descended upon him like a tempest, leaving his ears ringing. Attempting to leverage his relatively robust physique to extricate himself from the crowd proved futile. Each time he managed to push through one person, another swiftly filled the gap. "Let me through. If not, I shan't answer a single question." Yi Zhiqiu, overwhelmed with frustration, let out a resounding roar towards the heavens. Perhaps the intensity of his outcry momentarily subdued the reporters as they exchanged glances and reluctantly stepped back a fraction, yet they still encircled him, wary of his escape. Yi Zhiqiu took several deep breaths, utterly disheveled. His hair was tousled, his clothing rumpled, and his shoes were nearly dislodged, having been trampled by the crowd. His expression darkened as he hopped on one foot to secure his footwear, gruffly asserting, "Questions, raise your hands to ask." Instantly, a row of hands shot up. Yi Zhiqiu pointed to one. A bald, middle-aged man with a plaid shirt and thick glasses beamed with excitement, thrusting his recording device towards Yi Zhiqiu's face. "Hello, Sun Entertainment. What are your thoughts on Wang Nanqing's challenge?" The recording device glinted with a hint of luster, unmistakably the same pen that had earlier intruded upon Yi Zhiqiu's nostril, causing his complexion to turn an ashen green. "What are my thoughts? Check it on your phone." Next, Chapter 84, The Brutal Reality of Humanity. This response left the bald man momentarily flabbergasted. It was the first time he encountered a contender who so blatantly disregarded the unspoken rules. The other reporters, however, were undeterred by his reaction. eagerly raising their hands once more. May I ask, what is your response to Wang Nanqing's challenge? Will you accept? Silence enveloped the crowd as they awaited Yujichio's answer. They had already envisioned how to compose their articles, should he agree to the challenge. It would incite a frenzy of publicity, while a refusal would be even more sensational. Yet, Yujichio was not one to fall into such traps. With a sly grin, he replied, I heed my mentor Yu Kaiwei's counsel. This depends on her strategic deployment. Next question. The multitude of journalists stood frozen, exchanging bewildered glances. A singular thought racing through their minds. Goodness, this fellow is quite formidable. The third individual randomly selected was a youthful author with a fresh complexion. Evidently new to the industry, who eagerly inquired, Mr. Yujichio, you have garnered quite the fan base, yet you lack any official social media accounts. Are you considering launching a Weibo profile or something similar? Yujichio casually remarked, no. Next, just a reminder, that S3 already. The numerous journalists were taken aback, casting furious glances at the young reporter who had just asked the question. Look at the inquiries being posed. You've squandered an opportunity. The fourth individual selected, considerably more seasoned, promptly inquired, Mr. Yi, Wang Nanqing has stated that there are no personal grievances between you, yet the video released earlier suggests otherwise. Is it true that there is no conflict between you? Many journalists nodded slightly, recognizing the depth of the question, which struck at the heart of public interest. Otherwise, how would they craft their articles? Yujichio did not disappoint the assembled journalists, responding directly, there is no conflict, but I must admit I find him displeasing. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd of reporters, their excitement palpable. Unlike Wang Nanqing's impeccably official responses, this young man was audacious. He was still young, and being so conspicuous in this industry could easily invite controversy. Many journalists mused, though their hands moved swiftly to jot down notes. Yujichio, however, remained composed, indifferent to how the journalists would portray his words. He was not an idol, free from the burdens of public persona, unbound by conventional expectations. As a journalist was called upon, they hastily posed a long-prepared question. What genre will your song be in this round? Wang Nanqing has stated that his piece is a lyrical song, hoping for a direct confrontation in your area of expertise. Do you feel confident? Oh, that's indeed newsworthy. Yujichio raised an eyebrow, surprised that Wang Nanqing had aligned his intentions with his own. He would pursue a lively performance, while Wang focused on lyrical expression, perfectly contrasting their styles. Yet, his surprise was minimal. Wang Nanqing's choice of song held no bearing on him. Yujichio replied, if he is doing lyrical, I'll opt for a lively performance instead. And, no, I'm not confident. He silently added, not confident in him. The journalists were momentarily stunned, their expressions reflecting disbelief. What? You're doing a lively performance? They largely dismissed Yujichio's statement, treating it as a jest, given the stark contrast to his previous performances. All right. That concludes my responses. Please do not impede my departure. Ignoring the journalists who wished to continue, Yujichio waved his hand and proceeded towards the hotel. The crowd, though disappointed, felt they had gathered ample material for the day and finally parted to allow him passage. Just as he was about to exit the throng, a voice from the edge of the crowd called out, Mr. Yujichio, I am a fan of Zhu Xian. The author of Zhu Xian has repeatedly voiced support for you on Weibo. Could you share your relationship with him? Yujichio paused, turning to face the questioner. It was a female reporter who had been unable to penetrate the crowd. Her expression one of urgency. A fan of the book? That warranted a response. Yujichio casually replied, the author of Zhu Xian? I can confirm that I know him. The young woman, initially devoid of hope, was taken aback by Yujichio's actual response, her face lighting up as she pressed on, have you met him in person? What does he look like? Huh, what can I disclose to you? Yujichio silently scoffed, contemplating for a moment before responding with a serious expression, I have seen him. He is quite the handsome figure. The girl was taken aback, exclaiming, no way. Currently, the community of Zhu Xian enthusiasts has nearly reached a consensus that, even if the author is a young individual, he must certainly be an exceedingly greasy and unattractive person. After all, what sane individual would choose a name as narcissistic as the arsonist of affection, the dream of 900 million young girls? As the saying goes, the more one lacks something, the more one desires it. Thus, this speculation holds considerable validity. Is my image among fellow readers truly that poor? Yujichio casually remarked. Believe it or not, I'll let you in on a secret. The author will appear at the program's venue tomorrow. Just look for the most handsome one when the cameras roll. The girl paused, then exclaimed in delight, really? The author of Zhu Xian is a real-life friend of Yujichio, and will be at the recording to support him. This is monumental news for Zhu Xian readers. While the girl remained excited, Yi Zhiqiu had already entered the hotel. That night, the interview regarding Yi Zhiqiu and Wang Nanqing outside the hotel had already exploded across the internet. Wang Nanqing, elegant and composed, stated that he held no personal grudges against Yi Zhiqiu. The challenge was merely to confront the strongest opponent. Yi Zhiqiu, brimming with hostility, bluntly expressed his disdain for Wang Nanqing, claiming that before the competition even began, the latter was already at a disadvantage. This was released by Sun Entertainment, the same one who had shoved a recording device into Yi Zhiqiu's nostrils and received a less than pleasant reaction. Wang Nanqing made a breakthrough, opting to forego singing and dancing this episode, intending to contend with Yi Zhiqiu through a heartfelt ballad. Yi Zhiqiu disclosed that the author of Zhu Xian would be present at the recording to witness the event. From the incident of Yi Zhiqiu's altercation to Wang Nanqing's challenge, their feud has been simmering on Weibo for the past 2 weeks, becoming a major highlight of singing out new voices. Yi Zhiqiu's candid remark about disliking Wang Nanqing quickly sparked heated discussions. Such a lack of decorum. Compared to Wang Nanqing's grace, this is incredibly disappointing. Unrefined contestants should withdraw. Who do you think you are? Await your elimination at the hands of Wang Nanqing. This was the sentiment of Wang Nanqing's fans, however. Many others expressed their admiration for Yi Zhiqiu. What's wrong with that? I find it quite genuine. I simply find him unlikable, such is the reality of life. Well said. Nowadays, there are too many celebrities spewing insincerities. I prefer his straightforwardness. Haha, doesn't he even have a manager? His shoes nearly came off. How tragic. However, within the realm of 900 million young girls' dreams on Weibo, the focal point of everyone's attention was on the latest news. The author truly knows Yi Zhiqiu and intends to appear at the venue to watch the competition. Chapter 85, The Stage is Set, Part 1. Are you kidding me? The author is a handsome figure? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. No wonder he posted on Weibo this morning about a hiatus. It turns out he was going to watch the competition. The author will indeed be present at the Singing Out New Voices program. Are there any brothers present? Please find him. To those on site, I would like to ask for your assistance in bringing some local specialties to the author. For the first time, we have acquired the author's precise location, and the readers of Zhu Xian are ablaze with excitement, fervently discussing how to draw him out at the venue on Weibo. The key issue is that we do not even know what the author looks like. To the one above, are you foolish? Singing New Voices was pre-recorded. They filmed the 4th episode while the 3rd episode will only air tomorrow, creating a gap of 1 episode. Not necessarily. Has anyone noticed that the author takes a leave of absence every other week? If we consider the timeline, it aligns almost perfectly with the recording schedule of the show. Upon further reflection, are you suggesting that Yi Zhiqiu attends every recording of the program to support the author? This is highly probable. They must have some connection. The contestants have a limited number of audience tickets available for each live event. Brothers, I will be on site tomorrow, so you need not worry. I shall endeavor to locate the author without fail. The Weibo account of the dreams of 900 million young girls has erupted in discussion due to a remark made during Yi Zhiqiu's interview. At this moment, Yi Zhiqiu has chosen to remain inconspicuous. On the day of recording, at the Beijing television building, the waiting area for contestants is sparsely populated, with many seats left vacant. The atmosphere this time is markedly different, as most contestants were solemn expressions. The theme for the 4th episode is individuality, which, while not overly challenging, has instilled a sense of urgency due to the one-on-one elimination format. Advancing from 12 to 8, losing in the 11 duels does not necessarily mean elimination, but it comes perilously close. Before the program commences, the chief director, Liao Tao, announces the order of appearances and scoring criteria. The duel begins with the teams of Li Guojian and Chun Dan, followed by the contest between Yu Caiwei's team and Li Kuan's team. The production team is evidently aware of the episode's biggest draw, as they have decided to place the showdown between Yi Zhiqiu and Wang Nanqing as the grand finale. In terms of scoring, to ensure fairness, this episode has introduced a professional judging panel composed of 100 media personnel and musicians, in addition to the mentors and on-site audience. The mentors of the competing teams will not participate in the scoring, and the final scores for the contestants will be calculated based on a 3-3-4 ratio from the professional judges, the on-site audience, and the mentors respectively, with the higher score prevailing. Yi Zhiqiu finds it perplexing that Liao Tao, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, frequently casts his gaze in his direction while speaking, adopting a remarkably amiable tone. Just last round, he seemed to have set a trap for him. Why the sudden warmth now? The competitive format of the teams is indeed effective, as the atmosphere is charged with tension from the outset of the recording, with the audience lively and engaged. Yi Zhiqiu pays little attention to the other contests. But to his surprise, Ding Jie has been eliminated. Upon her return to the waiting area, Yu Zhiqiu and Li Su approach her to offer comfort. It's all right. I'm already quite satisfied to have come this far. Ding Jie feigns nonchalance, though her voice betrays a hint of emotion. If it weren't for you, little Yi, I would have been eliminated last episode. I am content. Yi Zhiqiu fell silent. To be fair, Ding Jie was not wrong. Her opponent was Wang Nanqing, a music producer of some repute within the industry, possessing formidable overall strength. Had it not been for Yi Zhiqiu, it was highly likely that he would have claimed first place in the program, and Ding Jie's defeat would not have been unjust. After so many episodes of recording, Yu Zhiqiu had developed a favorable impression of this bold and loyal woman, who had often stood up for her. However, Yu Zhiqiu was not particularly adept at offering consolation. Instead, Ding Jie, regaining her composure, jokingly remarked, "All right, don't be so melancholic. It's just a matter of waiting for the group assignment. I have not been eliminated yet. You haven't competed yet either, so make sure to win." Yi Zhiqiu nodded, but said nothing. On the sidelines, Wang Nanqing scoffed, a glimmer of disdain flickering in his eyes. Win against him? Dream on. This time, he held a song crafted by the lyrical genius Huang Xishan, brimming with confidence, determined to trample Yu Zhiqiu beneath his feet. At last, it was time for the competition between Yu Caiwei's team and Li Kuan's team. Before the official performance, there was a selection segment to determine who would take the stage first. The backdrop of the stage was designed to resemble an arena, with Yi Zhiqiu and Li Su from Yu Caiwei's team, and Wang Nanqing along with a female vocalist from Li Kuan's team stepping forward. Based on the comprehensive scores from the previous episode, Li Kuan's team, as challengers, sent out their contestant first. Li Kuan was quite decisive. He had been attentive to the happenings outside and knew what the audience anticipated most, so he directly sent Wang Nanqing to the stage. "Now, please have the mentor Yu Caiwei send out her contestant to face the challenge," announced the host. With those words, all eyes turned to Yu Caiwei. Would it be Yu Zhiqiu? The female vocalist from Li Kuan's team was particularly anxious, as she absolutely did not wish to face the formidable Yu Zhiqiu. "Wait, host. May I say something?" Before Yu Caiwei could respond, a voice interrupted, drawing everyone's attention. It was Wang Nanqing, grasping the microphone from the host. He fixed his gaze on Yi Zhiqiu and declared, "Yi Zhiqiu, do you dare to battle me?" The moment his words fell, the venue erupted with gasps and cheers, igniting a wave of excitement. A direct challenge. Such a rivalry was electrifying. Yu Caiwei's expression remained impassive, as cool and composed as ever, her gaze directed towards Yu Zhiqiu. This was her way of handing the choice to Yu Zhiqiu. Before Yu Zhiqiu could respond, the audience erupted in a cacophony of shouts. Go, Wang Nanqing." The majority of the audience was neutral. It seemed to be Wang Nanqing's fan club. "Accept his challenge." Yu Zhiqiu's expression turned peculiar. Such shouts could easily be misconstrued. "Yu Zhiqiu, where is that dog author? Tell me, was that a book fan?" Unable to resist glancing at the person shouting, she saw a burly man, towering at 180 centimeters and weighing 180 kilograms, making her feel a twinge of unease, prompting her to swiftly avert her gaze. Wang Nanqing's eyes were sharp, yet inside, he felt a surge of anxiety. Would this kid actually back down? The company has spent a considerable sum to acquire songs from Huang Xishan, and if Yu Zhiqiu truly refrains from performing, it would all be in vain. The chief director, Liao Tao, could hardly contain his excitement, already envisioning the explosive impact of the upcoming broadcast. "Come forth," he beckoned, his calm voice not disappointing the audience. Wang Nanqing's face radiated with joy. "But first, let us interview the two mentors before the competition. What do you have to say about your respective contestants' performances?" Mentor Li Kuan, the host, seasoned in controlling the flow of the program, expertly heightened the audience's anticipation. Chapter 86, An Explosion of Excitement. Part 2, Zhiqiu is an exceptionally talented songwriter, and his performances in the previous episodes have been nothing short of remarkable. It is no exaggeration to assert that I consider him the finest among all the contestants. His works, both in lyrics and composition, exhibit remarkable maturity. Li Kuan's remarks left the audience momentarily stunned. "Aren't you Wang Nanqing's mentor? Even if you admire Yu Zhiqiu, why elevate him so highly before the competition?" However, as expected, a twist was forthcoming. Li Kuan smiled gently and remarked, I was initially surprised by Nanqing's decision to refrain from performing his familiar singing and dancing style. However, after witnessing his work, I have revised my perspective. I can confidently say that he will undoubtedly astonish everyone. Let us await the surprise. Li Kuan's words elicited astonishment from the crowd. Those involved in rock music often possess a somewhat cynical disposition, and Li Kuan himself was known for his fiery temperament in his youth. Furthermore, he had no need to excessively praise Wang Nanqing. Does this imply that Wang Nanqing's song is genuinely exceptional? Mentor Li Kuan's unwavering confidence in his contestants' work has only heightened our anticipation. The host chuckled and turned to Yu Kaiwei now. May we have your thoughts on the upcoming performance, Mentor Yu? Yu Kaiwei pondered for a moment and replied earnestly, this song is quite innovative. It is a piece unlike any other. I invite everyone to appreciate it. Yu Kaiwei's statement left the audience perplexed. Li Guojian laughed and said, unprecedented? That seems rather exaggerated. Having been in this industry for so many years, I have heard countless songs, certainly not fewer than 8,000. I must admit I am skeptical. However, Jiqiu's earlier performances were truly stunning, so I hope to be proven wrong. Chen Dan glanced at Yu Shiqiu, curiously asking, has anyone noticed that Xiao Ye's attire is a bit different today? Is he really planning to perform something unusual? Only then did the crowd pay attention to Yu Shiqiu's outfit, which was typically simple, consisting of plain shirts and casual trousers. Today, however, he had broken from tradition, donning a sleeveless black jacket that accentuated his muscular arms, and he had styled his hair distinctly. The overall appearance bore a slight resemblance to hip-hop fashion. Could the rumors from yesterday's interview be true? Was Yu Shiqiu indeed going to sing and dance? The audience quickly shook their heads, casting aside this absurd notion. Thank you. Mentor Yu Kaiwei and Mentor Li Kuan. Anticipation for the upcoming competition has reached a crescendo. As the atmosphere warms, the host makes a timely entrance, first inviting Wang Nanqing to the stage. Taking a deep breath, Wang Nanqing strides to the center, the lights gradually dimming, only to be replaced by a stunning backdrop illuminated in beauty. I long to embrace this world, he announces softly, eliciting a wave of cheers from the audience. As the performance commences, it is undeniable that Wang Nanqing's delivery is remarkably steady. This song undoubtedly constitutes a masterpiece. Its warm melody and intricately woven lyrics, under Wang Nanqing's interpretation, move some female audience members to tears, as captured by the cameras. As the performance reaches its zenith, Wang Nanqing kneels, his voice soaring heavenward, filling the stage with palpable emotion. When the final note fades, the venue erupts with the most fervent applause of the day. Exchanging glances, judges Li Guojian and Chen Dan exhibit a flicker of surprise and curiosity in their eyes. Wang Nanqing's performance has genuinely exceeded their expectations. This is not to say the song lacks merit, but rather that I long to embrace this world is pinned with such artistry that it seems beyond his usual capabilities, diverging significantly from his previous dance tracks. Neither judge underestimates Wang Nanqing, for both are seasoned veterans in the music industry, having encountered countless creators. They can discern an artist's strengths and weaknesses at a glance. However, Li Guojian and Chen Dan choose to remain silent. In the Sing Out New Voices program, every song performed must be free of copyright disputes and entirely owned by the contestants, even if a hidden genius were behind it, legally and nominally. This song belongs to Wang Nanqing. During the judging panel, Li Guojian and Chen Dan evaluate the piece solely on its own merits, bestowing it with high praise. Ultimately, Wang Nanqing garners an impressive score of 94 for I Long to Embrace This World. As the score is announced, gasps of astonishment ripple through the audience. Yu Shiqiu is left in suspense. This is the first thought that crosses everyone's minds. Wang Nanqing, unable to suppress his joy, casts a challenging glance at Yu Shiqiu as they pass by each other in the exit. Study well, learn well, Yu Shiqiu's voice resonates, but Wang Nanqing, momentarily taken aback, sees her figure receding into the distance. A storm of anger brews within him, his expression darkening. Let us see how long you can remain arrogant. In the intervals between performances, the stage lights dim for nearly 10 seconds to allow for set changes, causing a flicker of uncertainty among the crowd. Why is the wait so prolonged? Just as impatience begins to mount, the lights illuminate once more, revealing a piano. Bewilderment washes over the audience. The stage remains shrouded in darkness, with only a solitary beam of white light illuminating Yu Shiqiu, who sits before the piano, making him the focal point of the entire performance. Against the backdrop of the pitch-black stage, the title of the song is projected on the screen. Many in the audience whisper its name, their expressions filled with intrigue. An English song? Or perhaps a piano rendition? No one anticipated that Yu Shiqiu possessed the skill to play the piano, if memory serves. He is the first contestant brave enough to perform live at the piano in this competition thus far. Li Guijin, an accomplished pianist himself, sits up slightly, brimming with excitement. In the contestant waiting area, the other competitors gasp in astonishment at the scene unfolding on stage. Little Yi can play the piano? Ding Jia, momentarily forgetting her sorrow, asks Li Su beside her with a bewildered expression. Li Su, equally taken aback, shakes her head and replies, "But brother, you will surely be fine." Just after finishing his own performance, Wang Nanqing's expression tightens as he fixates on the stage, his thoughts racing. Playing the piano? Merely a gimmick, he muses. Though he can play as well, he has the self-awareness not to dare take the stage for a solo. The piano, often hailed as the king of instruments, is not to be trifled with. A flawless performance is sure to enhance one's standing, yet a misstep could significantly diminish the entire act. At this moment, as Yushichio's elegant fingers descend upon the keys, the sound of the piano fills the air. From the very first note, it is an explosive revelation. Chapter 87. A Showstopper, Part 2, A Display of Skill. Splendor. As the piano reverberates, this singular thought races through everyone's mind. In the spotlight at center stage, Yi Zhiqiu leans slightly forward on the piano bench, his long fingers dancing gracefully over the keys. When he reaches the higher octaves, his left hand gracefully crosses over his right, and his fingers intertwine, as if they are dancing across the black and white keys. In this moment, Yu Zhiqiu completely transforms the impression he had left in previous performances. The depth he conveyed while singing Ordinary Road, the emotional intensity in Mercury Record, and the carefree spirit of People Like Me have all vanished. Now, as he plays on stage, he exudes confidence and exuberance, as if proclaiming to everyone, "This is the true me." The piano solo extends for half a minute, devoid of any lyrics, yet not a single soul in the audience voices a complaint. His fingers glide across the keys, the piano solo momentarily pausing, enveloping the venue in silence, save for Yi Zhiqiu's gentle breaths. Has it come to an end? The audience, momentarily relieved, feels a twinge of longing, almost forgetting that this is a musical program. Suddenly, in the next instant, a dazzling array of lights erupts on stage, and Yi Zhiqiu's fingers strike the keys once more, the melody resonating like a heartbeat. Unbeknownst to anyone, several robust figures dressed in black materialize around Yi Zhiqiu. As the first beat drops, all the individuals in dark attire spring into action, executing synchronized dance moves. Could it be accompaniment dancers? All eyes were fixed on the unfolding spectacle, with spectators, judges, and contestants alike wide-eyed in anticipation. As Yushichiyo began to play, the first line of the lyrics resonated through the air. Despite his slightly eccentric tone, it sent a shiver of electricity through the audience, raising goosebumps on their skin. In the next moment, Yushichiyo abruptly halted his performance, rising to his feet, and with a graceful leap, he ascended onto the piano. Trapped like a cat in a cage, unable to escape, just like being stuck in a traffic lane, immobile. As Yushichiyo stood atop the piano, mirroring the dance moves of the four accompanying dancers clad in black below, the audience finally grasped the gravity of the performance. In an instant, a thunderous roar of applause erupted. Li Kuan sprang from his seat in the judges' panel, while Li Guijin and Chen Dan exchanged bewildered glances, both reflecting shock in their eyes. Singing and dancing? Is it truly a fusion of both? Even more astonishing was the seamless integration of classical piano with contemporary dance music. The collision of the most traditional instrument with the most novel musical form was utterly harmonious rather than jarring. On the contrary, it was explosively captivating. Among the crowd, Yu Kaiwei remained the calmest of them all, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she observed Yi Zhiqiu on stage. I still cannot see the way on this bewildering path, lost without coordinates. By the second line, Yushichiyo had leapt down from the piano, singing as he glided to the center position that had been reserved for him. The beautiful past can no longer be found. I have no choice but to run fast. Now, after a crisp and decisive passage, tension gripped the hearts of the audience. Here it comes. Suddenly, a more explosive drumbeat resonated, and Yu Zhiqiu spread his arms wide, his long legs executing a dazzling scissor step in rhythm. His presence eclipsed that of the four professional dancers behind him. I am still trying to find the real me lost along the way, seeking a path away from you, who no longer feels genuine. Let me distance myself from the future and promises we once made, which you have long discarded and forgotten, while I remain here, still here, to everyone's astonishment. Even as he danced, Yu Zhiqiu's singing remained remarkably steady. As the chorus concluded, the first section of the song came to an end without a moment's pause, seamlessly transitioning into the second. Wow, Yu Zhiqiu, Ah, the deafening cheers surged once more, with nearly all the audience rising to their feet, fists pumping in fervent excitement. In the contestants' waiting area, without exception, all stared agape, their mouths slightly ajar, entranced by Yi Zhiqiu on stage. What is singing and dancing? This is what it truly means. Originally, many believed that among all the competitors, Wang Nanqing was the only one embodying the genre of singing and dancing, while Yu Zhiqiu triumphed solely through his talents in lyrics and composition. However, it has now become evident that Yu Zhiqiu's reluctance to engage in such performances was not due to inability, but rather a matter of disdain. It is apparent to discerning observers that Wang Nanqing's prior performances paled in comparison to the caliber of Yu Zhiqiu's singing and dancing. At this moment, Wang Nanqing's complexion had turned ashen, rendering him incapable of rational thought. How can a prisoner escape? How can I find the strength to break free from these shackles? I have long been trapped in this prison, enduring the torment of repetitive days, feeling as if I am on the brink of madness and must escape. The beauty of the past is irretrievable. There are no more choices. I should run now. As the second chorus arrived, beads of perspiration glistened on Yu Zhiqiu's forehead, and the thin white shirt clung to his body, outlining his well-defined abdominal muscles. The audience, particularly the female attendees, were moved to tears not by the emotional weight of Wang Nanqing's song, but rather by the exhilaration evoked by Yu Zhiqiu's performance. Let me forget. Let me forget. Please allow me to forget. Let me forget. Grant me liberation. Grant me liberation. How do I leave? How do I leave? At this juncture, Yi Zhiqiu paused his dance, raising one hand slightly, and unleashed a resounding high note that reverberated throughout the venue. It spanned nearly 3 octaves. In the judges' panel, Li Guojian gasped in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had not anticipated that Yu Zhiqiu possessed an unparalleled talent for high notes in addition to his singing and dancing prowess. Previously, he had considered Yu Zhiqiu's vocal skills to be mediocre at best, something that could be improved with practice. However, the extent of one's vocal range is solely determined by innate talent, not merely through diligence. This time, Yi Zhiqiu's performance showcased not only the song and his singing techniques, but also an element of surprise that left the audience awestruck. Following an intense sequence of singing and dancing, the 4 backup dancers came to a halt. Yu Zhiqiu walked slowly to the piano, droplets of sweat cascading from his hair, and stood there, his slightly lowered hands resting on the keys. After a melodic refrain that echoed the beginning, the performance concluded. The stage lights dimmed once more, leaving a solitary beam focused on Yi Zhiqiu at the center. The stage fell silent for a brief moment, only to be met with an eruption of cheers and applause that nearly shook the venue. Chapter 88. Recording concludes as the lights brightened again. A breathless Yu Zhiqiu offered a slight bow. The cheers and applause persisted for nearly half a minute, only calming down after the host, his face flushed, called for order 3 times. Thank you, Yu Zhiqiu, for your extraordinary performance. The host took a deep breath and continued. Now, let us invite mentors Li Guojian and Chen Dan to provide their critiques of this song. Li Guojian and Chen Dan exchanged glances, both letting out a simultaneous sigh. You go first, Li Guojian graciously offered. Chen Dan cast a penetrating gaze at Yu Zhiqiu and remarked, Xiao Yi, you are not being honest. This statement momentarily startled Yi Zhiqiu, leaving him with a face full of questions. Chen Dan jested. Others on the show are eager to showcase their lifelong learning, fearing they might miss the opportunity. I had always thought you were a sensitive soul, adept at writing lyrics and melodies. Yet here you are, with your piano, singing and dancing, and that high note at the end. How could you have concealed it until now? What other hidden talents do you possess? Come clean. The audience erupted in good-natured laughter. Chen Dan's words were clearly a veiled compliment, her tone brimming with admiration. Yu Zhiqiu could only manage a wry smile, quickly responding. I truly have nothing else, Danjie. My lifelong learning amounts to just this much. There simply wasn't an opportunity to showcase the piano before. The song wasn't suitable. As for singing and dancing, I had no intention of hiding it. I only learned it last week. This revelation left everyone present in disbelief. Such blatant humility. To have mastered singing and dancing to such a level within a week. How could others possibly compete? In the candidates area, several competitors exchanged peculiar glances at Wang Nanqing, who now appeared quite pale. Chen Dan, equally flabbergasted, waved her hand and chuckled. All right, let us return to discussing the song itself. In truth, there is not much more to say. The atmosphere here speaks volumes about the song's quality. From every conceivable angle, this song is impeccable. Among similar songs in the entirety of Huaxia, It is the finest I have encountered thus far, without exception. A wave of gasps rippled through the audience at Shindan's high praise. Essentially, she had declared that Yujicho's song was the pinnacle of the genre in Huaxia. With a calm demeanor, Shindan showed no concern for the potential offense her words might cause. At her age and standing, she felt no need to temper her opinions for the sake of others. After her critique, Yujicho offered a slight bow in gratitude, maintaining a serene expression. He understood that Shindan's evaluation was far from hyperbolic. This song had, in a previous life, been translated into 4 languages and had ranked prominently on charts across various countries, marking it as a phenomenon. When it was time for the second mentor's commentary, Li Guijian suddenly said, "Yujicho, could you kindly perform the piano solo from the beginning once more?" Yujicho was taken aback but readily obliged, sitting back at the piano. The exquisite melodies filled the air once again. "Perhaps it is due to my age," Li Guijian remarked with a complex expression. "But I personally do not favor dance-pop songs and am not well-versed in creating such works. Yet today, Yujicho, you have taught me a valuable lesson. The fusion of piano pieces with dance songs has finally led me to grasp the meaning behind Mentor Yu Saiwei's pre-competition statement that this is an unprecedented song. It is a work of genius, and my appraisal of this song ends here." In the contestant zone, every word spoken by Li Guijian seemed to drain the color from Wang Nanqing's face. "Thank you to both mentors for their insightful critiques." The host reappears. And we now move on to the scoring segment. Before this phase, we invite another contestant, Wang Nanqing, to take the stage. As Wang Nanqing re-enters the spotlight, he markedly contrasts with Yujicho's calm demeanor, as he visibly lacks the joy he had just displayed after his performance. The backdrop is divided in two, with Wang Nanqing on one side and Yujicho on the other. The live audience and the professional judging panel complete their scoring, and the computer automatically calculates Yujicho's overall score, which is displayed beneath his name. In mere seconds of calculation, the atmosphere becomes tense, with everyone holding their breath. Wang Nanqing, drenched in nervous sweat, fixates on the screen. A flash of light appears, followed by an audible gasp from the audience. The overall score, 96 points. In this round, Yujicho emerges victorious. Consequently, Wang Nanqing finds himself in the uncertain zone. The contestant area erupts in astonishment. 96 points is undoubtedly the highest score recorded since the program's inception. This does not imply that this song surpasses Yujicho's previous works, but it is indisputable that this performance has achieved the most explosive stage effect thus far. Unlike Mercury's record, which possesses a somewhat subdued style requiring a certain level of appreciation and understanding, this song offers the audience an immediate sensory experience and impact, naturally resulting in a higher score. Alas, Wang Nanqing's legs weakened, nearly causing him to falter. At that moment, he could no longer discern the host's words, as he vacantly returned to the waiting area. Upon his return, many contestants cast sympathetic glances toward him. Such misfortune. Why did he stubbornly choose Yujicho as his rival? To be defeated in his strongest domain is nothing short of a devastating loss. Following this competition, many contestants began to contemplate who might emerge as the runner-up. After Yujicho's performance, the final clash between Li Su and her opponent felt rather lackluster. Li Su narrowly claimed victory by a single point. Thus, Li Kuan's team faced total annihilation, his expression darkening to that of charcoal. Ultimately, the 6 defeated contestants in the uncertain zone would be deliberated upon by 4 judges, who would decide on 2 revival spots. Among them was Wang Nanqing. A decision met with unanimous agreement. To be fair, had he not encountered Yujicho, his performance of the song "I Long to Embrace This World" would have assuredly secured him first place. Regrettably, Ding Jie did not receive a revival, and the second spot went to a singer from Shindan's team. As she departed, the forthright diva's eyes glistened with tears, and with a smile, she embraced Yujicho and Li Su, bidding them farewell, which momentarily constricted Yujicho's heart. Subsequently, the exuberant director Liao Tao, whose grin seemed to stretch from ear to ear, announced the creative theme of fireworks to the remaining 8 contestants. Simultaneously, due to a scheduling conflict with the New Year holiday, the recording period was extended by 2 days, meaning that the next episode would be filmed only after the 4th episode aired. With the additional time for rest and contemplation, the contestants unanimously agreed. Thus, the recording of the 4th episode of Singing New Voices concluded. Chapter 89. Farewell to the former crew after the completion of the 4th episode's recording. Yujicho did not rush back to Huahai City. The following day, he arrived at a recording studio located within the film and television city on the outskirts of Shanjing City. This film and television city is one of the prominent hubs in Huaxia, integrating tourism, film services, and cultural entertainment. It is here that Farewell to the Former is being filmed. Yi Zhiqiu came to this place following a call from Lu Mingkong the previous night, who informed him that the filming of Farewell to the Former was nearing completion, yet there was a minor issue regarding the recording of the interlude. It was said that when the director Zhang Kong received the demo of the song Decent from Lu Mingkong, he was utterly captivated, exclaiming his immense satisfaction. Initially, the crew intended for the lead actress Li Wenwen to perform this song, as she, despite being an actress, possessed commendable singing skills, making it another promotional asset for the film. However, as the recording commenced, director Zhang Kong changed his mind. Over 3 consecutive days of recording, he remained dissatisfied, feeling that Li Wenwen failed to convey the emotions embedded in the song. Although it was feasible to forcefully include Li Wenwen's rendition, Zhang Kong was reluctant to settle for less. Ultimately, he placed a call to Lu Mingkong, courteously seeking assistance. Upon learning that the song's true composer, Yi Zhiqiu, Lu Mingkong's student, happened to be in Shanjing City, Zhang Kong was overjoyed, leading to Yi Zhiqiu's arrival at the crew. Guided by an assistant, Yi Zhiqiu entered the recording studio. Inside, a few individuals were scattered about, with the focal point being a middle-aged man wearing a baseball cap, approximately in his 40s. Accompanied by a stylishly dressed man and woman, presumably actors from the film, these 3 were likely the main figures in the room. The young woman had red, puffy eyes, while the man was continually offering comfort. The assistant whispered something into the ear of the cap-wearing man, who cast a surprised glance at Yi Zhiqiu. The middle-aged man warmly rose to his feet, extending his hand and saying, "You must be Xiao Yu. Professor Lu has spoken highly of you, truly. You are young and talented. I apologize for the inconvenience of your visit, but we find ourselves in a bind, and your arrival is exceedingly timely. Thank you so very much. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhang Kong, the director of Farewell to the Former. In the entertainment industry, there are indeed layers and hierarchies. There exists a saying, to sing is to excel in acting, which generally implies that singers are often overshadowed by actors, and television actors are deemed inferior to those in film. Zhang Kong is a well-known director in the domestic sphere, holding a respectable position. Thus referring to Yi Zhiqiu as Little Yi is entirely justified. However, this hierarchical classification is merely a broad generalization and does not apply to the pinnacle figures in the music and film industries. For instance, Lu Mingkong, Yi Zhiqiu's mentor, although primarily engaged in music, occupies a scholarly stature within the industry, making it impossible for many actors to compare themselves to him. Yi Zhiqiu's status as Lu Mingkong's acknowledged student explains Zhang Kang's courteous demeanor upon their first encounter. Yi Zhiqiu politely shook Zhang Kang's hand and responded, "Director Zhang, you are too kind. It is only natural. I will do my utmost. Please let me know how I can assist. I appreciate your straightforwardness." Zhang Kong remarked with a smile, not rushing to discuss business. Instead, he introduced Yi Zhiqiu, saying, "Allow me to present our leading man, Qin Ge, the male actor. Quite handsome and approximately 1.8 meters tall," nodded slightly at Yi Zhiqiu. Next, Zhang Kong introduced the leading lady, Li Wenwen, who was set to perform the song Dignity. The girl's eyes were slightly red, filled with curiosity as she gazed at Yi Zhiqiu. "Attention, everyone." Zhang Kong clapped his hands. "This is the creator of Dignity, the remarkable talent Yi Zhiqiu. Our savior has arrived. Let us all muster our energy and ensure we record the song within the stipulated time frame to avoid delaying post-production." Despite Zhang Kang's authoritative presence, the young age of Yi Zhiqiu elicited a flicker of skepticism in the eyes of those present, yet no one dared voice their doubts, all nodding in agreement. Unexpectedly, upon hearing the name Yi Zhiqiu, Li Wenwen's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed, "It's really you, Yi Zhiqiu." Everyone's attention was drawn to her, and Zhang Kong, taken aback, asked, "Do you know Little Yi?" "Of course." Li Wenwen replied enthusiastically, "You are a contestant from Singing New Voices, right? I watched the first 2 episodes and especially loved your song Mercury Memoir. I can't believe I'm meeting you in person today." The others remained puzzled, prompting Zhang Kong to inquire, "I apologize. I'm a bit out of the loop. I only know that Little Yi is a student of Professor Lu Mingkong. Is he really that famous?" "Absolutely." Li Wenwen recounted with fervor, "Director, you may not be aware, but he is a formidable contestant on Singing New Voices, having his compositions reach the new song charts for 2 consecutive episodes. Recently, he also penned the title track for Yu Tsaiwei's Diamond album, The Wind Rises." With Li Wenwen's explanation, the crowd gradually came to understand, and their gazes toward Yi Zhiqiu shifted significantly. Talented and capable individuals earn respect wherever they go. Even Chingu, the leading man, was momentarily taken aback, his previously indifferent gaze now tinged with scrutiny. Yi Zhiqiu was equally surprised to discover that the leading lady was indeed one of his admirers, and he graciously expressed his gratitude. Zhang Kong chuckled. I didn't realize that little Yi is also a major singer. That gives me even more confidence. Shall we begin? Yi Zhiqiu nodded slightly and suggested. Let the singer perform first, shall we? Li Wenwen naturally had no objections. Taking a deep breath, she approached the microphone and donned the headphones. After the rendition of Decency concluded, Li Wenwen anxiously gazed at the composed Yi Zhiqiu. To be fair, her vocal abilities were indeed commendable. Her projection and pitch were on par with those of professional singers. However, she faced a significant dilemma. What do you think? Zhang Kong also turned his attention to Yi Zhiqiu and remarked, Speak openly, Xiaoya. We invited you here to identify issues, so please refrain from offering vague comments. Yi Zhiqiu pondered his words carefully before addressing Li Wenwen. Miss Li's vocal skills and techniques are undoubtedly sound. May I ask, have you ever experienced a heartbreak? Li Wenwen was taken aback, her cheeks flushing slightly as she replied shyly, No, I haven't. I've been too busy with filming to have a relationship. Yi Zhiqiu nodded and candidly told Zhang Kong, Director Zhang, allow me to share my perspective on this song. Decency embodies a sense of sorrow intertwined with a carefree spirit, primarily expressing the regret and heartache of a heartbroken individual who must reluctantly let go of a lost love. The issue likely lies here. Miss Li has not undergone the profound pain that accompanies a breakup, and mere imitation will always fall short. Moreover, to be frank, Miss Li's voice is too bright, making it somewhat unsuitable for this genre of music by nature. Chapter 90. The tearful performance. To speak plainly, there is little room for improvement in her singing technique. Even singing 100 more times would yield the same results. With each word Yi Zhiqiu spoke, Li Wenwen's complexion grew paler, and by the end, she was biting her lip tightly, her eyes reflecting a deep sense of unwillingness. She truly adored this song. As the leading actress of this film, she was thrilled at the prospect of singing it, having received director Zhang Kang's approval, nearly leaping with excitement. Yet, after numerous attempts, the meticulous director continued to shake his head in disapproval, and Li Wenwen was already feeling quite disheartened. Learning that Decency was penned by the original artist she greatly admired, Yi Zhiqiu, and that he had come to offer guidance in person reignited her hope. Surely he could assist her in satisfying the production team, right? To her dismay, Yi Zhiqiu turned out to be the one who dashed her hopes. Observing director Zhang Kang's increasingly bright eyes and thoughtful nods, it was evident he wholeheartedly agreed with Yi Zhiqiu's assessment. Exactly, Zhang Kong exclaimed, clapping his hands in excitement. I always sensed something was amiss, yet couldn't quite pinpoint it. Xiaoya, you have hit the nail on the head. Your insight is invaluable. Indeed, different fields can feel like different worlds. Inviting you here was the right decision. Zhang Kong unabashedly expressed his admiration for Yi Zhiqiu. At this moment, Li Wenwen could no longer contain her tears, which cascaded down in strings like pearls. Oh dear, Wenwen. Please don't cry. The male lead, Chingu, quickly pulled a tissue from his pocket and offered it to her, his expression and gestures exuding utmost care. Li Wenwen's tears fell more rapidly. Oh dear, why does this girl cry so easily? Yi Zhiqiu was taken aback, feeling somewhat at a loss. He had been careful with his words, yet he did not anticipate such an outburst. It's all right, Wenwen. Whatever he says, we shall believe it. Who says you are not suitable? I think you sing exceptionally well, Chingu consoled her repeatedly. Besides, if we can't sing, then we simply won't. What's the big deal? You love singing, and when the time comes, I'll let you choose a few songs from my company to perform. Chingu's voice was unrestrained, and everyone in the room could hear him. The expressions on their faces turned peculiar in an instant. This was clearly a direct challenge to what Yi Zhiqiu had just stated. Yi Zhiqiu raised an eyebrow, feeling a bit displeased. It was evident from earlier actions that Chingu had an interest in Li Wenwen, but why drag him into it? Chingu, how can you speak like that? Before Yi Zhiqiu could respond, Zhang Kong interjected angrily. Faced with Zhang Kang's reproach, Chingu shrugged apologetically, disdainfully curling his lips, not sparing Yi Zhiqiu a glance. His arrogance fully on display. In his view, he was a rising star in the film industry, earning nearly 10 million for a film, which was likely enough for someone like Yi Zhiqiu, a mere original singer, to earn in a lifetime. He felt there was no comparison. Thank you, Chingu. I realize it is my own issue, Li Wenwen said, her emotions settling as she turned to Yi Zhiqiu with an apologetic demeanor. I'm sorry. I was just too eager to sing well, I got a bit emotional earlier. Yi Zhiqiu waved his hand, appreciating that Li Wanwan was polite. Qin Gu snorted disdainfully, feeling there was nothing more to say. Zhang Kong sighed. Xiao Yi, are you saying there is no way around this? Alas, I still feel a bit reluctant. I have a premonition that if this song is sung well, it will greatly enhance the film. If I had known, I would have invited you sooner. Now it's too late to switch singers. Zhang Kong, indifferent to Li Wanwan's feelings, candidly expressed his regret, leaving her downcast. Suddenly, Yu Zhiqiu had a moment of inspiration and said, perhaps I have someone in mind. Zhang Kang's face lit up with joy. Who? Which singer? However, Zhang Kong hesitated for a moment, then smiled wryly. Xiao Yi, to be honest, the budget for the film has been quite tight. I really can't afford a famous singer. Yi Zhiqiu replied with a smile. That won't be a problem. It's a friend of mine who hasn't signed with the company yet. She is also a contestant from Singing Out New Voices. I believe her voice is well suited for this song. If director Zhang doesn't mind, I can invite her to give it a try. Upon hearing this, Zhang Kong breathed a sigh of relief and quickly responded, is your friend in Beijing? Hurry and bring her over. Not signed with a company, an amateur singer, what does that signify? It means affordability. Hiring a renowned singer for recording would cost at least 6 figures, but an amateur singer would be at least 10 times cheaper. The sole concern lingering in Zhang Kang's mind was whether the friend Yu Zhiqiu mentioned would be up to the task. A subtle doubt clouded his thoughts, however. Yi Zhiqiu did not strike him as someone who would speak frivolously. After all, it was merely a trial, and he had little to lose. He might as well treat this like a dead horse being prodded back to life. Yu Zhiqiu nodded and said, certainly, Director Zhang. I'll make a call. Indeed. The friend Yu Zhiqiu referenced was Ding Jie, who had recently been eliminated from the show Singing New Voices. Ding Jie's style was undoubtedly suited for the song Decent. Her voice possessed a unique quality, imbued with a natural huskiness, and compared to Li Wanwan, Ding Jie exuded a notable maturity. Her demeanor suggested that she was a woman who had navigated the complexities of life and had stories to tell. Yu Zhiqiu perceived that although Ding Jie initially sought to befriend her in hopes of receiving assistance during the program, it became evident through subsequent interactions that Ding Jie was a person of deep loyalty, willing to speak on behalf of her friends. Thus, if the opportunity arose, Yi Zhiqiu would not hesitate to lend her support. As far as Yi Zhiqiu recalled, Ding Jie was a resident singer at a bar, a typical representative of those who had migrated to Beijing in pursuit of their dreams. True to expectation, upon Yi Zhiqiu providing the address, Ding Jie promptly responded that she would arrive in 30 minutes. After informing Zhang Kong, he had no objections. After all, they were already committed to this endeavor today, and he could afford to wait a few minutes. During the waiting period, Qin Gu continued to fawn over Li Wanwan, who seemed rather uninterested in advancing their relationship. Maintaining a polite demeanor, Yi Zhiqiu had no interest in such gossip and engaged in casual conversation with director Zhang Kong, discussing the plot of Farewell to Exes. To Zhang Kang's surprise, as their discussion progressed, his eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he exclaimed, I must say, Zhiqiu, your understanding of this film surpasses that of many actors in my group. Some of your insights are genuinely constructive. What a pity, had I met you sooner, I would have considered casting you in a role. Please, Director Zhang. I'm more adept at writing songs than acting in films, Yu Zhiqiu replied, waving her hands dismissively. She was acutely aware of her own capabilities and recognized the futility of attempting to earn beyond her expertise. Zhang Kong chuckled, growing increasingly appreciative of the talented yet pragmatic Yi Zhiqiu. As their rapport deepened, he even began to refer to her as Zhiqiu instead of the more formal Xiao Yi. At that moment, Yi Zhiqiu's phone rang, and she answered the call. Little Yi, where are you? I've arrived, came Ding Jie's boisterous voice. That was quick, Yi Zhiqiu noted. Having called less than 25 minutes ago. My friend is here. I'll go greet her, she informed Zhang Kong as she made her way towards the door. Outside the recording studio, Ding Jie appeared as ever, clad in a leather jacket, black stockings, and knee-high boots, embodying a mature and sultry style. Though her makeup was applied, traces of tears from the previous day were still evident, and her eyes appeared slightly puffy. Upon seeing Yu Zhiqiu, Ding Jie playfully teased, So, little Yi, are you hoping to take me on a date? There was no need to choose such a place. It was rather unfortunate for someone who had just been eliminated to arrive at the recording studio. You're overthinking it. Follow me. Yu Zhiqiu rolled her eyes and turned back. Hey, wait for me. Ding Jie hurriedly followed, muttering as she walked, You have no understanding of cherishing beauty. The shoes I'm wearing have heels, you know. Do you look down on me? I know you have a fondness for Yu Kaiwei. But you haven't won her over yet, have you? Not even a chance to practice. Yi Zhiqiu, helpless, recognized that Ding Jie had returned to her chatty self, indicating that the elimination had indeed left her largely unscathed. Noticing Yi Zhiqiu's indifference, Ding Jie, feeling somewhat embarrassed, finally asked earnestly, seriously, why did you call me here? Are you in need of assistance with recording? You spendthrift, this recording studio is quite expensive. I know a few affordable ones in Beijing that I could take you to. We have arrived, Yi Zhiqiu stated as they reached the indoor set of the production. Ding Jie halted in her tracks, peering around Yi Zhiqiu's towering figure, and was taken aback upon seeing Zhang Kong, Qin Ge, Li Wenwen, and others in the room. Without unnecessary words, Yi Zhiqiu succinctly introduced, Director Zhang, this is my friend, Ding Jie. She then turned to Ding Jie and continued, Ding Jie, this is Director Zhang Kong of the currently filming movie Farewell, my ex, along with the crew members. I composed a theme song for this film, decent, but Director Zhang has yet to find a suitable vocalist. I believe your style would be quite fitting for this song. So I recommended you to give it a try. Zhang Kong, polite and affable, smiled and said, so you're Xiao Ding, is it? Thank you for coming. Zhiqiu has highly recommended you, and I am quite eager to hear you. Li Wenwen regarded Ding Jie with curiosity, her eyes reflecting a hint of understanding. Ding Jie, stunning in appearance and figure, was undoubtedly a beauty, yet her style was entirely different from Li Wenwen's. Could it be that such a style is what is needed to perform decent well? Qin Ge, upon noticing Ding Jie, brightened and stepped forward to introduce himself. Hello. I am the male lead, Qin Ge. At that moment, Ding Jie was utterly dazed, extending her hand to shake Qin Jie's. He smiled charmingly, giving a gentle grip before releasing her, his graceful demeanor a stark contrast to Yi Zhiqiu's entrance. Just as Qin Ge was about to say more, Ding Jie snapped back to reality and quickly addressed Zhang Kong. Director Zhang, I apologize. After blurting out that somewhat nonsensical comment, Ding Jie abruptly pulled Yi Zhiqiu aside. Qin Jie's smile faltered. Yi Zhiqiu, once outside, Ding Jie, flushed with excitement, lowered her voice and exclaimed, what on earth is going on? Yi Zhiqiu was bewildered by Ding Jie's sudden outburst and replied, what do you mean? Singing. I just mentioned it, didn't I? I wrote a song for them and need a suitable person to sing it. You came to mind as a perfect fit, so I recommended you. Silence enveloped the room as Ding Jie fixed her intense gaze upon Yi Zhiqiu, causing him to feel an unsettling chill. What are you doing? He exclaimed, startled. Suddenly, like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, Ding Jie leaned in, her crimson lips dangerously close to his face. Fortunately, Yi Zhiqiu reacted swiftly, instinctively turning his head away. And a wave of sweet fragrance enveloped him as her lips brushed past, releasing a warm breath against his skin. That was close. His heart raced, narrowly escaping the ambush. As Ding Jie missed her mark, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Little Yi, thank you, she said earnestly. You are the first person to treat me this way. This opportunity means the world to me. Yi Zhiqiu managed a wry smile. Ding Jie, please don't get too carried away. This is just an audition. It's not certain that you'll be selected yet. Ultimately, it's up to the director. Ding Jie's enthusiasm began to settle, and she tucked her slightly disheveled waves behind her ear, her gaze resolute. I understand, but I believe in you, little Yi. If you say I'm suitable, then I have no doubt. It was hard to understand why Ding Jie was so elated. Yi Zhiqiu had enjoyed a smooth journey thus far, aided by figures like Lu Mingqian, Yu Kaiwei, and Huahai Entertainment, giving him a head start that surpassed 99 of singers. Of course, this was also a reflection of his undeniable talent. Yi Zhiqiu had never experienced the struggles that underprivileged singers like Ding Jie faced. For her, performing a song from a blockbuster film was an almost unimaginable opportunity, which explained her earlier exuberant gesture. Once again, they stepped into the recording studio, where Ding Jie shyly offered her apologies, her tone still slightly reserved. Zhang Kong, ever gracious, waved his hand dismissively, signaling that it was of no concern. Let us begin. Yi Zhiqiu handed her the sheet music for decency, briefly explaining the song's background and performance requirements. Li Wenwen, intrigued, leaned in closer to listen attentively, while Zhang Kong nodded along, clearly pleased with Yi Zhiqiu's explanation. All right, I'm ready, Ding Jie declared, positioning herself before the microphone in the recording booth. Taking a deep breath, she steeled her resolve. As the prelude began, she lightly tapped her foot on the floor, allowing herself to relax with the rhythm. Don't pile on nostalgia, turning the plot into melodrama. After loving deeply for years, why ruin the classics? We are all grown up, free of debts. Wasting time is my own choice, like an actor watching the lights dim at the curtain call. As the first line of lyrics spilled from Ding J's slightly husky, languorous, and sensuous voice, the audience was taken aback. As she continued to sing, her performance became increasingly effortless, delivering a stunning interpretation of decency. Li Wenwen's expression was complex. Zhang Kong radiated joy, and Qin Ge looked entranced. Yi Zhiqiu nodded slightly, knowing in his heart that this was a solid performance. As the song concluded, Ding Jie removed her headphones, anxiously awaiting Yi Zhiqiu and the others' reactions. As the crowd regained their composure, a wave of applause erupted. Zhang Kong, visibly exhilarated, immediately inquired, "Was that recorded?" Upon receiving an affirmative response, he excitedly clapped his hand on Yi Zhiqiu's shoulder. "It's her."